I harbor no affection for you, and I must decline. Jiang Che's confession ended in failure, and his dismal performance in the college entrance examination precipitated a dramatic downer in his life. An unforeseen event allows him to be reborn on the eve of his 18th birthday, just before the crucial exams. This time, Jiang Che resolves not to be a sycophant. However, after his departure, the school belle Su Rongyin, who had previously rejected his advances, pursues him instead. Jiang Che, why are you ignoring me? Jiang Che, can we still be friends? Jiang Che, I was wrong. I do like you, and I accept your confession. Jiang Che, with his hands clasped behind his head, muses, you rejected my confession, and I walked away. Why are you chasing me now? Chapter 1. At the crossroads of destiny, a brand new life. I refuse. There is no question of like or dislike. I simply do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Breaking news. Jiang Che's confession to Su Rongyin has been rejected. Incredible. Jiang Che truly dares. What must the school belle be thinking? To him, she is merely a sidekick. It is indeed a case of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. It is utterly laughable. In a room plastered with posters of tangled relationships, beer bottles lay scattered haphazardly across the floor. After perusing the chat history on his phone, Jiang Che comes to understand why he has consumed so much alcohol at this stage in his life. The intertwining memories of 2 lifetimes exacerbate his already throbbing head, a consequence of his hangover. He knocks on his forehead and mutters to himself, I never imagined I would return to this day. This day marks a full month before the college entrance examination, the very day after his ill-fated confession to the school belle Su Rongyin. It is also the pivotal turning point of his life. From this day onward, his fortunes plummet. With a high probability of qualifying for a prestigious university, he ultimately fails to meet even the second-tier threshold in the exams. Subsequently, he drops out of school and relocates to the city where Su Rongyin attends university to work, spending his days delivering food and beverages to her, sinking to the depths of humility. What was I thinking at this time? Jiang Che feels an urge to slap himself twice for his past choices. Thankfully, his parents are relatively open-minded. Otherwise, he would have driven himself to despair long before achieving any future success. The absurdities of his previous life remain vivid in his memory. In this lifetime, he vows never to be a sycophant again. With the promise of youth and a second chance at life, he should relish it and cherish those who truly care for him. Sycophant? If that term were to apply, I ought to be the one being flattered. In his previous life, Jiang Che's character was somewhat introverted and self-deprecating due to his habit of submissively trailing behind Su Rongyin. In many social situations, he instinctively faded into the background, lurking in unnoticed corners. The truth is, he is an exceptionally capable individual. As he rises from his bed, the swelling sensation in his head intensifies considerably. Jiang Che perseveres and enters the bathroom for a hot shower, which finally alleviates some of his discomfort. After donning a clean outfit, he leaves home, carrying the beer bottles he had packed away into a box. Before departing, he remembers to open the window. His father is on a company-organized trip and is expected to return tonight. In his previous life, when they returned, Jiang Che had yet to regain his composure. Observing the scattered beer bottles and his haggard son, they said nothing and asked no questions. Yet to claim they were unconcerned would be disingenuous. Now, with Jiang Che having no issues of his own, he naturally cannot allow his parents to worry further. He places the beer bottles beside the trash bin. At a nearby pharmacy, Jiang Che purchases 2 hangover relief medications. After consuming them, he waits a while, and the headache nearly dissipates. His stomach growls with hunger as Jiang Che arrives at a familiar food stall, ordering a bowl of authentic beef noodles. While slurping his noodles, his phone buzzes incessantly. It is his best friend, Chun Yun-song, sending a flurry of messages. Jiang Che, are you okay? Su Rongyin's rejection is her loss. The class is filled with a bunch of dimwits. Don't pay them any mind. Let's hit the internet cafe tonight. A new hero named Yasuo just came out, and I bought him yesterday. I play like a pro. Jiang Che recalls having seen these messages in his previous life when he was utterly despondent, failing to respond, and even blocking Chun Yun-song out of annoyance. His fingers fly across the cracked screen of his Oppo phone as he replies, I'm fine. You wouldn't know how to play. Wait until you see what a real god of Yasuo can do. Chun Yun-song? ? Thus, the agreement for a father-son gaming session is formed. Jiang Che pops the last piece of tea egg into his mouth, feeling remarkably uplifted. A youth that refuses to be a sycophant is indeed a vibrant youth. Aunt Zhou, I am full. Your cooking is getting better and better. Jiang Che expresses to the proprietress, Aunt Zhou, while settling his bill. Aunt Zhou gazes at Jiang Che's retreating figure, perplexed. What is it with Xiao Che today? He seems rather different. Uncle Zhou raises an eyebrow. What seems odd? Aunt Zhou reflects. He never used to say such things, at most just offering a greeting. True. Uncle Zhou muses, nodding in agreement, and after a moment of silence, adds, perhaps he has matured. My grandparents are visiting, and my mother is busy, so I've come out to shop. I truly appreciate your help. Yin Yin, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Su Rongyin, her hair cascading like a waterfall, possesses a delicate visage dressed in a floral dress and white shoes, exuding an extraordinary charm under the sunlight, resembling a princess. However, the large number of shopping bags she carries seems somewhat incongruous with her slightly hunched posture. It's fine. It's not too exhausting. Gao Yun, trailing behind Su Rongyin, is also laden with bags, sweating profusely and panting. Rongyin, isn't that Jiang Che over there? Suddenly, Gao Yun points toward the direction. Su Rongyin follows Gao Yun's gaze. The familiar tall figure, clad in black-rimmed glasses, is indeed Jiang Che. That's him. Fantastic. Let him help us carry our things. Jiang Che. Gao Yun sighs with relief and sets her belongings down, waving to Jiang Che. Jiang Che turns his head and, upon catching sight of the striking figure he had not seen in what felt like a lifetime, yet was still achingly familiar, he momentarily freezes before quickly regaining his composure and walking over. Good afternoon, ladies. Have you eaten yet? Yes. Gao Yun nods, gesturing to the items on the ground. Rongyin's grandparents are coming over today, and this is what her mother asked her to buy. Jiang Che glances down. That's quite a lot. It's a fair distance from home. You two take care. Chen Yunsong is waiting for me at the internet cafe, so I'll head over first. Bye. Chapter 2. If I may reclaim my youth, 1 or 2 golds, 1 or 2 wins. Jiang Che, you. Gao Yun gazed at Jiang Che's retreating figure, incredulous. Jiang Che should have simply taken everything without hesitation. Why did he just walk away? Gao Yun turned her attention to Su Rongyin. Su Rongyin bit her lip, puffed up with indignation, and declared, "We'll leave on our own." She quickened her pace, the numerous bags she carried weighing heavily on her slender frame, making her appear even more precarious. In the internet cafe, Jiang Che once again single-handedly defeated his opponent, Yasuo, gracefully playing the flute while turning to his companion. "Call me Dad." Chen Yunsong, with a strained neck, retorted, "Let us play again. I refuse to believe you're that formidable. Come on, as agreed, the best out of 3. 1 kill, 1 tower, 100 minions. You've lost 2 rounds in a row, and you've even lost your pants. Hurry up and call me Dad." Jiang Che offered him no opportunity. Chen Yunsong stammered, his face reddening. They had often taken advantage of each other, yet when it came to calling each other Dad, it was a different story. 1 dad. 1 bag of crispy noodles. Suddenly, Jiang Che extended a finger. Chen Yunsong jumped up and rushed to the counter to fetch 2 bags of snacks. Thus, the father-son contest concluded with Chen Yunsong sacrificing his pride for 2 bags of crispy noodles. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Yet the youthful bravado and pride always needed to be upheld. Each took a bag and crunched away, reveling in the purity of their friendship, free from any other entanglements. In truth, many years later, the relationship between Chen Yunsong and Jiang Che remained unchanged. This lad married a virtuous wife, and during Jiang Che's most challenging times, they lent him 30,000 yuan, despite their own burdens of repaying loans for his mother-in-law's medical expenses and a hefty monthly mortgage. After achieving great success, Jiang Che certainly did not forget Chen Yunsong. It could be said that Chen Yunsong was the kind of trustworthy brother Jiang Che could rely on without a second thought. "Jiang Che, what are your plans moving forward?" Chen Yunsong asked, munching away, turning to Jiang Che. "What to do? Study hard. Strive for improvement every day." Jiang Che replied. "I'm not asking about that. I mean Su Rongyin," Chen Yunsong clarified. "Of course, the past should be left behind. After being rejected for so many years, it's time to wake up." Jiang Che raised his hand to the back of his head, speaking nonchalantly. "Are you serious?" Chen Yunsong looked skeptical. "Your choice of words seems suspicious. Of course it's genuine. What is strange about it?" Jiang Che stood up and declared, "Let us go." "Where to?" Chen Yunsong hurriedly followed, running back. "Damn it. We haven't settled the bill yet." After settling the payments for both machines 10 minutes later, Chen Yunsong accompanied Jiang Che to a barber shop. Seeing Jiang Che seated before the mirror, Chen Yunsong confirmed repeatedly, "Jiang Che, are you really going to cut your hair? I remember you've had that mushroom hairstyle since childhood. Think it over. Don't act impulsively." At this time, the remnants of a non-mainstream style had not fully faded away. Jiang Che's thick, mushroom-like hair carried a sense of continuity. It obscured his eyes. Yet when it affected his studies, he would part it to the sides, allowing for a middle part that posed no hindrance. "I'm not being impulsive. It's just a change of hairstyle, a change of mood. Tony, don't mind him. Let us begin." Jiang Che cheerfully addressed the barber in the mirror. Being referred to as teacher rather than master uplifted the barber's spirits, and he skillfully cut Jiang Che's hair. Soon, a stylishly tousled haircut appeared in the mirror. Jiang Che removed his glasses, revealing a face that was astoundingly handsome. Clothes make the man, and with a new hairstyle and sans the heavy black-rimmed glasses, Jiang Che instantly transformed into a heartthrob. After his rebirth, Jiang Che discovered numerous differences within himself. Firstly, his once nearsighted eyes, previously over 200 degrees, were now perfectly clear. His skin had become fair and delicate, devoid of any blemishes. Most importantly, his physical condition had greatly improved. All minor imperfections in his physique had vanished, rendering him flawless from top to bottom. It seemed this was the boon of Jiang Che's rebirth. The barber was momentarily stunned. He inspected his hands, questioning if this was truly his handiwork. Jiang Che, you. Chen Yinsong was equally flabbergasted. Had he not witnessed Jiang Che's transformation firsthand, he would have suspected that Jiang Che had undergone cosmetic surgery. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared he had not. Jiang Che was inherently handsome. It was merely the glasses that made him seem dull, and the thick mushroom hairstyle that obscured his eyes only added to that impression. Now, however, it felt as though a seal had been lifted. Stepping out of the barber shop, Chen Yinsong felt buoyed by Jiang Che's newfound appearance, his steps lighter. Old Jiang, I believe if you confess to sue the schoolflower now, your chances would be significantly high. Confess. Jiang Che crossed his arms behind his head. I've long since come to terms with it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. University life is what truly matters. A splendid life lies ahead. Why hang oneself on a single tree? Huh, don't say that. Let us head home. My parents are probably back. Watching Jiang Che's retreating back, Chen Yinsong scratched his head, pondering whether university life could truly be that good. After having pursued the schoolflower for so long, he had now given up. On the way home, the warm breeze caressed Jiang Che's face, filling him with an extraordinary sense of ease. If I may reclaim my youth, 1 or 2 golds. 1 or 2 wins. This was a line from a novel in his past life that had left a profound impression on him. He had stood countless times by the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise office, fantasizing about how wonderful it would be to return to his youthful days. Little did he expect. He had truly been granted a second chance. In his previous life, following a failed college entrance examination and dropping out, Jiang Che had accompanied Su Rongyin to Jinling. At that time, they had been living in entirely different worlds. No matter how he tried to ingratiate himself, the distance in their relationship only grew. Ultimately, they had become strangers to one another. After completely parting ways, Jiang Che had finally awakened, reclaiming his life. He started from scratch and achieved considerable success. Yet now, in a single night, decades of hard work had been rendered meaningless, and he found himself with nothing once more. Nevertheless, Jean Duque Arbord no regrets. A second chance at youth was something that could not be bought for any price. Moreover, having lived once already, he understood the currents of the times, possessed the experience of past successes, and had the wisdom to navigate dealings with various figures. Making money was hardly a challenge. Standing before that familiar door, he could faintly hear the sounds within, the voice of his mother, Chun Feirong, asking his father, Jiang Liyun, to call her and inquire where he had been. Taking out his keys, he opened the door and entered his home. After a lifetime apart, seeing his parents at this moment filled Jiang Che with boundless excitement. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Jiang Che exclaimed with fervor. His mother, Chun Feirong, a well-preserved beauty who appeared to be just over 30, emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand, smiling at Jiang Che, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Your dad mentioned the house reeks of alcohol. What have you been up to while we were away? Jiang Che glanced at Jiang Liu. The elderly father sipped his tea strategically, turning his head without casting a glance at Jiang Che. Chapter 3. Where did this handsome guy come from? Is this Jiang Che? What a joke. Look at you. With those bushy eyebrows and big eyes, old Jiang. Observing his father's demeanor, Jiang Che found himself both amused and bewildered. What happened to your hair? Where are your glasses? Chun Feirong, emerging from the kitchen, was taken aback by Jiang Che's dramatically transformed appearance and inquired with curiosity. Jiang Liyun finally looked over, recognizing the change in his son. The previous hairstyle was too much of an eyesore, so I changed it. Without my glasses, can you see clearly? What do you think? Am I handsome? Jiang Che flicked his bangs. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Chun Feirong turned back to the kitchen, saying, dinner's ready. Come and serve the dishes, old Jiang. All right. Jiang Liyun scampered after her. Soon, a sumptuous array of dishes was laid out on the dining table. Jiang Che held a deep fondness for his mother's cooking. In his past life, he had scarcely dared to return home for meals, for each encounter would invariably trigger a weighty topic of conversation. Of the 3 forms of filial piety, having no descendants is the gravest. In his previous incarnation, Jiang Che could have pursued any kind of woman he desired with ease. Yet he did not. He flitted through the frivolous world carelessly, remaining untouched by its entanglements. Though surrounded by many women, Marriage felt like an increasingly distant prospect. "Mom and Dad, I'm full. I'll go take a shower first," Jiang Che declared, setting down his chopsticks and retreating to his room. After his departure, the couple, tacitly avoiding further discussion about him, immediately began conversing in hushed tones. "Old Jiang, what's going on with our son?" Chen Feirong queried. "I don't know, but something's definitely up," Jiang Liyun replied, shaking his head and murmuring, "To be honest, the kid looks quite handsome after a little grooming, reminiscent of my own youthful charm." "Charm my foot. Stop being so narcissistic. Our son takes after me. This beauty is inherited from his mother, not you." Chen Feirong kicked Jiang Liyun lightly under the table and continued, "With this drinking and a new hairstyle, is that brat nursing a broken heart?" "That's a possibility," Jiang Liyun remarked, glancing at the closed door of the room. "With the college entrance exams approaching, should I go ask him?" "No," Chen Feirong countered firmly. "If he has made a change, it means he is fine. It's good for kids to face some setbacks. Haven't you noticed he seems to have matured a lot? Let us give him some space and trust he can handle it." Inside the room, Jiang Che pressed his ear against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation outside. He could easily tell that his parents were deliberately steering clear of discussing him. Listening to their dialogue, his heart ached. Giving oneself space and believing in oneself. This was what they had done in his past life. Yet he had let them down. What parent doesn't wish for their child to enter a prestigious university? They had never pressured him, but it was a natural expectation nonetheless. Jiang Che had the potential to achieve excellent grades, but had ultimately returned home with a decision to drop out. This time around, he must not disappoint them again. Jiang Che turned and seated himself at his desk, pulling out a sheet of paper and beginning to write. "College entrance exam," he inscribed in the largest letters, adding 3 exclamation marks to emphasize its paramount importance. After the exams, the World Cup would commence. This was a monumental opportunity, the fastest means to secure a foundational fund for entrepreneurship. Betting on matches might not be a commendable act. Yet passing up free money at such a crucial juncture would be foolish. Jiang Che recalled a line from a certain drama in his past life. During the stage of capital accumulation, employing less than reputable methods was commonplace. While he would not engage in anything unscrupulous, he also refused to be shackled by foolish notions. Ignoring a lucrative opportunity right before him would indicate a lack of sense. As for the lottery, Jiang Che had never paid attention to lottery information in his previous life, leaving him with no memory of winning numbers. Moreover, there was a prevalent saying that reincarnators never win the lottery. Now, having met the criteria of a reincarnator, he regrettably couldn't recall the numbers. Otherwise, he would have certainly wanted to give it a shot. Pausing his pen momentarily, he continued to write. Even betting on matches requires some initial capital. He needed to devise a way to obtain such funds before the World Cup began. Over the years, Jiang Che had accrued quite a bit of pocket money during the New Year festivities. If he had saved it all, he would have at least tens of thousands by now. However, a lovesick fool would never be able to save money. After paying for his haircut, he was left with only a pitiful red bill. He made a note to secure some initial capital before the World Cup began. And once he felt he had organized his thoughts for the time being, Jiang Che tore the paper into shreds and tossed it into the trash bin. Stretching lazily, he headed off for a shower and then to bed. Is Jiang Che not coming? He confessed and given up on studying, has he? Whispers filled the classroom on the eve of class, students gossiping and exchanging furtive glances. Naturally, the hot topic was the recent sensational event. Jiang Che had confessed to the school beauty, Su Rongyin. It was indeed plausible. Although Jiang Che might have appeared like a frog wishing to eat a swan's flesh, he had been closely following Su Rongyin for quite some time. To be rejected so ruthlessly, if it were me, my heart would surely shatter. Moreover, you all are saying such unkind things in the group. Yet Jiang Che is also in it. So what? He can do such a thing, and we can't laugh? Li Wan Skufa. She was decent looking and had a good figure, dressed flamboyantly, with her school uniform jacket half open, revealing a hint of a figure that starkly contrasted with the rest of the classroom. High school boys, brimming with youthful vigor, were inevitably stirred by her presence. Under normal circumstances, she could be considered a class beauty, but with Su Rongyin, the universally acknowledged school goddess, in the same class, she felt overshadowed, like a stone next to a pearl. Jealousy can distort one as perception. She quietly loathed Su Rongyin while daring not to display any overt disdain. Following the incident, she began to make a concerted effort to undermine Jiang Che. After all, who had allowed Jiang Che to revolve around Su Rongyin so obsessively? Su Rongyin sat with her head down, scribbling her homework, her pen motionless for quite some time. During this period, she kept replaying the scene in her mind of Jiang Che casually greeting her and then walking away without a backward glance. Hearing Li Yuan's voice and the chatter of her classmates only served to heighten her agitation. The more she tried not to think about it, the more restless she became, feeling an impulse to tear her test paper to shreds. Just then, a boy with a head full of thick, dark hair, fair and delicate skin, and strikingly handsome features walked into the classroom with his backpack. Instantly, the entire class turned to look, murmuring and whispering among themselves. Where did this handsome guy come from? How did he end up in our class? He looks somewhat familiar. Why is he sitting in Jiang Che's seat? Could it be that Jiang Che has truly dropped out of school? Just as a new student has arrived, he has been assigned to sit next to him. Without his large black-framed glasses and with a new hairstyle, Jiang Che's demeanor is strikingly different from before, making him seem like an entirely different person. Even his classmates, who have shared 3 years together, can hardly recognize him at first glance. Amidst the swirling speculations, another figure bursts into the classroom with great energy. After taking a seat beside the handsome boy, he swiftly snatches Jiang Che's backpack and begins rummaging through it. Jiang Che, where's the homework? Hurry up and let me copy it. We're running out of time. Chen Yunsong's actions and words leave the entire class momentarily stunned. Jiang Che? Are you joking? He is Jiang Che? The crowd gasps, and upon closer inspection, they realize that the striking features and appearance unmistakably belong to Jiang Che. Chapter 4. Clear memories of a past life, enhanced intelligence, and an exceptional memory. Gu Dafei is a portly figure, round and bespectacled, with a pleasant temperament. As the homeroom teacher, he has managed to connect well with the students, making him one of the few teachers favored by them. Entering the classroom with a stack of papers, he keenly senses that something is amiss. A quick glance around reveals an unfamiliar face among the students, who waves at him. Adjusting his glasses for a better view, he realizes that the striking young man greeting him is indeed the owner of the seat. Jiang Che? Has he undergone cosmetic surgery? Surprised, he discerns that it seems he has merely changed his hairstyle and removed his glasses. This young man is truly full of surprises. With such an appearance amidst a sea of youthful students, he stands out like a bombshell, explaining the peculiar atmosphere. Returning his gaze, Gu Dafei instructs class monitor, please distribute the papers. Class monitor Qin Xiaolong steps forward to collect the papers and begins handing them out to each student. However, when he reaches Jiang Che, he intentionally attempts to drop the paper on the floor. Quick as a flash, Jiang Che catches it and grins. Watch it, class monitor. Oomph. Qin Xiaolong snorts. Not even bothering to glance at Jiang Che, the latter remains unfazed. While Qin Xiaolong performs decently academically, his character and temperament clearly limit his potential. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters a few nuisances. Jiang Che finds this insignificant person unworthy of his attention. With precisely 1 month remaining until the college entrance examination, these 30 days will be the most crucial of your lives. The culmination of 12 years of hard work hinges on this moment. I hope everyone can maintain their focus and prepare for this final sprint. This examination marks the third-to-last mock test before the entrance exams, and I hope everyone approaches it seriously, giving 120% to identify their shortcomings. There is still time to discover what you do not know. If you wait until the entrance exam and find yourself unprepared, there will be no second chances. Let the examination commence. Old Gu's motivational speech and advice fall on deaf ears for Jiang Che. Gazing at the paper in his hands, Jiang Che suddenly realizes a grave issue. After all these years, how could he possibly remember high school knowledge? With only a month until the entrance exam, isn't this a disaster? Just as Jiang Che grapples with confusion, the exam questions on the paper trigger long-buried memories in his mind. Jiang Che widens his eyes in sudden clarity. As long as he recalls diligently, the memories of his past life become astonishingly vivid. Could this be one of the perks of his rebirth? Is it merely academic memory, or is every other memory equally sharp? Reflecting on the upcoming World Cup, he recalls the scores: Germany 7, 1 Brazil, Brazil 0, 3 Netherlands, Argentina 0, 1 Germany. Every detail is imprinted in his mind with remarkable precision. Even the seconds he hadn't consciously noted at the time. Jiang Che is now truly exhilarated. It is worth noting that in the years to come, after embarking on a business venture, he had once thrived in the stock market. He had witnessed those miraculous stock phenomena firsthand and even profited immensely from them. Yet, all of this lies in the future. It's time to soar. Jiang Che, do you have any questions? Seeing Jiang Che hesitating to write, Old Gu approaches him with a puzzled expression. No, I was just lost in thought, Jiang Che replies with a smile, picking up his pen to begin answering. His foundation in high school is solid. Now that his memories are clear, performing well enough to score 211 is entirely feasible. In his previous life, he didn't even attend university. Scoring 211 in this life would surely leave Old Chun and Old Jiang grinning from ear to ear. However, Jiang Che's ambitions extend beyond that. If he can aim higher, why not strive for more? His goal is Zhejiang University. Currently, his scores fall short of the top 5 universities in the country, and to gain admission to Zhejiang University, he must work diligently over this month. As he continues to answer the questions, Jiang Che suddenly realizes that his thought processes have become remarkably agile. In other words, his intelligence has heightened. Many questions that he previously only partially understood now yield correct answers with careful contemplation. Furthermore, the most crucial detail is that the entire exam paper seems to be etched in his mind, word for word, a photographic memory. With his memory restored, his intelligence heightened. And this exceptional recall, in just 1 month, Zhejiang University is within reach, and perhaps even Tsinghua or Peking University is a possibility. Jiang Che smiles. Time's up. Old Gu announces from the podium. It's already over? The questions were too difficult. I still have 2 left unanswered. The students lament as they reluctantly hand in their papers, each returning to their seats in despair. Just as Old Gu is about to admonish them, he notices Jiang Che approaching with a relaxed demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, he glances at Jiang Che's paper. A quick scan reveals no errors. Gu Dafei nods in appreciation. Did the removal of his glasses and hairstyle not only conceal his appearance, but also some of his academic prowess? Jiang Che, did you manage to solve that last question? Chen Yinsong inquires. Of course. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Jiang Che responds nonchalantly. What, you couldn't? Chen Yinsong sighs, about to retort when Jiang Che interrupts with a grin. Well, not knowing is normal for your level. Chen Yinsong is about to explode with anger when Jiang Che suddenly turns serious, patting him on the shoulder. You should really study hard for the next few days. Last-minute cramming won't be effective. Strive for a bachelor's degree. While all degrees are universities, they differ immensely and will impact your entire future. Chen Yinsong is taken aback, scratching the back of his head. I want to, but I just don't understand. I'll teach you, Jiang Che offers. I'll be ramping up my studies during this period. Just learn alongside me. All right. Chen Yinsong nods eagerly. The modest achievements of one's own self, yet daring to lead others into the depths of ignorance. How audacious. Qin Xiaolong murmured with a hint of sarcasm, rising to gather his books in search of Su Rongyin. Rongyin, let's study together. However, it seemed that Su Rongyin was entirely oblivious to his presence. She approached Jiang Che's desk instead, declaring, Jiang Che, I wish to join you all. Qin Xiaolong stood frozen in place, his face ablaze with embarrassment, feeling as though every gaze in the room was fixed upon him. Mocking him, he clenched his fists, the muscles in his cheeks twitching in agitation. Yet in truth, no one was paying him any mind. All attention was directed to Su Rongyin, who stood before Jiang Che's desk. Chen Yinsong nudged Jiang Che, his face alight with joy. Jiang Che, takenabak, shook his head with a smile. Indeed, the tone of her invitation was unmistakably characteristic of Su Rongyin. Stretching lazily, Jiang Che smiled at Su Rongyin and said, Chen Yinsong and I can sufficiently motivate each other. An additional participant would only become a burden. Therefore, Su, I kindly suggest you seek companionship elsewhere. Chapter 5. Once you give up, it is truly relinquished. The aggrieved Su Rongyin. With those words, Jiang Che strode towards the classroom exit, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Su Rongyin had taken the initiative to approach Jiang Che, only to be summarily rejected. Please do not take offense, Su. He might just be having a moment. Chen Yinsong stammered, quickly rushing after Jiang Che. Su Rongyin remained rooted in place, bewildered. For all these years, Jiang Che had always acquiesced to her whims. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed the habit of addressing him in such a commanding tone, knowing full well he would comply. But now, Jiang Che not only turned her down, but labeled her a burden. A wave of inexplicable indignation surged within her. Her nose tingled, and tears threatened to spill. Why? Was it merely because she had declined his confession? She simply did not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Why should she not have the right to refuse? Continuing as friends was entirely plausible, so why should he treat her thus? Rongyin, let us study together. Qin Xiaolong felt an urge to laugh uproariously. Hastening to Su Rongyin's side. Do not address me so. We are not that acquainted, she retorted coldly, refusing to even glance at him. At this moment, the entirety of the room's attention shifted towards him. Chetzi, have you lost your mind? Chen Yinsong chased Jiang Che to the restroom door. Su Rongyin expressed her desire to study with us. Why did you refuse? Her initiative signifies your chances, and studying together provides an unparalleled opportunity. I understand now. You were taken aback by the sudden prospect of her joining us, fearing I would be a third wheel. Worry not. I shall withdraw. John Luke replied. Do you recall the words I spoke yesterday? What words? Chen Yinsong inquired. Once you give up, it is truly relinquished. One should not alter their decision for the mere glimmer of hope. Chen Yinsong grew anxious. Do not. You have liked Su Rongyin for 6 years throughout middle and high school, essentially from childhood to adulthood. Now that there's a flicker of progress, to abandon it would be a lamentable loss. My hairstyle and glasses have accompanied me throughout my life as well, and I have relinquished them. Was the outcome unfavorable? But a person cannot be compared to hair and glasses. In many instances, both people and objects are akin, Jiang Che countered. Now, are you going to relieve yourself or not? If not, be off. I shall not leave. I must earnestly persuade you, lest you regret it later, Chun Yun Song insisted. Regret what? You refuse to leave? I see. Jiang Che chuckled at the sight of his overly maternal friend. Do you believe I will not compel you to depart this instant? I do not believe it. Chun Yun Song shook his head defiantly. Jiang Che turned away, prompting Chun Yun Song to instinctively glance down, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief before scurrying off, leaving behind an angry retort. Jiang Che, you truly deserve to be damned. And have you been raised on donkey meat since childhood? The entire day was consumed by examinations. Before each subject test, Jiang Che perused his notes a bit more intently. A hurried few minutes would hardly yield substantial improvement, yet achieving even one additional correct answer was certainly feasible. Studying became an effortless endeavor, and the sensation was utterly delightful. After the exams, Su Rongyin felt utterly drained. Perhaps it was due to carrying too many items the previous day. Today, she was exceedingly fatigued and yearned to return home for rest. Rising to her feet, she gracefully moved her slender legs concealed beneath her school uniform trousers and headed towards the classroom exit, not glancing back as she called out, Jiang Che. I'm so tired. Please help me with my bag. In the past, her words would have been met with Jiang Che's prompt response. But this time, silence reigned. Suddenly realizing, Su Rongyin turned to look. Jiang Che's seat was already devoid of his presence. An inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over her, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Why was it that she had never realized how heavy her backpack could be throughout 3 years of middle school and 3 years of high school? Dragging her weary body while bearing what felt like several bricks in her backpack, she finally reached the spot where her bicycle was parked. Disliking the appearance of an electric scooter, she opted for a lovely road bike. However, the aesthetic came at the cost of practicality. Her bike lacked a basket. Exhausted and burdened with her backpack, pedaling home felt like an insurmountable challenge, and her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. In this moment, she longed for the comfort of Jiang Che's electric scooter's rear seat. Yet, recalling how she had just extended an olive branch to Jiang Che only to be callously rejected before their entire class, she bit her lip firmly, vowing silently never to utter another word to Jiang Che. Absolutely not. Jiang Che, you look quite handsome with your new hairstyle. Was I unattractive before? You were still handsome without the change. Why do you never approach me before to converse? Li Yuan trailed behind Jiang Che, her presence rather vexing. Jiang Che understood the art of conversation well, effectively silencing her with a few words. Li Yuan fell speechless, her steps faltering momentarily before she hurriedly caught up. Possessing some social finesse, she swiftly shifted the topic. Jiang Che, may I join you all in studying? With a jolt, Jiang Che mounted his electric scooter and rode away without so much as a glance back. Jiang Che. Li Yuan stomped her foot in frustration, then turned to Chun Yun Song, who had just mounted his scooter. Chun Yun Song, what do you think about me joining your study group? Did you not see how Su's proposal was rejected? It would be wise to recognize your standing. Li Yuan, your chances with Jiang Che are non-existent. Perhaps you should consider me instead? Li Yuan azitata. About to respond when Chun Yun Song flashed a grin. I too would decline your offer. With that, he twisted the throttle and departed with flair. Chapter 6 Jiang Che. You've hurt me. A smile involuntarily graced her lips, yet a sense of trepidation loomed as she approached her hometown. The twilight was descending, the remnants of the sun hanging low in the sky. Having purchased a bottle of sugary soda and consumed most of it, Jiang Che rode his electric bike, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way home. In his past life, Jiang Che often had the driver take him on aimless loops around the second ring road. With a howling wind in his ears, a sensation not unlike the one he felt now. Yet this current feeling was something even the most opulent Rolls-Royce could not replicate. Su Rongyin fell. She was already utterly exhausted, burdened by her backpack while pedaling her bicycle. Her slender waist was nearly buckling under the strain. As she approached an incline, her legs weakened, and she tumbled to the roadside. Her elbows, knees, and especially her ankles throbbed with pain. She yearned to rise, but the sharp agony rendered her incapable. Instead, she curled up by the road, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though she could stifle her cries from the pain, the solitude engulfed her in helplessness, and the sense of injustice swelled within her, proving too much to bear. It had been a long while since she had been alone. Previously, Jiang Che was always by her side, helping her navigate every challenge, sparing her the burden of worry. If Jiang Che were here, she would surely not have fallen at all. Why? She lamented. Why? After I rejected his confession, must he treat me this way? Do I not have the right to refuse? Resting her small face upon her knees, Su Rongyin's thoughts spiraled, her vision blurring with tears. The vastness of the world continued to entrap her. She faintly heard singing and the sounds of cycling from behind her. Instinctively, she turned her head and was elated to see Jiang Che approaching on his electric bike, her lips forming a pout of defiance. That annoying Jiang Che, I knew it. Such childish games of teasing. Your arrival is futile. I will absolutely ignore you. With an air of pride, she turned her head away, resolute in her decision. However, despite her best intentions, the sound of the approaching bike showed no signs of slowing down. Unable to resist, she glanced back once more. Jiang Che whizzed past her, an expression of sheer enjoyment on his face, showing no intention of stopping, barely sparing her glance. Panic surged within Su Rongyin as she called out, Jiang Che. Jiang Che. HM. Hearing someone call his name, Jiang Che squeezed the brake, slowed down, and turned back, finally noticing Su Rongyin sprawled on the roadside. His brow arched in concern as he pivoted and rode back to her. How did you fall? He inquired, halting a short distance away. My backpack is too heavy, and I ran out of strength to climb the hill, she sobbed, completely forgetting her earlier resolve to ignore him. Jiang Che, seeing she was alone, asked, where's Gao Yun? Didn't she also ride an electric bike? Why didn't you ask her to help you with your backpack? Yin Yun's grades are too poor. She was held back by our teacher for extra lessons. Jiang Che was well aware of this. Gao Yun had a decent character, but her academic performance was, to say the least, dismal, culminating in her attending a mediocre university in her past life. Of course, this assessment stemmed from Su Rongyin's perspective. Su Rongyin extended a hand, hoping Jiang Che would help her up, a chance for skin-to-skin contact. In the past, even when angry, he would have never been able to resist. Yet Jiang Che showed no inclination to dismount his bike. He glanced at his phone and said, it's been a while since school ended. Gao Yun has likely finished her session and might come by soon. If she doesn't arrive shortly, just give her a call. My mom is urging me to come home for dinner, so I have to go. Farewell. With a swift turn, Jiang Che sped away without a hint of hesitation. Was this a game of teasing? In the blink of an eye, his tail light disappeared from view, leaving her in a state of despair. Su Rongyin's heart raced. An inexplicable sense of panic gripped her, as if something crucial had been wrenched from her chest. Jiang Che, you scoundrel! Physically and emotionally drained, the pain from her fall, her sense of helplessness, Jiang Che's indifference, and the inexplicable anxiety combined to leave her eyes red and her body curled up, sobbing uncontrollably. Stop crying. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated beside her. She lifted her gaze to find Jiang Che standing before her once more, having returned without her noticing. Wow! All her pent-up grievances erupted, and she began to weep openly, her lips quivering as she stifled her sobs. Jiang Che crouched in front of her and asked, where does it hurt? Everywhere. Su Rongyin replied, her voice shaking with suppressed sobs. Her lips quivered as she fought back tears, large droplets cascading from her beautiful eyes like pearls falling from a broken string. Jiang Che, ignoring her tear-streaked, pitiful visage, lifted her pant leg to examine her injuries. He had initially wished to remain detached, to pretend he hadn't seen her. However, with so few people on this road and a girl in pain, he couldn't simply walk away. Even as a mere classmate, his conscience wouldn't allow it. Thus, he had returned. The early summer heat was already palpable, but thankfully, Su Rongyin still wore her school uniform's top along with long pants, shielding her from severe injury. However, her legs bore the marks of her fall, bruised and swollen, particularly her ankle, which was visibly more swollen than the other. Her palms were also scraped, lowering the loose fabric of her school trousers to cover her pale calves. Jiang Che remarked, your legs are fine. They heal in a few days. But your left ankle is sprained. It needs to be treated properly, or it could lead to complications. As he spoke, he began to untie Su Rongyin's shoelaces. When it came time to remove her shoes, her foot instinctively pulled back. Jiang Che looked up at her, and Su Rongyin weakly explained, it hurts. In this moment of rebirth, it was the first time Jiang Che had gazed so closely at a face he had known his entire life. In his previous life, he had never seen her in this current state. Her tear-streaked visage evoked an instinctive desire to protect. Even now, Jiang Che found himself unable to resist the stirrings of affection. His heart had fluttered in his past life, and even in this new existence, the sentiment remained unchanged. Yet, he quickly suppressed this feeling, as if a stone had been cast into the water, and after the ripples faded, tranquility returned. To tread the same path once more would be the height of folly. Gently, Jiang Che removed Su Rongyin's white shoes, revealing her delicate feet, which glimmered in the sunlight. Chapter 7 Refusal is your right, but whether to remain friends is my prerogative. Jiang Che gently grasped her ankle, searching for the dislocated joint. In his previous life, after achieving success in his entrepreneurial endeavors, Jiang Che devoted considerable time to physical exercise. Driven by interest, he even trained in free combat for several years, showcasing a commendable aptitude that could be deemed a significant accomplishment. In his leisure time, he often engaged in friendly matches. Although these bouts were merely for sport, the art of sparring inevitably brought about minor injuries, and with the passage of time, he accumulated a fair amount of experience in this regard. As Jiang Che grasped her small foot, Su Rongyin's face flushed a deep crimson. Her recent evasion stemmed not only from pain, but also from the fact that it was the first time a member of the opposite sex had touched her foot. Yet, inexplicably, when Jiang Che looked at her, she only articulated the pain as the sole reason. She was afraid that excessive explanations would lead Jiang Che to believe she harbored disdain for him. Gazing at Jiang Che's earnest profile, Su Rongyin suddenly realized that he seemed genuinely transformed. This change was not merely superficial, unrelated to whether he appeared more handsome or less. It was a shift in perception. The feelings she now held for Jiang Che were ones she had never experienced before. But what was this sensation? While she could discern Jiang Che's transformation, she remained perplexed about her own heart. Crack! Just as her thoughts became increasingly chaotic, a sharp sound emanated from her ankle. Ah! Su Rongyin could not suppress a cry of pain, tears that had just begun to subside, cascading down her cheeks once more. Jiang Che, you hurt me. Jiang Che cast a brief glance at her, released her foot, and stood to leave. Jiang Che. Su Rongyin realized her instinctive response to him had been rather unkind, causing her heart to race. She hastily reached out to grasp his clothing. I didn't mean it. It was just too painful. The bone is resetting. Gao Yun had approached from behind. I need to go back. My mom really called me home for dinner. Jiang Che gently pulled her hand away. Jiang Che, why are you doing this? Su Rongyi's lips trembled incessantly. I have the right to refuse your confession. Why are you treating me this way? Can't we remain friends? Jiang Che mounted his electric scooter and smiled. Your rejection is your right, and whether I choose to be friends with you is mine. Su Rongyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Che continued, busy this. Did I ever say we weren't friends? We are still friends. With teary eyes, Su Rongyin looked at him, feeling aggrieved. If we're still friends, then why are you treating me like this? You weren't like this before. Jiang Che grinned, twisted the throttle, and sped away. He was disinclined to offer Su Rongyin any further explanations. There was only a month left until they would part ways after the college entrance examination, and their lives would no longer intersect. Rongyin, what's wrong? Why are you crying like this? Was that Jiang Che who just left? Did he bully you? Gao Yun's voice emerged from behind, concerned. After returning home, having eaten dinner and taken a shower, Jiang Che lay on his bed, not yet ready for sleep, but unsure of how to occupy himself. He opened the App Store on his cracked screen phone, intending to download a short video app to pass the time. However, after searching, he suddenly sat upright. In 2014, the emergence and explosive popularity of short videos would not occur until the end of that year, into the beginning of 2015. The progenitor app for short videos, CanCan, now merely CanCan GIF, could only display animated images, with a limited user base, existing in a state of stagnation. Jiang Che recalled vividly that during the latter half of the year, CanCan GIF, unable to sustain itself, would be sold to a company in the capital, subsequently undergoing a rebranding to Kwaikan Short Video. Within just half a year, it would achieve remarkable success, heralding the dawn of the short video era. If the news was accurate, the sale price was around $5 million. The acquisition occurred at the end of July, right after the conclusion of the World Cup. Jiang Che clenched his fists in excitement. He recognized the fortuitous alignment of circumstances and was determined to seize this opportunity, aspiring to ascend the ladder of success. However, the question remained, how would he amass the initial capital? The following day, Su Rongyin was absent from school, presumably due to her ankle injury. Jiang Che paid little heed, deftly twirling his pen, its movements as vibrant as a butterfly flitting among blossoms. In the distance, Li Yuan had been quietly observing, her mind awash with thoughts of Jiang Che's newfound charm, her eyes sparkling, completely devoid of any lingering irritation from the previous day's events. When exam results were announced, Gu Dafei entered the classroom, scanning the room before declaring, this time, one individual has made remarkable progress and deserves commendation. Jiang Che, with a score of 574. He has increased his score by 30 points compared to the last exam. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the students. Jiang Che, having been rejected in his confession. Not only had changed his hairstyle to appear more handsome, but had also improved academically. This was an unexpected outcome. Jiang Che, keep up the good work. If you maintain this score, gaining admission to a reputable 211 university will be entirely feasible. Gu Dafei encouraged. Jiang Che responded from below, rest assured, Mr. Gu, my scores will only continue to rise. By the time of the college entrance examination, I might even return with the title of top scorer. Gu Dafei, taken aback by Jiang Che's unexpected response, chuckled heartily. Then I will truly look forward to it. If you manage to achieve that, I shall treat you to a meal, and you may choose the venue. Below, Qin Xiaolong scoffed, top scorer? If you manage that, I'll... His deskmate turned to him, eyes wide with surprise at his words. All right, everyone, let's focus on the exam papers. Today, we will emphasize the questions with the highest error rates. After announcing the results and distributing the papers, Gu Dafei began the lesson. Chen Yinsong poked Jiang Che repeatedly. Chetzi, what is going on? Your confession failed. Yet your grades didn't drop. Instead, they increased by 30 points? It seems you were quite eager for me to perform poorly? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. No, I'm just curious how you managed that. Chen Yinsong replied. One more correct answer in a subject can increase your score by 30 points. Jiang Che explained. I meant how you remained completely unaffected. Chen Yinsong murmured. Did your vocal cords fall at home? Jiang Che didn't catch a word of it. Never mind, I meant you're impressive. Chen Yinsong gave a strategic thumbs up. There's nothing impressive about it. If you study alongside me for a few days, you can achieve the same. Jiang Che genuinely intended to encourage Chen Yinsong at this juncture. Noticing that his friend was serious about wanting to help him study, Chen Yinsong felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, instinctively retracting his neck. Chapter 8. Is this what you call something meaningful? Chetzi, it's a rare early dismissal. Can we go to an internet cafe to unwind for a bit? Brother, you are my own brother. Just say something. Chen Yinsong was on the verge of tears. Having believed Jiang Che was merely joking, considering his friend was not particularly fond of studying. His good grades were purely a result of quick wits, yet unexpectedly, on this rare early dismissal day, Jiang Che truly pulled him into study mode. The early bird catches the worm. If one is both slow and unmotivated, how can they ever stand out? Jiang Che's words were merciless. Chen Yinsong scratched his head. Jiang Che's study speed was astonishingly fast, so rapid that he thoroughly absorbed the entire English textbook in no time. Now, he was suddenly eager to step outside and find a foreigner to test whether his English proficiency had reached a level where he could converse without barriers. He still remembers his past life. Due to frequent business dealings with the bear people, Jiang Che dedicated several days to learning their language. Feeling confident that he could engage in basic conversation, he greeted a Caucasian woman at a social gathering in bear language. To his dismay, the expression on her face was one of mere astonishment, which struck him deeply, leading to his immediate abandonment of the endeavor. Later, Jiang Che learned that she was, in fact, a Gaul. Jiang Che, I can't keep this up. After forcing himself to study for an hour, Chen Yinsong's brain was on the verge of crashing. He pushed the book away and slumped over the table. Jiang Che recognized that he had reached his limit and promptly shoved the book into his backpack. Come on, let us go do something meaningful. Chen Yinsong's interest was piqued. Meaningful? What is that? Jiang Che slung his backpack over his shoulder. Just follow me and you'll find out. Damn it, you're being cryptic again. Chen Yinsong cursed. Yet he hastily grabbed his backpack and hurried after Jiang Che. Are we going online? I've watched a lot of Yasuo tutorials. This time, I'm sure I can exact my revenge. Where are we going to eat? What is there to eat around here? Don't even think about beef noodles. Jiang Che, this is serious. Do you have enough money? I only have 20. Jiang Che was momentarily speechless. You think it's serious, and yet you're worried about money? $20 one tea get us far. Accompanied by Jiang Che. They soon arrived at a location. Chen Yinsong looked up and exclaimed, a farmer's market? Really? This place has things? He scratched his head in disbelief. No wonder they say the most dangerous places are the safest. If you hadn't brought me here, I would never have guessed. But how did you know about this? Jiang Che was too apathetic to respond. As they stepped into the market, Chen Yinsong began to fidget nervously. Jiang Che, I suddenly feel a strong sense of unease. Maybe we should head back? If we get caught, I'll be fine, just embarrassed, and maybe get a good scolding from my dad. But you? You'll have no chance with Su Rongyin. Ignoring him, Jiang Che approached a tea stall and called out, Boss, 2 pounds of tea. Just something a bit better than the cheapest. He turned to Chen Yinsong. I never had a chance with Su Rongyin anyway. I'm just buying some tea. Why are you rambling so much? Chen Yinsong was taken aback. You speaking there? That is your idea of something meaningful? You thought I'd assume 2 pounds of tea was some kind of secret code. Januk is smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow where the meaning lies. As they exited the market, Chen Yinsong carried several plastic bags, his face a portrait of discontent. Jiang Che, ahead of him, popped open a can of Red Bull and guzzled nearly half. With 100 yuan, he had purchased some ingredients, 50 plastic cups, a pack of straws, and a can of Red Bull, leaving him with not a penny to spare. Before embarking on his entrepreneurial venture, Jiang Che had dabbled in various jobs, including working at a wildly popular beverage shop in his past life, where he learned the precise methods of preparation. He had even made the drinks himself before, achieving a taste that was indistinguishable from the original. However, with the plethora of beverage shops now flooding the market, making a fortune from this was rather unrealistic. Nonetheless, amassing some startup capital was still feasible, particularly when one knew the right place to set up. Upon returning home, the enticing aroma of freshly cooked food wafted through the air. Chun Farong had just finished preparing dinner and, noticing Jiang Che's timely return, shot him a disapproving look. So you don't return home unless you smell food, do you? I was studying at school. Jiang Che chuckled. Chun Farong hesitated to question him, fearing that if her son were indeed studying, her inquiry might undermine his motivation, especially with the upcoming college entrance exams. So, she chose to hold her tongue. Yet, looking at Jiang Che, her frustration simmered. Thankfully, he had been relatively well-behaved outside. Otherwise, they would have had much to worry about. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Che had not been entirely well-behaved outside either. Previously, Jiang Che's reluctance to engage with others stemmed from a deep-seated insecurity, making him more reserved in unfamiliar settings. However, the current Jiang Che had shed such inhibitions. What did he have to feel insecure about? Moreover, regardless of the outcomes, one should live joyfully, unburdened by excessive concerns. After dinner, Jiang Che gathered all the past exam papers, including those from the 3-year college entrance exam simulations, and began to review them. As the pace of his studies accelerated, learning transformed from a burdensome chore to an invigorating pursuit. Before he knew it, the clock struck 10. Having completed a substantial stack of papers, he retired to bed. At the break of dawn, at 5 o'clock, he tiptoed into the kitchen, busily preparing. Soon, one cup after another of freshly made lemon tea was sealed into cups. Su Rongyin had a penchant for beverages, and Jiang Che was certain she would adore this flavor. Unfortunately, he would no longer be delivering it to her. Chapter 9. You hand a cigarette to the principal while in a restroom? May 9th was a fervent day for those aspiring to become teachers. The weather was particularly sweltering. A long queue formed outside the Education Examination Center, where individuals donned their most formal attire, awaiting their interviews. The scorching sun overhead exacerbated the anxious atmosphere, making even breathing feel laborious. Not far from the entrance stood a fresh produce shop. Thanks to Jiang Che's remarkable interpersonal skills, he quickly befriended a burly shopkeeper clad in an apron, who offered them the freedom to store their items as long as they wished. Nevertheless, Jiang Che insisted on paying 20 yuan. As they watched the shopkeeper and his companion carry out the boxes, he mused to himself, this kid has potential. 20 yuan? That is all my pocket money. Jiang Che, you rascal. You want me to go without food, make me pay, and then have me carry boxes? Is this your idea of something meaningful, turning me into your pack horse? Chen Yunsong grumbled while trailing Jiang Che. And can this even sell? It's so hot. If we don't sell anything before the money runs out, we'll be out of luck. Jiang Che had grown accustomed to tuning out Chen Yunsong's incessant complaints. Approaching the entrance of the examination center, he gestured for Chen Yunsong. You'll set up here. Set up? What about you? Chen Yunsong asked, puzzled. I'll handle the marketing. Jiang Che grinned, retrieving a cup from the box. As the crowd began to sweat profusely, nearly succumbing to heat exhaustion. Most of them were young women, some on the verge of fainting, parched, and unable to leave, for they had already invested so much time in the queue. Just then, the crowd was captivated by a cacophony of enticing sounds. As they turned to investigate, a dashing young man, clutching a cup brimming with a refreshing beverage, stood to the side, his slurping sounds compelling everyone around him to swallow in anticipation. The transparent cup revealed a succulent green liquid within, glistening with condensation, exuding a chill that promised to quench thirst. Upon noticing the gazes directed at him, the handsome youth raised his hand with a smile, greeting those around him. Unable to contain her curiosity, one of the onlookers inquired, Young man, what are you drinking? Jiang Che responded, It's a smashing lemon tea, served cold, utterly thirst-quenching. Smashing lemon tea? I've never heard of it. Is it delicious? Where can I purchase it? It's quite delightful. Just over there, Jiang Che indicated towards Chen Yunsong, who was lounging beneath a nearby tree. How much for a cup? 8 yuan each. If you're interested, I can call him over, Jiang Che replied, taking a hearty sip. When something desirable appears in a place of need, its value transcends mere monetary worth. Therefore, don't mention 8 yuan. Even a higher price would be acceptable. Buy it. Please call him over, thank you. 392 yuan. And this is only after half an hour. Jiang Che, you are a genius. Yin Song was devoid of any complaints as he walked back to school, his hands full of cash, grinning from ear to ear. He handed the money to Jiang Che without a hint of reluctance, as he did not perceive any sense of ownership in it. His joy was purely for Jiang Che's success. Jiang Che pulled out 100 yuan and offered it to him. Yin Song instinctively tried to refuse, but Jiang Che firmly pressed it in his pocket. This is not a gift. You will help me sell over the next few days. This is your commission. This feels rather embarrassing, Yin Song chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Little did he know the number of tasks that would follow for that 100 yuan. With the teacher certification exams still weeks away, continuing with 50 cups a day would yield minimal profits. Thus, they would need to increase their sales volume. As sales increased, so too would the workload. Observing his friend's elation, Jiang Che felt a twinge of guilt, reminiscent of a contemporary Jiangba pie, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Keep it up. Once we earn enough, I'll arrange for you to marry a wife." Yin Song's smile gradually froze, scratching his head, puzzled by the oddness of the statement. Unable to pinpoint what was strange about it. "Jiang Che, have you been taking notes on the key mistakes in the test that the teachers have discussed?" Gu Dafei asked Jiang Che. "I have. I've committed them to memory," Jiang Che replied. "Do you understand all?" Gu Dafei inquired. "Yes," Jiang Che nodded. "Good. Su Rongyin has been injured, so please take these papers back for her and explain the common mistakes the teachers mentioned, while also reviewing for yourself," Gu Dafei said. "Ending Jiang que su Rongyin esse test papers." Teaching others is also a means of learning, deepening one's understanding of errors. Since Jiang Che and Su Rongyin were inseparable friends, it wouldn't consume much time. "Huh?" Jiang Che immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, I can't go. I have no time." The classroom erupted in surprise. The boys envied Jiang Che for this opportunity, and Qin Xiaolong's fists clenched in frustration, astonished that Jiang Che had declined. Qin Xiaolong immediately raised his hand. "Teacher Gu, I can go." Taken aback by Jiang Che's refusal, Gu Dafei shot him a glance, exasperated. "When has Su Rongyin ever acknowledged you? Why would you go? Do you even know which way her front door faces?" The girls in the class were not particularly close to Su Rongyin either, and no one knew her home address. Ignoring Qin Xiaolong, Gu Dafei placed Su Rongyin's papers directly on Jiang Che's desk. "No time. You still have to go. You were the one smoking in the restroom this morning, right? The principal was beside you, and you even offered him a cigarette. I haven't confronted you about this yet. If the principal didn't say anything, why are you bringing it up?" "John Dukimatid. If the principal didn't say anything, how do you think I found out?" Gu Dafei replied, exasperated. Jiang Che sighed and finally nodded in agreement. Delivering the papers and explaining the problems would be a hassle. But if Comrade Chen Ferong found out he had smoked with the principal, it would lead to even greater trouble. As the school bell rang, Jiang Che rode his electric bike towards Su Rongyin's home, intending to drop off the test papers and leave quickly. As for explaining the problems, he thought it hardly worth the effort. He'd rather take a nap at home. Before long, Jiang Che arrived at a quaint villa. Su Rongyin's family was well off, which explained her somewhat spoiled and princess-like demeanor. Princess, Jiang Che instinctively thought of her in such terms, for throughout a long stretch of his past life, he had treated Su Rongyin as a princess. Ding dong, ding dong. Jiang Che rang the doorbell, and soon Su Rongyin's voice echoed through the intercom. "Is that you, Jiang Che? Please wait a moment. I'll come to open the door." "No need. You've sprained your ankle. It's best not to move," Jiang Che responded. "You actually care about me," Su Rongyin retorted, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. "I'll leave the papers at your door. I'm going to put a brick on it to prevent the wind from blowing it away. I won't come in. I wish you a speedy recovery," Jiang Che continued. "You." Su Rongyin nearly burst into tears. "Teacher Gu said you would explain the problems to me. Why aren't you following through on your promise?" "I'm calling Teacher Gu right now." That old Gu actually informed Su Rongyin. Jiang Che thought, speechless, and decided to abandon his exit, leaving poor Chen Yunsong to handle the market shopping alone. Not long after, with a click, the door swung open. Su Rongyin, clad in a pink bear pajama set and matching slippers, appeared before Jiang Che. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few strands cascading down, lending her an extra dose of charm. Her youthful face still bore a hint of pride. While her injured foot was wrapped in a bandage, her legs slightly bent and suspended in the air. "Let's do this quickly. I have things to attend to," she declared from the living room. Jiang Che, ignoring her for the most part, slipped off his shoes, placed them on the rack, and donned a pair of slippers before unfurling Su Rongyin's test papers on the coffee table. He had visited this place countless times before, but each previous occasion had been accompanied by Gao Yun. Now, being alone with Su Rongyin was a novel experience. Yet, Jiang Che's heart felt as though it were trapped within a sealed bottle. No matter how he shook it, not a single drop could be released. "Are you listening? If not, just leave," he stated, noticing Su Rongyin's reluctance to approach. Su Rongyin pouted her cherry lips and limped forward, though she found it somewhat arduous to sit down. She reached out her hand, hoping Jiang Che would assist her, but he remained utterly indifferent, as if he were oblivious to her plight. Frustrated, she retracted her hand and plopped down onto the sofa, so incensed that she momentarily forgot about the bruise she had sustained from her fall yesterday, inhaling sharply in discomfort. That wretched Jiang Che! How infuriating! The fragrance of the girl wafted into the air, awakening the youthful heart of the young man. Jiang Che banished all distracting thoughts and commenced his discourse. Let us begin here. When General Qin attacked Wei, King Wei, upon hearing this, summoned Lord Mengxiang under the cover of night. Jiang Che spoke eloquently, recalling every word the teacher had imparted and synthesizing the information into a more concise and comprehensible narrative. Although Su Rongyin was still vexed and had not fully settled into a state of concentration, she nevertheless grasped his explanation, which gradually eased her irritation, allowing her to immerse herself in Jiang Che's rhythm of teaching and engage earnestly in her studies. During a brief interlude, while Jiang Che changed the exam papers, Su Rongyin unconsciously lifted her gaze to admire his profile. His visage was strikingly handsome from every angle, a fact she had previously overlooked. "Is that you, Xiao Che?" Just then, the front door swung open, and a middle-aged woman entered, well-preserved, with features that bore a faint resemblance to Su Rongyin, none other than her mother, Su Jingjie. She was taken aback to find a boy in their home, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Jiang Che. Has Xiao Che changed his hairstyle? He grows more handsome by the day. Aunt Su, Teacher Gu asked me to help Su classmate review the frequently mistaken points from the mock exam. Jiang Che replied with a smile. You're such a dear. I want to interrupt you too. Please continue. Su Jingjie said with a smile as she changed her shoes and headed toward the kitchen, though a hint of doubt flickered across her face. She sensed that it wasn't just the hairstyle. Jiang Che seemed altogether different from before, not to mention how he addressed her daughter. Su classmate? The last paper. Let us make haste. Jiang Che instructed Su Rongyin, and without waiting for her response, he dove straight back into the lesson, compelling her to focus intently. Jiang Che spoke rapidly this time, and before she could fully absorb the material, he had already risen to change his shoes at the entrance. Su Rongyin noted down her notes, and, upon lifting her head, realized Jiang Che was preparing to leave. For reasons unknown, an urgency welled up within her, and she called out, Jiang Che, where are you going? Having finished, of course, it's late. Do you expect me to spend the night at your house? Jiang Che replied, while putting on his shoes. You, go wherever you please. Su Rongyin huffed, turning her head away in annoyance. Jiang Che finished putting on his shoes and opened the door. Jiang Che. Just as he was about to step out, Su Rongyin called out to him again. Jiang Che turned to look at her. With her head bowed, Su Rongyin asked, Can we still be like before? Jiang Che stepped out without a moment's hesitation. The sharp sound of the door, closing resonating as the answer to her question. Has Xiao Che left? Su Jingjie, hearing the door close, emerged from the kitchen. Su Rongyin mumbled in a subdued tone. So late. Why didn't you have dinner before you left? Su Jingjie inquired, puzzled, as she returned to the kitchen, leaving the door ajar. Amidst the whir of the exhaust fan, her voice carried out to Su Rongyin. Why does it seem like Xiao Che is somewhat different from before? Upon hearing this, Su Rongyin, who had been sitting on the sofa with her head down, could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Su Jingjie was taken aback and hurriedly turned off the stove, striding out, What's wrong? Why are you crying? Mom. Jiang Che has ignored me. Su Rongyin looked up at her mother, her face already streaked with tears. Jiang Che is ignoring you? Su Jingjie sat beside her daughter, gently comforting her. How could that be? Didn't he just come to help you with your studies? Su Rongyin, her words choked with sobs, replied. That was just a task assigned by Teacher Gu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. He has already stopped caring about me. The day before yesterday, when I fell, he didn't even walk me home. Before, he would have certainly helped me carry my backpack, and I wouldn't have fallen. The proud swan seemed to have plunged into the lake, drenched and transformed into a soggy chick. Su Jingjie tenderly wrapped her arms around Su Rongyin's shoulders, soothing her. All right, stop crying for now. Tell me what happened. Why is Xiao Che ignoring you? Did you have a falling out? We didn't have a falling out. It's just Su Rongyin pouted her lips, feeling wronged. He confessed to me that day, and I rejected him, and since then, he has ignored me. He stopped talking to you after you rejected his confession? Su Jingjie raised her brow, knowing how long Jiang Che had followed Su Rongyin around. She had long suspected his feelings for her daughter, but he didn't strike her as the type to change so drastically after a rejection. What happened then? Tell me the details. Well, even though I was heartbroken, discussing this still made Su Rongyin feel somewhat shy. She sobbed a few days ago. At the student gathering before final exams, Jiang Che, for some reason, took a bottle of beer. After drinking it, he suddenly confessed his feelings for me. And I rejected him. Did he say it softly? Su Jingjie asked. Imagine Su Rongyin de. How did you reject him? Su Jingjie pressed further. Su Rongyin's complexion turned pale. A mother knows her daughter best. With Su Rongyin's reaction, Su Jingjie immediately suspected something, letting out a long sigh. Mom, I was startled by him, and that's why I spoke loudly. It wasn't intentional, Su Rongyin said, tears streaming from her eyes. Startled? Everyone could see Xiao Che like you. You were the only one oblivious. Su Jingjie shook her head and said, whether it was intentional or not. He mustered the courage to confess to you after drinking a bottle of beer, only for you to make your rejection known to everyone. Didn't many people laugh at Xiao Che afterward? Imagine, Su Rongyin nodded deeply. You. This is also my fault. I've spoiled you too much since you were little, making you unaware of how to interact with others or consider their feelings, Su Jingjie said, feeling helpless and guilty. Su Rongyin bowed her head, feeling guilty as well. And then what happened? Then, the next day at noon, my grandparents came over for dinner, and you asked me to buy groceries. Su Rongyin recounted through her tears. I was carrying so many things with Gao Yun that I could hardly move when I happened to run into Jiang Che. He used to take my things immediately when he saw me in that situation, but this time, he didn't even glance my way and just walked past. And there's more. The next day at school, he cut his hair and didn't wear his glasses. I realized he might be angry with me. So I tried to approach him to study together, but he rejected me in front of the whole class. Later, after school, I was so exhausted. And Jiang Che didn't come to help me carry my backpack. It was heavy, and when I was biking uphill, I didn't have the strength and fell. Jiang Che happened to pass by, but when he saw me fall, he didn't even check on me and just walked away, Su Rongyin said, her tears flowing freely once more, unable to control her sobs. Su Jingjie, puzzled, remarked, didn't you say Xiao Che helped you with your sprained ankle? After he left, he returned once again, but after a brief encounter, he departed once more without escorting me home. Su Rongyin sobbed, expressing, I have the right to refuse him. Why must he treat me this way? Can't we continue to be friends? He claimed that we are friends now, but previously that was not the case. How can we be friends if he completely ignores me? Su Jingjie, fully understanding the situation, shook her head with a sigh and gently rubbed her daughter's head, saying softly, silly girl, what Jiang Che exhibited towards you before was certainly not the behavior of a friend. A friend would not attend to your every need, nor would they consider you in every circumstance. I witnessed how Xiao Che treated you, and it was evident that he genuinely liked you, wholeheartedly wanting to protect you from any suffering or hardship. You, on the other hand, took his kindness for granted, treating it as a mere habit, something you did not care for, even inadvertently trampling upon his sincere heart. Xiao Che had been quietly giving without expecting anything in return. But now he has changed his hairstyle, removed his glasses, and explicitly stated that you are merely friends. This signifies that his heart has grown cold. He seeks to change and completely abandon you, relinquishing this one-sided relationship devoid of reciprocation. Listening to her mother's words, Su Rongyin's delicate face turned as pale as a ghost. She felt as though her heart had been tightly squeezed. Jiang Che intends to utterly give up on her? Memories of the gentle Jiang Che, who always smiled warmly at her despite his awkward appearance, flooded her mind. He never allowed her to experience even the slightest burden. For 6 years, from middle school to high school, she had never carried a backpack, and he had always fetched her meals, allowing her to simply sit and wait. Countless instances of his one-sided devotion came to mind, and she realized that she had merely enjoyed his kindness without ever cherishing it. Indeed, if they were merely friends, why did she have to expect such treatment? That is not the essence of friendship. Their current interactions, exchanging mere greetings and leading separate lives, define true friends. Tears, as large as pearls, streamed from her reddened eyes, and she gasped for breath. Jiang Che has given up on me. He will never be kind to me again. We will only be friends from now on. Su Jingjie had initially wanted to inquire whether Su Rongyin valued this relationship. However, she had already perceived that if Su Rongyin were indifferent, she would not have cried moments ago, observing her daughter's distress. Su Jingjie realized that Su Rongyin's feelings ran far deeper than she had imagined. Chapter 12. Su Rongyin. I brought you lunch, Jiang Che. This is the essence of not cherishing what one has until it is lost. Su Jingjie sighed deeply, pulling her daughter into a tight embrace, and softly said, silly girl. What good does crying do? Tears may be a weapon against those who care for you, but they are utterly ineffective against those who do not. If you believe Jiang Che is unimportant, then treating him as merely a friend is not necessarily a bad thing. However, if he holds significance for you and you wish to salvage this relationship, you must take action and put in effort, rather than simply weeping. I think Jiang Che is very important, Su Rongyin replied with a shudder. Then show him your stance. Let him see. Su Jingjie urged, most importantly, you must set aside your pride. You have grown accustomed to treating Jiang Che with an air of superiority. When he indulged you, he accepted you as you were. But now that he has decided to leave, maintaining that attitude will only breed resentment, and you may end up losing even the friendship. Su Jingjie sighed heavily. Inin, your 18th birthday is approaching, marking your transition into adulthood. The path ahead in life will ultimately be yours to traverse, and many decisions must be made by you. Therefore, in all matters, whether concerning people or situations, think carefully and do not be too headstrong. Once certain mistakes are made, they become irreversible. Mom, I understand, Su Rongyin replied, lifting her swollen eyes, resembling two blossoming peach flowers. Then can I still find Jiang Che? Is it possible to mend things? Where there is a will, there is a way. Su Jingjie smiled encouragingly. Where there is a will, there is a way. If the tricycle cannot move, just stand and pedal. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. Old comrade Chun scolded as he loaded a tricycle with a large haul of goods. Jiang Che had promised to deliver the items and then assist him immediately. However, by the time Chen Yunsong arrived at Jiang Che's community entrance, he finally caught sight of Jiang Che, who appeared utterly displeased. While in the midst of his complaints, Chen Yunsong suddenly leaned in, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Why did it take you so long to return? Did you reconcile with Su Rongyin, or have you progressed further? Go buy me a pack of cigarettes. And I'll tell you." Jiang Che gestured towards the small store next to the community entrance. Seeing a potential scoop, Chun Yunsong hurriedly dashed to the shop and returned with a box of cigarettes. When did you start smoking? Aren't you afraid of being seen smoking outside your own community? Ignoring him, Jiang Che lit a cigarette without a word. So what is the progress? Chun Yunsong pressed eagerly. I had intended to drop off the items and leave. But unexpectedly, Old Gu called her about me explaining a lesson. I had no choice but to stay and teach, Jiang Che explained. And afterward, did you clear the air and build a deeper connection? Are you two in love? Holding hands? Chun Yunsong's face was filled with curiosity as he hurriedly asked. After I finished, I just left. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me now, Jiang Che replied. Chun Yunsong was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger, ready to grab Jiang Che by the neck. You scoundrel, give me back my money. $13. Stop. Jiang Che raised his hand to halt him. This sudden seriousness caught Chun Yunsong off guard, and he looked at Jiang Che in confusion. What's wrong? I need to brew milk tea. I don't have time to mess around with you. I'm leaving this for you. It's not like you bought it for nothing. Jiang Che shoved the half-burnt cigarette but into Chun Yunsong's hand and mounted the tricycle, racing into the community. Chun Yunsong glanced at the cigarette stub in his hand, ready to curse. But upon turning, he saw two familiar figures nearby, gazing at him with unfamiliar expressions. Xiao Che, did Chun Yunsong come looking for you just now? Upon returning home and spotting Jiang Che, Chun Feirong felt her mood brighten considerably. Yes, he came to deliver some things, Jiang Che replied, while washing his face and brushing his teeth in the bathroom. I just saw him smoking at the entrance. He's younger than you, right? He's not even of age yet and dares to smoke. He must not continue. I've already informed his parents about this. Chun Kai and Kylie truly should be more responsible. They're always out driving, neglecting their child. Puffed. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Che spat out a mouthful of water onto the mirror. What's wrong? Lao Jiang came over to check. Nothing, just choked. Jiang Che waved his hand dismissively. That night, Chun Yunsong made 99 attempts to reach Jiang Che by phone. Yet Jiang Che ignored every single call. The next day, upon their meeting, Chun Yunsong bore the marks of a sleepless night, resembling a panda. Jiang Che, as if unfazed, casually inquired, Is your father home? When you return from school, please extend my regards to uncle. Furious, Jiang Che thought to himself, Damn you. And Chun Yunsong immediately gave chase. Jiang Che had already braced himself for this moment, swiftly taking flight. The classroom during the morning self-study session was in disarray, as today, Su Rongyin had returned to school, already able to walk, albeit with a slight limp. Jiang Che dashed into the classroom just as Su Rongyin stood up. Su, what are you planning to do? Do you need my assistance? In an instant, Qin Xiaolong sprang to his feet beside her. Without so much as a glance in his direction, Su Rongyin limped over to Jiang Che's desk, offering him a lunchbox. Jiang Che, this is your breakfast, made by my mother. It's still warm. Please enjoy it while it's hot. The sound of a heart-shattering echoed in Qin Xiaolong's chest as he nearly choked on his own despair. He was not alone. The hearts of all the boys in the class were similarly crushed. Just then, Chun Yunsong, who had rushed in to confront Jiang Che for a one-on-one showdown, stumbled upon this scene, momentarily forgetting his vendetta, his eyes wide in disbelief. Had he misjudged? Jiang Che had always been the one bringing Su Rongyin meals, and she had often complained about their taste. Why today had the roles reversed, and this meal was prepared by Su Rongyin's mother. Could it be that something had transpired between them after he had delivered her homework the day before? A surge of anger ignited within Qin Xiaolong. It was directed at Gu Dafei. He seethed internally, blaming Gu Dafei for not allowing him to deliver the assignments yesterday, even though he had eagerly raised his hand. If Gu Dafei had let him go, wouldn't Su Rongyin now be standing in front of his desk instead? Taken aback by the delicate hand extending the lunchbox towards him, Jiang Che regarded Su Rongyin with surprise, raising his gaze to meet hers. "Thank you, Su, but I've already eaten," he replied politely, a smile gracing his lips. A wave of astonishment rippled through the classroom. He had declined her offer? Su Rongyin's hand, still holding the lunchbox, froze in midair, her eyes welling with tears as she swiftly turned and returned to her seat, burying her face on her desk, her shoulders trembling as she quietly sobbed. "Jiang Che, are you out of your mind?" Chun Yun-song, having forgotten his quest for revenge, rushed over to nudge him repeatedly with his elbow. "You reject her food? If you keep this up, Su Rongyin will never speak to you again, and you'll be in serious trouble. Isn't that a good thing?" Jiang Che replied with a grin. "You." Chun Yun-song was rendered speechless. Jiang Che had no desire to have any further interactions with Su Rongyin. The only reason she had come back to him was due to a sudden feeling of loss, which had left her profoundly unsettled. Nurturing a pet for an extended period breeds affection, and Jiang Che had previously cared for her meticulously, ensuring she felt no hardship. After just a day apart, she had faced experiences she had never encountered before. How could she not be reminded of Jiang Che's kindness? It was truly ironic. In a previous life, he had shown her kindness for years without receiving any acknowledgement in return. Now, only a few days had passed, and she was bringing him breakfast. Jiang Che shook his head, picking up his books to continue preparing for the college entrance examination. He understood the necessity of diligence, especially as he was aiming for Zhejiang University, a prestigious institution second only to Tsinghua and Peking University. Jiang Che. At that moment, Qin Xiaolong suddenly pounded his fist on the desk, startling his classmates. "You need to apologize to Su." "Excuse me, class president. Where did I err that warrants an apology?" Jiang Che countered, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You made Su Rongyin cry," Qin Xiaolong exclaimed, his voice rising. "Isn't that reason enough to apologize? Are you even a man?" Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle. "If you want to sleep with a girl, and she refuses, should she apologize just because you cried?" "Class president, what kind of logic is that?" Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. "Pervert," several girls muttered under their breath. From Jiang Che, they sensed a mischievous charm that, paradoxically, only enhanced his appeal. "Jiang Che, you." Qin Xiaolong, feeling humiliated, was overcome with rage, advancing on Jiang Che as if to confront him. Jiang Che slowly rose to his feet. He had no fear of a fight with this boy. However, engaging in conflict now could lead to troublesome consequences. Yet, he wasn't overly concerned. Would Qin Xiaolong dare challenge him? Jiang Che had a keen understanding of his character. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch, Jiang Che possessed a tall and athletic build. The sweltering weather found him clad in a short-sleeved school uniform, showcasing the defined muscles of his arms, and since his rebirth, he exuded an aura distinct from that of an average high school student. Upon standing, he towered over Qin Xiaolong, who appeared diminutive and intimidated. "What are you planning? Do you want to fight?" Qin Xiaolong stammered, his bravado faltering. "Class president, you were the one who charged at me. I thought you were looking for a brawl." "I was ready to be frightened," Jiang Che remarked with a smile. Laughter erupted once more from Chun Yun-song, who was thoroughly entertained. Should a fight ensue, he believed Jiang Che's punch would land before Qin Xiaolong's could reach him. "You." Qin Xiaolong's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from attacking Jiang Che, opting instead to save face with a threatening remark. "Jiang Che, this is in class. As your class president, I won't hold it against you this time. But if you dare to provoke Su Rongyin again, I will ensure you regret it." "Thank you, Qin Xiaolong, but my matters are none of your concern." "There is no need for you to meddle," Jiang Che replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rongyin abruptly stood up. With reddened eyes, she directed her words at Qin Xiaolong. Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving Qin Xiaolong dazed and retreating to his seat. At this moment, there should have been background music. Watching Qin Xiaolong, who looked utterly defeated, Chun Yun-song found immense amusement in the situation. However, Jiang Che remained unfazed. He regarded Qin Xiaolong as foolish, yet he couldn't deny that they had both been in similar predicaments. At least he had the privilege of being close to Su Rongyin, while Qin Xiaolong could only yearn for what he could never attain. Unperturbed, Jiang Che resumed his studies, his mind racing like a stenographer. So much so that he hardly noticed when the school bell rang. A woman in her late 20s, with long flowing hair, stood at the lectern. If Su Rongyin was the shared goddess of their high school, then English teacher Chen was undoubtedly the object of affection for many budding young hearts. Her attire was always modest, even bordering on austere, yet her inherent allure shone through. Even when cloaked in ordinary garments, her mature charm was undeniable. Yesterday, I completed the review of the common mistakes in the exam papers, and we have reached a satisfactory point in our English lessons. What lies ahead are the cycles of quizzes and major exams, along with a self-assessment of our inadequacies. However, before embarking on this repetitive journey of assessments, Chen Yun intends to grant the students a final moment of relaxation. Thus, this particular class is aptly titled, English Song Concert. Oh, upon reading this line, the classroom erupted into a chorus of jubilant cheers, save for Jiang Che, who remained engrossed in his book, completely oblivious to the surrounding excitement. Who wishes to be the first to perform? Chen Yun inquired, placing the chalk back into its box and smiling as she surveyed the eager faces. I will. Lin Ken was the first to raise his hand. This plump, dark-skinned boy is known for his audacity, often referred to in recent years as a social butterfly. Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed classmates, he announced with a cheeky grin, preparing to sing a rather audacious song that would surely amuse everyone. His self-introduction, delivered in a mix of accents, ignited a wave of laughter, and as he played the background music from his mobile phone, he began to sing. The entire class erupted into laughter as they watched him read the phonetic lyrics. After Lin Can's performance, the atmosphere became considerably more vibrant. Jia Jiaoyan, the English class representative, also took to the stage to sing Because of You. Her English was decent, yet her pitch was woefully off-key, and her off-key singing even made her chuckle. Inspired by the antics of these two, other classmates eagerly followed suit, filling the classroom with mirth and camaraderie. Only Su Rongyin sat there, her head bowed. Her eyes reddened like a little rabbit, looking utterly dejected. Her mother had advised her to express her feelings to win Jiang Che back, but despite her efforts, even bringing him meals, he remained distant. Jiang Che, while diligent in his studies, must also learn the importance of balance between work and leisure. Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, Su Rongyin instinctively turned her head. To her surprise, she found teacher Chen Yun standing beside Jiang Che's desk, an unexpected presence. Teacher Chen, you look stunning. Jiang Che awkwardly complimented her, a bold flattery that elicited a surprised yet amused smile from Chen Yun. Ah, no wonder Teacher Gu said you've changed quite a bit. She replied, her light laughter softening the moment. She then closed Jiang Che's history book and placed it back on his stack, gesturing toward the podium. Go on. Sing a song. I won't hold it against you for reading history in English class. The audacity of Jiang Che's compliment had shocked many in the room. Observing that Chen Yun took it in stride, Jiang Che felt a surge of confidence, prompting him to ascend the stage. Upon noticing the English prompt on the blackboard, he realized he was to sing an English song. While he had listened to many English songs, he often struggled to fully comprehend the lyrics in his past life. However, now, as memories flooded back, he recalled them vividly. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone and searched for an accompaniment on a music app. Rolling in the Deep? Upon hearing the intro, Chen Yun raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms, intrigued by what Jiang Che would deliver. There's a fire starting in my heart. His voice was crisp and resonant, hitting every note with precision. As he began, the room fell silent, everyone taken aback by his unexpected talent. The astonished expressions on their faces spoke volumes. He was not merely good. He was exceptional. Chen Yun's eyes widened in surprise, as Jiang Che's flawless pronunciation further underscored his remarkable performance. Seated just 2 rows from the podium, Su Rongyin watched Jiang Che intently, her cheeks flushed, unable to tear her gaze away, captivated by his voice. Reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. The lyrics resonated deeply, stirring memories of how Jiang Che had always cared for her, how he'd been steadfast and attentive, even when she had taken his devotion for granted over the years. As the song concluded, the classroom remained in stunned silence until Chen Yun broke the quiet with applause, prompting a wave of clapping from the students. Chetzi, you were amazing, Chen Yun's song shouted, earning an amused glare from Chen Yun, who then returned to her podium. Jiang Che, maintaining an air of nonchalance, returned to his seat, while Chen Yun glanced at the clock. We have 8 minutes left in class. Is there anyone else who wishes to sing? Despite his earlier hesitation, Qin Xiaolong decided to raise his hand, but before he could speak, Chen Yun shook her head. It seems no one else wants to perform. Jiang Che, why don't you come back up and sing another one? Jiang Che's face displayed clear reluctance. Chen Yun shrugged. There's no helping it. You sang so wonderfully that no one else dares to follow. Hurry, time is of the essence. Once again conscripted, Jiang Che rose with a sense of resignation. Yin prepared to step aside to make room. However, at that moment, Jiang Che flashed a cunning smile and said, "Teacher Chun, we all sung. Surely you must join us for a song as well? Let us duet." Upon hearing this, the eyes of every student in the class widened with anticipation. Yin paused, shaking her head with a smile. "You little rascal. Teacher Chun has agreed. Let us hear a round of applause." Jiang Che exclaimed. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, a thunderous sound echoing throughout. After a brief discussion, they settled on a beloved single released by Taylor Swift in 2008, Love Story. The melodious accompaniment began, and Jiang Che took the lead. "We were both young when I first saw you." Yin seamlessly continued with the next line. "I close my eyes, and the flashback starts." Her voice possessed a magnetic quality, and her singing was exceptionally good. The moment she began, whispers of admiration filled the classroom. Before long, the bell rang, marking the end of class. This was perhaps the first time in their academic lives that they felt a class had passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 15. Perseverance Su Rongyin. A reward of 50,000 for the top scorer, written as a promise. During lunchtime, they continued selling beverages. The weather today was even hotter than yesterday, and nearly 200 cups of lemon tea were sold out. Most were purchased by those preparing for the teaching qualification exam, with plenty of passersby buying as well. This phenomenon exemplified the herd mentality. When people saw a long line outside a shop, they instinctively felt that the product must be good. After deducting costs, they made 200 yuan. Incredible. His profit came in so swiftly. In just 1 hour, they earned as much as my parents would from a short trip. "Chetsi, you are truly a genius," Chun Song exclaimed, exuberantly wrapping his arm around Jiang Che's neck, bestowing him once more with the title of genius. "This is just the beginning." Jiang Che, pulled askew by the shorter Chun Song, swiftly extricated himself and quipped, "Stick with me, and I'll take you to ride the wave." "You're the pig," Chun Song replied, not comprehending the meaning, and Jiang Che chose not to explain. In the following days, their sales increased day by day until the day before the teaching qualification exam. Jiang Che had earned nearly 10,000 yuan, while Chun Song, having only received a mere 100 yuan for his efforts, remained cheerfully oblivious to any notion of being shortchanged. Even if he received nothing, he was happy to assist Jiang Che. Of course, Jiang Che would never truly exploit his friend. It simply wasn't the right time. Jiang Che, breakfast. As soon as he entered the classroom in the morning, Su Rongyin approached Jiang Che's desk, offering the familiar lunchbox. After being rejected the first time, Su Rongyin continued to bring him lunch daily, which took Jiang Che by surprise. He had expected her to give up after one refusal, yet she had persistently brought him meals for several days. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Jiang Che politely smiled and said, "No need, I've already had breakfast. From now on, I'll be eating breakfast before coming to school, so please don't trouble yourself daily." Each time Su Rongyin delivered food, a flurry of youthful hearts shattered in despair. With each of Jiang Che's refusals, he trampled on those fragments mercilessly, particularly for Qin Xiaolong, whose jealousy transformed his demeanor into something unrecognizable. Su Rongyin bit her lip, reclaiming the lunchbox, but her expression suggested she was unlikely to cease her efforts tomorrow. Chun entered the classroom, clutching a stack of papers. In just a few days, the second-to-last mock exam of high school would take place, necessitating that all teachers conduct a preliminary test to identify mistakes, thereby allowing for improvement across the grade level during the final simulations, which would bolster students' confidence and motivation. The test papers were distributed, and the class spent its time completing them. Other subject teachers followed suit, and the day passed in examination. As the monitor erased the countdown to the college entrance examination on the right side of the blackboard and wrote a new one, they noted that the next day, they would return to school with exactly 20 days remaining until the exam. Leisurely, Jiang Che rode his electric scooter home, where dinner was already prepared. Sitting at the dining table, gazing at the meal before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This was home. In his previous life, living alone in a spacious villa, his dinners consisted solely of drinking and socializing. Returning home to loosen his tie, a sense of loneliness that was inexpressible. Xiao Ge. Today is May 16th. The college entrance exam is just days away. Isn't it? Jiang Liyun asked with a gentle smile after dinner. Chun Feirong continued to eat silently. This was a strategy the couple had agreed upon. While there was still time, they would broach the subject lightly, then refrain from further inquiries to avoid pressuring Jiang Che. Jiang Che, not pausing in his meal, mumbled, "There's still 20 days. It's plenty of time. How do you feel about this period? In terms of studying?" Jiang Liyun continued to inquire. Not much to feel, just eat and drink as usual, Jiang Che replied, slurping some soup. Chun Feirong slammed her hand on the table. She had previously coordinated with Jiang Liyun to adopt a relaxed tone, yet Jiang Che's nonchalance only fueled her frustration. What do you mean, just eat and drink? How is your revision going? Is your performance better or worse than before? What kind of score do you expect on the exam? We don't want to pressure you. We try to be considerate, yet you're making us worry. Hey. We agreed not to pressure the child. Why are you angry now? Jiang Liyun quickly soothed his wife. Jiang Che set down his chopsticks, grinning widely, and moved closer to Chun Feirong, massaging her shoulders, saying, all right, Mom, calm down. I'm just planning to surprise you with my results once they come out. A surprise? I'd be content if you didn't give me a fright. Chun Feirong replied, swatting Jiang Che's hand away. If it truly is a surprise, what would it entail? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. If you get into a top-tier university, then I'll be surprised. If you manage, I'll give you 2,000 yuan for pocket money to spend however you like during the summer. Chun Feirong declared, waving her hand grandly. What if I aim for a 211 university? Zhang Gukigrin. You aim for 211? If you get in, I'll give you 5,000 for 985 at LLB 10,000. Are you also curious about the reward for being the top scorer? If you bring glory to our family, I'll hand over your father's secret stash of 50,000 yuan. Chun Feirong boldly proclaimed, almost suggesting 100,000, knowing full well Jiang Che would never achieve it. Jiang Liyun was left bewildered. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Che turned and headed back to his room. Chun Feirong glanced at Jiang Liyun in surprise. What's this little rascal up to? Has he been motivated by my words? Chun Feirong mused, relieved that her remarks had struck a chord. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Che re-emerged, prancing back with a pen and a piece of paper, placing them before Chun Feirong. What's this for? She asked. A written agreement. In case you change your mind later, Jiang Che chuckled. Chun Feirong couldn't help but chuckle, picking up my pen to write. All right, I shall draft this acknowledgement for you, but do not come crying to me when you find yourself without a single cent. That would truly be mortifying. Jiang Che took the document I had penned with a grin that could only be described as foolish. Chapter 16. Jiang Che was indeed not in want of money. He had earned over 10,000 from selling beverages. The following day, Su Rongyin surprisingly did not deliver lunch to Jiang Che again. It seemed she had relinquished her efforts. Jiang Che, however, remained indifferent. This particular interaction had not transpired. The mood among the boys in the class lifted remarkably, making the lessons feel significantly more comprehensible. Qin Xiaolong, in a fit of joy, nearly wiggled in his seat, pulling out 2 tickets to a buffet, eager to invite Su Rongyin for lunch. As the lunch bell rang, Qin Xiaolong stood, clutching the tickets, intent on seeking out Su Rongyin. Just as he rose, from the direction of Jiang Che's seat, Su Rongyin's signature melodious voice rang out. Jiang Che, shall we have lunch together? There's a delightful restaurant not far from the school, and I shall treat you. A cacophony of shattered hearts ensued among the boys, their spirits crumbling even more than when breakfast had been delivered. The tickets in Qin Xiaolong's hands crumpled into a ball, leaving him frozen in place. At this juncture, a background melody would be fitting. I have other matters to attend to at noon, so I won't be joining you. I apologize, Su classmate. Perhaps you can find someone else. Jiang Che chuckled lightly. I can go alone. Chun Yunsong began to protest, but Jiang Che had already lifted him away. Watching their retreating figures, Su Rongyin pouted, her frustration bubbling as she contemplated stamping her foot. Having eaten breakfast every morning, she had resolved to invite him to lunch instead. Yet, he had still turned her down. How would he do this? Claiming he had matters to attend to, she was determined to uncover what those matters were. With her long legs striding purposefully, Su Rongyin marched out of the classroom. What are you staring at? Jiang Che asked, feeling uneasy under Chun Yunsong's penetrating gaze as they stood before the beverage stall. I'm contemplating what you truly think. I wish I could peer into your mind. Chun Yunsong replied candidly. Hello, it's 8 yuan per cup. All right, let me give you your change. Jiang Che said while selling drinks, responding to Chun Yunsong, what am I thinking? Haven't I told you countless times? Are you genuinely considering giving up on Su Rongyin? This isn't a joke. If you abandon Su Rongyin, who will you pursue next? Jiang Che was puzzled by this question. Chun Yunsong murmured, I once thought you unworthy of Su Rongyin, but I never dared to voice it for fear of discouraging you. However, now I feel that no one else could possibly match you. Jiang Che was taken aback, warmed by his friend's high regard for him. He patted Chun Yunsong on the shoulder and said, Life is long. Do not confine yourself to the present. Besides, the present is not devoid of options. Who? Chun Yun-song inquired, puzzled. Teacher, Chen Yun, Jiang Che jested. After a prolonged silence without a response from Chun Yun-song, Jiang Che turned to glance at him, only to find him staring at him in utter disbelief. CHCH Chin teacher, Jiang Che, you. As the two conversed while selling drinks, they remained oblivious to a youthful and vibrant figure who was observing them with astonished eyes from a distance. Today marked the final day of their beverage-selling venture, concluding with an astonishing profit of 11,000 yuan over 10 days. In the subsequent 20 days, Jiang Che would dedicate himself fully to preparing for the college entrance examination. His aspiration was to achieve the highest honors. To become the top scorer would bring joy to his parents, illuminating their family name. It would also bestow upon him great prestige. Furthermore, there was the 5,000 yuan reward from Chinfero. Various institutions, including the school, would also distribute bonuses to him. Initially, he sought only a modest sum to kickstart his endeavors. Education remained paramount. Since achieving the top score could yield dual benefits, why expend additional effort elsewhere? As for whether he could attain such a score, Jiang Che was realistic. This was already a plan that reflected his understanding of his own capabilities. In the afternoon, as he prepared to head home, Jiang Che was intercepted by Su Rongyin the moment he mounted his electric scooter. She was panting, her modest bosom rising and falling, clearly having rushed over. Upon meeting, she thrust a stack of money towards Jiang Che. He was taken aback. Chun Yun-song was equally bewildered. What is this about? Is this an attempt at reconciliation or a purchase instead? I am not selling. Jiang Che, this is 500 yuan. Please take it. Why would I accept your money? Are you not in need of cash? So Rongyin Guayev, how did you come to that conclusion? Jiang Che was utterly confused. If you weren't in need of money, why did you sell drinks at noon? Su Rongyin added hastily, I happened to pass by and saw you. Jiang Che offered a polite smile. Thank you, Su classmate, but I truly do not need the money. Moreover, I will cease selling drinks starting tomorrow. I must focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. So I still want to have time to go out for lunch with you. Thank you again for your invitation. With that, Jiang Che revved his scooter and sped away. Chun Yun-song lingered behind, feeling somewhat awkward, but still spoke up. Su classmate, Jiang Che genuinely does not need the money. We made over 10,000 from selling beverages these past 10 days. After stating this, he too rode off on his scooter. Days passed. They earned over 10,000? Su Rongyin stood frozen in place, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. This was the first time in her life she felt such a sensation. She suddenly realized that all her once proud attributes felt woefully inadequate in her attempts to win Jiang Che back. She was indeed beautiful, yet Jiang Che remained unmoved. Moreover, he was not lacking in attractiveness either, as whispers around school had already labeled him a heartthrob, on par with her status as a schoolflower. Her family background was favorable, with ample pocket money, but Jiang Che had earned over 10,000 in just 10 days of selling drinks. She excelled academically. Yet, Jiang Che's grades were commendable as well. He sang beautifully, played basketball, and possessed numerous talents. Su Rongyin returned home in a daze. Her mother, Su Jingjia, who had been scheming to set her daughter up with a suitable match, was about to inquire about the outcome of her plan to invite Jiang Che for lunch. However, upon seeing her daughter's countenance, she could surmise what had transpired without needing to ask. What happened? Tell me about it, Su Jingjia said, stepping forward to take the heavy backpack that Su Rongyin had nearly grown accustomed to carrying, guiding her to sit on the sofa as she gently inquired. Su Rongyin replied despondently, Mom, Jiang Che rejected me again. He said he had matters to attend to at noon, and when I followed him, I discovered he was selling drinks. And then? Su Jingjia asked. I thought he might be in need of money, so, after school, I intercepted him to offer him 500 yuan, but he refused, Su Rongyin continued. Su Jingjia nearly smacked her thigh in exasperation, raising her hand to her forehead in resignation. Chapter 17. Resilience in Adversity. Why do you need to jump through hoops to call me? My silly daughter. Even if Jiang Che is truly in need of money, you should not approach him in such a manner. Didn't I teach you to consider others' feelings? Among all, self-esteem is one of the most vital elements, especially for someone your age. Su Jingjia meticulously analyzed the mistakes made by Su Rongyin regarding her approach. Su Rongyin, realizing her faults, bowed her head deeply and confessed, I didn't think it through. I merely, well, I understand your good intentions. Su Jingjia gently ruffled her hair and replied, however, good intentions must be accompanied by the right methods. Otherwise, it may lead to well-meaning actions resulting in adverse outcomes. Do you understand? Su Rongyin responded. And what follows? Su Jingjia continued to inquire. Jiang Che remained unperturbed, stating that he wasn't in need of money and would no longer be selling drinks in the future. However, without selling drinks, he still needed to focus on his studies, leaving him no time to have lunch with her. Studying is essential, and Jiang Che's refusal is not unwarranted. Rongyin, my dear, I support your efforts to mend this relationship. But with the imminent college entrance examination, ensuring good grades must remain the priority. I know, she replied, knowing this yet still looking so glum. Jiang Che left immediately after finishing his statement. Later, his deskmate, Chen Yunsong, informed me that they earned over 10,000 yuan in just 10 days from selling drinks. Upon hearing this, Su Rongyin's spirits sank even further. Over 10,000 yuan in 10 days? Su Jingjie exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of drinks could possibly yield such profits in a mere 10 days? Moreover, they're students preparing for the college entrance exam, undoubtedly balancing school with part-time work. If this is indeed true, then Jiang Che must possess remarkable business acumen and intellect. Su Jingjie reminisced about the Jiang Che she once knew, the shy boy who hardly seemed capable of such feats. Yet, the Jiang Che she encountered last time appeared entirely different, suggesting a strong likelihood of his success. Su Rongyin's despondency was palpable as she spoke, likely due to the blow to her confidence. Indeed, she had hoped her financial assistance could help Jiang Che, only to discover that he not only lacked financial need, but was also quite adept at earning money. Her intention to use money as a means to resolve the situation had backfired, leaving her acutely aware of Jiang Che's exceptional abilities, a truly epic defeat. Nevertheless, perhaps a little setback will be beneficial for her. Once again, Su Jingjie imparted 4 words to Su Rongyin. The more setbacks, the stronger. Time spent on diligent study always feels fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the second-to-last mock exam before the college entrance examination had concluded. The questions were exceedingly difficult. Rumor has it they were from past year's entrance exams. If the actual exam is this challenging, I fear I may end up in a vocational college. On the way home from school, lamentations echoed around. Chen Yunsong scratched his head in confusion. Xiao Che, everyone says the questions were tough, but I didn't feel that way at all. Jiang Che chuckled in disbelief. Is it possible that your scores have improved significantly by studying alongside your father? He refrained from directly pointing this out, allowing for a delightful surprise in everyday life. Rongyin, please don't call me that. Suklasmat, how do you think you performed on this exam? I thought the questions were quite simple. Is there anything you struggle with? I could help you. Thank you, monitor, but I don't need assistance. I have 2 tickets to a buffet restaurant. Would you like to join me? No time. Su Rongyin's rejection was curt and unfeeling. Yet Qin Xiaolong grasped the essence of perseverance, remaining steadfastly beside Su Rongyin on his bicycle, incessantly chattering. At last, Su Rongyin's patience reached its limit. She abruptly halted her bicycle and glared at Qin Xiaolong. Are you annoying? Can you stop bothering me? I'm quite irritated. As her words fell, she spotted Jiang Che passing by with Chen Yunsong and waved at him. Jiang Che? Jiang Che ignored her completely. Nonetheless, she mounted her bicycle and pursued him, leaving Qin Xiaolong behind, crumpling the tickets in his pocket even more tightly. Jiang Che, noticing Su Rongyin chasing after him, pedaled faster, leaving her breathless and drenched in sweat. Unable to catch up, nearly moved to tears. Why did she feel like a ferocious beast, always appearing as if she wished to evade him? The more setbacks, the stronger. She reminded herself, taking deep breaths to stifle her tears. Jiang Che, I will not give up. In the office, a series of sounds erupted, drawing the attention of the other teachers. Oh, who is it? It's so hot in here. Could you spare us some cool air and not deplete it all? Gu Dafei couldn't resist making a jest, prompting laughter from the teachers grading papers. Teacher Gu, this is all your fault. The slightly plump, 30-something teacher, Li Mei, shot him a glare. Because of me? Gu Dafei asked in surprise, pointing at himself. Li Mei slammed a test paper on the table. Take a look at this English exam from your student Jiang Che. Very poor? Poor? It's excellent. Not only did he achieve a perfect score, but he also included advanced grammar and colloquialisms that only someone who has lived abroad would know. I had to consult resources to understand it. I even questioned whether it was a foreigner who answered the paper, Li Mei expressed, revealing a starkly contrasting opinion. Really? Let me see. A throng of teachers gathered around, with several English instructors at the forefront. Upon examining the content of the answers on the paper, they gasped in astonishment. Teacher Chenyan, how did you teach this student? Someone inquired. Chenyan was equally astonished. Jiang Che had made substantial progress in the last quiz. Given that he had previously sung English songs, she was not overly surprised. Yet in just a few days, Jiang Che had achieved a perfect score. How did he manage that? Kaishi, welcome to Daxia. I must hang up now. Why must you hang up? Did our conversation make you unhappy? Because in 1 minute, I will incur an additional hour's fee for circumventing the firewall. Oh, my goodness. Circumventing the firewall? Jiang, isn't your signal quite good over there? The signal is excellent. Then why do I need to circumvent the firewall to call you? Because I see. Oh, my friend. It turns out it takes so much effort for you to make a call to me. You are truly my best friend. Let us chat again tomorrow. I might not have time to talk for a while since I am about to take the college entrance examination. Who would spend $8 an hour circumventing the firewall just to chat? Yet, I did meet an interesting girl. Of course. The key factor is that she is quite attractive. Chapter 18. Perfect score in English. Once, it was also Jiang Che's unfulfilled desire. On the morning of the first class, Gu Dafei entered the classroom, carrying an enormous stack of test papers. Now, I will announce the results of the second mock exam. This time, most of our class's scores have declined compared to the last mock exam. But that's all right. There's still time for everyone to identify their shortcomings. At such a moment, student confidence is vital. Having already performed poorly, encouragement is necessary to prevent a sense of despair from taking root. Upon hearing of the disappointing results, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Several students have significantly improved their grades. We shall first distribute their papers and commend them accordingly, hoping they remain humble and continue their diligent efforts. Gu Dafei presented several papers. Qin Xiaolong, with a total score of 630, faced a considerably more challenging exam, yet managed an impressive increase of 20 points from the last test. Remarkable progress. Maintain this momentum. Upon hearing his name, Qin Xiaolong stood erect, striding confidently to collect his paper, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Che on his way back. However, Jiang Che remained oblivious to his presence. While Qin Xiaolong fantasized whether his good performance might capture Su Rongyin's attention, Gu Dafei called out again. Jiang Che, with a total score of 649, has astoundingly improved by 75 points since the last exam. Notably, he achieved a perfect score of 150 in English, the only student in the entire city of Shishir to do so in this mock exam. Qin Xiaolong was instantly petrified. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. The sole student with a perfect score in English? An increase of 75 points? Incredible. How had he not recognized Jiang Che's brilliance sooner? If only he could secure him before he shone. Li Yuan shot a glance at the girl behind her. Wake up, Lu Meng. He would look at you even before he became impressive. Lu Meng retorted sarcastically. As if anyone would look at you. You, when he was still unremarkable. Your eyes were only for Su Rongyin. Once he shines, even she 1 TB in his sights and will have no chance. Why? Why must such a man appear in my life? Yet I cannot grasp even a second of his time. Recently, I learned a term online called Yinan Ping, and Jiang Che embodies my Yinan Ping. Was I ever Yinan Ping to Jiang Che? Su Rongyin pondered upon hearing those words. Perhaps once, but now. Her complexion paled slightly. Qin Xiaolong was utterly stunned, disbelief etched across his face. He believed his 20-point improvement was already dazzling enough. Yet Jiang Che had surged by a staggering 75 points. In comparison, his own 20 points seemed trivial. Furthermore, Jiang Che's total score surpassed his own. Jiang Che must have cheated. Qin Xiaolong fantasized about standing up and shouting, envisioning Jiang Che's score being annulled, even leading to his expulsion. But it remained mere fantasy. In reality, he could only grind his teeth in silence. He was no fool. If he shouted and Jiang Che was innocent, it would be his own ruin. As for whether Jiang Che truly cheated, he stubbornly refused to believe it, though deep down, he was convinced Jiang Che deserved such a score. But the sole perfect score in English? Even with cheating, he could not attain that. Jiang Che, do not become arrogant. Continue your efforts, Gu Dafei advised as he handed Jiang Che his paper. Jiang Che accepted it with a grin. Rest assured, I shall not become complacent. We are all still awaiting that celebratory meal you promised us. You rascal. Gu Dafei chuckled in playful reprimand, expressing his eager anticipation for that meal. As Jiang Che returned to his seat, before he could sit down, Chen Yunsong gave him a hearty thumbs up. Chen Yunsong scored 456 points, an increase of 57 points. Gu Dafei's voice echoed from the podium. Huh? Chen Yunsong stood frozen in disbelief. The entire class was equally astonished. Chen Yunsong? Improved by 57 points? Is this for real? Qin Xiaolong felt even more disheartened. Even Chen Yunsong surpassed him in improvement? How could this be? Teacher, did you make a mistake? Chen Yunsong asked, scratching his head. What mistake? Is there another Chen Yunsong in our class? Gu Dafei laughed. It's you. Come and collect your paper. Chen Yunsong, still in shock, walked up to the podium, took a look at his paper, and exclaimed, It really is mine? Indeed, you've surpassed the undergraduate threshold. Keep up the good work. Study diligently with Jiang Che, and aim for stable performance in the second tier, pushing for the first tier. Gu Dafei encouraged him. Great. Thank you, Teacher Gu. Chen Yunsong bowed deeply 3 times in gratitude before sprinting towards Jiang Che. Xiao Che, the things you taught me really worked. I adore you. Get away from me. Jiang Che pushed his face away, displaying clear rejection. Gu Dafei watched the two classmates with a smile, amused. Proximity to brilliance breeds brilliance. He initially thought placing Jiang Che and Chen Yunsong together would likely lead to Jiang Che's performance declining due to Chen Yunsong's influence. However, the opposite occurred. Jiang Che elevated Chen Yunsong's scores. Jiang Che. As the class bell rang, Su Rongyin stood and approached Jiang Che's desk, drawing the attention of all classmates, a situation she had grown accustomed to. I don't understand this question. Could you explain it to me? Jiang Che glanced up at her. Her large eyes were filled with hope. This question, I was just about to ask Xiao Che. Please, Su classmate, take a seat. Before Jiang Che could respond, Chen Yunsong swiftly pulled a chair over for Su Rongyin. This rascal. Jiang Che felt speechless, but proceeded to explain the problem to them. Su Rongyin listened attentively, unable to resist glancing at Jiang Che's profile. Su classmate, are you here solely to discuss the questions? Noticing Su Rongyin staring at him, Jiang Duke inquired. Yes, Su Rongyin quickly lowered her head, refocusing on the paper. Soon, the break ended, and Jiang Che had nearly finished explaining. Before returning to her seat, Su Rongyin couldn't help but ask, Jiang Che, which school are you aiming for? With Jiang Che's recent improvements, Su Rongyin suddenly realized a pressing truth. The college entrance examination was approaching, and after graduation, they would likely go their separate ways, with little chance of future interaction. This thought pierced her heart with pain. Definitely not Jinling University, Jiang Che replied with a smile. Su Rongyin's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Scoundrel, cat, bastard. Countless individuals overheard and mentally cursed Jiang Che. Chapter 19. The Enigmatic Beauty, Chen Yun. Chen Yun entered the classroom to continue discussing the most frequently misunderstood concepts from the exam papers. However, this lesson, she planned to take a break. Dressed in black, with a formal demeanor, she stood at the podium, still a striking presence, smiling as she announced, "For this class, I have invited a different teacher to present, hoping that after listening to his lecture, you'll gain a new understanding of these concepts." As Jiang Che was fervently reviewing history, an ominous premonition struck him. Jiang Che. Chen Yun cheerfully called out his name. As expected, Jiang Che's face contorted in resistance. Teacher Chen, this feels like labor exploitation. I teach a class without a penny in compensation, while you sit back and collect your salary. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, raising an eyebrow with a grin. How about you pay me for this lesson and treat me to dinner? The entire class fell silent in shock. Did Jiang Che just ask Teacher Chen out for dinner? No way. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with laughter. You cheeky rascal. I promise to take you out for dinner. Stop with the jokes and come up here. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Che swiftly rose to his feet and strode toward the podium. Could it be that Teacher Chen has acquiesced? Good grief. Jiang Che, die scoundrel. A collective lament echoed in the hearts of everyone present. Two goddesses. One whom Jiang Che persistently rebuffed, yet who remained unwavering in her pursuit, and the other who readily accepted Jiang Che's invitation for dinner. Damn it, a bond unbreakable. Yet, despite these sentiments, they all absorbed Jiang Che's lecture, experiencing an enlightening revelation. It was not just them. Even Chen Yun, seated beside the podium, occasionally bore an expression of bewilderment. Jiang Che, why are you dining with Teacher Chen Yun and not with me? After class that afternoon, Jiang Che found himself intercepted by Su Rongyin. Upon uttering this question, her eyes brimmed with tears. You invited me for lunch, and what we have arranged is dinner, Jiang Che replied with a smile. Moreover, I assisted Teacher Chen Yun, and it is only natural for her to treat me to a meal. Have I ever done anything for you? Su Rongyin felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Che, I shall never speak to you again. Jiang Che remained indifferent, showing no inclination to turn back, with eyes as red as rubies. Su Rongyin rode her bicycle out of the school gates. During this time, she had been returning home alone, due to Gao Yun's abysmal academic performance. Their cohort had significantly dragged down the school's overall scores, prompting the principal to personally name them in the establishment of a hastily formed study group, which met daily until 10 in the evening. At that moment, Su Rongyin heard a familiar voice calling her name. Turning around, she spotted Jiang Che waving at her from distance. Her heart leaped with joy, but she quickly pouted defiantly. Have you come to fear my silence? But I said I wouldn't speak to you, so I won tea. Oomph. She haughtily turned her head away. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity without a second shout, she glanced back, only to see Jiang Che cheerfully beckoning Chen Yun, who was gracefully dismounting from her electric scooter. Once Chen Yun settled herself, the two engaged in jovial conversation as they rode away together. Su Rongyin's previously proud expression paled instantly. She became utterly despondent, pedaling home with a heavy heart, her energy sapped, and tears cascading from her eyes. I shall never speak to him again, Su Rongyin resolutely vowed. Yet as she wept, she glanced back once more, unable to resist, turning her bicycle towards the direction in which Jiang Che and Chen Yun had departed. Are you chatting with foreigners daily? Where did these foreigners come from? Your foreign friends? I have no foreign friends. I found them online. Online? How come I have never encountered a foreigner online? Perhaps it is simply your misfortune, Teacher Chun. Jiang Che cleared his throat twice, bringing the electric scooter to a halt in front of a bustling food stall. Is this what you choose for our meal, teacher? I expected you would select somewhere more upscale. Chen Yun dismounted, surprised by his choice. Economical and delicious. I wouldn't dare to overcharge you, teacher. Jiang Che offered her a napkin to wipe down the plastic chair before carelessly taking a seat himself, calling out, Boss, bring us a menu. A moment later, observing Jiang Che seated across from her, Chen Yun raised an eyebrow. She had anticipated a formal dining experience, yet she felt remarkably at ease in Jiang Che's company. And he exhibited no signs of restraint before her as his teacher. After all, he had brazenly commanded her to treat him to a meal in class. What room was there for awkwardness? They ordered a pound of lamb skewers along with a few other dishes. Chen Yun's gaze lingered momentarily on the grilled lamb kidneys before she ultimately looked away, a sight Jiang Che captured with a keen eye. Boss, add 2 more skewers of lamb kidneys. Jiang Che ordered. Chen Yun appeared, visibly taken aback. Jiang Che smiled at her. Teacher Chen Yun, please don't take offense. I have been eating these since childhood, and whenever grilled skewers are on the menu, I must have at least 2. Oh, Chen Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. As the dinner rush had yet to commence, the place was not crowded, and their orders arrived swiftly. Jiang Che grabbed a kidney and began to boast about it. Chen Yun, holding a skewer of lamb, found her gaze irresistibly drawn to Jiang Che's mouth, swallowing involuntarily. Her situation mirrored Jiang Che's playful musings. She had indeed enjoyed these delicacies since childhood and genuinely loved them. Yet, in front of her student, it felt inappropriate for a female teacher to openly desire a skewer of lamb kidneys. Teacher Chen Yun, why don't you have a skewer too? Just as she was about to retract her gaze and indulge in something else, Jiang Che suddenly extended a skewer towards her. Hesitating momentarily, she was met with his urging. This is good for girls. It nourishes and beautifies. The chef here has excellent skill, perfectly grilled. Just try it. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it again. Fine. She accepted the skewer from Jiang Che, her lips curving upwards involuntarily. This was not merely a treat she sought for herself. It was a gift from her student, encouraging her to try something new. Well then, I shall take a small bite. She held the skewer before her and took a bite. The mature and discerning teacher, Chen Yun, surprisingly exhibited an innocent demeanor while indulging in the lamb kidneys. Jiang Che found himself both amused and bewildered. This scenario felt somewhat unusual. Conventionally, one would expect sweets like lollipops or cotton candy in such a setting, not lamb kidneys. Chapter 20. The past is irretrievable. Having savored the food she desired, Chen Yun's spirits lifted considerably, and the two engaged in lively conversation. With a radiant smile, she leaned in slightly and asked Jiang Che, Are you truly not at all afraid of your teacher? Jiang Che replied with a grin. How could one fear such a beautiful teacher? I admire you too much for that. Ha! Chen Yun's cheeks flushed, and she feigned seriousness. You mustn't be so improper. Beautiful things naturally attract admiration. How can that be deemed improper? Jiang Che replied with a grin. Aristotle once said, the pursuit of beauty and not profane the beauty the love is justified. To pursue beauty without desecrating it is wholly justified. My admiration for you, teacher, is of that nature. Very well. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow. But are you certain Aristotle said that? Jiang Che honestly shook his head. I'm not sure, but I've forgotten who said it. So let us just credit it to him. Why specifically attribute it to him? Chen Yun inquired curiously. Because he has said the most, Jiang Che replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. Chen Yun laughed heartily. Not far away, Su Rongyin had pedaled for quite some time before finally spotting Jiang Che's electric scooter, only to see him laughing and chatting merrily with Chen Yun. In that instant, memories flooded her mind of the times she had shared the same experience with Jiang Che. At that time, Jiang Che promised that whenever she wished to dine, he would immediately escort her there. Yet now, the person sitting across from Jiang Che, sharing a meal, was not herself. Su Rongyin wept bitterly, her sobs choking her voice, nearly breaking into audible cries. Noticing the gazes of those around her fixated on her, she hastily darted into an alley, her vision blurred by tears as night began to fall. In her disorientation, she stepped on a loose brick, twisting her previously healed ankle. The the sharp pain causing her to collapse onto the ground. She curled up, clutching her legs, burying her head in her knees as she sobbed uncontrollably, feeling even more desolate than before. "Sue, classmate, what are you crying about here?" A voice suddenly emerged from beside her, startling her. When she looked up, she recognized Jiang Che, who had inexplicably found her, standing right next to her. It was impossible for Jiang Che not to notice her. His bicycle was parked beside his electric scooter, and the sound of her weeping was all too familiar to him. Reluctant to engage with Su Rongyin any further, he was nonetheless compelled to concern himself with her safety. It was perilous enough for a high school girl to be alone in such a dark alley, especially while in tears. Upon seeing Jiang Che, Su Rongyin nearly cried out loud, her voice trembling as she said, "Jiang Che, I twisted my ankle again. It hurts so much." Jiang Che crouched in front of her. This time, Su Rongyin instinctively extended her foot toward him. "Is it the same foot?" Jiang Che asked. His brow furrowed. "Yes," she nodded. Jiang Che untied her shoelaces, revealing her small foot encased in pristine white socks. With memories of the previous incident fresh in his mind, he deftly adjusted her ankle, carefully realigning the joint with a gentle twist. The pain remained, but after he adjusted it, Su Rongyin, her face pale and tears streaming down, did not scold him as she might have before. Instead, she whispered a shaky thank you. Jiang Che stood up and said, "You haven't fully recovered from the last time, and now you've twisted it again. You should really see a doctor. Call your parents. Remember to wait on the main street. This alley isn't safe. And it's getting late. I'll take my leave now, goodbye." Just as he turned to leave, a cool, delicate hand grasped his fingers. Su Rongyin looked up at him, her large eyes shimmering with tears, pitiful to the extreme. "My parents aren't home." Jiang Che sighed. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he wouldn't have come in. Emerging from the dark alley, the handsome boy in a school uniform carried a vibrant girl with a ponytail on his back, drawing the attention of many passersby. Jiang Che adjusted the girl on his back, trying to place her on the seat of his electric scooter, but as soon as she made contact with the seat, she gasped, wrapping her arms around his neck and climbing back onto his back. "What's wrong?" Jiang Che asked, slightly exasperated. "I twisted my ankle too badly. I fell onto the ground." Su Rongyin's voice dwindled. It was easy to guess that her unspoken words were, her bottom hurt as well. If she couldn't sit on the back of the scooter, could she take a taxi? That didn't seem ideal either. Did it mean he would have to carry her to the hospital, then back home? So Rongyin murmured, "I believe in your charms." Fortunately, after his rebirth, Jiang Che found his stamina ample enough to participate in an Ironman triathlon without issue. Otherwise, not only would he be exhausted, but he would also struggle to reach the hospital. The orthopedic department was attended by a grandmother in her 70s or 80s, who examined Su Rongyin's ankle with some surprise, praising Jiang Che for his skill. After taking an x-ray, she confirmed that there were no serious issues. Aware that Su Rongyin was a senior preparing for the college entrance examination, the elderly lady prescribed 2 bottles of ointment, instructing her to massage it 10 to 8 times daily, even on her bruised bottom, until it warmed up. Upon hearing this, Su Rongyin instinctively gestured, but found it difficult to manage with her hands behind her back. Realizing her movements were awkward, she glanced at Jiang Che. "Don't look at me. I can't help you with that." Jiang Che declined. "Who asked for your help, you rogue?" Su Rongyin's face flushed. The elderly lady adjusted her reflective glasses, chuckling heartily. Moonlight spilled onto the road, casting a silvery sheen on the gray pavement. Su Rongyin rested her chin on Jiang Che's shoulder, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. The previous anxiety replaced by a strong sense of security. "Jiang Che," she said softly, "are we back to how we used to be?" Jiang Che paused for a moment before shaking his head. "We can't go back." Su Rongyin's joy froze instantly, and she hurriedly asked, "Why can't we go back?" Chapter 21. No longer wanting to be a doormat. Tonight's moon was the same as last night's, but today's people were no longer yesterday's. Jiang Che glanced up at the crescent moon overhead, his tone surprisingly light. "There's no reason. We just can't go back." The more he spoke in such a tone, the more anxious Su Rongyin became, as if his polite demeanor had created an insurmountable distance between them. She clutched Jiang Che's sleeve, shaking her head like a rattle, and when she spoke, she was immediately overcome with tears. "No, I don't want to not go back. I don't want to." "Jiang Che, I know you're angry with me. I shouldn't have rejected you in front of so many people. I didn't mean it. I was just startled by you, and I'm sorry." Startled? Su Rongyin was the only one unaware that back then he had feelings for her. Jiang Che smiled and shook his head, a hint of mockery in his expression. "It's not related to this. You don't need to apologize. Just as you said, rejecting me is your right, and I respect your choice. This matter is inherently a mutual willingness. But why can't I go back?" Su Rongyin sobbed. "Tell me, Jiang Che, please." She pressed for answers. Jiang Che took a deep breath and finally spoke. The reason is that I've been a doormat long enough. I no longer wish to be one. A doormat? What does that mean? Su Rongyin's tear-filled eyes widened in confusion. My past behavior towards you was that of a doormat. Jiang Che explained. Unreciprocated devotion, pouring out my heart without reason, and being able to leap for joy with even the smallest return, no matter how disproportionate it was. Listening to Jiang Che's words, Su Rongyin's mind involuntarily conjured images of how Jiang Che had treated her over the years. Rongyin, let me carry your backpack. A simple phrase initiated 6 years of him carrying her bag. And what about her? She had completely forgotten that the other backpack on his shoulder was hers. Not giving it a second thought. Rongyin, here's the ice cream you love. I waited in line for ages to get it. Under the scorching sun, the boy, drenched in sweat, ran towards her, clutching the ice cream, eager to share a moment of sweetness on a hot day. And what did he receive in return? What came in return was a simple utterance from oneself. Having turned out like this, how can one eat? Jiang Che, you should eat it yourself. How could one be so excessively demanding of oneself? Even I feel that this is utterly excessive. At that moment, how much heartache was concealed beneath Jiang Che's ever-present smile? This situation is far too abundant to count. Indeed, it is beyond enumeration. Su Rongyin clutched Jiang Che's short-sleeved school uniform tightly, burying her head in his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. How could this happen? How could I be so unreasonable? Jiang Che, I'm truly sorry. There's no need to apologize. I willingly chose to do this, and I savor it, Jiang Che replied. All right, stop crying. We're almost at your home. If your mother sees you like this, she might think I've bullied you. The young man offered a word of comfort, and then fell silent, quietly carrying the girl forward, reminiscent of the past, but undeniably transformed. Jiang Che. Su Rongyin lifted her head, her swollen eyes earnestly observing Jiang Che's profile, and suppressing her sobs, said, It was my fault before. I failed to cherish and recognize your kindness towards me. Can we return to how we were before? I promise not to let you be the one chasing after me anymore. Even without turning to look at her, Jiang Che could sense the hopeful gaze she directed at him, yet he merely smiled. Life is long, and the path ahead is vast. Anyone could merely be a transient passerby. Su classmate, you need not take it so to heart. I do not want you to be just a passerby. Su Rongyin replied anxiously, but just as she was about to speak, Jiang Che suddenly called out, Andy. In front of them, Su Jingjie was stepping out of a BMW, just about to head home. Xiaoke, Yingying. What happened? Su Jingjie initially appeared puzzled, but upon seeing Su Rongyin on Jiang Che's back, she rushed over quickly. Auntie, Su classmate accidentally sprained her ankle. She has seen a doctor, and it is nothing serious, Jiang Che explained as he gently set Su Rongyin down with Su's assistance. Sprained your ankle again? Su Jingjie shook her head helplessly as she supported Su Rongyin. How careless. Auntie, Su classmate's bicycle is at the entrance of the Li Ji to Peidang on Dongxing Street. The total cost for the x-rays and consultation is 180. Just have her bring it to school tomorrow. It is getting late. I should be going. Jiang Che waved his hand and, having spoken, turned away without granting the mother and daughter another opportunity to speak. Watching Jiang Che's determined departure, Su Jingjie slightly raised her brows. Su classmate. This title had never before been uttered by Jiang Che in reference to her daughter. On numerous occasions when Jiang Che had helped with tasks, she had offered to reimburse him, but he had always refused. Yet this time, he directly mentioned having Su Rongyin bring the money to school. Su Jingjie let out a long sigh. She understood that if such a monumental change had occurred, it must have stemmed from genuine sorrow. She began to question the correctness of her decision to encourage Su Rongyin to pursue Jiang Che. However, upon reflection, she realized she had not imposed any decision on her daughter. She had merely imparted what she believed to be the correct perspective on life and principles. Ultimately, it was Su Rongyin who would make her own choices. Given Su Rongyin's nature, even without her prompting, she would have arrived at this decision herself. And adhering to her own temperament would only distance her further from her desired outcome, resulting in greater heartache. Su Jingjie shook her head and supported Su Rongyin, saying, Let us go home, Ying, and talk to your mother about what happened. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jingjie knew that her daughter's tears were surely not solely due to the pain of a sprained ankle. Something else must have transpired. Not wanting to be a dog anymore? The term dog was indeed an apt description. Returning to the sofa, after hearing her daughter's account, Su Jingjie let out another long sigh. It appears your desire to mend your relationship with Xiao Che is greater than I initially imagined. Tears welled up in Su Rongyin's eyes. I must recover it. But you are about to take the college entrance examination. Afterwards, you will go your separate ways, perhaps never to meet again. You will also make new friends. Su Jingdi advis. Then I will go to the same university as Jiang Che. So Rongyin declared resolutely. But what are Xiao Che's grades like? Su Jingjie softened her tone. If they are poor, then I cannot agree. Chapter 22. The College Entrance Examination. In what year did I stand with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a rival was? Not poor at all. Not at all. This time, he improved significantly, scoring over 640 points. Su Rongyin replied eagerly. An improvement of over 70 points. Su Jingjie exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he improved by over 30 points last time too, Su Rongyin said, her tone unexpectedly infused with pride. Given this, it seems you both are now at a comparable level, so attending the same school should not be too difficult. However, Su Jingjie's tone shifted, but considering his substantial improvements in both exams, we cannot guarantee he will continue to excel. You need to work hard, otherwise, if Xiao Che surpasses you with an unachievable score, you will be at a disadvantage. But I do not know which university he intends to apply to. When I asked him, he said he definitely would not apply to Jinling University. Su Rongyin pouted. I told him before that I want to attend Jinling University. Su Jingjie ruffled her daughter's hair and said, there will be a way to find out where Xiao Che is applying. But the prerequisite is that your scores must be sufficient. So, focus on your studies. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. Okay. Su Rongyin wiped her tears away and nodded vigorously, her gaze more resolute than ever. The countdown on the blackboard was repeatedly erased and rewritten. In the blink of an eye, the college entrance examination loomed near. With only 7 days remaining, the third-year students faced their final mock examination. In this exam, Jiang Che's score rose significantly once more, reaching 660 points, placing him 7th in the school. If fortune favored him, such a score in the liberal arts could potentially gain him admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. After this exam, both the mathematics and physics teachers approached Jiang Che. They were astounded by his answer sheet, deeming him a genius in the sciences and lamenting that it was a pity he was studying liberal arts. Jiang Che had initially chosen the liberal arts because Su Rongyin had opted for that path. Now, he reflected, those who graduate with a liberal arts background become managerial talents, while those with a scientific background are pragmatic talents. I tend to be a bit lazy. I simply dislike practical work. His words rendered both teachers speechless. Qin Xiaolong, who had previously excelled, could not replicate his past performance this time, falling back to around 600 points. His decline was compounded by the fact that Jiang Che's score had soared so high, making it feel more painful than if he had been defeated outright. Yet, the one who felt even more anguish was Su Rongyin. She had believed that with enough effort, she could catch up to Su Rongyin's scores. Thus, during this period, she had been subtly probing for which university Su Rongyin intended to apply. However, in this recent mock exam, Su Rongyin's score had also significantly increased, totaling over 650 points, 50 points higher than his. In a school devoid of distractions, Qin Xiaolong came to a profound realization about himself. The 2 vouchers, which he had clutched tightly in his pocket for countless days, were once again crumpled in his grasp. Upon receiving her exam paper, Su Rongyin immediately began correcting her mistakes. Jiang Che's total score surpassed hers, intensifying her resolve. She absolutely could not accept the possibility of falling short by mere points, which would prevent her from attending the same school as Jiang Che. However, unbeknownst to Su Rongyin, Jiang Che had not exerted his full potential during this final mock examination. Chetzi, are you even human? After sleeping through several exams, how can you still achieve such high scores? I've been tutoring you for so long, and you still barely managed 450 points. Are you even human? Jiang Che pointed at Chun Yunsong's report card. Well, I accidentally dozed off during the history exam. Chun Yunsong sheepishly replied, scratching his head. Don't worry, I can guarantee I'll pass the undergraduate threshold, aiming for a top 2 finish. You can accidentally fall asleep during an exam? Jiang Che scrutinized his friend with wide eyes. Did you reward yourself with another life coaching session last night? Life coaching? Reward myself? What do you mean? Chun Yunsong asked innocently. If he were to grasp the meaning behind those words, his face would undoubtedly flush with embarrassment. For Jiang Che had indeed guessed correctly. On June 5th, the weather was predictably overcast, with the possibility of light rain. For office workers, it was an unremarkable Monday. For other students, it was merely a day of rest, devoid of any festive significance. Yet for the high school seniors, the next 2 days would mark a pivotal moment in determining the trajectory of their lives. The 2014 National College Entrance Examination had officially commenced. I forgot my examination permit. Teacher, I can't find my seat. Classmate, could you let me copy during the exam? Get lost. In an atmosphere charged with tension, chaos reigned both inside and outside the examination hall, with anxious parents pacing back and forth, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The following day, the situation improved somewhat, but many parents continued their restless pacing. Jiang Liyun and Chen Feirong were among them. Jiang Che had insisted they not accompany him, deeming it unnecessary to endure a day under the sun, fearing they might suffer from heat stroke. However, their absence on the first day had left them feeling terribly uneasy about not being present. Reluctantly, Jiang Che agreed to let them see him off. Old Jiang, do you think this rascal will underperform due to nerves? Chen Feirong, also part of the anxious parent brigade, wondered aloud. No sooner had she spoken than a familiar handsome figure emerged from the examination hall, hands in pockets, none other than Jiang Che himself. Nervous? He exhibited not a trace of anxiety. As he stepped out, a throng of reporters waiting at the school gate rushed toward him. Student, why did you finish so quickly? Longue legs, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Student, do you find this year's exam questions easier or more difficult compared to previous years? This is my first college entrance exam. You'd best ask a repeat examinee. Student, how do you think you performed? I strolled through the exam with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what an opponent even was. With that, Jiang Che walked away, leaving the reporters bewildered. You rascal, your audacity is growing by the day. Even cracking jokes during interviews. Chen Feirong playfully punched Jiang Che on the shoulder. Let's get in the car, it's blazing hot. Jiang Liyun opened the door of a nearby Volkswagen Lamando. Jiang Che settled into the back seat and glanced back. The college entrance examination was a transformation. In his previous life, he had meandered through the exam, barely comprehending what transpired, ultimately achieving a dismal result and spiraling into obscurity. This time, however, he would shine brilliantly. Chapter 23. Which university to apply to? As long as I get into one, it's all good. Jiang Che was fortunate, for his birthday fell in May. Chen Yunsong, however, was unfortunate, having his birthday in October. With the conclusion of the college entrance examination, the world seemed to quiet down. Previously, even the simplest tasks required utmost concentration, every second being precious, but now time felt abundant, almost overwhelming. This stark contrast left everyone at a loss, unsure of how to fill their days. Jiang Che promptly enrolled at a driving school, recognizing that there was no better time to obtain his driver's license. As a seasoned driver from his previous life, he had navigated numerous vehicles, and now, as he gripped the steering wheel, it felt second nature. Observing Jiang Che's ease, the instructor grew disinterested and retreated to the shade. Engrossed in the popular mobile game, Endless Running, the instructor exited the vehicle, yet Jiang Che was not alone. Xiao Ge, why did you drag me along for your driving test? Chen Yunsong lamented from the back seat. This is just to help you get acquainted. Jiang Che replied earnestly. By the time your birthday rolls around, school will have already begun, and if you want to test again, the earliest opportunity will be during winter break. But that break is so short. Time will be too tight, so it's wise to adapt now. Chen Yunsong was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Che's reasoning, his mind racing toward belief. If not for Jiang Che's subsequent comment, the winter sun is too weak to achieve a good tan. It's better to get some sun now and be healthier. Damit, Jiang Che, pull over. I want to go home. Chen Yunsong exploded with fury. Naturally, he could not escape Jiang Che's car. After finishing his driving lesson, Jiang Che stopped by a convenience store and bought a 10-yuan ice cream, which he shoved into Chen Yunsong's mouth, slightly alleviating his grievances. Xiao Che, how do you think you did? Pretty well, leaning against the shade while enjoying the ice cream. The two engaged in conversation. I think I did well too. It would be fantastic to get into a top-tier university, but even if I don't, I'd be satisfied with a second-tier one. If my parents knew I got into an undergraduate program, they might just hug me and cry. Chen Yunsong confessed, turning to Jiang Che with heartfelt eyes. Xiao Che, without you, my grades wouldn't have improved so rapidly. Xiao Che, where are you going? Are you going home? I haven't even gotten in the car yet. His sentimentality was somewhat nauseating, causing Jiang Che to feel a shiver run down his spine, wishing to leave him behind and let him walk back. Damn it, after what felt like an eternity of being dragged along like a pet. They finally boarded the electric scooter. Chen Yunsong ranted all the way, only exhausting himself with curses as they neared Jiang Che's neighborhood, at which point he got off to buy a bottle of water. This time, he had learned his lesson and remembered to remove the car keys. Seeing Jiang Che laugh uproariously, Chen Yunsong couldn't help but hurl more insults his way. Jiang Che, you rascal, all you do is tease me. Enough of this nonsense. I want to ask you, what major do you think I should apply for in college? You don't even know where you can get in. Why are you so eager to choose a major? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. I'm just trying to prepare ahead of time. Chen Yunsong gulped down a large mouthful of water. If you ask me, I recommend you pursue a major in IT. Jiang Che replied, twisting off the cap of his bottle for a sip. IT? Why? Chen Yunsong inquired, puzzled. Because I will eventually start a company, I hope you can assist me. Jiang Che stated candidly. Then you should study IT. Chen Yunsong decisively concluded after hearing this. Jiang Che playfully struck Chen Yunsong's shoulder with his fist. Just from his single remark, he had made an unwavering choice that would significantly impact his future. This lad truly is astonishingly naive. The monotony of practicing driving left Jiang Che feeling utterly uninspired. However, the most tedious part was undoubtedly following Chen Yunsong, who was suffering alongside him for no apparent reason. On the very first day, Jiang Che brought him along. He had no intention of calling him again the following day. Yet, to Jiang Che's surprise, Chen Yunsong appeared punctually at the entrance of Jiang Che's community every single day, making Jiang Che feel somewhat guilty for not bringing him along. One evening, after returning from driving practice, Jiang Che decided to treat Chen Yunsong to some skewers as a reward. Jiang Che. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the food stall, a voice called out unexpectedly. Jiang Che turned around and was greeted by a pure and radiant figure waving at him. Having changed out of her school uniform into a flowing white dress, her hair casually styled, she was captivatingly charming. It was none other than Su Rongyin. Su Rongyin had spent the day shopping at the mall with Su Jingjie, feeling persistently downcast because she couldn't get in touch with Jiang Che, let alone find an opportunity to ask him which school he planned to attend. On her way home, her spirits suddenly lifted as she spotted a familiar figure. Upon recognizing Su Rongyin, Jiang Che raised his hand in greeting and continued with his business, pulling out a chair to sit down as if he had merely encountered an acquaintance from a few past meetings. Su Rongyin's joy dissipated in an instant. "Mom, help me." Su Jingjie linked her arm with her daughter's and walked toward the table where the two boys were dining. "Xiao Che, what a coincidence." "On Su, is it convenient to chat for a moment?" Jiang Che nodded. Observing this exchange, Chen Yunsong promptly vacated his seat and positioned himself beside Jiang Che, creating space for the mother-daughter duo. Su Jingjie took a seat, while Su Rongyin remained standing, inexplicably nervous and hesitant to face Jiang Che directly. "Xiao Che, I saw your mother a few days ago. Since you and Rongyin have similar grades, I wanted to ask her which university you plan to apply to, so our families could have a reference. However, she mentioned that she didn't know your plans. Since we have the chance to meet here, could you share with Annie your intentions? Do you have a preferred major?" Jiang Che shook his head. "The major doesn't matter. I can study anything. As for the school, it depends on my scores. Wherever I get accepted is where I'll go." "Boss, add 4 more skewers of lamb kidneys." "Auntie, su classmate. What else would you like to order?" Jiang Che's response was already quite clear, yet he provided no specific answers. Now, he was directly ordering dishes for the two ladies. They could either let Jiang Che order and finish their meal or leave. As an adult, how could she dine at a child's table? Therefore, Su Jingjie felt an inexplicable strong aura emanating from Jiang Che. It was as if she were not facing a peer of her daughter's age, but rather an individual who effortlessly commanded the situation. Chapter 24. A call from Tsinghua University. It must be an illusion, Su Jingjie thought, unable to fathom how a mere child could possess such an aura. With a smile, she waved off Jiang Che's offer to order for them, departing with Su Rongyin. Upon returning home, Su Jingjie continued to play the role of a strategic advisor for her daughter, analyzing Jiang Che's remarks. His words likely indicated a lack of confidence in his own academic performance. If Su Rongyin performed well and surpassed Jiang Che's scores, applying to the same university would be entirely feasible. As for which school Jiang Che would apply to, this was not a concern at all. When the scores were released and it was time to fill out applications, she would simply call Chun Ferong for clarity. "Just keep your worries at bay." "Thank you, Mom," Su Rongyin exclaimed, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. Su Jingjie patted her daughter's back, releasing a sigh. Allowing Su Rongyin to pursue this path without hesitation, would it lead to a positive or negative outcome? She could not gauge. However, she felt powerless to persuade her daughter to reconsider. From the outset, it was impossible. The more she attempted to dissuade Su Rongyin, the more counterproductive it became. Furthermore, it was evident that Su Rongyin's psychological reliance on Jiang Che had reached its zenith. Trying to convince her to let go was utterly futile. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Su Jingjie resolved to silently support Su Rongyin in her endeavors. Come what may, if you and Xiao Che truly end up together, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. Upon hearing her words, Su Rongyin immediately jumped up in denial. "Mom, what are you saying? I just want to restore our friendship with Jiang Che, not pursue a relationship." "Ah, yes, I must have misunderstood." Su Jingdi Chuka. "Hello, who is this? Jiang Che. Is this the admissions office of Peking University?" One morning, Chun Ferong received an unusual phone call. Just yesterday, she had been in her workplace, receiving anti-fraud training when she unleashed a tirade upon the caller. "You claim to be from Peking University? I might as well be from Tsinghua. Do you people have any humanity?" The college entrance examination is one of the most crucial phases in a child's life. And you dare to deceive them at such a critical time? Do you realize the shadows and indelible scars you are leaving on their lives? You're not a fraud? Am I the fraud? I know my son. If he could truly get into Peking University, would I think you were a fraud? I am equally puzzled about how you obtained our information before the exam results were even released. Who leaked this to you? The Peking University admissions office responded. Jiang Liyun emerged from the restroom. What is going on? Who were you arguing with? A fraud claiming to be from the admissions office of Peking University, saying something about pre-accepting my son. They deserve to be scolded. Jiang Che, just waking up, remarked. Is there even a possibility that they are genuinely from Peking University and truly wish to accept me? Chun Ferong turned to Jiang Liyun. Forget breakfast. Return to our hometown. Return to our hometown for what? Jiang Liyun asked, taken aback. Did you not hear what your son said? We need to check if there's any smoke rising from our ancestral grave. Chun Ferong replied. Ringing. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang again. I told you to get rid of that old landline. It only brings nuisance calls. Chun Ferong picked up the receiver. Is this Peking University? Have you called? The other party paused. So, does that mean you are from Tsinghua? Chun Ferong inquired. Indeed, madam, I am from the Tsinghua admissions office. Before he could finish his introduction, Chun Ferong hung up. Having just finished berating the Peking University caller, she hadn't yet taken a breath. Jiang Che was bewildered. How can we convince our parents that this call is genuine and not a scam? At that moment, the standard answer arrived. The phone rang for the third time. Impatiently, Ms. Chun inhaled deeply, her demeanor reminiscent of one poised to deliver an impromptu rap, only to have her expression shift abruptly to a beaming smile. Mr. Gu, do enlighten us, huh? Did Tsinghua and Peking University call us? Ms. Chun was momentarily taken aback. The recent caller was not a scammer? Indeed, Mr. Gu replied. They mentioned your vigilance is commendable, yet they are genuinely seeking Jiang Che. If Tsinghua and Peking University are reaching out in advance to recruit, it stands to reason that Jiang Che performed admirably. Mr. Gu beamed with delight. Jiang Che had indeed excelled. His teacher shared in the glory. Old Jiang, did you hear that? Tsinghua and Peking University have called for your son. I must return home immediately, Ms. Chen exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she rummaged through her call logs, eager to return the call. Jiang Che stepped forward, taking the phone from Chun Ferong's hands. Mom, allow me to handle this. You handle it. You handle it. Apologize for me, you little rascal. Put it on speaker. Chen Feirong playfully hicked Jiang Che, her grin nearly stretching to her ears. Jiang Che accepted the call, redialing while activating the speakerphone. Hello, this is Jiang Che. Greetings, Jiang Che. I am from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. My surname is Li. My mother mistakenly hung up during our previous conversation. Jiang Che offered an explanation. What is the purpose of your call? The primary reason for my call is recruitment. Your exam paper was evaluated by one of our esteemed professors, who believes you possess remarkable potential and will undoubtedly become a pillar of society. Consequently, we are extending an invitation for you to join Tsinghua University this year. However, you must declare your intentions before the results are released. Otherwise, you will be unable to enroll through our internal admission process. Upon hearing this, both Mr. Chun and the eager old Jiang could hardly contain their laughter. I am not fond of internal admissions, Jiang Che stated. Their smiles abruptly froze. Chun Ferong nearly slapped Jiang Che on the back of his head, but just before she could act, Jiang Che continued, if I can prove my capabilities, why resort to internal admissions? Once the results are out, I can apply to any school I wish. But if you intend to deceive me, do not blame me for treating this as a business negotiation. On the other end, Director Li of the admissions office nearly leapt from his seat. How could Jiang Che possibly know his results already? It must be Peking University. Are you seriously undermining fair competition by smashing the bowl? Chapter 25. Did he just say that Xiao Che is the top scorer of the college entrance examination? If Jiang Che already knows his scores, then all bets are off. Cursing the incompetent behavior of Peking University, Director Li lowered his tone and inquired, if we're negotiating, what are your terms? Jiang Che? Naturally, I will choose the institution that offers the most generous conditions, Jiang Che replied. Generous conditions? Director Li's side erupted into a cacophony, as if he were conferring with his colleagues. Soon, he proposed, how about this? We will grant you a scholarship of 20,000 per year, waive your tuition fees, and guarantee you a smooth path to graduate school, regardless of your chosen major. What do you think? Sounds good, Jiang Che responded. Director Li exhaled in relief, believing Jiang Che had agreed. But before the corners of his mouth could even begin to rise, Jiang Che added, I will think it over. Chun Ferong and Jiang Liyun, who had been listening to their son's conversation, were utterly flabbergasted. The admissions office of Tsinghua University was on the line, and Jiang Che was speaking so nonchalantly while they remained courteous. What on earth was happening? After hanging up, Chun Feirong asked, "You little rascal, what is going on?" "Mom, think I guess," Jiang Che grinned. "I guess." Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun pondered. She initially intended to tell Jiang Che to stop joking, but as she opened her mouth, her words caught in her throat, her eyes widening as she looked at Jiang Che. "Xiao, Ge, did you achieve a score that has both Tsinghua and Peking University vying for you?" Jiang Che flashed a smile, neither confirming nor denying. Old Jiang, pinch me," Chun Feirong exclaimed, but instead, she turned around and pinched Jiang Liyun, who yelped in pain. "This isn't a dream. It's not. Hurry, let go." Chun Feirong chuckled, while Jiang Liyun rubbed his sore arm, sharing in the laughter. Their expressions reflected a sense of relief. Guaranteed graduate school, a scholarship of 20,000 per year, and tuition waived? With such favorable terms from Tsinghua, you're still going to think it over? Chun Feirong suddenly recalled that Jiang Che had not accepted Tsinghua's offer, her brow furrowing as she asked, "Considering other schools is one thing, but this is Tsinghua. Don't let your head get too big just because you scored highly. You might end up regretting it. Don't worry, Mom. I want team mess it up. My score is something they must compete for." Jiang Duke chuckled, dialing Peking University once more. "Do you really think you're the only one who did well? Don't get too cocky. You're just like your father. If you mess it up, then we'll see," Chun Feirong muttered under her breath. Jiang Liyun. "Hello, Peking University, right? Hi. I am Jiang Che. Mr. Gu just called us." As the call connected, Jiang Che briefly recounted how his mother had given them a piece of her mind earlier, then got straight to the point. "Here are Tsinghua's terms. What can you offer?" The admissions office at Peking University nearly choked. "What? Tsinghua has already laid out their terms?" They cursed their own incompetence. Peking University, too, was internally cursing Tsinghua. "Since Tsinghua has already informed you that you're the top scorer, we would like to apologize for our earlier attempts to woo you. We hope you can understand our eagerness to recruit talent." Jiang Che acknowledged their eagerness, but remained unconvinced by their earlier attempts to deceive him. Subsequently, Peking University presented an offer that surpassed Tsinghua, a scholarship of 40,000 per year, guaranteed graduate school, and tuition waived, with other conditions being similar to Tsinghua. They then began to extol the superiority of their liberal arts program compared to Tsinghua. However, in the end, the result was still met with Jiang Che's response, "I will think it over." After hanging up, Peking University immediately called Tsinghua. Tsinghua, who had been about to call Peking University, picked up the phone, and the two sides erupted into an argument. Tsinghua accused Peking University of hijacking the top score last year, while Peking University retaliated by accusing Tsinghua of using seduction to lure a naive science student 2 years prior. After much debate, they realized that neither had informed Jiang Che of his scores. Neither had spoken, and at this time, no other school could possibly know the scores. So how did Jiang Che find out? Could it be that he understood his score immediately after finishing the exam? This, the top score? After hanging up, Chun Feirong finally opened her mouth wide, turning to look at Jiang Liyun. "Honey, did he just say that Xiao Che is the top scorer of the college entrance examination?" She turned around to find Jiang Liyun putting on his shoes. "Where are you going?" "Our ancestral grave must be smoking. I need to rush back home to extinguish the flames." Jiang Liyun replied without lifting his head. Today, both Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun were particularly elated, walking with a bounce in their steps. The two of them took the day off to prepare dumplings at home for Jiang Che. As Jiang Che gazed at his proud parents, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The atmosphere was starkly different from that of his previous life upon receiving his results. His parents stood in a daze for a while before chuckling to themselves, reassuring each other that getting into a good school was not the only path in life. If he wished to retake the exam, he could do so. If not, he could simply enroll in a decent vocational school, as he could always pursue a bachelor's degree later. Then, Jiang Che made a choice that exceeded even his parents' most modest expectations. He decided to drop out. Reflecting on it now, he could only imagine how heart-wrenching and worrying it must have been for his parents in his previous life. In the afternoon, another call came in. It was from Zhejiang University, Jinling University, and Fudan University, among others, finally bringing news that had been long awaited. However, they had not held out much hope. Peking and Tsinghua universities must have called long ago. Who would choose them over those prestigious institutions? Even though Zhejiang University ranks third in the nation, just behind Peking and Tsinghua, they could hardly expect anyone to choose them. Yet, what the admissions director at Zhejiang University, Mak Kun, never anticipated was that during the call, Jiang Che expressed his desire to attend their university. This revelation filled him with immense joy, and upon hearing the conditions offered by Peking and Tsinghua, he immediately rushed to seek approval from the principal. If Jiang Che was interested, they would spare no effort to secure him. It is worth noting that although Zhejiang University ranks third nationally, they had not enrolled a top scorer in nearly a decade, let alone one with Jiang Che's exceptional scores. Chapter 26, A Truly Beneficial Endeavor. Doubling a principle. Indeed, an exceptional score. Jiang Che scored a total of 735 on the college entrance examination, just 15 points shy of a perfect score. Compared to those who scored 749, only 1 point from perfection, it might seem lacking. However, the intrinsic value of the scores was nearly equivalent, as Jiang Che belonged to the liberal arts category. For years, the scores of liberal arts top scores had never exceeded 710. Jiang Che's achievement of 735 was indicative of remarkable merit. In addition to these universities, others such as Renmin University, National Defense University, and China University of Political Science and Law had also reached out to Jiang Che, although no special conditions were offered. Even if there were, Jiang Che was not considering them. Ever since his rebirth, he had already made up his mind about which university he wished to attend. Xiao Ge. It seems you are not particularly inclined towards Tsinghua or Peking University. While eating dumplings, Chen Feirong, gradually coming down from her euphoric high, analyzed Jiang Che's sentiments based on his recent phone conversations. Yes, I'm not going to Tsinghua or Peking, Jiang Che nodded, affirming, I want to attend Zhejiang University. Zhejiang University? Chen Feirong glanced at Jiang Liyun and asked, what do you think of Zhejiang University? Your father and I Haven T looked into it. Tsinghua and Peking are the most renowned institutions, but beyond that, many are unaware of which school ranks third. Zhejiang University, being the third-ranked university in the country, may not fall within the realm of world-class institutions, yet many of its programs rival those of Tsinghua and Peking in quality. If all goes well, I will likely major in business administration. Zhejiang University's program recently received an A rating, on par with Tsinghua, marking it as a top-tier domestic and world-class program. Jiang Che succinctly outlined the situation at Zhejiang University. Well, wherever you choose to attend, your father and I will respect your decision, Chen Feirong said with rare contentment. After all, our highest expectation was merely for you to get into a good university. We never anticipated you would return as the top scorer. Zhejiang University is quite good. Jiangsu and Zhejiang are wonderful places, Jiang Liyun succinctly expressed his opinion. Mom and Dad, you truly are the most open-minded parents in the world, Jiang Che praised. Indeed, Chen Feirong replied joyfully, relishing the compliment from Jiang Che. Then, since you are such open-minded parents, how about fulfilling the promise you made to me at that time? Jiang Che produced the written agreement Chen Feirong had signed, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely. Chen Feirong agreed without hesitation, setting down her chopsticks and heading into the bedroom. She returned with a savings book and handed it to Jiang Che. Here, your father has saved up some pocket money over the years, and it has reached 50,000. The password is your birthday. Jiang Liyun immediately stood up. Chen Feirong turned to him. What's wrong? Do you have an objection? I specifically stated that this was your pocket money. We didn't argue, so you implicitly agreed. Moreover, I haven't yet confronted you about your hidden stash. What do you intend to do with this money? Of course, it's to reward our son for his excellent exam results. Look, isn't it perfectly useful now? Jiang Liyun quickly amended his stance. Be prudent with this money, understood? Jiang Che, perhaps I should manage it for you. Hand that savings book over to me. What do you need with such a sum at your young age? Are you planning something nefarious? Unsurprisingly, the once generous Chen Feirong, who had quickly offered the money, now wore a face of discontent. Fortunately, Jiang Che was quick on his feet. Otherwise, the money could have been snatched back. Hey, you little rascal, come back here. Chen Feirong attempted to chase him, but was halted by Jiang Liyun. Enough. What's this about? A promise is a promise. Once given, it should not be taken back. What could he possibly do with all that money? Xiao Che has discernment. You know your own son, don't you? Besides, if he spends it all, that's as it should be. It's a reward we promised him. Furthermore, this is my money. Why should you be concerned? Jiang Liyun countered. Indeed, Chen Feirong turned to Jiang Liyun. After saving up for so many years, how come you show no sign of regret at having it all taken away? What do I have to regret? Our son is the top scorer. I'm elated. If I had it, I would give him another 50,000. Jiang Liyun waved his hand. Yet, the truth was Jiang Liyun knew that once this money was spent, it would no longer belong to him. Chen Feirong's suspicions were not unfounded. Jiang Che truly would spend it all, and not for good. Tonight marked the opening ceremony of the World Cup, with matches commencing the following day. The sport lottery had already opened for betting. Jiang Che took the savings book, withdrew the money, deposited it into his bank account, and downloaded the sports lottery app. Betting on the match between Brazil and Croatia, he wagered 60,000 on a score of 3-1. Although betting on a number of goals did not yield high odds, a win could still transform 60,000 into 200,000, which was substantial. The following morning, after Chen Feirong and Zhang Liyun had left for work, Jiang Che received another call from Zhejiang University. They promised a one-time scholarship of 200,000 yuan, covering all expenses, with guaranteed opportunities for postgraduate studies and independent dormitories. The benefits were countless. Moreover, as soon as Jiang Che verbally agreed, 200,000 would be transferred to his account immediately. Jiang Che subsequently invested another 200,000. With two purchases combined, the total reached 260,000. Remarkably, in just a single day, this sum escalated to 740,000, yielding an astonishing return of 846 times. Jiang Che was not an avid football enthusiast. During his previous life, he was still mired in emo sentiments, hardly paying attention to matches. Thus his knowledge of game outcomes was rather limited. However, it sufficed for his purposes. Throughout the group stages, Jiang Che wagered on 6 additional matches, opting for a simple win or lose on those whose scores he did not know, and his balance swiftly doubled to 4 million. After the conclusion of the first knockout match, this amount was poised to amplify by an extraordinary 300 times. The historic match where Germany triumphed over Brazil with a score of 7-1, known infamously as the Mineiro Pain, boasted the highest odds in the world. Should he have placed his bets on international platforms, the losses would have been even more substantial. Yet, the security of such sites was woefully inadequate. Should a win occur, the likelihood of receiving the funds was exceedingly slim, rendering his 4 million worthless. Safety was paramount. Furthermore, the unpredictability of such ventures was exceedingly high. What if, due to his online bet with that 4 million, the match's result inexplicably shifted to 7-2 or 8-1? This bore resemblance to the notion that a reborn individual might fail to win the lottery, a possibility not to be dismissed. He merely sought a capital for his entrepreneurial endeavors, not to gamble his way to becoming the world's wealthiest. A multiplication of 300 times on 4 million would yield a staggering 2 billion, surpassing his total assets from his previous life, already more than sufficient. Chapter 27. The Results Night. Jiang Che, the top scholar. The results are about to be released. Brothers, the results are imminent. The previously tranquil class group erupted in excitement shortly after 10 o'clock. In just 2 hours, the results would be announced. Hurry to the website to check your scores. Xiao Che, what are you still poking around for? Chen Feirong, who was likely preparing for bed, hastily emerged from her bedroom upon seeing the messages. Do we even need to check? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. You little rascal, why wouldn't you check? Chen Feirong playfully punched him. If we had known the results in advance, I dare say we'd both be on the verge of a heart attack from anxiety right now. But since we need not worry, this transforms into a delightful experience. Don't you understand? Besides, did they announce that you were the top scholar? Don't we still need to verify that? As she spoke, Zhang Liyun also approached. Seeing their enthusiasm, Jiang Che decided to join them in opening the computer. After enduring countless website crashes, they finally managed to check Jiang Che's scores. Name, Jiang Che. Total score, 735. Old Jiang, come over and take a look. What does that number say? Is it a 7? Chen Feirong rubbed her eyes. Jiang Liyun squinted. I can't quite make it out. Wait. I'll go grab my glasses. Jiang Che chuckled. What glasses? It's just a 7. 735 points. If it were anything else, could I possibly be the top scholar? 735 points. You little rascal. Have you been feasting on Li Bai's wisdom? Chen Feirong playfully hit Jiang Che again, though her eyes were already brimming with tears. Wonderful. Jiang Liyun inhaled deeply and remarked, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the highest score ever achieved in the history of the National Liberal Arts exams. All right, why get all sentimental? Let us sing a joyful tune. Jiang Che embraced his mother, wanting to hug old Jiang as well, but was met with a playful rejection. He picked up his cracked screen phone and played a song. What a splendid day, where everything I wish for comes to fruition. Get lost. Chen Feirong playfully kicked Jiang Che's behind, her gaze lingering on his shattered phone. Old Jiang, Chen Feirong exclaimed. ISNT that phone of our son, the one I accidentally broke last year? Jiang Liyun replied. You should know better than I do. What's wrong? Nothing. Just go to sleep. After a long while, Chen Feirong remarked, I can't sleep. Jiang Liyun responded, neither can I. Our son actually became the top scholar. It feels like a dream. Jiang Liyun stood up. Let us go out for a late-night snack to celebrate. Chen Feirong replied, that is not a bad idea. Should we invite our son? Invite him for what? We're celebrating his achievement. What does he have to do with it? Chen Feirong retorted. The Su family. The 2-story house, long past its bedtime, remained brightly lit. Su Rongyin and Su Jingjie were repeatedly refreshing the webpage, their nerves fraying with each attempt, especially for Su Rongyin. Her anxiety was compounded by numerous other factors. It's out. Finally, the website was stable. Su Jingje and Su Rongyin widened their eyes as the results loaded. Name, Su Rongyin. Total score, 653. Upon seeing these 3 digits, Su Rongyin nearly wept with joy, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes already reddening. Her relentless efforts during this period had borne magnificent fruits. Darling, you did so well. I'm so proud of you. Su Jingje's eyes also glistened with tears as she embraced Su Rongyin tightly. After lingering in her mother's warm embrace for a while, Su Rongyin lifted her head and said, Mom, I can attend the same school as Jiang Che. Su Jingje gently stroked her hair. Just as she was about to speak, Su Rongyin's phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of notifications. Su Rongyin picked it up to find a message from Gao Yun. I'm going crazy. Inin, this is unbelievable. Su Rongyin, puzzled, replied, Your results exceeded expectations? Gao Yun responded, No. Image JPG. Check your class group. They must have posted it there. Su Rongyin opened the image and saw a message from their teacher in the group chat, tagging all members. Gudafe, all members. Let us warmly congratulate our classmate Jiang Che for achieving an outstanding score of 735 points in the liberal arts, becoming this year's top scholar. Jiang Che. Whoa, top scholar? Jiang Che is amazing. Wow, 735 points. This must be the highest score ever in liberal arts history, right? Congratulations, Jiang Che. Last year's top scholar scored only 690, and both Qinghua and Beida were eager to recruit him. With Jiang Che's 735, won't there be a frenzy to snatch him up? His scores have skyrocketed in the past month, improving by 30 points in the first exam, 75 points in the second, and now he is the top scholar. This all seems to have started after Su Rongyin rejected him. No wonder Jiang Che has been so resolute in rejecting Su Rongyin, remaining emotionally detached. It's a strategy that has proven effective. Someone, fetch me my knife. Chen Yunsong exclaimed, Wow. Xiao Che became the top scholar? No wonder I got directly accepted into a first-tier university. Even Chen Yunsong managed to get into a first-tier university? I'm losing it. Woe is me. I didn't even meet the second-tier threshold. If I had known, I would have knelt down and begged Jiang Che to let me study with him. Li Yuan chimed in, Jiang Che is incredible. No one is home tonight. Can I invite you over for some tutoring? Chen Yunsong retorted, The college entrance exam is over. What do you still need tutoring for? Li Yuan shot back. Chen Yunsong, can you just die already? Su Rongyin's phone slipped from her grasp. What happened? Su Jingje cast a surprised glance at Su Rongyin, picked up her phone, and began to browse through it, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Ke, the top scorer in the college entrance examination? The news rapidly spread like wildfire. The announcement of Jiang Che's achievement, claiming the title of top scorer in the arts, was eagerly relayed by every teacher from their high school. Banners were hastily erected at the school entrance overnight, celebrating the remarkable accomplishment of Jiang Che as the top scorer. One single banner was worth more than thousands of recruitment advertisements. Some students, who had liberated themselves after the exams and were battling through the night at internet cafes, couldn't help but shout in disbelief upon hearing the news. Wow, one of my classmates has become the top scorer too. The school contacted Jiang Che to award him a prize of 50,000 yuan. The local authorities of Jiang Che's neighborhood also reached out to him, offering a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Such scholarship events, of course, were not conducted in secrecy. A throng of reporters accompanied the ceremony, with cameras set up like artillery. Jiang Che stood amidst various officials, adorned with a bright red flower around his neck, while Mrs. Chun and old Jiang flanked him, each holding a placard inscribed with the amounts of 100,000 yuan and 50,000 yuan respectively. A click of the camera captured the moment in a snapshot. Chapter 28. Jiang Che chose to forego Qingbei and enrolled in Zhejiang University because of me? Top scorer's mother. Off to buy groceries? Ha ha ha. Indeed, off to buy some groceries. Your son Jiang Che has truly excelled, achieving the title of top scorer. He has truly made an astonishing breakthrough. Old Jiang, with a top scorer in the family. You must treat us, right? Yes, how about tonight? Everyone come along. Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun spent several days in a state of uncontainable joy. Jiang Che had become the top scorer, and Chen Yunsong also secured admission to a prestigious institution. Chen Yunsong's parents were overjoyed and visited multiple times to express their gratitude. For both families, this was an extraordinary occasion. However, while some rejoiced, others felt disheartened. Upon learning of Jiang Che's status as the top scorer, Su Rongyin, who should have been elated by her unexpectedly high exam results, fell into a deep gloom. Su Jingjie noticed her distress and felt a pang of sympathy, yet felt helpless and could only sigh in response. With Jiang Che being the top scorer, he was undoubtedly destined for Qingbei. Although Su Rongyin's scores were commendable, they still fell short of the admission threshold for Qingbei. However, simply moping around was not a solution. Su Jingjie resolved to call Chun Feirong. Hello, Feirong. I heard that Xiao Che is this year's top scorer. Congratulations. As soon as the call connected, Su Jingjie conveyed her felicitations. Thank you, thank you. Chun Feirong, who was busy cooking, expressed her gratitude repeatedly, setting down her spatula to step out of the kitchen. She called to Jiang Liyun in the living room. Jiang Liyun, I'm taking a call. Please keep an eye on the fire. Are we having dinner at home? Please extend my congratulations to old Jiang as well, Su Jingjie added with a smile. Then I'll get straight to the point to avoid delaying your meal. Has Xiao Che decided which school to attend? Our Rongyin scored over 650 points, and I'm currently troubled about which school to apply to, she remarked with a sigh. Su Rongyin's father had been abroad for over a month for such a significant event as her daughter's college entrance exam results. He had only made a brief phone call, truly embodying the role of an absentee parent. Over 650 points? That is quite impressive. Congratulations, Chun Feirong responded. Also congratulating Su Jingjie. Xiao Che has applied to Zhejiang University. Zhejiang University? Su Jingjie was momentarily taken aback, her tone turning exceptionally upbeat. That's wonderful. Feirong, please enjoy your meal. I won't keep you any longer. Bye. Oh, okay. Bye. As Chun Feirong hung up the phone, her brows furrowed in confusion. That's wonderful? What does that mean? Su Rongyin curled up in bed, her gaze vacant. In the past few days, she had gone out with Gao Yin a few times, but no matter what they did, she felt a persistent lack of interest. Inin, I'm coming in. Su Jingjie knocked on the door and entered, her face beaming with joy. I have good news for you. Su Rongyin seemed to be in a daze, offering no reaction. It's about Xiao Che, Su Jingjie continued. Su Rongyin raised her listless eyes. Without further ado, Su Jingjie, smiling, exclaimed, I just spoke with Aunt Chun. Jiang Che did not go to Qingbei. He applied to Zhejiang University. Zhejiang University? Su Rongyin, barefoot and without slippers, jumped out of bed and rushed to the computer to check the admissions website. She scrutinized the past admission scores for various majors at Zhejiang University. In an instant, it was as though she had been revitalized. Her score surpassed the admission threshold for Zhejiang University. I initially wanted to advise you to give up, but unexpectedly, Xiao Che applied to Zhejiang University. Su Jingjie gently caressed her daughter's head. His score, as the top scorer, would have allowed him to choose freely at Qingbei, yet he specifically chose Zhejiang University. Are you saying Jiang Che chose Zhejiang University because of me? Su Rongyin could hardly contain her joy, her excitement palpable as she proudly lifted her fair neck. I don't need him to make concessions for me. I was already planning to apply to Zhejiang University. You. Su Jingjie chuckled helplessly. Having just completed the college entrance examination, excelling in the second subject was a breeze for Jiang Che. After achieving a perfect score, he was taken back to his grandmother's house by Chun Feirong. Chun Feirong had only one elder brother, who was Jiang Che's maternal uncle. Both uncle and aunt treated Jiang Che well, preparing a lavish feast to celebrate his achievement upon learning that he would be visiting. This city is neither too small nor too large. News of Jiang Che's high school top score status was reported nationwide, and naturally, those who knew Jiang Che were aware of it as well. The elderly couple, one fond of square dancing and the other of chess, found themselves even more spirited than before after Jiang Che's achievement. During a chess match, the sound of the pieces being struck was noticeably louder. That meal ended with the grandfather inebriated, while Jiang Liyun and Uncle Chun Feihai also indulged in merriment. Cousin Chun Qing, who excelled in her studies, was admitted to a 211 university. Now with Jiang Che as a top scorer, both children had achieved remarkable success. The day after leaving his grandmother's house, Jiang Che set off once more with his parents back to the countryside. His father, Jiang Liyun, hailed from rural areas around neighboring counties. It was a story of inspiration. A poor boy from the countryside striving for education, gaining admission to university, rising to prominence, and marrying a wealthy beauty. If he had become a tycoon, he could have penned a novel about his journey. His grandparents were unwilling to live in the city with Jiang Liyun, so he built them a comfortable house in the village. The elderly couple, still vigorous, tended to their fields. His aunt's family lived across the street, visiting daily. Her two sons were kind-hearted but had all gone to work at the same internet company in Shenzhen, having not returned for several years. At this time, the term social animal was still referred to as diligent workers. After celebrating Jiang Che's success with a meal at his aunt's house, old Jiang inevitably drank to excess. This news did not spread much in the village, nor did anyone intentionally publicize it. After spending a night at home, Jiang Liyun and Shan Feirong returned to the city. As they had work to attend to, Jiang Che resolved to remain and keep company with the elderly couple for a while. Though his encounters with his grandparents were infrequent, his affection for the two doting elders, who had lavished love upon him since childhood, was profound. "Grandpa, stop smoking that stuff. Have a cigarette instead," Jiang Che exclaimed, pulling the pipe from his grandfather's grasp and replacing it with a soft cigarette. "I can't get used to that. You should keep it for yourself." His grandfather replied with a benevolent smile. Jiang Che chuckled and, with a flick of his wrist, sent the 10-yuan pipe purchased at the market on a perfect arc into the trash bin. "You little rascal, it's been years since I last disciplined you, and you've certainly grown more audacious." His grandfather's beard bristled with indignation as he playfully chased Jiang Che, who laughed heartily in response. He had not discarded the pipe without reason. In his previous life, at the age of 40, his grandfather had been diagnosed with lung cancer. Thus, in this life, Jiang Che was determined to help the old man quit smoking. However, after so many years of habit, expecting him to quit cold turkey was unrealistic. Transitioning to filtered cigarettes was a gentler approach, a gradual step before devising further strategies. Chapter 29. A cash windfall of 1 billion. Ultimately, his grandfather was unable to catch up with Jiang Che. However, he relayed the news of Jiang Che's smoking to Jiang Liyun, who then scolded him over the phone for a full 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Had she not been interrupted by another call, her tirade would likely have continued even longer. Life in the countryside was monotonous, yet the presence of Wi-Fi provided some relief. Upon seeing Jiang Che's phone in such a shattered state, Chun Feirong, with a mother-s affection, purchased him a brand new Redmi smartphone, one that had just hit the market. The price was of little concern. It was a testament to her boundless love for him. Using his new phone, Jiang Che opened a specific folder, swiped to the far right, and logged into Bluebird. In the still of the night, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, it was the perfect time to appreciate the scenery here. As soon as he logged on, before he could peruse the messages from some caring older sisters he followed, a barrage of notifications from Kaisi flooded in. "The college entrance exam in Daxia. Aren't you still a senior in high school? Wishing you all the best. How did you fare? The exam should have concluded ages ago, right? Where are you?" Jiang Che replied, "Sorry, I've been a bit busy." "All right. How did you do on the exam?" Kaisi inquired. "First in the nation. What about you?" Jiang Che responded honestly. "Are you serious? That's impressive." Kaisi exclaimed, astonished. "Your academic performance, is that exceptional? Would you consider coming to Mylikan? If you're nearby, you could stay at my place. A direct invitation to cohabitate?" Such openness from a foreign girl. Jiang Che replied, "No need. I have no plans to study abroad." "All right then," Kaisi replied. "My internet connection is poor since I'm in Brazil watching the World Cup. I'll respond when I get back tonight." A picture accompanied her message. A stunning blonde, clad in Neymar's jersey, stood out like a vibrant scene. Jiang Che reiterated, "You're truly beautiful, a match for me. However, I must log off soon. It's rare for me to be online, so I cannot squander this time on mere chatting." Just before closing the chat window, he added, "Oh, by the way, if you're watching the World Cup, do you bet on the games?" "No. How could you not place a bet while in Brazil? Since you're a fan of the Brazilian team, I recommend betting on Germany to win 7-1 against Brazil in the knockout rounds." On the other side of the globe, Kaisi was left puzzled in the stands. As a fan of Brazil, why would she bet on Germany winning 7-1 against Brazil? Watching as Jiang Che went offline, she tucked her phone into her pocket. Nevertheless, as she departed the venue, she decided to place a bet on Germany winning 7-1 against Brazil, wagering 50 euros. Due to preparing for his driving test, Jiang Che returned to the city after a few days. Before leaving, he bought his grandfather 10 packs of cigarettes and secretly stashed away all his treasured tobacco at his aunt's house, leaving the old man fuming even after Jiang Che had left for the city. He passed both the third and fourth driving tests with ease. The current mechanism for obtaining a driver's license was remarkably accommodating for students who could only take the exams during the summer. "Xiao Che, you are incredibly swift," Chun Yun Song exclaimed, enviously gazing at Jiang Che's driver's license. "A man should not claim to be fast. Apologize to me. Get lost. Apologize, and I'll treat you to a grand meal." "I'm sorry." Chun Yun Song promptly apologized. Jiang Che, riding his electric scooter, took him to KFC. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered two familiar figures, Su Rongyin and Gao Yun. Upon spotting Jiang Che, Su Rongyin haughtily raised her chin and turned to leave. Jiang Che intentionally announced that he was attending a particular school, meaning that all this time, his actions had merely been a strategy of feigned indifference, causing her repeated heartache and embarrassment. She would forgive him so easily. Wasn't this a game of cat and mouse? She would seek him out. Let us see who would be the one to feel anxious in the end. Gao Yun, unaware of Su Rongyin's sentiments, followed her friend. both of them making their exit. What is going on with the two of you? Su Xiaohua, what has happened this time? Chen Yunsong asked, bewildered. I don't know. Jiang Che shook his head, equally perplexed. Su Rongyin ignoring him was a good thing. It was worth celebrating. Inside KFC, Jiang Che ordered a crazy Friday discount meal. While eating, Chen Yunsong suddenly froze mid-motion. Across from them was a mirror. The lighting in the room was dim, but in the reflection, Jiang Che remained unchanged, while Chen Yunsong's face was starkly white as he held a scoop of pure white ice cream. Xiao Che, I've noticed something. Zhang Gukipaozid. Licking his ice cream. I've done it, Chen Yunsong declared. Dark as night. Isn't that normal? Zhang Guki replied. After spending so many days practicing for the driving test with me, it's only natural to tan. Chen Yunsong turned to him, asking seriously, are you sure you can't tan? Jiang Che was taken aback, glancing at his arm. After days of exposure to the sun, while riding the electric bike and practicing for the driving test, it was surprising that he hadn't tanned at all. But now, he truly hadn't tanned. Moreover, despite the sun and wind, his skin showed no signs of roughness. Could this be yet another benefit of his rebirth? He nodded. It seems I really can't tan. Chen Yunsong exploded. Why the hell did you drag me along to practice driving if you can't even tan? Expectations are always beautiful. Yet when that day finally arrives, an inexplicable calmness envelopes one. After a deep sleep, Jiang Che awoke the next day to find a staggering sum of 1 billion in his account. The total amount won was over 25 billion. But after a 20 tax deduction upon disbursement, it had transformed into 1 billion by the time it reached his account. Gazing at the wealth in his account, Jiang Che's heart remained utterly unperturbed, even instilling in him a faint desire to indulge in further slumber. Awakening at noon, he was suddenly struck with a surge of excitement. After all, this was a staggering sum of 1 billion in cash. Jiang Che dared to assert that, nationwide, the number of individuals capable of accessing such liquidity could be counted on one hand. With this substantial seed capital, his ambition to forge a commercial empire would become significantly more attainable. Jiang Che first procured a bank card, withdrawing 250,000 to deposit into the account, which he then entrusted to Chun Pharaoh. Of that amount, 50,000 was a reward for him, a token from old Zhang's personal savings, while 200,000 had been transferred from Zhejiang University, which he had temporarily appropriated to cover a deficit. As for the matter of his newfound wealth, Jiang Che had no intention of disclosing this to his family. An excess of money would be difficult to explain. He figured that once the company flourished, they would naturally come to understand the extent of his assets without needing to inquire about their origin. Regarding the prospect of betting on upcoming matches, Jiang Che refrained. While he was aware of the outcomes of a few matches, their odds were not particularly favorable, unless he wagered a substantial amount on the next match. The potential winnings would be minimal. The risk did not justify the reward, rendering it unnecessary. Chapter 30. Handsomeness as a Burden. The Stunning Chun Yun. In the evening, Gu Dafei sent a message in the group chat, announcing a dinner for the entire class at Chunlai Restaurant the following night. Gu Dafei remarked, "This meal is courtesy of Jiang Che. Thankfully, when he wagered with me, I merely agreed to a dinner. Otherwise, I might have to find shelter under a bridge by now." Ha ha ha. His jest ignited a chorus of laughter within the group. Class Vice President Han Lei chimed in. "We were just contemplating whether to have a final gathering after graduation, given that opportunities to reunite will be few and far between. This dinner could serve as a fitting farewell. Jiang Che, our top scholar, what do you think?" Han Lei was an attractive girl. Her looks comparable to Li Yuan's. Not overly striking, yet with a bit of effort, she could certainly be deemed beautiful. Her popularity stemmed from her adept social skills, as evidenced by her words. She not only expressed her intent to organize the event, but also engaged Jiang Che without overstepping her bounds. Jiang Che recalled that in his past life, Han Lei had secured a position within the system, thriving in her career. They had crossed paths once, almost leading to an odd incident, but he had managed to regain his composure just in time. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had struggled to maintain self-control around her, possibly due to the charm she exuded. Once classmates, now she was a married woman. Their reunion to toast and celebrate felt laden with unspoken tension. Ahem. Given the chance to live anew, Jiang Che naturally regarded such matters as non-existent. In contrast to Qin Xiaolong, Han Lei, as vice president, garnered greater respect from their peers, were it not for her academic performance, which fell short of Qin Xiaolong's. The position of president would likely have been hers. Zhang Ke replied, "Sounds great. It's only fitting that this meal is hosted by old Gu, marking a perfect conclusion to our 3 years of youth." The young man, Gu Dafei, had not anticipated Jiang Che's response and chuckled in playful reproach. Jiang Che was deliberately downplaying the fact that the dinner was a celebration of his academic achievement, seeking to leave a favorable impression on his classmates. Hanlei, Shunlai restaurant. Right? Teacher Gu, have you reserved a table? Gudafe, not yet. Hanlei, my home is nearby. I will go reserve a private room now. How many of us are attending? Gudafe, those who can, please confirm. Linkan, uno, Chen Yunsung, due Jiangke, tre Liuan, 444. 5. I'm in the countryside and won't be back tomorrow. I'm on a trip with my parents. As a response is poured in. Those unable to attend also express their regrets in the chat. Hanlei, we're just waiting for the class president and Rongyin. Su Rongyin, Qin Xiaolong, are you coming? On the other end of the screen, Su Rongyin pouted stubbornly. This dinner was fundamentally due to Jiang Che's influence. She had resolved to ignore him. Yet this was their final gathering after 3 years of high school. What did dining with Jiang Che have to do with her? She could simply disregard him. Su Rongyin replied, I'll go. Jiang Che, the top scholar, had cast a formidable shadow over Qin Xiaolong. As class president, Hanlei was organizing this farewell dinner, which infuriated Qin Xiaolong to the point of nearly exiting the group. Ultimately, he suppressed his impulse, but intentionally avoided checking the chat. However, when Hanlei tagged him, his anger reached new heights, almost prompting him to curse. Yet, upon opening the chat, seeing his peers and Su Rongyin, who had expressed her intention to attend, his fury gradually transformed into a grin. It was a peculiar shift in expression. His thoughts raced. Rongyin is coming because of me, right? The term pua was not yet widespread, but clearly, Qin Xiaolong was a master in this art. Ironically, he was the one being manipulated. I'll go too. Jiang Che tossed his phone aside, rolling onto his bed, the indescribable comfort lulling him into a deep sleep until evening. When he finally roused, he checked his phone and noted that both old Chun and old Jiang would not be home for dinner, leaving Jiang Che to fend for himself. After a full day without food, his stomach growled in protest. He showered, donned a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and slipped on flip-flops before heading out in search of sustenance. As he walked, he scrolled through the news on the National SME Equity Transfer System's official website. In his previous life, the sale was completed on July 30th, with the listing expected to occur around this time. With $1 billion in hand, why was Jiang Che intent on acquiring a company that had failed to transform? The answer was simple. Firstly, for $5 million, he could secure a complete team from a small internet company. In his past life, when the company was acquired, the original personnel remained attached to the project. Their emotional investment irreplaceable. The subsequent success of the company was a testament to their dedication. Secondly, and most crucially, knowing that a shortcut lay before him. Opting to forge his own path would be sheer folly. Moreover, if he did not acquire this company, it would likely be purchased by another firm, inevitably becoming a formidable competitor. Hey, handsome, can I get your contact information? I really like you. Dressed so casually, Jiang Che exuded an aura of refreshing charm. His lips were a vivid red, his teeth pristine white, and his features were exquisitely defined. His fair skin accentuated the dark hue of his two arched brows. Towering at over 6 feet tall, he strode with an upright posture. As he walked past, several individuals sought his contact information, and even a married woman approached Jiang Che directly, mentioning that her home's plumbing frequently clogged and inviting him to assist her in fixing it. Jiang Che was rendered speechless and couldn't help but sigh. Being handsome is indeed a burden. Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind him. Turning around, he found his English teacher, Yin, standing there. She was no longer clad in her customary austere attire. Instead, she wore a white floral dress that hugged her figure and a pair of transparent, elegant high-heeled sandals. Although the dress featured a high neckline and a long hem that revealed only a slender ankle, it still managed to captivate Jiang Che's attention. Chapter 31. The boy walking ahead exudes youthfulness. You're pursuing an MBA? Yin remarked. I was on my way home, saw you, and thought I'd say hello. I didn't expect to overhear your comment. Her perfectly aligned white teeth shone as she smiled brightly. I found it amusing, but I wasn't laughing at your vanity. Feel free to laugh, Jiang Che teased. Are you going on a date? What date? Yin raised an eyebrow, shaking her head in denial. Then why are you dressed so beautifully? He inquired. Just being frugal, she replied with a playful roll of her eyes. Hey, I'm just being honest. Jiang Dukichakold, still intrigued by Yun's strikingly different appearance. She tilted her head back, took a deep breath, and casually remarked, I've resigned. You've resigned? Jiang Che exclaimed in surprise. Why would you choose to leave right after producing a top student? Yun glanced at him sideways. Indeed, the school promised me a 50 salary increase, and many other institutions are eager to recruit me with ludicrously high offers, but it's not about the salary. I simply no longer wish to be a teacher. I didn't even graduate in education. My family insisted I could take the Teacher S certification, and I was assigned to our school, where I've taught for 3 years. As an educator, I've refrained from many things, even dressing conservatively. Recently, I suddenly realized I'm already 27. Youth is fleeting and life passes swiftly. How many 3-year intervals can one have in their youth? I no longer want to continue in this manner. I wish to live for myself in the coming years. There are outfits I've always wanted to wear, but hesitated to pick up, experiences I've longed to pursue, but abandoned due to my identity as a teacher. You might not believe it, but I adore singing, yet I've never even stepped foot in a karaoke venue. This was the reason behind her stark change in attire. Chun Yun gazed down the seemingly endless street, a gentle breeze tousling her hair, a look of unprecedented ease mixed with a hint of bittersweetness gracing her features. Have you had dinner yet? Jiang Che asked. Chun Yun looked at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. No one seemed to care about such matters, and those who did would only voice their opposition. She inhaled deeply and shook her head, about to speak when Jiang Che seized her wrist. Her gaze lifted in surprise to meet his sunny smile. This is splendid news. We should find a place to celebrate. I know a wonderful restaurant, my treat. Chun Yun was momentarily taken aback, and after being led along for a while, she finally regained her composure, inhaling deeply to suppress the sudden swell of emotion in her throat. As she looked at the boy leading her forward, she felt a sensation she had never experienced before: youthfulness. Having spent her life under the meticulous plans of her parents, constantly studying and taking exams in a regimented manner, her youth had been monotonous and dreary. Previously, her greatest joy was watching these vibrant young students express themselves freely. Yet at this moment, she felt as if she too was part of that exuberance, albeit with only a fleeting remnant of her own youth. Jiang Che guided her to a music-themed restaurant, a place he often frequented with Su Rongyin, known for its delightful ambience and exquisite Sichuan cuisine. As they settled in, Jiang Che ordered a spicy dish of stir-fried kidneys. Chun Yun regarded him with skepticism. After placing the order, she couldn't resist asking, "Jiang Che, have you discovered that I enjoy eating this?" He immediately shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Excuse me. Do you have lamb kidneys? Please grill a couple of skewers." "Jiang Che," Chun Yun exclaimed, exasperated. "It's perfectly normal to have preferences. Why conceal them? If you were constrained by your identity as a teacher before, what about now? Sister Yun, you're no longer a teacher. Indeed, what is there to hide?" Chun Yun smiled, seemingly relieved as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "But don't call me that." Jiang Che nodded. "All right, Sister Yun, you little rascal." Chun Yun chuckled, unable to rebuke him further regarding his choice of address. "So, what do you plan to do after leaving teaching?" Jiang Che asked. In his previous life, he had little interaction with this mature and sophisticated teacher after graduation, so he was unaware of her future path. However, during moments of idleness, he often pondered whether things might have unfolded differently had he not pursued Su Rongyin. Back then, he deemed it utterly impossible for a young boy like himself to garner any affection from a wise and beautiful teacher. "I'm not yet certain what to pursue, but I suppose I'll try to continue the dreams I had when I first graduated with my MBA. I want to find an opportunity to start a company and experience entrepreneurship. If it fails, it's no big deal. I can always return to teaching." Chun Yun tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Sister Yun is pursuing an MBA?" Jiang Che asked in astonishment. "Indeed," she replied. "What? Do you underestimate me? If I hadn't pursued an MBA, how could I have completed my studies by the age of 24? "No, I was merely surprised," he said, taking a bite of his food. "It seems a bit of a waste for a master of business administration to be teaching high school English. However, I must advise you, now is not an opportune time for entrepreneurship. If you wish to experience it, consider working for a startup. I once considered that, but suitable opportunities were scarce." Chun Yun shook her head. "I happen to have a fitting opportunity. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Che inquired. "You have a fitting opportunity?" Chun Yun asked, intrigued. "Yes." Jiang Che requested a pen and paper from the waiter, elegantly scribbling several lines before handing it to her. "Here." Chun Yun took the paper and glanced at it. "Chairman of Lin Yuan CNU Network Technology Group. Jiang Che, is this you? You started a company?" "I'm preparing to start a company," Jiang Che corrected with a smile. "Currently, I'm still a lone wolf. I invite Sister Yun to be my right-hand person for a trial period of 1 month, with a monthly salary of 10,000, and the salary and benefits upon confirmation will be determined later." He had unexpectedly discovered an unemployed MBA, particularly a very familiar one. Jiang Che, who was in desperate need of talent, would not let this opportunity slip by. If Chun Yun proved capable, she could undoubtedly assist him immensely during the startup phase. Chapter 32. "Sister Yun, please give me your hand." "Jiang Che, are you serious?" Chun Yun initially thought Jiang Che was jesting. Yet the earnestness etched on his face dispelled any notion of levity. He was entirely serious. Jiang Che produced a pristine red Xiaomi phone, then picked up Chun Yun's device from the table. He had just noticed the bulging bank card tucked behind her transparent Oppo phone case, a rather conspicuous sight, likely due to Chun Yun's lack of a handbag. After inputting the card number, Jiang Che transferred 10,000 yuan into the account, subsequently placing the bank card back into the phone case and returning the device to Chun Yun's side. No sooner had he set it down than the phone vibrated twice. Chun Yun glanced at it, revealing a text from the bank, a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Che, who broke into a grin and said, "There you go, the advance on your probationary salary has been paid. Sister Yun, you're now officially under my employ." Chun Yun's astonishment was momentarily silenced, and she retorted, "Who is under your employ? Don't be ridiculous." The implication of her being kept by him was rather distasteful. As a thought crossed her mind, she retrieved her phone and shook her head, saying, "Quickly give me your card number. I'll transfer the money back to you. This must be your scholarship funds, right? Don't joke with me. Next time, if you take it, I'll 1T return it." "I'm not joking," Jiang Che replied with a hint of exasperation. "It seems I need to establish a company first. Otherwise, as just a kid, I lack credibility. I can't very well show my bank balance when I'm trying to recruit someone, can I? How about this, Sister Yin? You keep the money for now. I'll have someone draft the probation contract later. Whenever you trust that I'm not joking, we can sign it then. But during this period, if anything comes up, you must assist me. The probation period starts today. You can take the money back. As long as it's within my means, even without payment, I will help you." Chen Yun stated. No, that would mean I'm getting a free ride." Jiang Che shook his head vigorously. "What free ride? You little rascal. Do you want a beating?" Chen Yun clenched her fists. Hee. Jiang Che stubbornly refused to give his card number. Unable to argue further, she relented. "All right, I'll keep this money for you. You can ask for it whenever you need it. Of course, if you truly convince me of your entrepreneurial endeavors and sign the internship contract, then I will 1T give it back. However, with your kind of approach, if you were genuinely starting a business, you would surely fail." Chen Yun chuckled lightly. "Why is that?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. "Others stretch a single yuan into two. Who starts an internship with a 10,000 yuan salary like you? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Chen Yun remarked. "Sister Yun, aren't you an MBA? A 10,000 yuan monthly salary during the probation period isn't a loss for me. Even if I do lose, it's no big deal," Jiang Che replied with a smile. At that moment, the resident singer took the stage and began to perform. The melodious voice uplifted the spirits of the audience. As the song concluded, Jiang Che suddenly turned to Chun Yun and asked, "Sister Yun, you mentioned that you love singing, but have never been to a KTV, right?" "Yes," Chun Yun nodded. In her upbringing, even the most ordinary KTV, a place solely for singing, was deemed an improper venue. Jiang Che stood up and walked toward the singer, engaging in conversation. To Chun Yun's surprise, he stepped onto the stage, took the guitar from the singer, and sat before the microphone. After a few simple strums, he produced a lively prelude to Sevenly Fragrance. The solo guitar sounded somewhat sparse, yet when Jiang Che began to sing, his resonant voice transformed everything in a mere background noise. Outside the window, sparrows chatter on the power lines, evoking a sense of summer. The rain pours all night. My love spills over like the rainwater. The fallen leaves in the yard resemble my thick layers of longing. Nearby, the resident singer worried Jiang Che might sing off-key, only to be utterly captivated by his performance. Diners laid down their chopsticks, fixated on Jiang Che on stage. As the last note fell, the audience erupted in applause. "Holy! Impressive, young man. What a voice! Simply phenomenal." Chun Yun clapped enthusiastically, genuinely impressed, not only by Jiang Che's singing, but also by his audacity to take the stage. "Uncle, young man, another song." The crowd began to cheer, urging Jiang Che for another performance. He adjusted the microphone and said, "I apologize for interrupting everyone. However, I would like to impose on you for one more song, as I wish to invite a girl to join me on stage for a duet to remedy some regrets in her life." With that, he descended from the stage and approached Chun Yun, offering a gentlemanly invitation. "Sister Yun, please take my hand." At that moment, Chun Yun understood the significance of Jiang Che's earlier question. All eyes were now upon them, and the sudden attention made her feel uneasy. Yet she extended her hand and grasped Jiang Che's. He led her back onto the stage. Whoa! The audience erupted in cheers and applause, causing Chun Yun's cheeks to flush slightly. Once on stage, Jiang Che embraced the guitar and leaned toward Chun Yun, asking softly what song she would like to sing. After a moment as contemplation and a deep breath, she provided her answer. Before she could inquire if he knew the song, Jiang Che had already begun strumming the chords to New Boy. In the years that followed, this song became widely covered, but at that moment, few had heard it, which was why Chun Yun had asked Jiang Che if he knew it. Yes, I see sunshine everywhere, joy floating above the city. Chen Yun's voice was melodious, harmonizing beautifully with Jiang Che's. Initially nervous, she gradually found her rhythm under Jiang Che's lead, her voice becoming lighter and more enchanting. Jiang Che refrained from singing, focusing solely on his guitar. Chen Yun stood before the microphone, illuminated by the spotlight, a dazzling presence. This was a moment she had never experienced before. Wearing a new outfit, with a fresh hairstyle, she felt liberated. In that instant, she embodied the essence of the song, stepping into a new era, a fresh beginning. Chapter 33. The conclusion of the high school reunion. Jiang Che, thank you. After declining an invitation to perform again, Jiang Che departed the restaurant with Chen Yun. The mature beauty in a white dress walked gracefully, her hands clasped behind her back, as if she were about to dance a waltz. Turning to glance at Jiang Che. Her hair danced in the breeze, and she smiled radiantly. I had a wonderful day indeed, truly delightful. The remnants of her teacher's reserve had diminished significantly, and in Jiang Che's presence, the invisible barrier had lifted, replaced by a myriad of subtle emotions. Jiang Che grinned. Shall we take a photo for memories? Sure. Chen Yun acquiesced. Jiang Che took her phone and found an angle to capture the moment. This is still Chen Yun's Oppo phone, and it's the first time she uses it for a selfie. In the photo, the sunlight is just perfect, and both of them are smiling. Although it's a selfie, the outcome resembles a piece of art, making Chen Yun enamored with it. If a company is to be established, a suitable office location is essential. Jiang Che plans to situate the company in Hangzhou, for he intends to spend the next 3 years in this city. Moreover, with the advantageous policies regarding internet companies in Hangzhou, particularly in the wake of the major developments spearheaded by Dema, the environment here is almost comparable to that of Shenzhen. Currently, the residential property prices in the central area of Hangzhou hover around 15,000 yuan per square meter, which is expected to double in 5 years. The prices for commercial office spaces will see even more staggering increases, at least tripling in value. Particularly in the Qianjiang New City CBD area, there's been an explosive surge in the past couple of years. Therefore, Jiang Che aspires to acquire an office space in this prime location. He recalls an advertisement he glanced at in his previous life just a few days ago, which now vividly lingers in his memory. A 4-story standalone property with 500 square meters in the heart of Qianjiang New City CBD is available for sale online. Office buildings are mundane. Owning a standalone property is far more convenient. Moreover, the current asking price for this standalone building is merely 50 million yuan, translating to just over 10,000 yuan per square meter. In 2 years, this figure is projected to quintuple. Independent properties will always appreciate at a rate incomparable to office buildings. One cannot help but marvel at the astonishing advantages bestowed upon those who have been reborn. Jiang Che even remembers the phone number and promptly dials it. After several attempts that encountered busy signals, he finally gets through. The initial negotiations prove somewhat challenging, as the seller, Ma Chun, insists on a price of 55 million without budging. However, Jiang Che remains unfazed. He recalls hearing rumors about Ma Chun's company facing a crisis, desperately in need of cash flow, and resorting to selling off all physical assets. Before hanging up, Jiang Che asserts, if you are willing to sell for 50 million, I can transfer the money within an hour after the transfer procedures are completed. Without waiting for a response, he hangs up the phone, confident he will return. The difficulty of selling this property quickly is minimal, yet realizing the cash in a short time frame is an entirely different matter. What's that about? 8 million or 10 million? If one didn't know better, they'd think you were discussing a grand business deal. Hurry up and come eat. At that moment, Chun Farong's voice resounded from outside the door. Regardless of how grand his business may be or how much power he wields, in his mother's eyes, he will always remain a child. Jiang Che slips his phone back in his pocket, replying, coming. The summer sun grows increasingly fierce, yet as Jiang Che rides his electric scooter under its rays, he shows no signs of tanning. In contrast, Chen Yun Song, seated behind him, is not so fortunate. Chen Yun Song, have you gotten your driver's license? Upon arriving at the entrance of Chunlai restaurant, Jiang Che elegantly drifts to a stop, parking the scooter at the side. Han Lei and a few classmates have already arrived early, most of whom are female. Upon seeing Chen Yun Song, their first inquiry is this very question. Chen Yun Song, caught off guard, scratches his head and replies, no, I haven't taken the test yet. I'm not yet 18. A girl named Qian Lin, with a few acne marks on her face, exclaims, if you haven't taken the driving test, how come you're so tanned? Chen Yun Song is momentarily taken aback, slowly turning to Jiang Che, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. What is wrong with being tanned? This is healthy beauty. Jiang Che attempts to clarify for Chen Yun Song, but the latter is too irate to listen, taking off in pursuit. However, Jiang Che had anticipated this and had already dashed several steps ahead, leaving him in the dust. Jiang Che hadn't expected to avoid tanning. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have dragged Chen Yinsong along. It was unintentional. Soon, the classmates begin to arrive in succession. Su Rongyin arrives fashionably late, followed closely by Qin Xiaolong, giving the impression that they came together. Upon spotting Jiang Che, Su Rongyin retains et usualauti de minor. However, Jiang Che merely glances at her before turning away, engaging in light-hearted banter with another female classmate, completely indifferent to her presence. A wave of unease washes over her as she observes Qin Xiaolong, who is idly loitering nearby, leading her to believe Jiang Che must think they arrived together. Infuriated, she snaps at him, "Qin Xiaolong, please keep your distance from me in the future." Qin Xiaolong is left bewildered, having done nothing to warrant such a reaction. His fingers clench the 2 tickets in his pocket into a crumpled ball. Upon entering the restaurant's private room, which can accommodate over 30 people, many classmates are absent, perfectly allowing everyone to sit comfortably. "Jiang Che, I did not come with Qin Xiaolong," Su Rongyin declares rapidly as she passes by Jiang Che before taking her seat. Not pausing in her stride, Jiang Che's mind fills with questions. Hadn't she been ignoring him? Why the sudden need to clarify? "Jiang Che, impressive. Top scholar. Let us take a photo together." "Jiang Che, can I take a picture with you? I'll pray to you before my exams, hoping you bless me with success." Old Gu has yet to arrive, and they haven't ordered any dishes, but the beer has already been served. The moment Jiang Che sits down, classmates flock to him with their glasses raised. These high school students, still naive, behave foolishly when it comes to drinking. Old Gu, walking in with 2 cases of soft drinks, notices that no dishes have been ordered yet and hastily intervenes. "Today is a joyous occasion. We can drink, but no one is allowed to get drunk. If anyone disrupts this last gathering, you will become the proverbial mouse droppings that spoil the pot of soup." This warning from Gu Dafei has been reiterated countless times without targeting anyone specifically, serving as a reminder to avoid becoming the mouse droppings. Rest assured, Teacher Gu, did you bring us 2 packs of cigarettes? Soft ones? We adore you. Teacher Gu, is this a trap, pretending not to care and letting us smoke as we please? But whoever dares to smoke will regret it. Come on, is it really that frightening? Chapter 34. The mountains are high and the road is long. May all of you soar upwards. Hearing the students' discussions, Old Gu chuckles in disbelief. Do you really think of your teacher this way? Is the teacher so sinister? Tossing the 2 packs of cigarettes onto the table, he states, "Jiang Che asked me to bring something along, and this is it. Although you've graduated, I still see you as children. I can't buy cigarettes for you to smoke, but I want to interfere with your choices. Just don't smoke inside." As there are girls and non-smokers present, Jiang Che bought them. "Jiang Che is incredible. We can't smoke here. Let us stash a pack each." "Sound good. Split them up." In the blink of an eye, the 2 packs of cigarettes are gone. "Oh, there's also a bag here. It's a gift for the girls." Old Gu placed a bag on the table and turned to Jiang Che, playfully scolding him. "You little rascal. Jiang Che chacold in response." Although he had emphasized in the group chat that this meal was courtesy of Old Gu, his classmates were well aware of its true origin. Thus, he had asked Gu Dafei to bring these items along. However, Gu Dafei made it clear that he was the one who had insisted on bringing them. Old Gu was a wonderful teacher. Years after graduating, Jiang Che remained in contact with him. By then, Old Gu had already gone gray, and whenever they met, he would shake his head with a mix of regret and guilt, lamenting how he wished he could have persuaded Jiang Che more at that time. During a particularly troubling phase in Jiang Che's past life, Gu Dafei had sought him out numerous times. Yet, Jiang Che, freshly rejected by Su Rongyin, was in a daze, completely oblivious to anything being said. No matter how much Gu Dafei urged him, the outcome was always the same. "Huh, what about our gift? What is it?" Upon hearing Gu Dafei's words, a group of girls rushed towards the bag Old Gu had placed down. Inside were exquisite hairpins, each one more charming than the last. "Wow, how adorable. I want this one. No, I want that one. They are all so beautiful." "Jiang Che, you must have taken ages to choose these, right? This is the brand of hairpin I wanted to buy a while ago, priced over 50 yuan each. But I couldn't bring myself to purchase it." "Ah, Jiang Che, I adore you. 50 yuan? So expensive? I was eyeing this hairpin too. Could it be that when I had to let it go, Jiang Che saw me and deliberately bought one for each of us as a pretext to gift me one? Li Yuan, you better get lost." The girls, clutching their hairpins, nearly rushed to give Jiang Che a big hug. Among all the girls, only Su Rongyin did not take one. Even Qin Xiaolong, who also abstained from the hairpins, wore a pleased smile upon witnessing this scene. However, just as he basked in his happiness, Su Rongyin suddenly stood up and took the last remaining hairpin from the bag. His smile promptly froze. Su Rongyin cose tu ignore Jiang Che completely. Yet, she truly did not wish to be the only one without something everyone else possessed. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally stood up and claimed the last hairpin that had remained unclaimed. By taking it, she reasoned, it wouldn't count as acknowledging Jiang Che at all. With the pressure of college entrance exams behind us, everyone felt remarkably at ease, chatting animatedly from one end of the world to the other, reminiscing about past lives and discussing future aspirations. It was unclear who initiated the topic, but soon they began discussing their scores from the recent exams and the schools they intended to apply to. Just as the conversation was gaining momentum, Qin Xiaolong, his face dark as ink, muttered something about having to take care of a matter and left abruptly. The group exchanged puzzled glances, but no one paid it much mind. Jiang Che understood that Qin Xiaolong's departure stemmed from the fact that his score only qualified for a first-tier university. In truth, a first-tier score surpassed that of many in their class, yet the ostentatious Qin Xiaolong, who often boasted about his achievements, felt that merely attaining a first-tier university would bring him disgrace among his peers, especially since Chen Yinsong also scored in the same tier. However, in reality, no one would mock him or deem his performance shameful. Who could guarantee unerring success? There were far too many who faltered during the exams. With Qin Xiaolong's departure, the topic swiftly dissipated. The group continued to eat and drink, unaware of when their eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Once the meal concluded, their 3 years of high school came to a definitive end. Old Gu raised a glass and surveyed the students he had nurtured over the past 3 years. His eyes bloodshot as he declared, "There is no banquet that does not come to an end. This parting is but a prelude to a more splendid reunion. So I beseech everyone not to feel sorrow in this farewell." Although he urged them not to be saddened, he could hardly finish his words before his voice caught in his throat. Taking a deep breath, he concluded with heartfelt sincerity, "The mountains are high and the road long. May you all soar to great heights." With that, he raised his glass and drank deeply. Everyone else followed suit, their eyes brimming with tears. Many girls could scarcely bear to embrace one another, weeping quietly. The boys too wiped away their tears. Witnessing this, even Jiang Che felt a poignant ache in his own eyes. Sadness was the overarching theme of graduation season. Youth is always fleeting. The monotonous yet numbing 3 years of high school, when faced with their conclusion, evoked an overwhelming sense of longing and reluctance. Chapter 35. Truly taking Chunyun to Hangzhou. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating Jiang Che's closed eyes as he stirred awake, his brow furrowing slightly as he opened them. He reached beneath his pillow to retrieve his phone. For the past few days, the first thing he did each morning was check the small and medium-sized enterprise equity transfer website. Finally, it was listed. Upon seeing the listing information for the Look at Gift Company, Jiang Che sprang into action, immediately dialing the contact number. Cheng Yuan sat in a modest office, his face haggard as he gazed at the dismal data for Look at GIF on his computer. To say he felt no heartache about putting the company up for sale would be a lie. After all, it was the culmination of years of hard work from dozens of employees. Yet, the abysmal figures reflected that their product had failed to resonate with the market. After striving for so long, this was the outcome. Cheng Yuan felt a mix of resentment and helplessness. They could no longer afford to pay wages. Many of his employees, who had been with him for years, were no longer in a position where one person's salary could sustain the family. They needed to provide for their households. A month without wages would mean they faced dire straits. Thus, his primary concern was not the emotional attachment to their product being sold, but whether his employees would still have jobs after the company was sold. If not, they would need to seek alternative employment. Job hunting requires time and effort, not to mention the need for internships. For a considerable time, there would be little to no income. The $5 million he planned to sell the company for was barely enough to cover the overdue salaries for that month, with the remainder needing to be allocated towards settling the immense debts accumulated over the years. After sitting in silence for a long while, Cheng Yuan finally opened his computer and decided to add a note to the listing. If original employees are laid off, 3 months of salary must be compensated. Since the listing went live last night, he had already received several calls, all of which began with negotiations. The more reasonable offers started at $5 million, while someone as low as $5 million. Adding this condition would undoubtedly complicate the sale process further. His debts were nearing their repayment deadline. Yet even with little time left, he remained resolute in adding that note. Ding ding ding. Just as he finished editing and had yet to save the changes, Cheng Yuan's phone rang again. Noting it was another unfamiliar number from out of town, he answered, "Hello. This is Look at GIF, Cheng Yuan." "Hello, Mr. Cheng. I understand that your gift company is preparing to be sold for $5 million, correct?" The call was from Jiang Che, who was speaking on speakerphone while getting dressed. Indeed, 5 million is a remarkably low price. If it weren't for my dire financial situation, I would never sell at this rate, Chung Yuan replied. As a programmer, Chung Yuan's words, while truthful, sounded rather cliched, and having just uttered them, he realized the other party had dismissed them entirely and began a haggle. The price of 5 million is not an issue, Jiang Che stated. Chung Yuan was taken aback, initially expecting the other party to negotiate, but was surprised when Jiang Che agreed outright. However, rather than feeling elated, Chung Yuan refrained from celebrating too soon. Agreeing to the price did not necessarily mean he would accept his additional conditions. But I have a stipulation. After Jiang Che agreed, he shifted the conversation. Aside from the price, I have an extra condition as well, Chung Yuan interjected. The two spoke nearly in unison. You go first, Chung Yuan urged. Please, share your condition first. I would like to hear it, Jiang Che replied. Very well. Chung Yuan paused momentarily before stating. My condition is that after purchasing the company, should you decide to dismiss the existing employees, you must compensate them with 3 months' salary. While it may seem abrupt, these employees have been with me for many years. They have families to support. If they suddenly lose their jobs, they may struggle to meet their mortgage payments, their children's tuition fees, or even afford basic necessities. So, no problem, Jiang Che readily agreed. Chung Yuan was completely stunned. I said your condition poses no issues, Jiang Che clarified. My condition is simply that you retain the original staff. Overcome with excitement, Chung Yuan stood up abruptly from his chair. I will be flying to Hangzhou this afternoon. Do you have time, Mr. Chung? Zhan Duqi inquired. Yes, I have time, Chung Yuan replied hastily. Then let us meet to discuss the other details, Jiang Che suggested. All right, absolutely, Chung Yuan responded with utmost reverence, fearing that even a misstep in his enthusiasm might cause Jiang Che to reconsider the acquisition. After hanging up, he could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist on the table in exhilaration. He yearned to rush out and announce the good news to everyone, but restrained himself, knowing that until contracts were signed and payment made, all verbal agreements were mere empty promises. Yinjia, I have work for you. Jiang Che stepped outside and dialed Chen Yun's number. Chen Yun was contemplating where to begin her entrepreneurial journey and what ventures might be promising in today's market. Upon receiving Jiang Che's call, she chuckled. All right, what kind of work? A trip to Hangzhou. I have a ticket for a flight arriving at Shaoshan Airport at noon, and I am heading there now to pick you up, Jiang Che stated. He anticipated that the headquarters for the sale was also located in Hangzhou, making it even more convenient. Chen Yun paused, her laughter fading. Going to Hangzhou? Yes. As Jiang Che spoke, he hailed a taxi. Yinjia, I am in the car and expect to arrive at your community in about 10 minutes. Remember to bring your ID. This rascal, is he serious? Chen Yun set her phone down, her brows furrowed in confusion. The taxi quickly arrived at the entrance of Chen Yun's apartment complex. With her long hair cascading like a waterfall and dressed in a light pink gown, her mature charm was accentuated. Januke gritte there. And as she approached and opened the rear door, a fragrant breeze wafted in as she took a seat beside him. Jiang Che instructed the driver to the airport. Are we really going to the airport? Chen Yun turned to look at him, her natural beauty unadorned, yet no different from her usual understated makeup. Of course we are. Zhan Duqi affirmed. Chen Yun maintained her skepticism until they reached the departure hall. After Jiang Che retrieved the tickets and prepared to board, she finally believed he genuinely intended to take her to Hangzhou. Chapter 36, A Wonderful Romantic Partner, if only there were not a 9-year age gap. In first class on the plane, Jiang Che and Chen Yun sat side by side. He actually purchased first-class tickets. Chen Yun inwardly reprimanded Jiang Che for being extravagant, her curiosity about his motives for bringing her to Hangzhou growing. What are we going to do in Hangzhou? You're not planning something untoward in an unfamiliar place, are you? Chen Yun playfully punched Jiang Che, who was resting his eyes, and whispered. Jiang Che opened his eyes, paused for a moment, and looked at Chen Yun earnestly. Is that all right? Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback by the counter-question, taking a second to grasp Jiang Che's meaning before playfully hitting him again. Get out of here. Hurry up, what are we really doing? Jiang Che replied seriously. We are acquiring an internet company. Acquiring a company? Chen Yun widened her eyes in surprise. Here are the specifics about the company. The deal is set for 5 million. Jiang Che handed her his phone. Despite her doubts, Chen Yun reached for the phone and began to review the information. The company's prospects appeared rather mediocre. Unless they could reform their core product, an app, to align with market demands, the acquisition price of 5 million was not exorbitant, but came with risks. She keenly identified the underlying issues. Jiang Che nodded subtly. Chen Yun looked at Jiang Che with renewed astonishment and asked, You just mentioned the agreed price is 5 million, but this quote is also 5 million. Regardless of whether it's a legitimate acquisition or not, shouldn't you negotiate? I need to retain and utilize their original staff. With the change in ownership, maintaining morale is crucial, and no amount of negotiation can substitute for that. Jiang Che explained his reasoning. Chun Yun's eyes widened further. From this perspective, it made sense. In that moment, her perception of Jiang Che began to shift, and she couldn't help but wonder if he truly was here to acquire a company. Around 1:30 p.m., the plane landed. Jiang Che hailed a taxi, but didn't head directly to his intended destination. Instead, he took her to a shopping mall. Chun Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This rascal. He had just made her believe he was serious, and now he was taking her shopping instead. While contemplating this, something within her stirred. She glanced at Jiang Che's profile, and for just an instant, that feeling of intrigue was suppressed once more. After 27 years of being single, how she longed for sweet romance. Jiang Che truly seemed like a suitable partner, if only there weren't a 9-year age gap between them. Louis Vuitton? Jiang Che, are you about to buy luxury goods? Lost in thought, Chun Yun followed Jiang Che and suddenly realized they had arrived at a boutique store. The letters LV prominently displayed behind the cash register. She quickly attempted to intervene. She knew Jiang Che had received numerous scholarships, but money shouldn't be spent frivolously. To her astonishment, Jiang Che pointed at her and told the sales clerk, "Hello, please help her choose a professional outfit." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." The sales associate smiled sweetly, showing no sign of disdain toward Jiang Che's modest attire. This left Jiang Che feeling somewhat disappointed. In a conventional narrative, when a poor young man visits a luxury boutique for the first time, he is often met with disdain. He might then brandish proof of his wealth to humiliate those who look down upon him. Alas, that must wait for another occasion. "Jiang Che, what are you doing? Why are you buying me clothes?" "To wear, of course," Jiang Che replied with unerring honesty. "Wear what? There are thousands of garments, and I cannot wear them all." Chun Yun grasped Jiang Che's arm, her expression a blend of fury and exasperation. "Jiang Che, I don't know where you learned these tactics for wooing women, but let me make it clear. I am not like other girls. I do not fancy such trivialities." Chapter 37. The Sophisticated Beauty Executive. Chun Yun's dual buffs. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. "What tactic for pursuing women are you referring to?" "Sister Yun, do you really think I brought you here to buy clothes as a means to court you?" Chun Yun narrowed her eyes. "I assent that the case." Jiang Che flashed a grin. "Would it be permissible? If so, I would have no objections." "Absolutely not." Chun Yun promptly rejected the notion. "Ha! Janu kichakod lightly," seizing Chun Yun's wrist and leading her forward. "Come on, Sister Yun. The reason I'm buying you clothes is that you need to interface with the other party to fully take over the company. From now on, all processes will be handled by you, and your current attire is a tad too casual. We need something more formal." Chun Yun remained unmoved, regarding Jiang Che with skepticism. Jiang Che halted as well, releasing her wrist and beginning to appraise the figure of a stunning teacher in a pink dress. Chun Yun felt uneasy under his scrutiny and snapped, "You little rascal, where are you looking?" Jiang Che grinned. "Sister Yun, if you don't try it on, I'll have to estimate your size myself. Approximately 168 centimeters tall, and let me see." "Stop looking." Chun Yun, flustered and annoyed, kicked him lightly. Deep down, she harbored serious doubts about Jiang Che's insistence on buying clothes for her under the guise of professional necessity. She felt as though he was cornering her into a situation in Hangzhou, compelling her to purchase clothing. In reality, she was not angry with Jiang Che's intentions, but rather with his methods. Did she truly come across as a materialistic woman? With Jiang Che's demeanor, she realized that trying on the clothes was inevitable. He would genuinely estimate her size and select something for her. Reluctantly, she followed Jiang Che to the women's suit section, taking into the fitting room the chic outfit he had chosen. "Following your suggestion for now, I'll keep the tags on in case I need to return it. If you're truly deceiving me, you'll regret it." As she gazed at her reflection, Chun Yun secretly clenched her fists. Unbeknownst to her, during her time spent with Jiang Che, she had deviated significantly from her usual composed and mature demeanor, almost feeling like a young girl again. The white lace-collared blouse paired with a classic black women's suit accentuated Chun Yun's figure, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, amplifying her mature and intelligent aura to an extraordinary degree. Jiang Che had initially thought that after Chun Yun resigned, her teacher's charm would dissipate. However, he now realized that even without her teaching role, she retained that essence. Now, an additional layer of sophistication enveloped her, a graceful executive. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Che's intense gaze made Chun Yun feel suddenly self-conscious. She had just been contemplating returning the outfit, completely unaware that it had been years since she wore anything of this nature. "It's breathtaking," Jiang Che replied candidly, momentarily entranced. Chinyan rolled her eyes, although her delight was unmistakable. After purchasing a pair of small heels to complete the ensemble, the sophisticated executive look was fully achieved. Jiang Che didn't allow her to change back. He simply removed the tags, and the total cost amounted to an astonishing 45,000. Chinyan felt a pang of regret as Jiang Che swiped his card, secretly pocketing the tags, preparing to return them later. While Chinyan was trying on clothes, Jiang Che casually selected a casual outfit for himself. Although it seemed similar to his previous white t-shirt and black pants, it was priced several hundred times higher. Glancing at the time, it was nearly time for their appointment. Jiang Che took Chun Yuan and hailed a taxi straight to the company location of Cancan. Chung Yuan had invited Jiang Che to discuss matters at a high-end restaurant, which Jiang Che declined, deeming it unnecessary. Instead, they decided to hold the acquisition discussions at Cancan's office. Throughout the journey, Chun Yuan pondered how Jiang Che would manage the situation. Upon arriving at a dilapidated office building, they ascended to the third floor, where the sign for Cancan Network Responsibility Company Limited came into view. She was momentarily taken aback, astonished at their arrival at this company. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged rapidly from behind the glass door upon spotting them. "Mr. Jiang?" At first, Chung Yuan doubted Jiang Che's youth, but upon noticing Chun Yuan beside him, he reconsidered and hurried forward to inquire. "Jiang Che, good day." Jiang Che extended a hand. Hello. Chung Yuan quickly shook Jiang Che's hand and invited him. "Mr. Jiang, please come in. Let us discuss in my office." The company was modest, with only a dozen desks and a single office. The commotion at the entrance captured everyone's attention. Once Chung Yuan ushered Jiang Che and Chun Yuan into the office, every employee stood up, gathering outside the door to eavesdrop. These individuals had been with the company since its inception, having come to regard it as their home. They had never considered the possibility of unemployment should the company be sold. They were reluctant to part with the company, but were even more concerned about whether it could be sold and at what price. Hoping to cover the substantial deficit Chung Yuan had incurred to sustain the company, everyone held their breath, listening intently. As soon as they were seated, Chung Yuan's voice broke the silence. "Mr. Jiang, I still have that one request. If you take over the company and need to dismiss any long-standing employees, you must compensate them with 3 months' salary." A collective gasp echoed, leaving them momentarily stunned. Although the terms had been discussed over the phone, Chung Yuan felt compelled to reiterate them once more. "Mr. Chung, that condition poses no issue," Jiang Che affirmed, nodding. "As I mentioned on the call, I intend to acquire the entire company, including all its employees, and I've ensured that this clause is included in the contract. There is no need for concern." "Then I have no objections." Chung Yuan nodded vigorously upon hearing that it was already in the contract. "Very well, Mr. Chung, please provide me with an account number, and I will transfer the funds immediately after we finalize the contract." Given that this had all been agreed upon over the phone, there was no need to revisit the negotiations. As for the contract, Jiang Che had reached out to his cousin, Chun Qing, while preparing for takeoff. Chun Qing was nearing graduation from her graduate studies at the University of Political Science and Law. After Chun Qing graduated, she chose to remain in the capital, establishing herself as a renowned and illustrious lawyer. However, it seems that the legal field will suffer the loss of such a talent. For Jiang Che intends to persuade her to serve as his legal advisor. In Chapter 38, Chun Yuan expresses her feeling of having fallen into Jiang Che's trap. Chun Qing, perplexed by Jiang Che's insistence on such a contract, complied with his request and prepared the document, which she promptly sent to Jiang Che's phone while still at the mall. Utilizing Chung Yuan's printer, Jiang Che printed out the contract, and both parties commenced the signing process. Chung Yuan found Jiang Che's demeanor and eloquence to be unusually mature for someone of his age, yet he could not shake off his doubts, particularly when he had to lend his printer for the contract. It was only when Jiang Che contacted the bank and confirmed the transfer of funds into his account that Chung Yuan finally exhaled, albeit with a sense of melancholy creeping in. This company no longer held any ties to him. He cast a wistful glance around the small, yet warmly familiar office before he heaved a deep sigh and vacated the premises. As he opened the door, he was met by a throng of employees standing outside. "Chunga, Chunga, Chunga." Different voices echoed, yet they all resonated with the same sorrowful tone. "What are you all so glum about? The company has been sold, and Mr. Jiang didn't haggle a single cent. You all can continue working. Isn't that a good thing? It's a cause for celebration." Chung Yuan attempted to force a broad smile, raising his voice in an effort to uplift their spirits, fearing their despondent expressions might unsettle Jiang Che. However, his smile was painfully strained, only serving to heighten the tears in their eyes. "Thank you, Chunga. I can't bear to part with you, Chunga." A voice broke first, and all composure shattered as the employees succumbed to their emotions. Just as the atmosphere at the office door threatened to erupt into tears, Jiang Che's voice rang out from within. Isn't this farewell ceremony a tad premature? Perhaps Cheng Zong won't be leaving after all? The sobs ceased abruptly, as they turned in confusion towards their youthful new boss. Cheng Yuan also turned to regard Jiang Che. Bewildered. The subsequent team will be integrated into the development department. I wish to invite Cheng Zong to serve as the director of this department. What do you think? Huh? Cheng Yuan could hardly fathom the proposition. Nodding vigorously, I'm interested. I'm very interested. Jiang Che reassured him, we'll negotiate the salary. Rest assured, no one will be shortchanged. He patted Cheng Yuan on the shoulder, declaring, you needn't leave. Chenggu, you can continue to lead us. Amidst the jubilant cheers for Jiang Che, now affectionately referred to as boss, the atmosphere transformed into a lively celebration reminiscent of a bonfire night. They had endured their melancholy for far too long. Jiang Che observed them, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld a group of individuals who had journeyed together through passion. The mutual commitment between leadership and employees fostered an extraordinary sense of cohesion, explaining their remarkable creativity. Meanwhile, Chen Yin sat there, still reeling from the recent events. Upon entering the gift company, her initial skepticism morphed into concern. She worried that Jiang Che had orchestrated this acquisition merely to fabricate a ruse. She feared that should he fail to complete the purchase, it might lead to unforeseen conflicts. It was only after Cheng Yuan received the funds that she finally grasped the reality. Jiang Che had indeed acquired the company. The shock was overwhelming, and she realized that Jiang Che had been genuine in his intentions all along. Thus, her earlier doubts about pursuing a fabricated narrative were unfounded. It dawned on her that she had been unnecessarily sentimental. Recalling her words to Jiang Che in the LV store, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. Yin Jia, now you must believe what I've said is true, right? Jiang Che returned, smiling as he inquired. Chen Yin snapped back to reality, nodding hesitantly. Then I leave all future company dealings in your capable hands. Do your best. Jiang Che made a gesture of encouragement. Chen Yin looked up, perplexed. All of it is entrusted to me? What about you? I need to prepare a business proposal for our future development. There's no time. Jiang Che replied with a smile. If you're giving me full authority, aren't you worried I might make mistakes? Chen Yin pressed further. Jiang Che beamed. I have faith in you. His unwavering trust in Chen Yin was genuine. For him, the challenges ahead paled in comparison to the opportunity for her professional growth, especially since her experience in high-level management had been limited post-MBA. His words of assurance stirred an array of emotions within Chen Yun, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. They brought her comfort. She shot him a playful glare. I feel as though I've unwittingly fallen into one of your traps. Jiang Che chuckled, only just realizing? Too late. You're already ensnared. After the jubilant celebration with his employees, Cheng Yuan proceeded to handle the stock transfer before initiating the transition with Chen Yun. Her professional acumen was striking, as she posed incisive questions that left Cheng Yuan, the native boss, at a loss for words. It wasn't until noon the following day that the handover was finally completed. Chen Yun swiftly compiled the data and presented it to Jiang Che, who was seated in Cheng Yuan's office. After perusing the information, he was thoroughly impressed. Indeed, an MBA made a difference. Yet he marked a few points to discuss with Chen Yun. She graciously accepted the feedback, astonished by Jiang Che's sharp insights. After all, he was merely a high school student. Yin Jia, are you curious about how I grasp all this? Perhaps you're wondering where I acquired such finances? Jiang Che turned to question Chen Yun, who was leaning slightly to see the computer screen. As he turned, a delightful fragrance wafted into his senses, causing Chen Yun to instinctively straighten up, placing a hand over her heart, and lightly thumping Jiang Che on the shoulder. Flustered yet irritated, she asked, I do. Jiang Che retrieved his phone, displaying a photograph of his high school examination results. This is the answer to your question, he said, magnifying the score of 735. Because I am a genius. Chen Yun was left speechless, gazing at Jiang Che's confidently radiant face, momentarily lost in thought. In Chapter 39, as he stepped out of the office after completing the transition, Jiang Che clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Everyone, I will now announce the company's future plans and the crucial tasks for the development department. Please gather in the office. The absence of a multimedia conference room certainly poses some inconvenience. With over a dozen employees gathered in the cramped office, Cheng Yuan stood at the forefront while Chen Yun positioned herself beside Jiang Che behind the desk. The already modest workspace felt even more constricted. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The vision for the Kankan app was to undergo a transformation. shifting from its original function of uploading and sharing GIFs to enabling the upload and sharing of vlogs, featuring real-time updates and random browsing. Utilizing big data to analyze preferences would facilitate the targeted delivery of videos, thereby establishing a vlog-centric social media platform. Jiang Che turned the computer screen towards everyone. As they gazed at the product reform proposal PPT he had crafted and listened to his exposition, a vivid vision of the future crystallized in their minds, leaving them all in awe, mouths agape. It was astounding. Cheng Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of upheaval within. Chen Yun shared this sentiment. Mr. Jiang, this plan is nothing short of revolutionary. Yet transitioning to vlogs will undoubtedly escalate the demands on our servers. Moreover, the big data analytics you mentioned. Cheng Yuan pointed out the current challenges with a hint of bitterness. Our existing servers can barely support a single vlog, let alone handle big data algorithms. Additionally, our lease is nearing expiration, not only for the servers, but the company premises as well, which will be due in 3 months. This is not an issue. I will coordinate with Zhejiang University to lease their servers, aiming to complete the integration before our current servers expire, Jiang Che replied confidently. The Computer Science and Technology College at Zhejiang University is renowned as one of the nation's premier institutions in this field. They had recently completed the construction of a set of ultra-large servers and have been actively seeking partnerships to accommodate early-stage usage, more than sufficient for the time being. Once the company is fully operational, we can consider establishing our own servers. Regarding the company premises, I am currently evaluating a location in Xinjiang New City. If all goes well, I should secure it within these few days, perfectly timed for the renovations to be completed in 3 months. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Ma Chun called Jiang Che to agree on a sale price of 50 million. Conveniently located in Hangzhou, Jiang Che went directly to finalize the purchase contract, successfully transferring ownership of a 4-story standalone commercial building, marking the first stronghold in his burgeoning business empire. Following the acquisition, Jiang Che registered the company Linyuan Xinyu and transitioned the original Can-Can network technology under its subsidiary. Chen Yun meticulously refined Jiang Che's proposal. Having not accompanied him on his ventures for some time, Cheng Yuan had already begun guiding the team in app development according to Jiang Che's vision. Everything gradually fell into place. Meanwhile, Chun Ferong had lost count of the number of calls she made to Jiang Che, inquiring about his prolonged absence. Was he out enjoying himself, or had he met with some misfortune? Feeling somewhat unoccupied herself, Jiang Che finally boarded a flight back to Shurchen. He intended to spend some time at home before the new school term commenced. Alas, Chen Yun bore the brunt of the workload. As Jiang Che had adopted the role of a hands-off manager, not only was she tasked with recruiting talent, but she also had to oversee the renovation of the office building, leaving her exhausted and disheveled each day. Ding-dong. Su Rongyin, sitting on the sofa, perked up at the sound and quickly grabbed her phone. However, upon seeing the name of the sender, which was far from her expectations, a wave of disappointment washed over her, leading her to angrily delete the contact from her WeChat. Su Tongxue, shall we go for a buffet tonight? My treat. Su Tongxue. Would you like to join me for lunch at the buffet? Su Tongxue, are you free tonight? Each day, Qin Xiaolong sent Su Rongyin a message, hoping to invite her to the buffet, convinced that his persistence would eventually yield a positive response. Yet, after sending his latest message, a red exclamation mark shattered his hopes. Su Rongyin had enabled friend verification, stating, "You are not yet his friend. Please send a friend verification request. Only upon approval can you chat. Send friend verification. Wu Zhe, come out. I'm treating you to a buffet at the Fran Buffet restaurant. Hurry." Qin Xiaolong called his tablemate Wu Zhe. With drinks included at the buffet, he intended to drown his sorrows. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but these tickets are too wrinkled. We cannot read the numbers, so we cannot honor them." The front desk returned 2 crumpled tickets, stabbing Qin Xiaolong's heart once more. "I'll pay." With Wu Zhe already called over, he could not bear to leave empty-handed. He pulled out his wallet, handing over the last few hundred yuan it contained to the front desk. "Class monitor, this is absolutely delicious, but it's quite expensive here. I've always wanted to come, but I never had enough money. Now that I do, I feel reluctant to spend so much on a single meal." Wu Zhe relished the meal, continuously expressing gratitude for Qin Xiaolong's generous hospitality, which finally alleviated some of Qin Xiaolong's gloom. Suddenly, Wu Zhe inquired, "Hey, class monitor, I remember you said that if Jiang Che topped the exam, you would, self-castrate or something? What happened with that?" Cough, cough, cough. Qin Xiaolong sputtered, wine spewing from his nose. "Did you actually remember that?" Upon returning home, Jiang Che was met with his mother's exasperated gaze. He approached her with a sheepish grin, offering to massage her shoulders. "I was just out enjoying myself during this break. School hasn't started yet. How about we take a family trip? You could at least inform me beforehand." when I suddenly received a call saying you were out of town. I thought you were in trouble. Chen Feirong exclaimed, gleefully punching Jiang Che. Why would you think that? Jiang Che asked, bewildered. Your mother thought you were up to no good and even contacted the police to check on you, only feeling relieved once they confirmed you weren't in custody. Jiang Liyun chimed in. Jiang Che was left speechless. Chapter 40. Embarking on University Life. In the scorching August heat, the streets felt stifling. It took less than 5 minutes for one to break into a sweat. Jiang Che found a storefront that was undergoing renovation, determining to open a light meal establishment. With beverage shops saturating the market and fierce competition looming, it seemed futile to invest in such ventures where profitability was limited. In contrast, a light meal shop presented a unique opportunity. With obesity rates surpassing 40, projections indicate they may exceed 50 in just a few years, with even higher rates anticipated in the coming decade. Thus, the market for light meals and weight loss foods represents a substantial opportunity. Having previously engaged in this industry, Jiang Che felt well-equipped to navigate it once more. The most crucial aspect was efficiency, finding a reliable individual to oversee operations, allowing the business to flourish without excessive oversight. The challenge lay in identifying the right person to manage the entire operation. While finding a store manager was relatively straightforward, securing someone to oversee all aspects of the business proved more complex. Nonetheless, this was not an immediate concern. When the time came, a suitable candidate would emerge. And if not, hiring would suffice, as talent was abundant in this era. The waves of the internet revolution continued to surge forward. On the bustling streets, numerous knights clad in yellow vests have already made their presence felt. The initial rounds of financing for the delivery company have been successfully completed, setting it firmly on the path to prosperity. Otherwise, Jiang Che would still be contemplating further investments. After arranging matters with Chen Yunsong, Jiang Che braved the sweltering heat to arrive at the headquarters of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in Shiqing. The bank's manager had invited Jiang Che for tea several times, and although he initially declined, the repeated inconveniences caused by recent transactions made him reconsider. After yet another invitation in the morning, he acquiesced. From a distance, he spotted a slightly plump middle-aged man standing at the bank entrance, glancing around anxiously while occasionally checking his watch. Jiang Che parked his electric bike in front of him. The man barely noticed, merely casting a cursory glance. Yet that fleeting glance nearly caused him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The bank system allowed for the retrieval of Jiang Che's identification information. When Gu Han had last emerged, he meticulously scrutinized Jiang Che's ID photo multiple times, fearing that he might not recognize such a prominent individual whose personal savings rivaled that of a medium-sized enterprise. Now, upon seeing Jiang Che, he realized that this was indeed the person from the photo, only younger and more handsome. Gu Han was aware of the youthfulness, having initially doubted whether the system had erred, a disbelief that lingered for several days. But what was this? A young man, with a fortune of 1 billion in his account, arriving on an electric bike? Who was this extraordinary individual? In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Thankfully, he had reviewed the photo beforehand. Otherwise, a significant mishap could have ensued. As Jiang Che dismounted from his bike, Gu Han hurriedly descended the stairs, extending his hand under the blazing sun. Mr. Jiang, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Gu Han. Hello, Manager Gu. Jiang Che replied with a light smile as they shook hands. Having encountered numerous wealthy individuals, Gu Han immediately sensed a presence in Jiang Che that rivaled that of all the company chairpersons he had met. He promptly invited Jiang Che inside. In essence, it was a routine social engagement, and after Jiang Che sipped a few cups of tea and engaged in small talk, he excused himself, leaving the office of the bank's client manager and riding off to an internet cafe. Had Gu Han witnessed this scene, his jaw would have surely dropped to the floor. The blissful days of leisure were fleeting, and before long, the time for school to commence had arrived. Due to military training, the academic year began in mid-August. During this period, the light meal shop had opened its doors, and business was thriving. The manager of the shop was Wang Hai, a former classmate of Jiang Che and Chen Yunsong, a portly fellow known for his loyalty. Academically inept, he failed to gain admission to a second-tier university, opting instead to drop out rather than waste time in a vocational college. In a previous life, he and Jiang Che formed a duo of dropouts, spending time together until, many years later, Jiang Che maintained contact with him. That day, upon seeing a poster at the light meal shop that read "Eat without fear of gaining weight," he decided to come in for a meal. Noticing Wang Hai's current state of unemployment, Jiang Che extended an invitation to him. Despite his academic shortcomings, Wang Hai was quick-witted and soon thrived in his role. Observing his progress, Jiang Che contemplated assigning him temporary responsibility for the chain operations of the light meal shop once he proved his capabilities. Fortune smiled upon Chen Yunsong. By a stroke of luck, was accepted into Hangzhou University of Electronic Technology with a score that barely met the threshold. It was indeed a commendable institution. As the two boys entered the airport terminal, Chen Yunsong's parents were filled with anxiety, fearing that their children might encounter unforeseen troubles so far from home. Jiang Liyun and Chen Kai shared a smoke, with Jiang Liyun reassuringly patting Chen S's shoulder, saying, "Relax, old Chen. Don't worry too much. The children have grown. If we don't let them fly, they'll never learn to use their wings." Chen Yunsong's mother, Kai Li, expressed her concerns, but it's such an unfamiliar place. "Not at all unfamiliar," Chen Feirong retorted. "My little rascal has already spent over half a month in Hangzhou." Though she spoke with irritation, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She knew that once her son left, it might be a long while before they would meet again. To avoid scrutiny from his parents regarding his ticket purchase, Jiang Che opted for a business class seat instead of first class, ensuring that if discovered, the reprimand would not be too severe. As Jiang Che settled into his seat, he noticed a mature woman sitting behind him, accompanied by a little girl of 3 or 4 years, whose large, blinking eyes resembled those of a porcelain doll. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure exuding an undeniable charm. Unable to resist, Jiang Che stole a few glances, though he vowed that his intentions were purely innocent. It is only natural to admire beauty, after all. In contrast, Chen Yunsong was like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing around in wonder. Even crouching down to inspect the floor, marveling as he whispered to Jiang Che, "Little Che, business class is an entirely different realm from economy class." The moment they boarded the plane, Chen Yunsong was in a state of fervent excitement, squirming in his seat as though he had ants in his pants. At that moment, a sweet, innocent voice piped up from behind them. "Mommy, this uncle must be a foreigner, right?" "Huh? No way. If not, why is his skin so dark?" Chen Yunsong instinctively turned to glance back, realizing that the little girl was staring at him, her face filled with innocent curiosity. The excitement on his face abruptly froze. Chapter 41. How about I also squeeze a bit from Sister Yin? Zhang Duqichakul. Over the past month and a half, Chen Yunsong had performed admirably, earning his freedom to spend his days at the internet cafe, resulting in a noticeable darkening of his complexion. The extent of this change was evident from the woman's earlier comment, filled with disbelief. "You're still laughing. If it weren't for you, would I be this dark?" Chen Yunsong glared at Jiang Che, his forehead nearly steaming with frustration. "What does that have to do with me? If you had just stayed home and refrained from going to the internet cafe, I don't believe you would have turned this color." Although Jiang Che was, in fact, largely responsible, he refused to acknowledge it. The woman quickly covered the little girl's mouth, her face a mask of embarrassment as she forced a smile. "I apologize. I'm so sorry. It's quite all right. The little girl speaks the truth." Jiang Che graciously forgave both mother and daughter. The plane soon took off, and throughout the journey, Chen Yunsong ignored Jiang Che, twisting his neck as if he had slept in an awkward position. Jiang Che paid no mind and began conversing with the little girl, eliciting peals of laughter from her, while the woman beamed with joy. In less than 2 hours, the flight came to an end. Before long, the plane landed at Shaoshan International Airport. Chen Yunsong had unknowingly fallen asleep, jolted awake by the plane's landing. Upon seeing Jiang Che, he once again twisted his neck. However, to his utter astonishment, as they began to disembark, Jiang Che simply stood up and walked away. As Chen Yunsong gazed at Jiang Che's retreating figure, he momentarily found himself taken aback, only to swiftly realize something. He abruptly lifted his head to glance at the overhead luggage rack, nearly leaping in surprise. "Jiang Che, you rascal!" Struggling under the weight of 2 suitcases and gasping for breath, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl them at Jiang Che's face. Upon exiting the terminal, he began to scan the surroundings for Jiang Che, and upon closer inspection, he spotted him seated in the driver's seat of a Volkswagen Tiguan, having somehow acquired the vehicle. Jiang Che lowered the window and flirtatiously winked at him. "You, this." Chen Yunsong was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered, forgetting his initial desire to confront Jiang Che and instead pointing at the car in astonishment. "Get in." Jiang Che beckoned, opening the trunk. Chen Yunsong stuffed his suitcases into the trunk and quickly hopped into the passenger seat, inquiring, "Xiao Che, where on earth did you get this car?" "Just entered the cheat code. It fell from the sky," Jiang Che replied with a straight face, leaving Chen Yunsong momentarily speechless before landing a playful punch on Jiang Che's shoulder. "Could you not just give me a straight answer?" All right. Someone lent it to me." Jiang Che chuckled, responding truthfully. "And where's that person?" Chen Yunsong turned to glance at the back seat, confirming that it was just the two of them. They went to catch a flight, Jiang Che replied, fastening his seatbelt and shifting gears. Let's go. Buckle up. I'll drop you off first. This vehicle belonged to Cheng Yuan, and a friend of his happened to be flying out. So Jiang Che had taken the keys and entered the terminal. He intended to drop Chen Yunsong off first. Upon arriving at Hangzhou Jianzi University, the roads were congested with cars. Seeing the traffic jam, Jiang Che pulled over and instructed Chen Yunsong to carry his luggage on foot. Chen Yunsong surveyed the sweltering stretch of road ahead, feeling an urge to curse, but quickly realized that navigating through the congestion would be futile. So he got out of the car with his suitcases. However, as he stepped out, a wave of discomfort washed over him. It was his first time traveling far on his own, and he had hoped Jiang Che would accompany him to settle in. He hastily turned to call out to Jiang Che, wishing for him to stay. But when he looked back, the Tiguan had already turned around and was disappearing into the distance. Jiang Che was well aware of his friend's sentiments. He had deliberately left Chen Yunsong to fend for himself. Chen Yunsong's parents were overly concerned about their son, which had resulted in his lack of independence. Experiencing such moments was beneficial in the long run. As Jiang Che drove away, he did not head directly to Zhejiang University for registration. He still had 3 days to report, so there was no need to rush. Instead, he decided to find Chunyin. At that moment, Chunyin was inspecting the renovation progress of the new office building. The CBD park, having recently been constructed, required no external renovation or maintenance. A simple decoration had transformed it into an aesthetically pleasing site, complete with the company's name and logo, radiating a sense of sophistication. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the impressive establishment. The internal facilities required complete replacement. Along with the renovation, there was wiring and networking to manage, a process that was exceedingly tedious. After several days, the work was nearing completion. Despite being responsible for the company and overseeing this project, Chunyin was tirelessly dedicated to ensuring everything was of the highest standard. Jiang Che took a stroll around, nodding in satisfaction, his admiration for Chunyin's capabilities elevated. She demonstrated exceptional business acumen, managing various aspects with finesse and showcasing remarkable leadership within the company. Truly a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Che was pleased, yet Chunyin was not. Upon seeing her overbearing supervisor, she wore a look of exasperation. All right, Sister Yin, I know you're working hard, but those who can do more must also bear more. Jiang Che approached, gently kneading her shoulders and chuckling. How about I put some pressure on you as well? Get lost. Even through her clothing, she could feel the heat radiating from Jiang Che's hand. She was no naive girl to misinterpret his teasing and promptly kicked him away. You've truly worked hard. Come on, Sister Yin, let me treat you to a feast. The brilliance of his youthful smile was dazzling, and Chunyin, having no complaints, found her accumulated fatigue dissipating in an instant upon seeing it. Chunyin was not in the mood for Western cuisine, so they opted for a Hunan restaurant. After their meal, Chunyin returned to the company to handle some matters, while Jiang Che drove back to the vicinity of Qianjiang New Town, arriving at a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Upon entering, he spotted a G63. At this moment, the dream vehicle for many men had not yet seen excessive markup, yet he felt no compulsion to purchase one. This model was simply too challenging to drive. Good day, sir. Are you interested in a vehicle? The showroom was sparsely populated, and as soon as Jiang Che entered, a salesperson approached him. Young, yet driving a Tiguan, he was evidently not a penniless youth. The saleswoman, a 25 or 26-year-old with striking makeup, thought it was worth her time to engage with him, as he was handsome. Just looking at the C-Class. Jiang Che gestured toward the newly revamped Mercedes C-Class nearby, unable to suppress a chuckle at his own amusement. At least it's the C-Class. If I were looking at the B-Class, that would be quite the different story. Chapter 42. The first man to ever eat food cooked by me. The name tag of the saleswoman, reflecting light, revealed her name as Wang Lin, who evidently could not comprehend Jiang Che's laughter. After guiding him to the display vehicle, she began her introduction, her approach uniquely focused on adding each other on WeChat, suggesting that if he had any questions later, he could directly message her. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Che ended up purchasing not one, but 2 cars, leaving Wang Lin momentarily unsure of whether to feel pleased or perplexed. After completing the car purchase, Jiang Che proceeded to a high-end residential complex near Qianjiang New Town, purchasing a 160 square meter apartment in the prime location. It came fully furnished and included 2 parking spaces. Subsequently, as he passed by a Porsche dealership, he decided to take a look inside. The 2 recently acquired Mercedes C-Class cars were intended for company use, primarily for business errands and daily commutes. He still needed to provide Chunyin with a separate vehicle. A white Boxster with a red top, the soft top version of the later 718, happened to be in stock. And with a decent configuration, Jiang Che decided to take it home, costing him 800,000 yuan. No woman could resist such a car, and the likelihood of Chen Yun disliking it was exceedingly low. While waiting for the paperwork to be processed, Jiang Che messaged Chen Qing, asking her to assist in preparing another contract. This time, Chen Qing could no longer restrain her curiosity and questioned, "What exactly do you need these contracts for?" Jiang Che replied, "Of course. What else would I need them for?" "Chen Qing, are you acquiring the company for 5 million? Planning to hire a general manager? Purchasing an office building for 50 million? You seem to be engaging in some sort of fraud. Let me educate you on the criminal code." A lengthy response followed, where Chen Qing laid out legal information for Jiang Che. He could only shake his head and chuckle in disbelief. "Sister, I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. My future is bright. There is no need for me to resort to fraud." Chen Qing, "Indeed, there is no need. So, are you just teasing me? Recently, I've been engrossed in preparing my master's thesis, leaving me quite occupied. If your intention is merely to amuse me, I shall temporarily block you for a while." Through the screen, Jiang Che could vividly imagine Chen Qing's disgruntled expression. With a hint of resignation, Jiang Che remarked, "Blocking me is acceptable, but please assist me in preparing this contract first. I am in urgent need." Chen Qing responded, "This is the last time." Once all the formalities were completed, nightfall had descended. Jiang Che drove his Tuareg towards the company, but midway, he suddenly realized an oversight. He had forgotten to purchase a vehicle for himself. This is a sorrowful tale. It is only through the veil of a city's night that one can truly witness its splendor. The prosperity of Hangzhou is far beyond that of Shurqing. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he noticed 2 Mercedes-Benz C-Class vehicles parked below. Jiang Che returned the Tuareg to Cheng Yuan, who was still laboring away to develop a new app, and took the key to one of the Mercedes, using his computer to print the contract that Chen Qing had sent him. This too is a lamentable story. After receiving the contract, Jiang Che expressed his gratitude to Chen Qing, mentioning that he would recruit her for the legal department in the future, only to immediately follow it up with an emoji, which was swiftly met with a red exclamation mark. "Boss. Good evening, boss." Upon seeing Jiang Che, everyone greeted him with cheerful smiles. Since the day of the acquisition, they had developed a profound gratitude and admiration for this young boss. Now, with the addition of 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles for their current use, they felt a strong sense of being valued, despite still receiving their previous salaries. They were working overtime, but were all genuinely happy, brimming with enthusiasm. "Thank you all for your hard work. I will transfer 50,000 yuan to Cheng Yuan shortly, to be shared among you as a bonus and overtime pay," Jiang Che declared. While salary structures would require the expertise of a professional HR manager, it was clear that overtime would not go unrecognized. Jiang Che generously transferred 50,000 yuan, allowing each of the dozen individuals to receive over 4,000. What a magnanimous boss. The office erupted in cheers, and a group of 30-something burly men could hardly contain their eagerness to express their gratitude to Jiang Che. Chen Yun emerged from her office, and Jiang Che waved goodbye to everyone as they departed together. After Jiang Che's exit, the team praised him profusely, returning to their tasks with renewed vigor. It is worth noting that 4,000 yuan is equivalent to more than half a month's salary for them. In recent days, Chen Yun had purchased a few outfits for herself. Clad in a blue suit and high heels, her slender, fair calves were both long and shapely, perfectly complementing her entire figure. As she gracefully settled into the passenger seat of the C-Class, the moment before she sat down was utterly enchanting. Chen Yun caught sight of Jiang Che's gaze. "You little rascal, what are you staring at?" Jiang Che diverted his eyes, starting the car, and replied earnestly, "I'm not merely looking, I'm admiring." Chen Yun chuckled at his audacity. "If you use that gaze to admire flowers, they might wither from your stare. Where are you taking me for dinner tonight? Can you cook, Yunjia?" Jiang Che inquired. "Of course," Chen Yun replied without a hint of modesty. "Then we shall dine on the meal you prepare. Where I find a place to cook for you, you will know once we arrive." Jiang Che started the car and drove to Jingrui Yuqing. With a click, he opened the door and turned on the lights, revealing an exceptionally bright and airy living room, adorned in a warm-toned French style that would undoubtedly appeal to a woman's aesthetic. Everything was pristine, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the Qiantang River in the distance. Chen Yun's eyes sparkled. She clearly adored the place. As she stepped inside and took in her surroundings, she stood by the window, gazing out, and remarked, "This is beautiful." Jiang Che smiled and said, "Everything here is meticulously cleaned and sanitized, including the kitchenware, which is ready for use. I just purchased some ingredients and placed them in the refrigerator. Yunya, it is time for you to showcase your culinary skills." "No problem." Chen Yun nodded, smiling, You will be the first man in my life to taste my cooking. My family has never had the pleasure. What an honor it is. Jiang Che responded with a grin. Chunyin slipped off her high heels, her delicate feet touching the floor as she made her way to the kitchen. Cooking in heels was less comfortable than being barefoot. But just as she took a few steps, Jiang Che suddenly pulled her back. Jiang Che, what are you doing? Chunyin exclaimed. He seated her on the sofa and retrieved a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. It turned out he only intended for her to wear proper footwear. Chunyin slipped her feet into the shoes and hurried to the kitchen, her heart racing and her face flushed. Chapter 43. Yun Jia. Do you wish to have both wealth and love? Don't get ahead of yourself. Chunyun's culinary skills were exceptional, perfectly aligning with Jiang Che's taste. Not only was the food delectable, but her presence in the kitchen was equally captivating. Jiang Che, while enjoying the meal, gave an approving thumbs up and referred to Chunyun as a virtuous wife and good mother. Upon hearing this, Chunyun playfully scolded, "Who is your virtuous wife? Don't be ridiculous." "Yun Jia, I said you were a virtuous wife and good mother, not mine," Jiang Che corrected, spoon in hand, gazing at her. "Just eat your meal." Chunyun rolled her eyes. With 3 dishes and a soup that were visually appealing and flavorful, the rice was perfectly steamed. And Jiang Che soon found himself reclining on the sofa, patting his belly. Chunyun also felt quite full. It had been a long time since she had cooked for herself. While dining out was enjoyable, nothing compared to the satisfaction of a home-cooked meal. However, she refrained from sitting down, stating that doing so right after eating could lead to weight gain. Perhaps it was this habit that kept her abdomen remarkably flat. Noticing Chunyun's refusal to sit, Jiang Che followed suit, inviting her to join him as they both stood up and walked towards the entrance. Chunyun was puzzled, but allowed Jiang Che to lead her down to the underground parking garage. On the first basement level, after stepping off the elevator, Jiang Che paused in front of a Porsche Boxster parked in a space. "Isn't this car beautiful?" he asked, pointing at it. The white body with a red convertible top and red interior made it a timeless classic. It was no wonder many women adored it. Chunyun nodded without hesitation. "It's stunning. Is this one of your recent purchases?" "Indeed. However, it is intended for you," Jiang Che replied as he handed her 2 keys, along with the keys to the apartment above. "Here are the keys to the car. The registration is in the glove compartment. And yes, the apartment is also yours." Gazing at the keys in Jiang Che's hand, Chunyun looked up, her beautiful eyes locking onto his handsome face. "What does this mean? Are you giving me a car and an apartment? Are you trying to support me?" She was infuriated, extremely angry. How could Jiang Che act so presumptuously? Just as her anger reached its peak, Jiang Che burst into laughter. "Support you? This is a benefit for you. Given your outstanding performance, your probationary period has officially concluded. This is your formal employment contract." He produced the contract and handed it to Chunyun. Upon receiving the contract, Chunyun felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. Jiang Che jested, "Sister Yun, do you still aspire to have both wealth and love? Don't be so naive. Shut your mouth." Chunyun, filled with embarrassment and annoyance, stepped forward, intent on chasing Jiang Che. However, she forgot that she had slipped into a pair of high heels on her way downstairs, and she stumbled directly to the ground. Fortunately, Jiang Che caught her just in time. Yet, this scene resembled her throwing herself into his embrace. Chunyun felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, almost too ashamed to lift her head. "Be careful, Sister Yun, don't twist your ankle. You shouldn't buy such high heels. Comfort should come first. Cool, let's give the car a try and see how it feels. If you don't like it, I can switch it for another one," Jiang Che said as he pressed the key to open the convertible. Realizing he had deftly diverted the topic, Chunyun finally relaxed. In any interaction, regardless of the person, the key lies in maintaining a certain ease. Jiang Che had long mastered this principle. Chunyun took the driver's seat, and Jiang Che handed her a pair of white flat shoes, her size. It is common sense not to wear high heels while driving, and Jiang Che knew she wouldn't have flats in Hangzhou, so he had taken the liberty of purchasing her a pair. As Chunyun slipped on the shoes, she found them to fit perfectly, stirring something soft within her that Jiang Che had successfully awakened. It had been a long time since Chunyun had driven, and with Jiang Che's guidance, she took some time to familiarize herself with the controls. Naturally, she was quite pleased with the car. Yet she was dissatisfied with Jiang Che providing her with a vehicle and a residence. She had previously told him that during the startup phase, every penny should be stretched to its utmost. Jiang Che purchasing 2 Mercedes for the company and bestowing substantial bonuses upon the employees was understandable. But allocating such luxurious cars and homes to her was utterly unnecessary. Moreover, Jiang Che's contract for her position as the executive president of Lin Yuan Xian, you left her apprehensive about her ability to fulfill such a role. Setting that concern aside for the moment, the annual salary Jiang Che offered was a staggering $2 million, providing a car, a house, and a $2 million annual salary. Even for a presidential position, these were conditions far beyond what a startup should afford. She was not a renowned figure in the industry. If you were seeking to lure an industry giant, such terms would be justifiable, but she had little experience and was merely a master's graduate in business administration. Furthermore, Jiang Che was making grand renovations to the new company office. How many years had he leased that building? If it were only 3 to 5 years. Such exorbitant renovation costs would be a waste. Chunyun could hardly contain her thoughts and expressed them all to Jiang Che. He gazed at her intently. Chunyun raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Quite the contrary. Jandu Kichakod. I didn't expect you to be so concerned for me, making the position of president all the more fitting for you. Chunyun remained serious. Jiang Che. I am speaking to you earnestly. Jiang Che nodded. I understand, and I am responding earnestly as well. I appointed you as president based on a careful consideration of your work performance during this time. From what I've observed, your capabilities are on par with those so-called renowned executives. You merely lack their hollow titles. So, do not underestimate yourself. I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself as well. Jiang Che smiled. It's fortunate you haven't worked elsewhere. Otherwise, there would be countless headhunters vying to recruit you, and I would miss my chance. The notion of belief resonated profoundly within Chunyun. He believed in himself, and she believed in Jiang Che. Yet, she feared that Jiang Che, being young, might be unaware of the potential future investments required, which could lead to financial insufficiency. In her heart, she conceived a plan. If Jiang Che insisted on paying her this salary, she would save it, ready to return it to him if he ever ran short of funds. Much like the initial 10,000 yuan she had temporarily safeguarded. However, before this thought could fully form, Jiang Che gently interrupted her. I know what you're worried about. Sister Yin, rest assured, finances are absolutely no issue. There is ample startup capital. It won't falter midway. As for the office renovations, I purchased that building outright. I wouldn't be foolish enough to spend so extravagantly on someone else's property. At the beginning of Jiang Che's statement, Chunyun remained skeptical. Yet, upon hearing the latter half, she turned to him in utter astonishment. Purchased? Yes, outright. Outright? Chunyun was taken aback, instinctively recalling something and glancing down at the unfastened collar of her shirt. From Jiang Che's perspective, he could indeed see quite a bit of white. Jiang Che. Chapter 44. Enrollment. The genius's mindset is, indeed, unlike that of ordinary individuals. Early in the morning, Jiang Che made another trip to Porsche, selecting a white Cayenne with red interior. It was comfortable to drive and not too ostentatious, perfectly suitable. Just yesterday, he had picked up a Boxster, and naturally, people recognized him. After completing the paperwork, as they watched the Cayenne's taillights disappear, the Porsche staff inside the glass windows exchanged glances, bewildered. They felt as though they had forgotten to buy something at the market and had returned to purchase it. Hello, fellow student. I am your senior from the second year. Let me show you to your dorm. Junior, let me help you with your luggage. Is your uncle here too? He looks strong. Let's leave it to him. Junior, at the entrance of Jiangji University, countless seniors braved the scorching sun to welcome the new students. Welcome new students. Unveil a fresh countenance. Above the school gate hung 2 banners, one welcoming newcomers, and the other, a warm welcome to the National College Entrance Examination Champion, Jiang Che. This banner sparked considerable discussion regarding Jiang Che's name. Both second and third year students were aware of Jiang Che, the college entrance examination champion. While the first year students learned that Jiang Che had enrolled at Zhejiang University, this brought them a sense of comfort. The college entrance examination champion Jiang Che has enrolled at Zhejiang University. They also enrolled here. That means, where is he? Ma Kun had been waiting at the security office for 2 days, having yet to catch a glimpse of Jiang Che. He felt a bit anxious and contemplated calling Jiang Che several times, but ultimately decided to wait a little longer. After waiting for a while again today, Ma Kun again considered calling Jiang Che. He was deep in thought when a car pulled up in front of the lowered gate. Sorry. Vehicles accompanying new students are not permitted to enter the school. A middle-aged security guard gestured, indicating the prohibition. Jiang Che rolled down the window and smiled. I'm not here to drop off a new student. The new student is here to enroll. Huh? The guard was taken aback. The recent rule forbidding vehicles from entering was intended to prevent chaos from too many cars entering the school. As it turned out, Jiang Che had driven himself to enroll. So, was he allowed in or not? Jiang Che. Ma Kun, hearing the commotion, glanced outside and through the security office window, spotted the person he had been waiting for all this time, Jiang Che. He quickly jogged out. Jiang Che, you finally made it? As Jiang Che gazed at him in astonishment, Ma Kun introduced himself. I am Ma-kun from the admissions office, the one who called you during the summer vacation. Director Ma, greetings. Jiang Che opened the car door and stepped out, extending a hand towards Ma-kun. Ma-kun had not anticipated that Jiang Che would alight from the vehicle. To his surprise, Jiang Che took the initiative to shake hands with him. Having achieved the highest score in the college entrance examination and forsaking prestigious schools like Tsinghua and Beida for Zhejiang University, he exhibited neither arrogance nor impatience. Embodying a remarkable talent, Ma-kun grasped Jiang Che's hand and exclaimed, "Seeing you in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. Indeed, you are a true dragon among men, Jiang Che." Jiang Che responded with a smile, "Director Ma, your presence is equally striking. You too are a paragon among men." Their brief exchange provided him with a preliminary understanding of Jiang Che's character. He was evidently a person of ease, unencumbered by trivialities. Hence, he felt at liberty to pat Jiang Che on the shoulder and said, "Come, let me assist you with the formalities. Do you have your admission notice?" "I do," Jiang Che replied, retrieving the acceptance letter from his bag in the back seat and handing it to Ma-kun. "Is this your car, Jiang Che?" "Indeed, it is mine." Since Jiang Che's vehicle was obstructing the entrance, Ma-kun suggested that he drive into the campus and park it aside. He then turned to the security guard and said, "This is Jiang Che, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. Lee, could you assist him by granting his vehicle permission for unrestricted access? I will call the security department." After exchanging pleasantries, Ma-kun proceeded to complete the necessary paperwork. When the admissions office director is involved, the process is remarkably swift. Jiang Che merely signed his name, and all formalities were resolved. A group of senior students, responsible for welcoming new arrivals, stood in unison, gazing in awe as Jiang Che entered the Porsche Cayenne, with Ma-kun taking the passenger seat as they drove into the university. What a handsome junior. How could I have forgotten to ask for his contact information? Isn't that a Porsche Cayenne he is driving? Indeed. How much does it cost? It's typically around $1 million when new. $1 million? By heavens. Is this not the quintessential definition of a wealthy and handsome young man? I wanted to ask for his contact details, but with Director Ma present, I hesitated. He must have been mistaken about me. Why would Director Ma come to assist a freshman with their enrollment? I have no idea. One senior instinctively glanced at the enrollment sheet, noting the name, Jiang Che. Jiang Che. The senior suddenly looked up at the banner overhead and exclaimed, "That junior we just saw is indeed the top scorer in this year's liberal arts exam with a score of 735. The reason Ma-kun had been waiting for so long was not solely to facilitate Jiang Che's enrollment. He intended to fulfill the promise made during their phone call. He directed Jiang Che to park the car behind the dormitory building, in front of a tranquil bamboo grove. Nestled within the grove was a standalone cottage, a residence for many esteemed professors, and it had just become available, thus serving as an enticement for Jiang Che's enrollment. Naturally, Jiang Che could not refuse. Yet he felt a tinge of incompleteness at the thought of not residing in a dormitory during his university years. Consequently, while accepting the standalone cottage, he requested a regular dormitory bed as well. Upon hearing Jiang Che's request, Ma-kun was taken aback. "You have a standalone cottage, yet still wish to stay in a dormitory? Otherwise, your university experience would feel incomplete." The brilliance of his reasoning was indeed distinct from that of ordinary individuals. He shook his head, but ultimately agreed to arrange a dormitory for Jiang Che, room 202 in the industrial management department. What Ma-kun did not realize was that it was not merely the thinking of a genius that set Jiang Che apart, but rather the perspective of someone who had been reborn. In his past life, Jiang Che had never attended university, leaving him with a sense of regret. Having the chance to relive it, he was determined not to miss any opportunity. Once everything was arranged, Ma-kun intended to take Jiang Che to meet the principal. As per the principal's instructions, upon Jiang Che's arrival, he was to be introduced to the principal. Perfectly, Jiang Che also wished to meet the principal. Following Ma-kun, they swiftly arrived at the administrative building of Zhejiang University, ascended to the top floor via the elevator, and knocked on the principal's office door. "Please enter." A deep voice resonated from within. Upon entering, they found an elderly gentleman, around 60 years of age, with neatly combed gray hair, exuding vitality and radiance. Seated behind the desk, this was Niu Chunhai, the principal of Zhejiang University. Zhejiang University, second only to Tsinghua and Peking University, is one of the top 3 key engineering institutions in the nation. While the role of principal may seem unremarkable, Niu Chunhai's position is extraordinarily significant, with a far-reaching influence and a legacy of accomplished students. "Principal, this is Jiang Che," Ma-kun introduced. "Ah, you may proceed with your tasks," Niu Chunhai nodded, his authoritative presence immediately palpable. After Ma-kun exited the office, Neo Chunhai removed his reading glasses and placed them in their case, scrutinizing Jiang Che with keen interest. He then chuckled. You hardly appear to fit the mold of a top scorer. Perhaps it's because I lack spectacles? Jiang Che jested. Neo Chunhai had intended to reassure Jiang Che not to feel nervous, but was taken aback by Jiang Che's evident composure. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, Indeed, you possess a rather unconventional aura. I have encountered many students, yet you give off a uniquely free-spirited impression. I am a liberal arts top scorer, not a science prodigy. Throughout history, which literary genius has adhered strictly to convention? I'm neither a literary master nor a mere bookworm, Jiang Che replied with a grin. How about it, principal? Would you lend me your glasses so I may masquerade as a diligent student? Ha ha ha. What a clever lad. Neo Chunhai laughed heartily. A student who could excel while remaining unconfined by norms could indeed be deemed a genius, earning him newfound respect. Neo Chunhai gestured toward a nearby sofa, saying, Jiang Che, please take a seat. I called you here not for any pressing matter, but simply to meet our esteemed top scorer. Would you care for a glass of water? I shall pour it for you. Jiang Che declined the seat, instead rising to fill Neo Chunhai's well-used thermos with water. Neo Chunhai regarded Jiang Che with increased admiration, not merely for his act of service, but for his poised demeanor, displaying an understanding of propriety. He inquired, after you graduate with your master's degree, you might consider applying for a provincial selection program. I would be glad to recommend you. Thank you, but I have no intention of pursuing that path. Jiang Che replied, without a moment's hesitation. Neo Chunhai looked at him in surprise. Jiang Che beamed. Did you not just say I was unconventional? I have no desire to be bound by routine and remain compliant. That would be stifling. Thus, I prefer to venture into the business world. He jested. To confine oneself within a system will be akin to shackling oneself, rendering one incapable of pursuing anything else. Moreover, one must possess qualifications and experience. By the time one has navigated that path, they may find themselves an old man, facing countless uncertainties along the way. Who knows when someone may take a disliking to you and cast you aside into obscurity, ensuring a lifetime of mediocrity. It is far more appealing to be a billionaire, living freely and enjoying life. Neo Chunhai nodded in agreement. Indeed, your character in the business realm will likely yield greater achievements than if you were to follow a conventional path. However, you hardly strike me as someone inclined to work for others. The towering skyscrapers rise from the ground, yet the foundation is the most arduous to establish. Embarking on the entrepreneurial journey from scratch is no easy feat. I appreciate your reminder, yet I have already commenced this path. In fact, the reason you summoned me here aligns perfectly with my own intentions. Jiang Che grinned, revealing his teeth. If you are willing to recommend me for the provincial selection of civil servants, surely you could extend your assistance in business matters as well. Neo Chunhai nearly spewed the sip of water he had just taken back into his cup. He considered Jiang Che a talented individual, and most importantly, it was within his capacity to assist, as it was a standard procedure. But what could he possibly do in the realm of business? Take your time drinking. Don't choke, Jiang Che chuckled. What I seek your help with is that I have established an internet company and require a large server port. I wish to rent a set of servers from the school at standard pricing. Ah, so he intends to rent the school servers. Neo Chunhai twisted the cap of his cup. He sensed that Jiang Che was not one to take matters lightly. If the servers were idle, renting them to Jiang Che posed no issue at all. However, Jiang Che had actually started an internet company. Upon exiting the principal's office, Jiang Che hefted his luggage and stepped into the boys' dormitory of the School of Management. At that moment, in room 202, the other three roommates had already gathered, each seated on their respective beds, engaging in animated conversation. As Jiang Che pushed open the door, all three turned to look at him in unison. Closest to the door, a chubby young man hopped off his bed and eagerly took Jiang Che's luggage, exclaiming, Bro, you finally arrived. The last day of reporting is almost over, and I thought our dorm would only have 3 people. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Feng, hailing from Laozhan. You've heard of Laozhan beer, right? That's the one. These two are Shi Qi from Xiguang. The slender young man by the window raised a hand in greeting, slightly bashful, without uttering a word. As Li Feng introduced him, another roommate leapt from his bed. This individual stood around 1.75 meters tall, slightly shorter than Jiang Che, with a decent appearance, primarily enhanced by his fair complexion and fashionable attire, complete with a Casio watch and styled hair. Gazing at Jiang Che, he lamented, I thought I would be the most handsome in our class, but it seems I must concede second place. Hello, I'm Han Teng, a resident of the Magic City. Greetings. Em Jiang Che from Xikeng, Jiang Che replied, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes as he regarded his future roommates. Thus commenced the splendid journey of university life. Chapter 46. Could you be the esteemed Jiang Che, the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Rongyin, you are truly stunning. Once classes commence, there will undoubtedly be many admirers surrounding you. But fret not, from this day forth, I shall be your devoted protector. Upon her arrival at the university, Su Rongyin met her self-appointed guardian, her roommate Wu Xiaomin. As soon as Wu Xiaomin finished her declaration, her phone chimed. Upon checking, she discovered a notification from Weibo, where someone had countered her remarks. Instantly, her fingers flew across the screen, retaliating with the fervor of a seasoned social media warrior. After raining insults upon her opponent, Wu Xiaomin turned her attention to the school's forum, eager to find discussions about Su Rongyin. To her surprise, nearly every recent post was devoted to Jiang Che. The forum proclaimed that Jiang Che was not only the highest scorer in history for the liberal arts, but also remarkably handsome. Could this be true? What a load of nonsense. Wu Xiaomin scoffed. It must be genuine. The upperclassman who posted is responsible for new student registrations. She must have met Jiang Che to make such claims. Her roommate, Jiao Lan, chimed in, leaning down from her upper bunk. I've seen that upperclassman. She is quite attractive and a student council officer. If she is this impressed, he must indeed be very handsome. Another roommate, Zhou Xian, added, I really want to see him and find out just how handsome he truly is. Jiao Lan expressed eagerly. Me too, Zhou Xian echoed. In contrast, Wu Xiaomin felt disdain. A couple of infatuated fools. Meanwhile, Su Rongyin, listening to her roommates, unknowingly lifted her chin, donning an air of pride. The entire school was abuzz discussing Jiang Che, and it was because of her that he chose to apply to Zhejiang University. You Jiang Che, sharing the name with this year's top scorer? Wait a moment. You can't possibly be the real Jiang Che, can you? You're from Shishir, and Jiang Che is indeed from Shishir. You must be the genuine article. Oh my goodness. As the creme de la creme of the college entrance examination, the realization hit Li Feng and Han Tong simultaneously, leading to a series of astonished exclamations. Even Shi Qi, who had been lounging on his bed, poked his head out. Who would have thought the big shot would end up in our dorm? Please allow me to pay my respects. Han Tong exclaimed, dramatically dropping to one knee. I'll make the bed for you. Li Feng, the pragmatic one, offered. I'll help. Even the previously reserved Shi Qi sprang to his feet, leaving Jiang Che both amused and exasperated. With their combined efforts, Jiang Che's belongings were swiftly arranged, and he joined the trio in their lively discussion. Initially, upon hearing that Jiang Che was the top scorer, they felt a sense of distance. However, as they conversed, Jiang Che's amiable nature and humor swiftly dissolved that feeling. Li Feng broached the topic of why people chose Zhejiang University, prompting inquisitive looks from Shi Qi and Han Tong. After establishing that he scored similarly to them, Han Tong quipped, with those scores, where else could you possibly go? You can't aim for Qingbei. Is there no other reason? Li Feng pressa. Because the school is excellent. What other reason could there be? Han Tong replied. I also came here because Zhejiang University is the best school I could attend. Shi Qi added, his accent thick, likely due to his shyness. You guys are truly lacking ambition, Li Feng remarked, shaking his head. You have ambitions? Then what is your reason for coming to Zhejiang University? Han Tong inquired. My grandmother's family is from Hangzhou. Li Feng responded. Ah, Han Tong paused, then burst into laughter. Even Shi Qi couldn't suppress a grin. What are you laughing at? Li Feng retorted. I'm not going to Zhejiang University because I want my grandparents to take care of me. I want to be able to care for them when I have the time. Their laughter ceased abruptly, exchanging glances before giving Li Feng a thumbs up. And you, Jiang Che? Surely, you didn't come here simply because it's the best school you could attend? Li Feng asked, while Han Tong and Shi Qi turned their attention to Jiang Che, who sat cross-legged, smiling as he listened to their conversation. Anteng probid, indeed, Jiang Che. You must have a reason for choosing Zhejiang University over Qingbei. Reasons? From the moment Jiang Che was reborn, his intention to attend Zhejiang University had been firmly established. How could there be no reason? However, he chose not to elaborate, casually exchanging a few words before suggesting that they all go out for a meal to celebrate their serendipitous gathering in room 202 amidst the vast sea of humanity. The four reached a consensus. As twilight descended, they exited Zhejiang University and made their way to a bustling street of food stalls. Many share the same sentiments as them. The street is now teeming with people. After a prolonged wait, they finally secured a table. As soon as they sat down, Li Feng's first exclamation was, Boss, bring us a box of Laozhan beer. The arrival of the green bottles instantly elevated the atmosphere. The camaraderie among the youths intensified with every toast shared. The finest accompaniment to their drinks was spirited conversations that spanned from the southernmost to the northernmost reaches of the land. Naturally, The predominant topics revolved around cars and the opposite sex, timeless subjects that resonate with men of all ages. As newcomers to school, their unfamiliarity with the opposite gender led to a fleeting remark about hoping for more attractive classmates before swiftly changing the subject. Did you all see it? Hanteng Shaimadin. Their SA White Kian parked outside our dorm. Of course we saw it. A Porsche. How could we miss that? Li Feng nodded in agreement. Do you know how much that car costs? Han Teng asked, feigning mystery. How much? Shi, though not particularly knowledgeable about cars, was intrigued. Over $1 million, I suppose. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Is it really that expensive? Shi exclaimed in surprise. To be precise, it costs around 3 to 1. For million after taxes. I just caught a glimpse, and that's the latest model, the Platinum Edition. Han Teng, having researched thoroughly, divulged the price. Parked beneath our dorm. It's likely owned by one of our Department S students, Li Feng remarked enviously. How wonderful. I've decided. My current aspiration is to own a car like that. Me too. Han Teng nodded emphatically. Count me in. Shi quickly echoed. The trio's admiration transformed into ambitious dreams. Jiang Che, with a smile, raised his glass, saying, Let us toast to your aspirations. To our dreams. They chorused. With that, they clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. As they set down their cups, Hanting noticed something and turned to Jiang Che, who had been silent. Jiang Che, why didn't you speak earlier? Isn't your dream to buy a car like that? Jiang Che shook his head. My dream is to focus on my studies and fully enjoy these 4 years of life. The three exchanged glances, then collectively sighed in disbelief. This celebratory gathering, marking their newfound friendships, came to an end as Shi, after consuming 2 bottles of beer, succumbed to slumber on the table. The next morning, the 4 made their way to the classroom of the Management Engineering Department. Only Jiang Che appeared unperturbed. The other 3 bore dark circles under their eyes, looking quite haggard, each mumbling complaints about never drinking so much again. Yet, in truth, their consumption was modest. 1 box contained 12 bottles, with Shi having drunk only 2, while Li Feng and Han Teng had each consumed 3. This amount was hardly sufficient to faze Jiang Che. Along the way, the 3 had offered money to Jiang Che, as he had settled the bill the previous day, wishing to split the costs. Jiang Che declined their offer, appreciating their intent. He suggested that he would treat this time, and they could reciprocate next time, to which the trio readily agreed. Chapter 47, Xiao Xiaoyu. The classroom was already populated with several students, who were engaged in conversations in small clusters. With each new arrival, curious glances were cast towards those who would become their classmates over the next 4 years. As the 4 entered together, the majority of the gazes were drawn to Jiang Che. However, amid scanning the room, Jiang Che's attention was captured by a petite figure sitting alone in the corner. Petite may be an understatement. Rather, she was emaciated. Her delicate frame appeared almost frail, her hair a lackluster yellow resembling dry grass. Yet, her small face, despite its pallor and fatigue, retained an undeniable charm. Jiang Che had initially thought that amidst the vastness of Zhejiang University, with its myriad disciplines and students, it would be a challenge to find someone. Yet, fate had orchestrated a remarkable coincidence. They were in the same class. Xiao Xiaoyu, we meet again. Jiang Che felt as if he had traversed lifetimes. In truth, a whole lifetime had passed since their last encounter. Everything must be traced back to a year following their previous life. Jiang Che was working in Jinling, having lost touch with Su Rongyin. At that time, he had begun to awaken to reality, yet his unwillingness to concede led him to persist in his misguided pursuits. He sensed an opportunity in business, dreaming that once he had accrued wealth, he could reunite with Su Rongyin. Thus, he requested a principal sum of 500,000 yuan from his family. While withdrawing the money at the bank, he encountered a frail girl standing behind him in line. She appeared so weak that a gust of wind could easily topple her. After Jiang Che completed his transaction and exited the bank, he noticed the girl emerging shortly after. Her demeanor utterly dazed, head lowered as she walked, until she suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Che rushed her to the hospital. The cause of her fainting was diagnosed as prolonged starvation leading to hypoglycemia. If left untreated, it could pose a serious risk to her health, necessitating to prevent severe complications. Upon her awakening, Jiang Che happened to return with food for her. She expressed her gratitude, inquiring about the cost of the meal and insisted on repaying him, but the few bottles of glucose had hardly cost much, and Jiang Che declined. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he offered to stay with her a while longer. Through their conversation, Jiang Che learned that her name was Xiao Xiaoyu, a second-year student at Zhejiang University. As he prepared to leave, believing she was well enough, her thin, delicate hand grasped the hem of his shirt. She asked to borrow 300,000 yuan, promising that if he agreed, she would dedicate her life to him, even expressing a willingness to marry him immediately and fulfill all his desires. Although Jiang Che had 500,000 yuan in hand, he intended to reserve a portion as a safety net. Additionally, this money represented his parents' lifetime savings, and his heart still yearned for Su Rongyin, prompting him to refuse her request. Days turned into weeks, and after 2 or 3 months, Jiang Che heard her name again, along with a tragic tale. By then, the frail girl lay in a hospital bed, covered with a white sheet, alongside another lifeless body, her mother, who had succumbed to illness. Her elderly grandmother stood before the 2 corpses, trembling and at a loss. The untimely death of her father during her childhood had left Xiao Xiaoyu without a dad, and soon after, her grandfather had passed away from grief. To support the family, her mother worked tirelessly, and though Xiao Xiaoyu developed an introverted and insecure nature, her diligence in studies earned her a place at Zhejiang University. She believed that once she graduated and secured a job, everything would improve. Yet, as fate would have it, just as hope was within reach, her mother fell ill. Xiao Xiaoyu rushed back from university, only to find her mother bedridden, unable to recover. A surgery would cost 300,000 yuan. In a daily routine marked by 3 meals consisting solely of steamed buns and porridge, how could Xiao Xiaoyu possibly come up with 300,000? She stumbled out of the hospital, gazing at the ceaseless flow of people around her. The world was undeniably beautiful, yet it had never graced her with even a fleeting moment of joy. Having exhausted all her relatives, she couldn't even borrow 3,000 yuan. In her despair, Xiao Xiaoyu contemplated the possibility of university students obtaining loans from banks. Armed with her identification card, she ventured to the bank, only to face the stark reality. Not only was a loan out of the question, but even a credit card was utterly unattainable. The bank's support was reserved for entrepreneurial endeavors backed by educational institutions, making the prospect of securing a loan virtually impossible. The last flicker of hope extinguished, Xiao Xiaoyu hardly remembered how she left the bank. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the hospital. She recognized the young man who had brought her there. He was the same person who had been in line before her. At that moment, she had overheard Jiang Che mention he had 500,000. Xiao Xiaoyu had never contemplated selling her body for such life-saving funds, even in her darkest hour. Yet, she found herself uttering those very words to Jiang Che. This was a culmination of various factors: her mother's desperate plight for medical treatment, and the warmth Jiang Che had shown her, a sensation she had never experienced before. If Jiang Che could help save her mother, she would genuinely be willing to follow him for a lifetime, unwavering and devoted. However, Jiang Che turned her down. In the months that followed, Xiao Xiaoyu tirelessly sought funds for medical expenses, working multiple jobs and borrowing money from anyone she could find. Despite her relentless efforts, she never again uttered that desperate plea. Time was too scarce. Nothing could be salvaged. Despite her struggles, the outcome was tragically inevitable. Her mother passed away. The monitor's beeping ceased, a flat line appearing where there had once been life. Xiao Xiaoyu's consciousness faded into darkness, and she never awoke again. After a prolonged period without nutritious sustenance, compounded by exhausting labor and overwhelming sorrow, Xiao Xiaoyu succumbed to extreme hypoglycemia, leading to heart failure and her untimely demise. As Jiang Che gazed upon her lifeless form, he felt as if his heart had been mercilessly squeezed. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, longer than even Xiao Xiaoyu's grandmother had lingered. Jiang Che took it upon himself to arrange her funeral, visiting her grandmother regularly and spending time in Xiao Xiaoyu's room. She had a penchant for journaling, and as he perused her diaries, he discovered her insecurities and introversion masked a unique charm and fervor. He sensed her profound loneliness and helplessness, along with her heart filled with self-respect, strength, and love for herself. This revelation made Jiang Che realize that there were girls in this world who truly deserved to be cherished. Such a girl would never allow his years of effort to be regarded as merely a given. Yet, she had never truly experienced love, just as Jiang Che had never received a response in kind. After that fateful encounter, Jiang Che resumed his life, but he never contacted Su Rongyin again. His aspirations for entrepreneurial success no longer bore any connection to her. In her diary, Xiao Xiaoyu wrote, "Has anyone ever told you that your eyes are beautiful?" After Jiang Che's refusal, she continued to perceive him as a warm light, albeit one that illuminated her life for only a fleeting moment. This incident became the greatest regret held within Jiang Che's heart. Following this, he shed his lingering insecurities and cast aside all doubts. Undergoing a transformation that felt akin to being reborn, returning to a time when all regrets had yet to manifest. How he longed to meet Xiao Xiaoyu anew, to redefine their relationship and prevent all past regrets from occurring. As for his feelings towards her, even Jiang Che was uncertain. Yet, the diaries he had brought to his office remained his source of solace until his rebirth. In a corner of the classroom, Xiao Xiaoyu seemed to sense Jiang Che's intense gaze upon her and lifted her head momentarily. Their eyes met, but she quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head again. Old Jiang, there are no 4 consecutive empty seats left. Li Feng observed the tiered classroom, counting the adjacent seats and noting a peculiar phenomenon. Many empty seats, yet all in groups of 3. Was there some absurd pattern at play? Jiang Che, not waiting for further contemplation, declared, "You 3 can sit together. I'll take this side." He then walked towards the corner where the petite figure sat. Despite the abundance of empty seats, he chose to sit right beside her. Xiao Xiaoyu, startled and unsure of Jiang Che's intentions, kept her head down. At that moment, Jiang Che extended his hand towards her, greeting her with, "Hello. My name is Jiang Che." Xiao Xiaoyu looked up, realizing that ignoring his introduction would be quite impolite. "Hello, I am Xiao Xiaoyu," she replied softly, shaking his hand briefly before retracting it swiftly. "Xiao Xiaoyu, has anyone ever told you that your eyes are exceptionally beautiful?" Jiang Che said with a gentle smile. Although the phrase might come off as overly flattering, it felt entirely sincere when spoken by him. Xiao Xiaoyu lowered her head once more, showing no intention of responding. Her heart was closed off and filled with anxiety, leading her to adopt a protective demeanor that others often misinterpreted as peculiar and reclusive. At that moment, a young man in his late 20s entered the room, wearing glasses and exuding a warm smile. He was Wang Shun, the instructor for class 1 of the Industrial Management Department. After surveying the room and noting that most students had arrived, he took out a roster and cleared his throat. "Everyone, please settle down." The classroom fell silent. Wang Shun smiled and said, "On behalf of the school, I welcome you all. It's a privilege to form this family with you for the next 4 years. I am your instructor, Wang Shun. You can call me Teacher Wang or just Wang." He proceeded to announce the roll call. "When your name is called, please come to the stage for a brief self-introduction." Flipping to the first page, he called Lu Tai. "Present." A burly man stood up confidently, but upon reaching the stage and facing the sea of gazes, he quickly became bashful and mumbled, "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Tai, and my specialty is playing basketball." Wang Shun did not prompt him to speak up, moving on to the next student. Chen Fong. A girl wearing glasses and dressed somewhat unfashionably approached the stage, brimming with confidence as she proclaimed, "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Fong, and I've been class leader from elementary school through high school." Jiang Che. The next name called sent a ripple of excitement through the classroom. Jiang Che, the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Yes, in our class? No way. The forum said Jiang Che was incredibly handsome. Could it really be him? People were whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Che rose from his seat and walked towards the podium. Xiao Xiaoyu cast a glance at Jiang Che's back. Before coming to school, she had never heard of Jiang Che's name, as all her applications had been filled out by others. However, with such a large banner displayed at the entrance, it was impossible for her to be unaware. As Jiang Che ascended the stage, he seemed to radiate a luminous glow, drawing the attention of the crowd. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by a wave of apprehension. She had no desire to step onto the stage and introduce herself. Not at all. Upon reaching the podium, Jiang Che elegantly inscribed his name. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Che, the very one you have speculated about. My stated interest is learning, though that is but a facade. My true passions lie in surfing the internet, smoking, gaming, and well, I enjoy everything that men typically do." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, and Wang Shun chuckled as well. After completing his introduction, Jiang Che wrote 3 characters on the blackboard. Xiao Xiaoyu? Confusion spread among the students. And Jiang Che continued, "This is the classmate who just sat beside me. Her genuine hobby must indeed be studying." The crowd turned their gaze toward Xiao Xiaoyu. Uncertain and flustered, she quickly lowered her head, her hair obscuring her somewhat gaunt and yellowish face, a result of malnutrition. "Thank you, instructor." Jiang Che expressed his gratitude, casually marking a check next to Xiao Xiaoyu's name in the attendance book. Wang Shun raised an eyebrow in surprise at the mark, but chose not to inquire further regarding Xiao Xiaoyu's name. Chapter 49. Getting in the car. Once class concluded, the classroom descended into chaos. Most university students struggled with social anxiety. Aside from a few extroverted individuals, they primarily engaged in conversation within their small groups. Li Feng and his companions chatted as they prepared to leave, turning to glance at Jiang Che, who remained seated in the back. However, Jiang Che waved them off, signaling for them to go ahead. The 3 exchanged glances and decided to leave first. Their camaraderie had not yet reached a level of comfort where one of them might feel inclined to give Jiang Che the finger. Xiao Xiaoyu contemplated leaving, but Jiang Che showed no sign of moving. After much hesitation, she mustered her courage and asked, Jiang Che, could I please get by? Of course, Jiang Che replied. Shifting aside, just before she passed, he inquired with a smile, do you have any plans later, Xiao Xiaoyu? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in affirmation, yes. Jiang Che smiled, but said nothing further. Confused, Xiao Xiaoyu hurried past him, and Jiang Che's smile deepened as he watched her retreating figure. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other three had already arrived. Li Feng was engrossed in a CF battle, while Han Teng lay fast asleep on his bed. Shi was also lounging on his bunk. With nothing pressing to attend to in the afternoon, Jiang Che decided to take a nap. However, just as he was drifting off, a sharp sound suddenly shattered the tranquility of the dormitory. Even Han Teng, who had been asleep, jolted upright, and all three turned towards the source of the noise. Crouched in the corner of his bed, Shi scratched his head, turning his screen outward and asking, have you guys seen the new release? Want to check it out? Holy cow, come on, let us appreciate it. Han Teng exclaimed, leaping from his bed. While Li Feng quickly scrambled up to the upper bunk. Jiang Che chuckled in disbelief. He anticipated that the seemingly shy Shi was, in fact, quite the enthusiast, asking how to rally all the dorm brothers to your side in 3 seconds. Ding. At this age, whoever glances at the screen is subject to ridicule. In a few years, it will be the opposite. Those who fail to glance at the screen will be the ones mocked. Sleep was no longer an option. After showering and changing clothes, Jiang Che drove to the company. Cheng Yuan, leading a highly motivated team, was tirelessly developing the app Jiang Che envisioned, which was beginning to take shape. Jiang Che guided them in rectifying some issues, and it was anticipated that in about half a month, they would be ready for product testing. However, Cheng Yuan harbored a significant concern regarding the server situation. Although Zhejiang University's servers were open for external leasing, they were not easily accessible to the average person. Jiang Che, however, reassured him completely, as the servers had already been secured. Cheng Yuan was astonished, wondering how the boss managed to finalize the server arrangements in such a short time. Perhaps it was because Jiang Che was this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, having chosen to attend Zhejiang University over Tsinghua or Peking University. With many tasks still at hand, Chen Yun, who declined Jiang Che's dinner invitation, accompanied him downstairs. She happened to overhear Cheng Yuan's puzzled murmurs and chimed in. Top scorer? Wow, the boss is impressive. Wait, the boss just graduated from high school. The employees, previously engrossed in their work, all looked up in astonishment. As Jiang Che drove to a nearby snack street, he spotted a familiar figure, Xiao Xiaoyu, searching for part-time work. Assuming her errand was related, he slowed down and rolled down the window. Xiao Xiaoyu was inquiring at various shops, her frail and introverted demeanor attempting to project an image of capability. Yet, after numerous hopeful inquiries, disappointment followed each one. If she were walking, it would still take a considerable amount of time to reach here from school. Adding to that, with her inquiries at each store, she had likely been searching for quite a while. The sun was quite strong today. Even though it was evening, the heat remained oppressive. As the hour grew late, Xiao Xiaoyu turned back towards the school, feeling somewhat lost. She wished to work to support her studies, a practice she had upheld from elementary to high school. But now, she found herself unable to locate a job. Perhaps I'll check another area tomorrow, she thought to herself. Xiao Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a voice called out, and she turned to see Jiang Che in a white Qian, waving at her. Come over. Xiao Xiaoyu nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, hesitating for a moment before approaching. Jiang Che, is there something you need? She asked. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride back, Jiang Che replied. No, thank you. I can walk back myself. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head. What time is it now? At this pace, you'll miss dinner. Do you want to go hungry all night, Xiao Xiaoyu? Jiang Che gently probed. Aye. Xiao Xiaoyu realized just how late it had become. Her phone battery was faulty and often shut off unexpectedly. She was using an old Nokia, discarded by some unknown relative. Chapter 50. Why is there so much to deduct for just getting in the car? The cafeteria was the only place where she could find affordable meals. And if she missed dinner, she would indeed go hungry that night. Yet, Xiao Xiaoyu remained hesitant. I'm heading back to school too, it's on the way. It's no trouble at all, hurry up and get in. If I get caught for a violation, it'll cost me at least 200 yuan. Jiang Che pointed at the camera ahead. Upon hearing about the potential fine, Xiao Xiaoyu panicked and moved towards the car, only to reach for the back door. Sit in the front passenger seat. The back door is broken. Jiang Che deliberately locked the car door and said, Oh. Xiao Xiaoyu circled to the passenger side and cautiously opened the door. However, Upon seeing the luxurious Bordeaux red interior, she hesitated once more. Just then a police car arrived, startling her into quickly jumping into the vehicle. 200 yuan. This was half of her living expenses for the semester. Jiang Che's tactic of intimidating Xiao Xiaoyu proved remarkably effective. If Jiang Che were to give her 200 yuan, she would certainly refuse it. But if it resulted in a loss of 200 yuan for him due to her, she would undoubtedly feel anxious. Such circumstances only intensified the sympathy one felt for her. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Xiaoyu sat rigidly, barely occupying the edge of the seat. Is this seat particularly hot? Zhang Duke inquired. No, not at all. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head. Then why are you sitting like that? Zhang Duke asked. It's a bit warm today. I've broken a sweat, and I'm afraid of soiling the seat. She stammered, her hands intertwining nervously. Just a short distance is fine. I'm not tired. Don't worry. Just sit comfortably. It won't get dirty. Jiang Che reassured her with a glance. Really, it's unnecessary, Xiao Xiaoyu insisted, still shaking her head. Then how can I drive if you don't buckle your seatbelt? Zhang Duke queried. If we're caught, it'll cost 50 yuan. Why are there so many fees just for riding a car? Xiao Xiaoyu exclaimed, hastily searching for the seatbelt. However, in her haste, she pulled too quickly, causing the seatbelt to lock and become unmovable. Not knowing what to do, she turned to Jiang Che for help. To her surprise, Jiang Che leaned over toward her. They were mere inches apart. Xiao Xiaoyu instinctively recoiled, pressing back against the seat, yet Jiang Che's breath remained distinctly audible, just a mere 10 centimeters away from her. Jiang Che took the seatbelt from her hands, unfastened it, and gently pulled it taut, securing it in place before returning to the driver's seat. Only then did Xiao Xiaoyu feel she could finally breathe, her cheeks flushed, possibly from holding her breath or embarrassment. All set. Jiang Che shifted into gear and began to drive, and Xiao Xiaoyu realized she had inadvertently leaned back, hastily attempting to sit up. Without turning his head, Jiang Che stopped her, saying, since you've already sat down and dirted it, there's no need to fuss. Just sit properly. You can clean it later. Having risen partially, Xiao Xiaoyu hesitated before sitting back down. I'll make sure it's clean. How about this? Jiang Che suggested, turning to her. You help me wipe down the entire car, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What do you think? I can clean it without you treating me, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. You are driving me back to school. I haven't even thanked you yet. And thank you for helping me introduce myself in class this morning. Driving you back is merely a small favor, and the introduction was just a casual comment. If you insist on this, then your car cleaning duty would at least equate to 3 meals. After that, you'd still owe me 2 meals. So it's settled. Jiang Che. Xiao Xiaoyu's hands waved about as if trying to refuse. But before she could voice her objection, Jiang Che's phone rang. It was a call from Chunyun Song. Hearing his friend's voice alleviated the anxiety that had been building for several days, as he shared stories about recent happenings at school and his impressions of the new environment. After chatting for a while, Jiang Che ended the call. However, it must be noted that the timing of this call was indeed fortuitous. Xiao Xiaoyu interrupted mid-sentence. Assumed Jiang Che had abandoned the idea of treating her to dinner. The white Qian returned to the school entrance, but did not drive in. Instead, it stopped at a roadside shop. Wait a moment. I'm going to buy something. Jiang Che unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Before closing the door, he added, I haven't turned off the engine, so please keep an eye on the car. Huh? Okay. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded earnestly, as Jiang Che shut the door and turned back. His smile grew warmer, and a flicker of tenderness crossed his face. Before long, Jiang Che returned with 2 bags in hand. Xiao Xiaoyu instinctively turned to look, noticing 2 exquisite lunchboxes, a flicker of curiosity passing through her mind. Why did Jiang Che buy 2 meals? Yet, she did not consider that one might be for herself. She had long since resolved not to indulge in self-deception, never having felt significant in anyone's eyes, apart from her grandmother and mother. As the car drove back to school, it stopped in front of the girls' dormitory of the industrial management department. Xiao Xiaoyu awkwardly opened the car door and prepared to hurry off to the cafeteria. Xiao Xiaoyu, Jiang Che called out, stopping her in her tracks. She turned back in surprise to see Jiang Che stepping out with a lunchbox in hand. You forgot your meal, he stated, causing her to freeze in disbelief. Was this meal truly meant for her? A strange feeling emerged within her, one she had never experienced in her life. Coming to her senses as Jiang Che approached, she waved her hands in denial. I really don't need you to treat me, since I've already bought it. How can I eat 2 meals by myself? Jiang Che glanced at a nearby trash can and remarked, I can't just throw it away, can I? Xiao Xiaoyu still did not take it. Only when she saw Jiang Che genuinely walking toward the trash can to dispose of it did she finally accept the meal. Wait, hold on. Xiao Xiaoyu called out to Jiang Che. Where can I find you later? By my car, downstairs in my dormitory, Jiang Che replied, glancing at his watch. See you at 7. Xiao Xiaoyu returned to her dormitory, carefully opening the box at her desk and savoring each bite of the meal. She had no idea how long it would be before she could enjoy such a feast again, so she relished every flavor. Chapter 51. Let us see who the car owner is. No way. It's Jiang Che. Why hasn't old Jiang come to eat with us? It's been ages since he returned to the dormitory. The trio from room 202 emerged from the cafeteria, with Li Feng expressing extreme skepticism. Do you think he might have found a girlfriend? Really? That seems a bit too fast, doesn't it? Han Teng and Shi were unwilling to accept such a notion. The thought of their roommate finding a girlfriend so quickly was more painful than anything. As they returned to the dormitory, the white Qian pulled up and stopped just in time. The three of them turned in unison to gaze at the car, eager to uncover the identity of its owner. The driver's door swung open, and Jiang Che stepped out, his long legs striding confidently. The trio's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. No way. Jiang Che. Upon hearing their voices, Jiang Che turned to see them and walked over. What are you all doing standing here? Wait, this car is yours? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Well, you didn't ask, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Seriously? You would mention it if we didn't ask? Han Teng smacked his thigh in frustration. No wonder your only ambition is to study hard. It turns out our dreams are just your reality. When we said that, you must have been laughing your head off. The trio lamented in unison, especially Li Feng and Han Teng, who spoke so eloquently about the merits of the car, while Jiang Che, the owner, stood there experiencing sheer social death. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiao Xiaoyu found that her three roommates had already hung up their curtains, leaving her bed stark and bare. She gently pressed her lips together and approached her bed, contemplating what she could use to wipe Jiang Che's car. Her possessions were minimal. In the Zhejiang University dormitory, the layout was lofted beds with desks underneath. The tables of her roommates were adorned with computers and an array of cosmetic mirrors, while her own table hosted only books, accompanied by a lone basin and a tattered black tote bag of indeterminate age. Searching through her meager belongings yielded nothing suitable. She did not even possess a single unused towel. Climbing to the upper bunk, she retrieved a neatly folded, albeit old, towel from a rusty wire hanger. This was the towel she typically used to wash her face. Just as Xiao Xiaoyu was about to leave the dormitory with the towel in hand, her roommates returned from dinner. Xiao Xiaoyu, you haven't bought a bed curtain yet, have you? We all got ours from the Daily Necessities supermarket across the school for just 40 yuan a set. If you want to buy one, we can go there together. It would be a nice stroll after our meal, said a girl with a ponytail and a square face, who slept in the bunk opposite Xiao Xiaoyu's. No, thank you. Li Ling, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, lowering her head in gratitude as she hurried out of the dormitory. Since starting university, the sense of disparity had grown ever more pronounced. They would all be living together, yet she lacked a decent phone, a good computer, and did not engage in conversations about cosmetics like they did. These differences could be avoided by maintaining distance. However, with 4 beds in the dormitory, only hers remained without a curtain. How could she escape that reality? 40 yuan was a sum that could sustain her meals for quite some time. Biting her lip, Xiao Xiaoyu endeavored to disregard it all, just as she had done for years. Jiang Che had promised to take the 3 old lamps from the dormitory for a drive the next day, which finally put an end to their incessant pestering. Upon exiting the dormitory building, she spotted the white car under the streetlight, where the slight figure of Jiang Che was already waiting. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was still 10 minutes until 7. He approached her and asked, Didn't we agree on 7? Why are you here so early? Xiao Xiaoyu pressed her lips together. I was worried about being late. And since I had nothing else to do, I came early. Jiang Che studied her face illuminated by the dim streetlight. You have a phone, right? Yes, Xiao Xiaoyu nodded. Hand it over. Jiang Che extended his hand. Xiao Xiaoyu instinctively hid her phone behind her. I forgot my phone. It's upstairs. Can you call with yours? Zhan Duque insisted. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously revealed her phone, her long, slender fingers adorned with calluses gripping an old Nokia. Jiang Che took it, fumbling slightly but successfully unlocked it and dialed a number. The phone in his pocket buzzed, prompting him to hang up and return the device to Xiao Xiaoyu with a smile. Turns out I had my phone with me. Thank you, Xiao Xiaoyu. She tucked her phone back into her pocket. Let us hurry and wipe the car. All right, Zhan Duque agreed. Unlocking the car and gesturing for Xiao Xiaoyu to get in while he saved the number he had just dialed into his contacts. Xiao Xiaoyu meticulously wiped every crease of the seats, while Jiang Che neither offered to help nor suggested she ease off. For her, this task was a means to secure a meal. Only through diligent effort could she feel justified. Observing her worn white t-shirt and faded jeans juxtaposed with a pristine towel in her hands, Jiang Che furrowed his brow. Xiao Xiaoyu, where did you get this towel? Startled, she looked up at Jiang Che, noticing his frown. It's my face towel. I washed it several times. It's clean. If you think it's unsuitable, I could find something else. Em sorry. She assumed he was displeased and began to apologize profusely. Why are you apologizing? Jiang Che asked, realizing her concern was misplaced. I just want to know, if you're using your face towel to wipe the seats, what will you use afterwards? Xiao Xiaoyu, clutching the towel, bowed her head and remained silent. Just continue wiping, Jiang Che said. Okay. She resumed her diligent cleaning. After several thorough rounds, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. At that moment, Jiang Che said, give me the towel. Confused, she handed it to him. He tossed it into the trunk and remarked, this towel looks quite nice. I'll take it. You don't mind, do you, Xiao Xiaoyu? Xiao Xiaoyu lowered her head even further, but shook it. No, I don't mind. I'm not one to take advantage of others. Since I've taken your towel, I'll take you to buy a new one, Jiang Che asserted. Xiao Xiaoyu raised her head abruptly, waving her hands. Jiang Che, that's unnecessary. But Jiang Che paid her no heed, seizing her wrist and pulling her along without argument. In the school supermarket, Jiang Che selected a high-quality towel and proceeded to the checkout, noticing many girls purchasing bed curtains. He recalled that Xiao Xiaoyu had not bought one. Upon exiting the supermarket, Xiao Xiaoyu firmly refused. Jiang Che began to coax her. This towel was exchanged for yours. I told you I don't like taking advantage of people. Since I took your towel, I must return the favor, or I want to feel right about it. Do you want me to feel uneasy for days? I. Xiao Xiaoyu stammered as Jiang Che shoved the towel into her hands. He continued, I saw this bed curtain and thought it looked lovely, so I bought it. However, we boys don't use such things in our dormitory. If I were to have it, my roommates would surely mock me. So, Xiao Xiaoyu, you can use it. It's not for free. I've seen how thoroughly you wipe the car. In exchange for this curtain, you can help me clean my car 3 times. It costs 40 yuan each time, totaling 120 yuan, while this curtain is only 70 yuan. I'd still be gaining. Of course, if you don't want to, I want to insist. This curtain will just go to waste otherwise. And I would have to spend a fortune to have my car cleaned. Thus, Xiao Xiaoyu reluctantly accepted the curtain. With the brand new curtain hung, her bed now resembled those of her roommates. After washing the towel and wringing it out, she carefully hung it up. Military training was about to commence. Although she understood it was a necessary procedure, the news of its start in the afternoon elicited a chorus of groans from everyone. Having long anticipated the reactions of the crowd, Instructor Wang Shun chuckled and addressed them. There is no need to harbor such resistance toward military training. The comprehensive development of virtue, intellect, physique, and aesthetics is of utmost importance. After all, one's health is the foundation of everything. He then announced, next, I require someone to assist in gathering everyone's height and weight to determine the sizes for the military training uniforms. Jiang Che, you shall take on this task. Chun Fong raised her hand, eager to volunteer, but Wang Shun promptly called out Jiang Che's name, causing her hand to fall back down. She had aspired to continue as class monitor, but that ambition had shifted upon discovering Jiang Che's presence in the class. With him being the top student from the college entrance examination, she realized she had no chance of competing. However, what Chun Fong did not expect was that as soon as Wang Shun finished speaking, Jiang Che, sitting beside Xiao Xiaoyu, raised his hand to politely decline. Teacher Wang, I don't believe I am the most suitable candidate for this task. Huh? Wang Shun looked up at Jiang Che in surprise. Jiang Che stood up and smiled, saying, Teacher Wang, such responsibilities are better suited for those who aspire to take on leadership roles within the class. Did not Chun Fong mention yesterday that she has been a class monitor from elementary through high school? I believe she would be more appropriate for this. That's absurd. Today's task will lead to tomorrow's, and before long, one might find themselves thrust into the role of class monitor, and the day after that. Joining the student council, Jiang Che had little interest in dealing with such trifles. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Chun Fong was momentarily taken aback, turning to him with a gaze filled with gratitude. Indeed, it would be wise for you to focus on your studies. Wang Shun nodded in agreement. Then, Chun Fong, you shall take charge. Is there any objection? Teacher Wang, I have no objections. I guarantee that I will complete the task. Chun Fong replied without hesitation. Rising to her feet, her capability in this regard was commendable, and she swiftly compiled the statistics before submitting the form. Afterward, she approached Jiang Che to express her gratitude. She had nearly given up her competition for the position, only to find that Jiang Che had willingly ceded it to her. Xiao Xiaoyu stood at a height of 165 centimeters, which was commendable among the girls, yet her frame was exceedingly slim. Dressed in the military training uniform, it hung loosely on her, appearing quite unfit. Regardless of her attire or the pallor that lingered from prolonged malnutrition, her eyes, partially obscured by bangs and adorned with long lashes, sparkled like stars. Greetings, everyone. I am your instructor. With the instructor's arrival, military training officially commenced. The first lesson involved standing at attention under the scorching sun, and everyone remained in position until sunset before finally being dismissed. To their utter despair, just before the dismissal, the instructor remarked that this was merely an appetizer, and the real ordeal would begin the following day, prompting a chorus of lamentations. As they made their way to the cafeteria, Xiao Xiaoyu's complexion was rather pale. Her already frail constitution could scarcely endure the intensity of military training. Had Jiang Che not encouraged her to have a nutritious meal the previous day, she would surely be feeling far worse, struggling against her fatigue and discomfort. She prepared to head to the cafeteria, but just as she took a few steps, she heard someone call her name from behind. Xiao Xiaoyu. It was rare for anyone at school to address her so, and without a doubt, she recognized the voice. Turning around, she saw Jiang Che approaching with a lunchbox in hand. Jiang Che, you really don't have to treat me to another meal, she said. We agreed on 2 meals. And if you don't like this, I can go buy something else. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Che glanced around. Xiao Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands. No. I can eat anything. Chapter 53. Thank you, Jiang Che. You truly are a good person. Having heard that the military training on the second day would be particularly arduous, Jiang Che opted not to attend. Meanwhile, in Shicheng, Wang Hai was thriving in his endeavors. Jiang Che resolved to guide him towards responsibilities in business development. However, Wang Hai could not manage this alone. While he was indeed a talent in business, he lacked in company management. Thus, it was imperative to find someone to complement Wang Hai's skills, creating a duo where one would oversee management while the other expanded the business nationwide. Finding such a person proved challenging, yet there was no urgency. Wang Hai had come to Hangzhou to expand the business, and Jiang Che accompanied him for a meal. Though Jiang Che had not been in Hangzhou long, it was more convenient for business development than in Shicheng, as he did not have to worry about renovations. He could simply engage the company that had previously handled the office renovations. The owner of that renovation company was a robust man from northeast China named Wang Zhuang, living up to his name with an imposing physique and a straightforward demeanor. While contracting the office renovation, Jiang Che had managed to strike up a rapport with him, and ever since, they had been on friendly terms. Upon hearing Jiang Che's needs, Wang Zhuang readily assured him that it would be no problem at all. Jiang Che invited him to share a drink sometime, but the ever-steadfast Wang Zhuang declined, stating, drinking with someone who can't get drunk is pointless. In his previous life, Jiang Che had an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, and in this life, he found that he remained unfazed regardless of the quantity consumed, whether it was liquor or beer. It simply resulted in a natural release. On his way back to school, Jiang Che stopped by a convenience store and purchased 3 large packs of mineral water and 3 watermelons, along with a knife, placing them in the trunk of his car. Just then, he received a call from Neo Chunhai, who wanted Jiang Che to represent the new students and deliver a speech at the upcoming orientation. A representative for the new students? A speech? What a thankless task. Jiang Che almost declined outright. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to grant Neo Chunhai a favor, knowing that many matters in the future might require his assistance. I feel like I'm going to get sunburned. Someone exclaimed. When can we take a break? No amount of sunscreen will suffice under this relentless sun. In the formation of class 1 of the Industrial Management Department, the students had been standing at attention for so long that they were nearly numb. With the instructor absent, whispers of despair began to circulate among them. But where is Jiang Che? Is he ill? Chun Fong inquired, perplexed. He ill? Nonsense. He was as lively as ever this morning, Li Feng chimed in. Then where is he? Why hasn't he come to military training? They speculated, unsure of his whereabouts. As they conversed, a Waikian rolled up and parked under a nearby tree. Jiang Che emerged from the vehicle, opened the trunk, and began to eat a watermelon with gusto. The students were filled with envy, but before they could voice their thoughts, the instructor approached, prompting everyone to fall silent as they braced for Jiang Che to receive a scolding. To their astonishment, the instructor merely glanced at Jiang Che without any reaction. Jiang Che raised a piece of watermelon in a gesture of camaraderie, and to everyone's disbelief, the instructor walked over and accepted a slice to partake in. Wow, this watermelon is quite sweet. Instructor Li Xiang remarca. Bought it at the entrance. Want to take? Jiang Che offered with a grin. No, we can't accept gift from students, Li Xiang replied, shaking his head. Jiang Che observed the piece of watermelon in his hand, and Li Xiang casually tossed the rind into the garbage bag that Jiang Che had prepared earlier, wiping his mouth with his hand. What goes into the stomach doesn't count, he added, as if nothing had happened before turning to leave, calling out, dismissed. Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle at the turn of events. 2 words, akin to the sound of heavenly music, caused the weary and exhausted individuals to slump down, their fatigue reaching its zenith. They all turned their gaze towards Jiang Che with palpable frustration, almost wishing to curse him with a resounding "you dog." Yet, Jiang Che simply waved his hand and called out, "I've bought watermelon and water. Come and enjoy." Those drenched in sweat began to relish the watermelon and sip the water, transforming their indignation into heartfelt gratitude, murmuring, "Thank you, Jiang Che. You truly are a good person." Chapter 54. Why not military training? This is my enrollment benefit. Under the scorching sun, Rongyin stood, utterly fatigued, nearly on the brink of fainting. At last, the session was dismissed, and several voices reached her ears. "Sue, would you like some water? Sue, here is some water for you." However, upon surveying her surroundings and not spotting the figure she longed to see, she dismissed them and walked away. The others attempted to follow and engage her in conversation, only to be thwarted by Wu Xiaoman, who, with a fierce demeanor, interjected, "Can't you see she doesn't want to talk to you? Go away. Don't annoy us anymore." Wu Xiaoman, clad in military training attire and possessing a physique that surpassed theirs, made the others hesitate to approach Su Rongyin. After purchasing a bottle of water and taking a generous gulp, Su Rongyin felt revitalized. She then noticed that her class had not yet disbanded, leading her to wonder whether Jiang Che's class was in the same predicament. Otherwise, if military training was such a grueling ordeal, surely he would have brought her some water, wouldn't he? Or should she take it upon herself to deliver a bottle to him? After all, he had given up on Tsinghua and Peking University to enroll in the same school as her. Could she forgive him? No. As her gaze swept over the freezer, she immediately dismissed that thought. She refused to approach him after all the torment he had caused her during that time. Unless he came to apologize, she would not acknowledge him. Absolutely not. "Xiaoyu, come over for some water." Jiang Che called out to the lone figure of Xiaoyu. "I brought water, thank you." "Jiang Che," Xiaoyu replied softly, "her lips gently pursed." "Then come and have some watermelon," Jiang Che said, extending a piece towards her. Glancing around and seeing everyone partaking, she hesitated to take advantage of Jiang Che's kindness, yet not joining in would render her an outsider. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Jiang Che had already placed the watermelon in her hand, saying, "Finish this and go get more. There is plenty left." Holding the piece of watermelon, Xiaoyu's fingers tightened around it. "All right, thank you." "Jiang Che, what is going on?" Li Feng inquired, munching on watermelon. "Yes. Why did you skip military training and come here? How did the instructor not reprimand you?" Han Teng echoed the curiosity. The nearby students, including Shi, were equally intrigued. "Who told you I took a leave?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. "You didn't take a leave? Then how did you avoid military training?" Han Teng was taken aback, quickly asking, "Yeah, how did you pull that off? Share the process." Observing the eager faces gathering around him, all evidently wishing to escape military training, Jiang Che found their curiosity amusing. "This is my enrollment benefit. Exemption from military training was one of the conditions for Zhejiang University to recruit me." With a collective wave, the crowd dispersed, disheartened. "This method seems a bit too complex. It's better for us to stick to military training," they concluded. Returning to the dormitory, Xiaoyu found her 3 roommates sprawled on their beds, lamenting their exhaustion. Xiaoyu herself felt drained, far more than the others due to her malnourishment. However, she did not express her fatigue like the others because she had endured far worse. Many times, she had faced greater hardships and had persevered through them all. When mealtime arrived, Xiaoyu packed her things and prepared to head to the cafeteria. The meals there were quite affordable. Outside of the cafeteria, any meal would be a significant burden for her. This was why she cared when Jiang Che mentioned the cafeteria would close. He had offered to treat her to 2 meals. The previous night's dinner was the second. Xiaoyu had no intention of taking advantage of Jiang Che further, nor did she believe he would treat her again. Throughout her life, aside from her 2 remaining relatives, she had never received any special treatment, not even a smidgen. Thus, she had long ceased to harbor expectations. Without expectations, one cannot be disappointed. However, just as she stepped out of the dormitory and hadn't walked far, she spotted that familiar figure again, still carrying 2 lunchboxes. "Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you." She froze in place. As Jiang Che smiled and waved at her, her eyes suddenly felt moist. "Jiang Che, thank you. But I really cannot let you treat me to dinner again. Thank you." Truly, Xiaoyu stepped forward to refuse him, continuously expressing her gratitude, her head bowed, her damp lashes unnoticed by anyone. "Please take this." Jiang Che raised the bag slightly. Xiaoyu did not reach out. Jiang Che grasped her delicate wrist gently, slipping the lunch boxes into her hands, saying, "This meal is not complimentary. I have an important matter that requires assistance, but I cannot find the right person. Xiaoyu, would you be willing to help me?" "What is it? Can I help?" Xiaoyu asked timidly. "You can help," Jiang Che affirmed with a nod. "Then I'm willing," she replied, though a hint of fear crept in due to her uncertainty. She wanted to say that she could assist without needing another meal, but Jiang Che simply stated, "Then it's settled," and turned to stride away. Xiao Yu watched Jiang Che's retreating figure, then glanced at the lunchboxes in her hands, her lips pursed, standing still for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 55. I'm just helping, no payment required. Xiao Yu has changed. Back in the dormitory, her 3 roommates were bustling with energy. Despite being utterly exhausted from military training, after a brief rest, they clung to Shi Chi's computer to admire his collection. Jiang Che, speechless, finished his lunch and stepped out to acquire daily necessities and bedding. He arrived at the Bamboo Grove courtyard and busied himself with organizing and tidying up. While he relished a leisurely afternoon nap and watered the flowers and plants in the courtyard, a small figure appeared outside the fence. Her wide eyes filled with wonder as she gazed at Jiang Che. "Big brother?" Jiang Che, surprised to see her, stepped out of the courtyard and lifted her up. "Little sister, what are you doing here? Where's your mother?" This little girl was the same one who had asked Chinyan Song if he was a foreigner on the flight to Hangzhou. "Mommy brought me to visit my grandparents. She's at Grandma's house." The little girl chirped, pointing to the adjacent courtyard. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. These courtyards were all residences for esteemed professors at Zhejiang University. Yao Yao at that moment. A graceful woman hurried out from the courtyard, and upon seeing Jiang Che holding the little girl, she paused in surprise. "Hello, nice to see you again," Jiang Che greeted with a smile, raising his hand. "Hello." The woman smiled and nodded, stepping forward with a polite "thank you," as she reached to take the girl from Jiang Che's arms. The little girl clung to Jiang Che's neck, refusing to let go no matter what. "Mommy, I want to stay with Big Brother." However, the young mother gently coaxed. "But Big Brother will get tired holding you, Yao Yao, be a good girl." "No." The little girl buried her head in Jiang Che's shoulder. The young mother smiled apologetically at Jiang Che. "I'm truly sorry. Usually, she's very obedient. I don't know why she's acting this way now." "It's all right. I have nothing pressing," Jiang Che replied, ruffling the little one's hair. He played with the girl in the open space, eliciting her peals of laughter that rang like silver bells. The young mother stood by, occasionally joining them, her face alight with joy. In her playful banter, Jiang Che quickly learned their names. The young mother's surname was Bai Shiyun, and the little girl also shared the Bai surname, named Bai Yao. Jiang Che keenly noticed this detail, realizing that the daughter and mother shared the same family name. "Ayun, Yao Yao, dinner time." A voice with a strong Hangzhou accent called from the neighboring courtyard, belonging to a stylishly coiffed elderly lady summoning Bai Shiyun and her daughter. "Yao Yao, Grandma is calling for dinner. Let go of your brother." Bai Shiyun tousled Bai Yao's hair, attempting to take her back. Yet, little Yao Yao stubbornly clung to Jiang Che's neck, insisting, "Brother Che hasn't tea eaten either, Mommy. Let's invite him to dinner, okay?" "How does Yao Yao know that brother hasn't tea eaten?" Jiang Che asked, glancing at the girl in his arms with a smile. "Because we came out just now. He looked like he had just woken up." Bai Yao replied with a precocious expression. After speaking, her chubby little hands tightened around Jiang Che's neck, and her cherubic face pressed against his cheek. "Brother Che, let us go eat together. Grandpa's cooking is delicious." Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle, turning to glance at Bai Shiyun, who pursed her lips and said, "If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us for a bite." "All right then, let us go eat with Yao Yao." Jiang Che hoisted the little girl above his head, settling her onto his shoulders, and dashed toward the neighboring courtyard, leaving behind a trail of her tinkling laughter. Jiang Che found himself quite fond of Bai Yao. Perhaps it was due to his previous life where he had no children. Or perhaps it was simply a connection with this little girl. Bai Shiyun led Jiang Che, still carrying Bai Yao, into the house. The elderly lady seated at the dining table was momentarily stunned, as was the gentleman in an apron who emerged from the kitchen bearing dishes. The couple turned in unison to Bai Shiyun. "Ayun, you brought your boyfriend home? Why didn't you give us a heads up to prepare ourselves?" The elderly lady inquired. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Bai Shiyun hurriedly explained. "We ran into each other on the plane when we were returning to Hangzhou from Shicheng, and then by chance met again. Yao Yao wouldn't let go of him." Bai Shiyun's explanation met with skeptical gazes from her parents, their expressions almost screaming disbelief. The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Don't spin tales. What are the odds of such a coincidence? And we know all the professor's children in this area." She beckoned Jiang Che. "Come sit. What a handsome boy. What's your name? How old are you? Where's your hometown?" "My name is Jiang Che. I just turned 18, and I'm from Shicheng." Jiang Che could no longer contain his laughter, charmed by the elderly lady's spirited nature. "18? Jiang Che?" The elderly lady and the apron-clad gentleman exclaimed in unison. The elderly lady pointed at Bai Shiyun, her fingers trembling in disbelief, finally managing to utter, "Ayun, I never expected you to be so remarkable, finding such a young and handsome boyfriend. It's like a balding old man dating a beautiful student." Bai Shiyun retorted, Mom, is that polite? Do you think there's no difference between my daughter and a balding old man? Stop with the nonsense. Bai Shiyun's father interjected, pulling his wife aside to question Jiang Che. You are Jiang Che? Yes, Jiang Che nodded. The top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. The one who got the dormitory next door? Bai Shiyun's father inquired further. Yes, Jiang Che nodded again. The elderly lady raised her eyebrows, suddenly realizing her daughter might not have been exaggerating. This was indeed a misunderstanding. With a loud bang, the gentleman slammed his hand on the table, startling the elderly lady, who quickly tugged at his arm. Don't scold him if he is not your son-in-law. Yet, after slapping the table, the gentleman burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. You have good taste. Jiang Che, choosing our industrial management department at Zhejiang University is truly a wise decision. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bai Gaofeng. Jiang Che was taken aback. This couple was indeed quite eccentric, yet Bai Shiyun's father, Bai Gaofeng, was a distinguished figure. Bai Gaofeng, a professor in the industrial management department, was also the dean of the school, a person of academic standing. He had played a significant role in elevating the department to A tier, comparable to Tsinghua and Peking University, with only a handful of others in the nation able to match its caliber. Bai Gaofeng invited Jiang Che to sit down for dinner, sharing his joy at meeting Jiang Che, explaining that even though the department had achieved A-tier status, the elders at Tsinghua and Peking University were still rather arrogant. Once Jiang Che confirmed his application to Zhejiang University's Industrial Management Department, Bai Gaofeng spent an entire week teasing the elders at Tsinghua and Peking University, leading to them blacklisting him in retaliation, which was quite satisfying for him. Watching Bai Gaofeng, who appeared like a jubilant child celebrating victory, Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle silently. As their military training intensified, it continued until sunset, eventually dispersing. Many hours had passed since mealtime, and everyone was ravenous, resembling zombies as they rushed toward the cafeteria. Xiao Xiaoyu spotted Jiang Che, clutching 2 bento boxes in her hands. She stood still for a moment, her head bowed, before approaching Jiang Che. Good, you become well-behaved. Jiang Che observed her with a glimmering smile in his eyes. Chapter 56, The Launch of the Xinyu App. A legendary life experience. The month-long military training left everyone tanned and slimmer, except for Xiao Xiaoyu, whose complexion and figure remained unchanged. Her waxy yellow face was a testament to long-term malnutrition, a condition that could not be remedied by merely a few meals of adequate nutrition. Despite Jiang Che bringing her well-balanced bento every meal during this period, the vast energy expenditure for military training meant that if she continued her previous eating habits, she would surely struggle to endure. After waiting an entire month, Xiao Xiaoyu still had not received any request from Jiang Che for assistance. Each time she inquired, he would assure her, soon. The month of hardship swiftly came to an end, and the instructor, who had inwardly cursed them throughout the training, now seemed increasingly endearing as the time for separation approached, stirring feelings of reluctance within. After the successful conclusion of the final inspection and review conference, the military training came to an end, and the curtain rose on university life. The progress on the company's front has been remarkably substantial. The office building has been entirely renovated, and after a period of formaldehyde removal and ventilation, it will soon be ready for occupancy. The app has also completed all phases of development, testing, and server integration, and has officially launched under the name Xinyu. The name is not difficult to pronounce. In fact, once something becomes widely popular, even the most peculiar names can become commonplace, much like how it becomes normal for an entire class to watch a peculiar video together. Following the app's launch, Jiang Che dismissed Cheng Yuan's inquiry about injecting funds for traffic attraction. Attracting traffic is indeed essential. However, before doing so, the app must contain elements that can retain users. Therefore, the first step is to expand the app's content. Chen Yin quickly grasped this and immediately began preparations. Jiang Che also proposed several intriguing video shooting ideas, emphasizing the crucial point of showcasing the video's reusability. For instance, if Beauty A films herself dancing to a song, it may attract Beauty B and Beauty C to create similar videos, reminiscent of the high-end, flashy editing videos that became popular during the app's initial success in a previous life. During this period, the company has been recruiting, albeit without much success. With the launch of Xinyu, there is now an urgent need for talent expansion. The entire human resources department is vacant. To recruit effectively, the management department must first be established. This situation posed a bit of a headache for Jiang Che, but he soon thought of a suitable candidate. In a previous life, his capable subordinate, who had stood by him through thick and thin for many years, was a human resources director, Wu Zuiping. Mentioning her name evokes a legendary tale. After failing to start her own business and being abandoned by her husband, she attempted suicide by jumping off a building but survived. Regaining her confidence, she embarked on a second entrepreneurial venture, determined to make her husband regret his decision. However, that too ended in failure. Following her second failure, she attempted suicide again by slashing her wrists, but when the first cut failed to sever a major artery, she hesitated to make a second cut, enduring a month of pain. Subsequently, she embarked on a third entrepreneurial journey, the outcome of which led her to stand atop an office building. Jiang Che, having just rented an office, was smoking on the rooftop when he noticed her preparing to jump. He thought, please don't do this. I just paid 5 years' rent, and this would have a tremendous impact. He hurriedly engaged her in conversation, persuading her to come down. Her capabilities were impressive. The reasons for her 3 entrepreneurial failures included a lack of luck, but more significantly, insufficient capital. According to her own narrative, this recent period might have marked her initial failure, when her husband had just fled, leaving her feeling despondent. Perhaps this was indeed her first suicide attempt. In a previous life, Wu Tsuaping mentioned that she had never changed her phone number. Jiang Che took out his phone and tentatively dialed a string of numbers. With her business failure and debts amounting to hundreds of thousands, coupled with her husband's abandonment, Wu Tsuaping felt her life had turned into a foggy gray, devoid of any desire or courage to continue living. I need a bottle of poison. What kind? Any will do. After receiving a bottle of pesticide labeled with chlorantraniliprole from the shopkeeper, she tossed her last 100 yuan carelessly, saying she didn't need any change, and returned home with the pesticide. Sitting on the sofa for a long while, she finally mustered the courage to pick up the bottle. But just as she twisted the cap off, the phone on the coffee table rang. Damn, who is it? Chapter 57. Classmate Xiao, could you please change your seat? Who is this? You better have something important to say. Otherwise, don't blame me. Wu Tsuaping grabbed her phone, ready to unleash a tirade, but midway through, her expression changed. You're hiring me? A salary of at least 500,000 a year? I'm on my way. I'm on my way. She hung up and glanced at the open pesticide bottle in her hand, tossing it into the trash can before rushing out the door. However, upon arriving at the company's office location, Wu Tsuaping began to have her doubts. This shabby place. Can they really afford to pay me a salary of 500,000? Fortunately, during her recent period of job searching after a business failure, she had submitted numerous applications. Otherwise, she might have thought she was being targeted by human traffickers. Now, she found herself questioning that possibility. But then she reconsidered. As a woman over 30, with nothing to her name and a mountain of debt, why would human traffickers target her? Besides, she had just decided to end her life. With renewed determination, she pushed open the 2 glass doors. This act opened the door to an entirely new life. Instructor Wang Shun entered the classroom and wrote 5 large characters on the blackboard. Class leader election. During this time, Chun Fong had been acting as class monitor, but an acting position is still just that. Seeing those 5 characters, her heart sank, and she felt a wave of anxiety. The first position to be elected was that of class leader. When it came time to count the votes, Jiang Che was startled. Despite his clear indication that he did not wish to be a class leader, countless votes were cast for him. Thankfully, he lost to Chun Fong by a razor-thin margin. Otherwise, he would have been ready to vent his frustration. Soon, the election concluded. Chun Fong, having secured the position of class leader, was summoned to Wang Shun's office for a task briefing. Jiang Che, why don't you want me class leader? If you decided to run, you'd undoubtedly win by a landslide. Gu Wei, who sat in front of Jiang Che, turned to ask him. She was quite the benevolent figure, and it was evident that she had an interest in him. This was not mere self-absorption. Her intentions were exceedingly clear. She had been sitting near Jiang Che for several classes, constantly engaging him in conversation and attempting to obtain his WeChat. During this time, Jiang Che had been seated in the corner, next to Xiao Xiaoyu, making it impossible for her to sit directly beside him. Otherwise, she would not have taken a seat in front. Nevertheless, encountering such a benevolent figure was acceptable for observation. But Jiang Che had no inclination to bring her home for worship. I mentioned that my passion is studying. I don't have the time to deal with these trivial matters. Jiang Che replied with a light chuckle. But didn't you also say that studying is just a facade for you? Jiang Che's smile and tone conveyed a sense of distance, prompting Gu Wei to lean forward, attempting to bridge that gap. A facade is still a passion. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't teach any longer. Goodbye. But Jiang Che stood up, stretched, and walked away, leaving Gu Wei feeling frustrated. She couldn't comprehend why Jiang Che was so cold toward her. During class, she had clearly heard him converse extensively with her deskmate, Xiao Xiaoyu. Moreover, why was Jiang Che always seated next to Xiao Xiaoyu? Her gaze swept over the industrious Xiao Xiaoyu, who was engrossed in her writing. Lean and frail, with a sallow complexion, how could she possibly compare to herself? Was it possible that Jiang Che preferred to occupy this particular seat? Gu Wei glanced around and realized that this seemed to be the case. For several days now, Jiang Che had consistently sat in this very spot. "Hello, Xiao classmate." She greeted Xiao Xiaoyu. "Hello." Xiao Xiaoyu paused her pen, lifted her head to glance at Gu Wei, then lowered it once more. "Would you mind changing your seat for class?" Gu Wei inquired. "Huh?" Xiao Xiaoyu responded, her fingers nervously fiddling with her pen, uncertainly asking. "Did I affect you in some way?" "You didn't affect me. It's just, oh well, how about this? I'll treat you to a drink for a week." "What do you say?" Gu Wei raised a finger with a smile. "That's unnecessary. I can just sit elsewhere," Xiao Xiaoyu said, her head bowing even lower. "Thank you so much, Xiao classmate," Gu Wei exclaimed, her smile brightening immediately. Chapter 58. Gu Wei, why? "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Jiang Che asked as he entered the office of the dean of the business administration school, whereby Gaofeng was peering at documents through his reading glasses. "Just in time. Ayun just sent over some cherries and asked me to give you half. You should take them now. Otherwise, you might forget later." Bai Gaofeng indicated a small basket on the coffee table. "All right." Jiang Che stepped forward, picked up the basket, and popped a cherry into his mouth after rolling it between his fingers. Ayun's cherries are truly delicious. "Don't get too distracted by eating. Let's discuss business," Bai Gaofeng said, removing his glasses. "In just a few days, we'll have the anniversary celebration. The principal plans to combine it with a welcome party. So you need to prepare a performance to represent our department." Jiang Che scratched his head. "But the principal said I need to give a speech. Giving a speech represents the school, while performing represents our department. There's no conflict there." Bai Gaofeng waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, I have some things to prepare. Come over for dinner sometime. I'll cook something delicious for you." Compared to his frenzied demeanor from days past, Bai Gaofeng now appeared considerably more composed in his work. Yet his attitude towards Jiang Che remained warm and personable. "All right." Jiang Che did not press further about the performance and, after acknowledging Bai Gaofeng, left the office with the cherries in hand. With more pests, one need not fear the bites. Once on stage, going up a second time makes no difference. After all, he was indeed the most suitable candidate to perform from the entire department. "Jiang Che." Just as he was about to return to the classroom, a voice called out from behind. He turned to see Chan Fong emerging from the instructor's office. "Jiang Che, the instructor mentioned that our class needs a performance for the anniversary. After discussing it with him, I concluded you would be the best fit. Isn't there anyone else you can ask?" Jiang Che replied, exasperated, yet he still acquiesced. With more pests, one need not fear the bites. Going up twice is no different from going up 3 times. Upon returning to the classroom, Jiang Che confidently walked towards his usual seat where he had been sitting for days. The route had become second nature. However, as he approached his seat, he noticed that the familiar spot was occupied, but not by a familiar face. "Hi, Gu Wei," greeted Jiang Che, her heart soaring at the prospect of sitting next to him. Yet, Jiang Che did not even spare her a glance. He scanned the room and, upon spotting Xiao Xiaoyu in a corner at the back, turned and walked away, causing Gu Wei's smile to falter abruptly. Watching Jiang Che leave, she took a seat beside Xiao Xiaoyu, disbelief etched on her face. Jiang Che didn't sit there because he liked the position. Rather, he sat there because he wanted to be near Xiao Xiaoyu. Why? On what grounds? Xiao Xiaoyu remained in the back rows, seated at the end next to the wall. Jiang Che took the seat beside her and asked nonchalantly, "How did you end up here?" Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head, her gaze lowered. "Not much. Did you go to the restroom during the break?" Jiang Duque inquired playfully. "Huh?" Xiao Xiaoyu looked taken aback and shook her head. "No." Jiang Che stood up and walked back to the seat they had always occupied. With 2 consecutive classes, not going to the restroom meant she hadn't left her seat. So why had she changed positions? The reason was apparent. This Gu Wei really is something. The 3 of them sat together. And Li Feng's gaze kept wandering to the strikingly dressed Gu Wei, mimicking Shi Qi's accent. Shi Qi nodded and echoed Li Feng's tone perfectly. "This department is something." Han Tung nearly burst out laughing and remarked, "It feels a bit like that downloaded movie, damn it. I've set another little goal for myself, to figure out how to win Gu Wei's heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Che approached Gu Wei and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Damn, no chance left." "Gu Wei." Jiang Che stood before her desk. Gu Wei thought he was returning to sit beside her, her heart leaping with joy, only to hear Jiang Che say, "Thank you for your affection. However, you're not my type, and I must sincerely apologize for that. I share my thoughts with you in hopes that you can gracefully withdraw. Most importantly, do not harm anyone close to me, not even a little, or else I can be quite formidable when angered." Jiang Che delivered this sunny remark with a bright smile, seemingly harmless. Yet, in Gu Wei's mind, a clear thought emerged. She must not do anything to Xiao Xiaoyu, not even a bit, otherwise Jiang Che would undoubtedly turn hostile. His anger would surely be terrifying. On what grounds? Why? These two questions reverberated in Gu Wei's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. The conversation between Jiang Che and Gu Wei was hushed, and no one overheard their words, sparing her any embarrassment. As the class bell rang, signaling lunchtime, Jiang Che excused himself to relieve himself, then returned with his meal, finding Xiao Xiaoyu deeply engrossed in her studies. "Drink some milk," he said, placing a small carton of milk in front of her. He had bought it specifically when passing by the supermarket on his way back. Nutritional deficiencies could lead to calcium deficiency, and it would be difficult to make up for it later. They were still young, and if they didn't tea supplement now, it would be harder later. "I don't drink milk, Jiang Che." "Thank you." Xiao Xiaoyu repeatedly waved her hands, using her aversion to milk as an excuse to decline. "I bought 2 cartons, but accidentally opened both. I can't finish this one, so if you want tea, drink it. Just help me throw it away," Jiang Che said with a smile, placing the milk and his lunch in front of her before turning to leave. "Jiang Che," Xiao Xiaoyu called out, wanting to ask when he would need her help, but Jiang Che turned without any intention of stopping or looking back. Xiao Xiaoyu sat in silence for a long time, then opened her lunchbox and picked up the carton of milk, drinking it hastily, leaving a milk stain above her lip, resembling a Santa Claus with a white beard. In the afternoon, with no classes, Xiao Xiaoyu remained in the teaching building to attend an elective course. For her, studying was the path to a brighter future. Thus, she persevered tirelessly, no matter how arduous the journey. After the elective class concluded, as she exited the teaching building, she immediately spotted the striking white Kian parked nearby, with Jiang Che beckoning her to enter the vehicle. The entrance of the building was bustling with people, and Jiang Che's car was incredibly eye-catching. Xiao Xiaoyu felt the weight of many gazes upon her, yet she climbed into the car nonetheless. "Seatbelt," Jiang Che instructed. At his words, Xiao Xiaoyu hastily fastened her seatbelt, almost as if she feared Jiang Che might lean in too closely, not out of resistance, but from apprehension. He was simply too near. This time, she managed to secure the seatbelt without difficulty. Jiang Che started the engine, and soon they were driving down the main road, finally halting in the underground parking lot of a department store. He led her to the supermarket, where they first purchased 3 pounds of sea cucumbers, followed by a black chicken, bird's nest, goji berries, and various other items. After making the payment, which totaled a hefty 2,000 yuan, Xiao Xiaoyu nervously carried a small bag, fearful of dropping and damaging the contents. Once they returned to the car and placed the items in the trunk, Jiang Che turned to her and said, "Xiao Xiaoyu, the time has come for me to ask for your assistance. You can cook, can't you?" "I know a bit," she replied modestly. Having cooked for herself since childhood, she downplayed her skills as she only knew how to prepare some everyday dishes. "Then how about you cook for me for a while? I'm tired of eating takeout. It's time for a change," Jiang Che chuckled lightly. "It'll be our meals together. And consider my treat." Xiao Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to agree. She could cook for Jiang Che as long as there was a kitchen available. However, just as she was about to respond, a thought struck her. They would be sharing meals. Would they eat the ingredients Jiang Che had just bought? No, that's unnecessary," she exclaimed, waving her hands in a flustered manner. "I can help with cooking, but I don't need to eat." "Then can I eat?" Jiang Che inquired playfully. "You don't need to hire a maid anymore. How much do you charge for a day's work?" He tilted his head, asking her. "Charge?" Xiao Xiaoyu was taken aback, her large eyes widening in surprise. "Yes." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow with a smile. "I initially thought I could take advantage of you by having you cook without paying you. But if you aren't eating, then I would have to pay you." Xiao Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. "That's not what I meant. I don't want any payment." "All right, I understand now," Jiang Che nodded. "Huh?" Xiao Xiaoyu was confused about what Jiang Che understood. He then took out his phone and searched for a maid service online. However, upon seeing him on his phone, she turned her head away, showing no intention of looking at the screen. Just then, a call came in from Chen Yunsong, and Jiang Che's face lit up. "Good brother. This call comes at the perfect time. Hello, is this the maid service?" Jiang Che asked. "What maid service? You didn't say my number?" Chen Yunsong replied, bewildered. "Isn't it too expensive to only cook 2 meals a day for an 8,000 yuan monthly salary? Is there a cheaper option?" Chen Yunsong was utterly confused. "What the hell are you talking about? I'm not a maid service. I am Chen Yunsong. Is that the cheapest option?" "All right, then let's hire one," Jiang Che concluded. But before he could finish, he felt a finger poking him. Turning to look, he saw Xiao Xiaoyu in the passenger seat, shaking her head anxiously. "Let us hold off on hiring for now. I'll reach out if I need anything," Jiang Che said into the phone before hanging up. Just before he thought, he heard a muffled curse from Chen Yunsong. "Xiao Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Jiang Che asked, setting his phone down and turning to her. "Jiang Che, I didn't say I wouldn't help you with cooking. You don't need to hire a maid. Xiao Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Jiang Che did. But I dislike taking advantage of others. Since you don't eat and 1T accept payment, I do have to spend money to hire someone else. But Xiao Xiaoyu hesitated. The ingredients Jiang Che had bought were exceedingly pricey, and she truly didn't want him to waste his money. After pondering for a moment, she looked up and said, "Then can I eat?" "Jiang Che, please don't hire a maid. It's not feasible to accept payment." She agreed to share a meal, knowing she could eat just a little and select the less expensive items. After driving back to the university, it was still a bit early for dinner. Jiang Che suggested Xiao Xiaoyu return to her dorm to rest, planning to meet at the parking area at 6 o'clock. Each dorm at Zhejiang University was equipped with a private bathroom. Jiang Che returned to his dorm to take a shower. It was summer, and he would soon break a sweat. Not showering would be quite uncomfortable. As he watched the water meter ticking away under the shower head, he thought of Xiao Xiaoyu. A shower cost nearly a yuan, and girls would require even more. A meal only cost a yuan, and she likely would splurge on toiletries like shower gel or facial cleanser. As Jiang Che had anticipated, Xiao Xiaoyu lacked these items. She possessed only 2 bars of soap. When showering, she would wait for her roommate to finish before using the bathroom, bringing her small basin and employing the most economical methods to conserve water. After drying her hair and changing clothes, it was already 6 in the evening. However, upon reaching the car, she was nowhere to be seen. Typically, Xiao Xiaoyu would be waiting for him at this hour. After waiting for a bit, Jiang Che furrowed his brow. Even if something had held her up, she wouldn't have made him wait this long. He took out his phone and called her. "The number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later." "Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is power off." The automated message deepened his frown. Just then, a figure came running toward him. It was none other than Xiao Xiaoyu. Her hair was tousled, a sheen of sweat glistening on her face as she breathlessly approached him, apologizing. "Jiang Che, I'm so sorry. I lost track of time while reading." Xiao Xiaoyu had gone to the bookstore at the entrance, engrossed in cookbooks for a long time, learning various recipes for the ingredients Jiang Che had bought. She had intended to memorize everything to avoid mistakes, but she became so immersed that she lost track of time. It was only when the bookstore owner inquired if she was there to buy books or treating it like a library that she snapped back to reality. Realizing how late it had gotten, Jiang Che felt a hint of irritation as he observed her disheveled appearance. But his tone softened. "Why couldn't you answer your phone?" "My phone." Xiao Xiaoyu retrieved her old Nokia from her jeans pocket and discovered it had indeed powered off, lowering her head in embarrassment. "It must have died. This device can go 10 days without running out of battery. How could it have powered off?" Jiang Che took the phone from her, confirming it was indeed dead. "What's wrong with it?" "It's broken," Xiao Xiaoyu said weakly. Jiang Che opened the back cover of the phone. "Good heavens. The battery has swollen to a round shape. At this rate, it might explode while charging one day." He replaced the cover and handed the phone back to Xiao Xiaoyu. "Let's head out." "Okay," she replied, taking the phone and following Jiang Che for a short distance before looking around in confusion. "Where are we going to cook?" "Follow me and you will understand," Jiang Che replied without looking back. As they passed the Huajia Pond, the waterway corridor was adorned with lush greenery, and during the vibrant spring, it would be ablaze with blooming bauhinia flowers, enveloping them in a breathtaking panorama. Upon traversing the corridor and entering the bamboo grove, a series of quaint courtyards came into view. For so long, Xiao Xiaoyu had adhered to a monotonous routine. Without Jiang Che, her life would have been devoid of any fluctuations. She had never explored the campus and had certainly never visited this place. The wind rustled through the bamboo, creating a soothing sound amidst the sweltering summer heat, imbuing the atmosphere with an unusual tranquility. Xiao Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, continuously surveying her surroundings. Her beautiful eyes wide open, her expression remarkably relaxed, clearly relishing the ambience. Arriving at the courtyard, Jiang Che produced a key and unlocked the door. Xiao Xiaoyu gazed at him with surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if questioning how Jiang Che possessed the key to this courtyard. "This is the independent dormitory assigned to me by the school." Jiang Che glanced back at her and remarked, "In addition to cooking, you will also need to help clean this place. You don't mind, do you, classmate Xiaoyu?" "I." Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head. "I don't mind." "Very well then. Here is a key for you, allowing you to come and go freely." Jiang Che handed her one half of a set of keys. Xiao Xiaoyu hesitated to accept, feeling it inappropriate. However, Jiang Che firmly placed it in her hand, insisting, "How can you prepare meals here without a key? Must I deliver one to you every day?" "Oh." Xiao Xiaoyu refrained from arguing further and weakly accepted the key. The courtyard was tidy and well kept, though 2 vacant patches of land appeared somewhat desolate, while other courtyards were brimming with vegetables. Upon entering the 2-story house, despite each room being modest in size, a warm ambience permeated the space. The moment Xiao Xiaoyu stepped inside, she felt an inexplicable fondness for it. Her large eyes darted around, taking in her surroundings, and upon discovering the kitchen, she was reminded of her purpose for being there. She promptly grabbed the large bag of groceries Jiang Che had brought and declared, "I'm going to cook now." "Go ahead. I'll step out for a moment," Jiang Che replied before leaving the courtyard to drive to the nearest shopping mall, where he procured a substantial bag of shampoo, body wash, gentle facial cleanser, hydrating lotion, hand cream, bath towels, 2 sets of bed linens, comforters, and an array of cleaning supplies. Carrying 8 bags in one hand and balancing a broom and mop in the other, he returned to the courtyard as though he had come back from a grand shopping spree. Upon entering, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The dining table was already set with 2 dishes, covered with plates concealing their contents. At that moment, the delicate figure of Xiao Xiaoyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As she placed it down, she gently said to Jiang Che, "Just in time, the meal is ready. Go wash your hands and let us eat." Her words left Jiang Che momentarily dazed. 2 of life's most blissful images flashed before him. The first being his mother's voice, asking, "Have you washed your hands? Are you going to eat?" The second, the gentle voice of a devoted wife, saying, "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." "All right." Jiang Che smiled broadly, nodded, set down his things, washed his hands, and took a seat at the dining table. Xiao Xiaoyu had already uncovered the plates, revealing a dish of braised black chicken pieces, another of braised sea cucumber strips, and the final dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 3 well-prepared dishes. However, as Jiang Che sat down, Xiao Xiaoyu lowered her head, seeming somewhat awkward. I didn't have much time to read, so I didn't remember many recipes. I only recalled 1 braised dish, so I made both of them braised," she admitted. Jiang Che sampled a piece, followed by another, and found them all quite delectable, reminiscent of Mrs. Chun's cooking, perfectly suited to his palate. He took a generous mouthful of rice, nodding in appreciation, exclaiming, "Delicious." "Wait." Jiang Che turned to Xiao Xiaoyu and inquired, "When you mentioned reading, were you referring to a recipe book?" Xiao Xiaoyu nodded yes. As Jiang Che gazed at her, an overwhelming desire to ruffle her hair and embrace her tender form surged within him. She was adorably earnest, perhaps even foolishly so, evoking a sense of affection. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let us eat." Xiao Xiaoyu picked up her chopsticks and lifted her bowl filled with rice. However, after only a few bites, Jiang Che noticed that her chopsticks remained predominantly in the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and she was only picking at the tomatoes. In an instant, he understood her intention. Jiang Che pulled the plate of scrambled eggs closer to him, poured the rice from his bowl onto the plate, mixed it together, and began eating directly from it. Xiao Xiaoyu's chopsticks froze mid-air as she looked at the remaining 2 dishes, feeling somewhat at a loss. She had specifically made the scrambled eggs for him. This dish is nutritious and should be eaten in moderation. Otherwise, it could lead to an upset stomach, she thought. Knowing that he should consume at least half of it, Jiang Che added several sea cucumber strips and chicken pieces into her bowl, filling it to the brim, and then insisted, "Finish it all, otherwise it'll go to waste." Xiao Xiaoyu lowered her head and began to eat. Jiang Che did not see the flush that crept into her beautiful eyes. As he noticed her eating, he continued to devour his meal. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Xiao Xiaoyu, having paused her chopsticks at some point, softly inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Che, who had been engrossed in his meal, caught her question, but was uncertain. He set down his chopsticks and looked up at her. "Classmate Xiaoyu, did you just say something?" "And no." Xiao Xiaoyu gently shook her head, not repeating her question, instead nibbling on a sea cucumber stripped the length of her palm. Soon, Jiang Che finished eating and rose to turn on the television in the living room. Sitting across from Xiao Xiaoyu, he could only make her anxious, disrupting her leisurely pace. The crucial point was, after he left, Xiao Xiaoyu knew she had to finish the remaining dishes, or they would have to be discarded. After consuming the meal, she felt revitalized, as if her back no longer ached and her legs were no longer weary. Although her gaze was fixed on the television, her attention remained on the girl who was methodically eating her meal. As Jiang Che observed, he suddenly realized something. Xiao Xiaoyu's slow eating pace made it difficult to discern. But upon reflection, her appetite was indeed considerable, perhaps even astonishing. Jiang Che had always had a hearty appetite, yet she could consume even more than he could. This thought reminded him of a character from an anime, prompting a surge of sympathy. How could someone capable of eating so much have previously subsisted on meager portions of pickled vegetables and rice? It was no wonder she was malnourished. Xiao Xiaoyu meticulously finished everything on the table, even cleaning out the pot of rice mixed with the braised sauce. After letting out a soft belch, she realized something was amiss. stealing a glance at Jiang Che to see if he had noticed. She sighed in relief when he was oblivious and began to clear the dishes, taking them into the kitchen to wash. Chapter 61, I mentioned I would prepare a meal for Sister Yin. What did you think it was? Xiao Xiaoyu's tidying skills were remarkably swift, within a mere 10 minutes. She had scrubbed the dishes clean and polished the table to a pristine shine. She was poised to continue cleaning other areas as well. Standing before the broom and mop that Jiang Che had recently purchased, she inquired, Jiang Che, are these brooms and mops usable? Indeed, Jiang Che affirmed with a nod. Rising to unfold a pile of bags, explaining, the broom and mop were bought for use here. As for these shampoos, shower gels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, they will also be placed in the bathroom. I've even purchased a set of toiletries for you. In the future, you can come here to shower. There's no water fee, so you might as well take advantage of it. The bed linens and blankets were also acquired for this place. Remember to wash them. The washing machine is clean and ready for use. If you have any clothes, you can bring them here to wash as well. As a trade-off for your help in cleaning. I'll be on my way now. Don't forget to lock the door and take the key. Having delivered his instructions, Jiang Che departed without affording Xiao Xiaoyu a single opportunity to object, staring at the closed door for an extended moment. Xiao Xiaoyu first placed the bed linens into the washing machine, meticulously continuing her cleaning, leaving no nook or cranny overlooked. Though Jiang Che had left the air conditioning on, the first thing she did was turn it off. She despised wasting electricity, uncertain whether it incurred cost. The consequence of her efforts was that, after tidying up and donning the freshly washed bed linens, she was drenched in sweat. Standing at the entrance of the bathroom, she pondered for a while before stepping inside. Yet she merely rinsed off without using any shower gel or shampoo. The toothbrush and toothpaste Jiang Che had specifically bought for her remained unopened. After a shower, it was already late. As she switched off the lights, the room was engulfed in darkness. Although she was accustomed to solitude, she still harbored a fear of the dark. Locking the door behind her, she quickened her pace as she exited the small courtyard, just as a brilliant beam of light illuminated her. It was the familiar white car she knew so well. Jiang Che was just leaving, having returned to the dormitory building. The white Qian paused at the entrance, and Jiang Che accurately tossed a pack of cigarettes into the security room. Uncle Li, still on duty? Thank you for your hard work. Li Tao, with a cheerful grin, peered out replying, it's my duty. It's quite late to be out. Drive safely. Will do. Jiang Che waved his hand as he pressed the accelerator and drove onto the road. One hand held the steering wheel while the other clutched a cigarette at the window. But after only a few puffs, the wind whisked it away. Flicking the butt out, he immersed himself in the sublime sound quality of the music playing from the Berlin sound. Sugar, yes please. Won't you come and put it down on me? I'm right here cause I need. Little love, a little sympathy. Yeah. You show me good loving, make it all right. Mumbling incoherently, Jiang Che arrived at the company. It was already 9 o'clock. Yet aside from those who had to leave for urgent matters, everyone else remained hard at work. The entire office was brightly lit. Jiang Che was not inclined to join the throng. He saw no reason to work overtime like this. Yet the others were unyielding, leaving him with no choice. Checking the current status of a Xinyu app, he noted that, following substantial financial investment, it now boasted a wealth of captivating content. Without any promotional efforts, the app had already garnered a considerable number of downloads and exhibited remarkable user engagement. However, to Jiang Che, the figure still did not seem high enough. Once it truly evolved into a universal vlog media social platform, Xinyu would seamlessly integrate into every individual's life, akin to phone calls and messages, becoming utterly indispensable. The pace of this development was astonishingly rapid, far exceeding Jiang Che's expectations. He transferred 100,000 to Chung Yuan as overtime pay and bonuses, igniting a wave of jubilant cheers throughout the company. Jiang Che turned with a smile to Chun Yun, who stood at the office door, also smiling, and walked toward her. Chun Yun entered first, and after Jiang Che followed, he closed the office door behind him, taking a seat across from her at the desk while she lounged on the sofa. Today, she donned a light blue suit, her slender calves accentuated by a pair of white heels, exuding intelligence and charm. The cleaning of the Xinyu office building had been completed, including a comprehensive formaldehyde treatment. And after several days of ventilation, the materials used were of high quality, resulting in levels well within acceptable limits. I've already asked Sister Wu to arrange for the company matters, Chen Yun reported. Good. Jiang Che nodded. How is Sister Wu doing? Very well. She possesses significant capabilities and is quite amiable. Since her arrival, she has alleviated much of my workload, Chen Yun replied. You've truly worked hard during this period, Sister Yin. Once the various departments are established and the company reaches full scale, you won't have to bear such burdens or worry so much, Jiang Che said with a light chuckle. Is a mere verbal thank you sufficient? Chun Yun crossed her arms, feigning a scrutinizing gaze at Jiang Che. That reasoning holds considerable weight, Jiang Che replied, blinking and intentionally breaking eye contact. He rose and approached Chun Yun, kneading her shoulders before leaning in to whisper in her ear, "How about I get lost?" Before Jiang Che could finish, Chun Yun swatted his hand away, interrupting him with an eye roll. "I said I would cook a meal for Sister Yin. How did it become get lost?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, "Did you think I was going to say, 'Little brat, shut your mouth'?" Chun Yun, flustered and indignant, sprang up, chasing Jiang Che with a flurry of playful kicks. Chapter 62, Why Not Love Someone and Scale a Mountain? Upon returning to Jingrui Yuqing, Jiang Che prepared a sumptuous dinner for Chun Yun, a delightful feast that left her utterly astonished. She had assumed his earlier jest about cooking was merely a ruse to tease her. To her surprise, Jiang Che actually knew how to cook. During his time at home with Chun Ferong, Jiang Che had never had the opportunity to learn culinary skills. However, when he moved to Jinling to work just before entering university, he often had to prepare his own meals, gradually honing his skills. After achieving financial independence, he even devoted some time to learn more about cooking, only to regret it shortly thereafter as social engagements left him too drained to apply those skills. But now, life stretched ahead of him, brimming with opportunities to utilize those talents. As he reflected on this, Jiang Che couldn't help but think of the steadfast support he had received over the years from old Chun and old Jiang, who had shielded him from undue worries and sorrows. He found himself missing them a bit. While savoring Jiang Che's cooking, Chun Yun felt a moment of disconnection. She was immensely satisfied with her current life. This was the life she had always desired. Though busy, she was truly being herself. However, lost in thought, her expression darkened once again. The anniversary celebration of Zhejiang University, the welcoming ceremony for the new students, honoring the 117th anniversary of the university's establishment, and welcoming the class of 2014. The auditorium could not accommodate the multitude of students. Thus, the evening gala was held on the playground. Amidst fluttering banners, Niu Chunhai stepped onto the stage, clearing his throat twice into the microphone before addressing the audience. "Good evening, students. I am your principal, Niu Chunhai. After 10 years of planting trees, 100 years of nurturing talent, Zhejiang University has now proudly stood for 117 years. Our gathering here today is a testament to your hard work and a privilege for the university." Following this simple introduction, he launched into an invigorating discourse that stirred the hearts of all present, inspiring them to strive for excellence and contribute to society. Yet, after just a few brief remarks, Niu Chunhai concluded his speech. Lengthy discourses tend to induce drowsiness. Brevity and potency resonate deeply. The three old friends, feeling the excitement surge within them, began scanning the crowd for Jiang Che's figure. After several rounds of searching, they still failed to catch a glimpse of him. They were still reserving a seat for Jiang Che. Was he unwell? At that moment, two third-year students from the broadcasting department, following their effusive praises of Zhejiang University, passionately announced, "Next, let us invite the representative of the class of 2014, Jiang Che, to the stage." The trio of Li Feng, Han Teng, and the others nearly showered the people in front of them as they gulped down water. What illness? He was going to deliver a speech. Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience, with many whispering excitedly. Among a group of students from a certain department, a strikingly beautiful figure stood out amidst the crowd. Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, she was momentarily taken aback, then straightened her posture and slightly raised her chin, resembling a proud swan. As she listened to the surrounding discussions filled with admiration for Jiang Che, her chin lifted even higher. "So this is Jiang Che? Truly handsome." Zhao Lan and Zhou Xan were utterly smitten. "He's just average," Su Rongyin remarked dismissively. Indeed, one had to admit he was somewhat handsome, but not as exaggerated as on the forums. Wu Xiaomin squinted her severely myopic eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of Jiang Che 300 meters away. Shaking her head in disappointment, Su Rongyin glanced at Wu Xiaomin, feeling a surge of anger. While she might express her indifference towards Jiang Che, she would not allow anyone else to speak ill of him. Before she could retort, a classmate beside her offered a pair of binoculars, saying, "Hey, I remember you usually wear thick glasses. Why aren't you wearing them today? Without your glasses, and from this distance, you might mistake a pig for a person. Here, let me lend you these binoculars." On stage, facing the gaze of tens of thousands of students, Jiang Che initially thought he might feel a tinge of nervousness. Yet, standing there, he felt none of that sensation. Adjusting the microphone higher, Jiang Che smiled brightly and said, "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Che." For some unknown reason, Niu Chunhai suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He had a premonition that Jiang Che would deviate from the norm. knowing Jiang Che's unpredictable nature. He had even reviewed the speech Jiang Che had prepared beforehand. But Jiang Che had come empty-handed. There was no prepared speech in sight. According to customary speech protocols, following the self-introduction, one should express gratitude to the leaders and teachers, stating how honored and pleased they were to represent their peers. While indeed honored, Jiang Che felt no joy, as the sheer number of faces before him was overwhelming, and he was, after all, a person with social anxiety. Social anxiety? The students exchanged glances, intrigued by the term. Social anxiety is a precise term I coined based on my personality. Its full name is social phobia, Jiang Che explained. His words initially stunned the audience, but soon erupted into uproarious laughter. What a joke. Jiang Che appeared as relaxed as if he were enjoying a bowl of noodles in his own living room, hardly resembling someone afflicted by social anxiety. You might wonder why I claim to have social anxiety while standing here without displaying the symptoms typically associated with it. Jiang Che continued, that is because I know I cannot escape, thus I have overcome this aspect. Every individual will inevitably face numerous uncomfortable and unavoidable situations in life. Evading them while hoping to resolve them through avoidance only leads to worse outcomes. Therefore, let us muster the courage to confront these challenges head-on. The results will undoubtedly be vastly different. Pausing for effect, Jiang Che added, after all, in this brief life, we will all experience loss. Why not be bold? Love someone. Climb a mountain. Chase a dream. Do not wait until the years have slipped away, and upon reflection, find a life filled with regrets. As his words resonated, the audience fell into a profound silence. Almost all students were lost in thought, recalling their own pasts filled with regrets and pondering whether, had they summoned the courage at the time, their outcomes would have been drastically different. Life is fleeting. They had only just begun and already bore so many regrets. If they did not find the courage to act now, how many regrets would they carry in decades to come for their momentary fears and evasions? Neo Chunhai rose from his seat, applauding vigorously, shattering the oppressive silence. The next instant, thunderous applause erupted. Initially, Neo Chunhai had begun to regret allowing Jiang Che to speak off the cuff. But he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Che would so clearly convey the message he intended to share amidst laughter and joy. Face challenges boldly. Avoidance only leads to worse outcomes. Especially the final statement. Whether it would be regarded as a classic, he could not judge, but it would undoubtedly echo in the ears of these students. Chapter 63. Having meandered through the crowd, they returned to where it all began. Xiao Xiaoyu sat in the audience, gazing at Jiang Che on stage, lost in thought for a long time before lowering her head once more, contrasting sharply with the proudly confident Su Rongyin. Indeed, why not be bold? Love someone, climb a mountain. Han Teng, inspired, suddenly turned to the classmate sitting behind him, Gu Wei, and earnestly declared, Gu Wei, I like you. Gu Wei glanced around at the surrounding onlookers, frowning. Are you crazy? No, I'm not crazy. I have simply come to understand myself. Han Teng replied earnestly, as long as you are with me. You can see Jiang Che every day. Get lost. After a brief address, Jiang Che appeared even more charismatic in the eyes of his peers. This allure stemmed from his character, transcending mere appearance or ability. After stepping off the stage, Jiang Che was beckoned to a seat beside Neo Chunhai. As he gazed upon him, Neo Chunhai found himself at a loss, unsure whether to commend or reprimand. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, young man, should such an event arise again, you are strictly forbidden from taking the stage. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when the host on stage called out, now, let us welcome the representative from the School of Business Administration, Jiang Che, to perform. Neo Chunhai could only exclaim, Jean du Kichakol, Principal. I promise to refrain next time. Fortunately, it was merely a performance and not another speech, which alleviated Neo Chunhai's concerns to some extent. As Jiang Che made his way backstage, it wasn't long before he emerged with a guitar in hand, settling himself before the microphone as he began to strum softly and sing. The little yellow flower of the story, drifting since the year of its birth. The childhood swings, swaying in memory until this very moment. On the day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell, in that classroom, why can't I see? The rainy days that vanished, how I long to feel the rain again. Unexpectedly, the courage I thought I had lost still remains. I wish to ask once more. Will you wait or will you leave? On this windy day, I tried holding your hand. His magnetic voice stirred a sensation among the audience. Wow, what a captivating performance. His voice is simply divine. Jiang Che sings so well. This is beyond belief. People eagerly raised their phones, recording Jiang Che's performance. Their excitement palpable, as if they had stumbled upon hidden treasure. These were among Jiang Che's favorite songs from his past life. He had not bothered to prepare a formal act. choosing instead to sing a song that came to mind, the simplest option. Below the stage, Rongyin watched Jiang Che intently, her gaze fixed on him, momentarily lost in thought. Instinctively, she felt that Jiang Che was singing this song just for her. A pang of tenderness struck her heart, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by her usual haughty demeanor. Who told you to play hard to get? I shall ignore you completely. Absolutely not a word. Yet, she pondered that even if Jiang Che were to come and apologize, she would deliberate whether to forgive him, unaware that Jiang Che had no inkling of her presence at Zhejiang University. After Jiang Che's performance, the subsequent performers appeared dim by comparison, save for two senior sisters who livened the atmosphere with their dance. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Che was called to the stage once more. However, the director in charge of the celebration swiftly intervened, rescheduling Jiang Che's appearance to the finale. He heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that Jiang Che would perform thrice. Otherwise, the celebration would have ended on a lackluster note. Upon realizing he was the final act, Jiang Che understood the implication and requested a piano. As the piano was wheeled onto the stage, the students fell silent. Jiang Che approached, seated himself at the piano, and began to play, his fingers dancing over the keys as a melodious tune filled the air. In my journey, I wandered, hesitating at the station's threshold, smiling at the bittersweet nostalgia of homecoming. A clear, melodious voice intertwined with the piano's rhythm emerged, causing the audience to exchange bewildered glances. What song is this? I don't know. It sounds beautiful. Once, I encountered this world, lingering in its myriad wonders, watching the horizon seem so near, willingly traversing fire and water to experience it once more. Now, having journeyed through this world, lingering in its manifold charms, I find myself unexpectedly drawn back to your radiant smile. Once, I struggled to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, lost in dreams, unknowing of truth or falsehood, resisting no longer, unafraid of ridicule. I once transformed my youth into her, plucking the very essence of summer, and where my heart leads, I shall follow, walking against the light, letting the wind and rain embrace me. As the evening breeze tousled your graying hair, smoothing the scars left by memories, your eyes, a mix of light and shadow, blossomed with a smile. Immersed in the song, many felt a resonance from the initial encounter with the world to the journey through it, ultimately returning to the starting point with silver strands of hair. As Jiang Che sang this melody, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. He truly felt as though he had come full circle, returning to where it all began. When the final note faded, the crowd fell into a profound silence. After several seconds, thunderous applause erupted. Chapter 64. Did the phone fall into the toilet? The flustered Xiaoyu. Jiang Che had not anticipated his unexpected rise to fame. An overwhelming success. And this was indeed a positive development. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Che launched a vigorous advertising campaign for the Xinyu app. He requested footage of his performance from school, which would showcase the entire song in high definition on the app. Taking advantage of this momentum, the user count of the previously underutilized app surged from less than 10,000 to 50,000. Remarkable progress in just one day. Following this initial success, Jiang Che allocated a staggering $10 million for promotional efforts, personally crafting a strategic advertising plan. He opted against any forceful advertisements, instead favoring a subtle, organic approach. Concurrently, he devised a second project plan for the company, daily headlines, allowing individuals to stay informed on global events without leaving their homes. The synergy between Xinyu app and this new initiative promised to be substantial. Following the school anniversary and welcome event, classes commenced in earnest. Amidst the flurry of organizing company matters, Jiang Che found himself exceedingly busy. He had prepared an abundance of ingredients, storing them in the bamboo grove cottage, informing Xiaoyu that they would spoil if not consumed. True to form, she diligently cooked and consumed them daily, anxious about waste. Upon returning to the cottage and noticing the empty pantry, Jiang Che felt a sense of satisfaction. However, what troubled him was that the toiletries he had set up in the bathroom, including shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, and facial cleanser, showed no signs of having been opened in all this time. With a sigh, he took out his phone and dialed Xiaoyu, only to be met with a mechanical voice. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. The feeling of being unable to reach someone was undeniably unsettling. At that moment, he heard the sound of a key turning in the lock, and Xiaoyu timidly pushed open the door. She was unaware of Jiang Che's presence, which meant that when alone, she maintained this shy demeanor. After these few days, she appeared to have gained a slight bit of weight. Her complexion somewhat improved, though only marginally so, and hardly noticeable upon closer inspection. Jiang Che, you're back. Xiao Xiaoyu exclaimed upon seeing him. There aren't enough vegetables at home for two, so I'm going to the supermarket to buy some. For days, she had been clutching a 100 yuan bill, waiting for Jiang Che's return to purchase some groceries. She had hoped to eat for free while cooking for him. However, for these days, she had dined alone. The school supermarkets produce ISNT fresh. Let us make a trip to the mall. I could pick up some other items too. Jiang Che interjected. Oh, right. May I borrow your phone for a moment? Sure, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, handing her phone to Jiang Che. While her other hand fidgeted with the 100 yuan bill in her pocket, her nervousness evident as she rubbed it repeatedly. Should one venture to the bustling marketplace? That solitary 100 yuan may prove insufficient. Jiang Che expertly detached and reattached the battery of a Nokia phone before powering on. Upon inspection, he discovered that the device contained virtually nothing of substance. Not even a single spam message, save for two benign texts from 10086. He diligently noted down the only two contacts in the address book, his mother and grandmother, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances before returning the phone to Xiaoyu, declaring here, Xiaoyu, preoccupied with the worry of whether her 100 yuan would suffice for the supermarket, remained oblivious to Jiang Che's earlier actions with her phone. Once they arrived at the supermarket within the department store, Jiang Che embarked on an extravagant shopping spree, filling the cart with chicken, fish, shrimp, and various nutritious items. Following closely behind, Xiaoyu hesitated multiple times, her words caught in her throat. Finally, as Jiang Che reached for a package of beef priced at 88 yuan, just as he was about to place it in the cart, she could no longer contain herself and gently prodded his arm. What is the matter? Jiang Che turned to her. With her gaze lowered, Xiaoyu spoke, Jiang Che, if you buy all these things, the money I brought won't be enough. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a hearty laugh. So, when Xiaoyu mentioned she was going grocery shopping, this was what she meant. Unable to suppress his amusement, he reached out to tousle her hair. Who said you had to pay? Startled by the sudden gesture, Xiaoyu recoiled as if bitten by a snake, retreating several steps. Her head bowed even lower, her bangs obscuring her face. She murmured, I haven't cooked for you lately, yet I've eaten so much of your food. Didn't you say you disliked taking advantage of others? Upon finishing her words, Xiaoyu lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Che's, her beautiful eyes brimming with determination. This was the only occasion she held his gaze without flinching. Jiang Che broke into a wide smile, extending a hand toward her. Xiaoyu responded, bewildered. You brought money to buy groceries, didn't you? Hand it over. Jiang Che instructed. Oh, okay. Xiaoyu quickly retrieved the worn paper bill from her pocket and placed it in Jiang Che's palm. When her fingertips brushed against his, she noted how cool her touch felt against the summer heat. Is this enough? She nervously inquired. Enough. The cost of what you've eaten is hardly anything. And I'll give you change. Here's 50. Jiang Che tucked the money into his pocket and handed Xiaoyu a 50 yuan bill, pushing the shopping cart onward. Xiaoyu stared at the 50 yuan in her hand, standing frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. After they had finished their shopping and returned the items to the cart, Jiang Che did not immediately drive Xiaoyu back to school, with his phone lacking signal. He borrowed Xiaoyu's phone to visit the restroom in the underground parking lot. Then, disaster struck. Xiaoyu's phone fell into the toilet. Upon hearing this news from Jiang Che, Xiaoyu, seated in the car, stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed by confusion. Though her phone held little monetary value, it was the only possession she owned that bore any worth. Coming to her senses, she shook her head and replied, It's all right. It is not all right. Come with me. Jiang Che opened the car door, taking her by the hand and leading her to the elevator that ascended to the electronics section on the second floor of the mall. Jiang Che, it really doesn't matter, she insisted. You don't have to compensate me. My phone isn't worth much, truly. As she was bewilderingly ushered into the store, Xiaoyu's eyes widened at the sight of the bright display filled with rows of phones, and she immediately understood Jiang Che's intentions. She began to resist and struggle. Jiang Che paused, turning to her with the same earnest determination she had just displayed, declaring, It matters greatly. Once again their eyes met. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Che finally pointed to a phone priced around 1,000 yuan, instructing the sales associate to retrieve it. Indeed, only magic could vanquish magic. After making his selection, he requested that the associate also bring out a newly released iPhone 6, setting up a supplementary plan for Xiaoyu that would allow them to share the package and expenses, racking up a bill of nearly 8,000 yuan. Upon hearing the staggering total, Xiaoyu finally snapped back to reality, but Jiang Che had already completed the transaction, bag in hand, turning to leave. Desperate to say something to the sales associate, she hurried after him, nearly in tears, exclaiming, Jiang Che, this is far too expensive. You really don't need to compensate me. Jiang Che replied, this isn't expensive for you. It's only a couple of hundred yuan. The real cost is for my brand new iPhone 6. Xiao Yu adopted that familiar stubborn expression, her large eyes, seemingly capable of speech, filled with disbelief. Didn't you just say that you dislike taking advantage of others? Therefore, you must compensate me. I can't procure the same model as your phone. And if you feel like you've taken advantage, simply cook for me for a while longer. Enough. It's late. We should hurry back before we starve. Jiang Che declared, not looking back. Chapter 65. The accounts on the back of Xiao Yu's diary. Are Grandma and Mom's phone numbers still there? That evening, Xiao Yu sat on her dormitory bed, surrounded by an array of items. Among them lay a small notebook, her diary. On its back cover, she had inscribed many entries unrelated to her daily musings. It detailed the expenses Jiang Che had incurred while treating her to meals and purchasing items for her over the past days, each entry meticulously noted with its respective price, with approximations for those she was unsure of, leaving nothing unrecorded. Just moments ago, she had added 2 new lines. Phone, 500. SIM card, 50. Jiang Che had claimed that the phone was only 200 to 300 yuan, so she deliberately noted a higher amount. The SIM card cost 50 yuan, as she had purchased a phone for her grandmother to facilitate communication before coming to school. However, now, she realized that her mother and grandmother's phone numbers were no longer available. Fumbling with her phone, Xiao Yu opened the contacts list, her eyes widening in astonishment. To her surprise, her mother and grandmother's phone numbers still resided within. Jiang Che had meticulously crafted a plan, enhancing the operational aspects of the light meal catering business. Now, it was merely a matter of opening branches one by one. Wang Hai had temporarily taken the helm of the company, but it wasn't long before he felt overwhelmed. While he thrived in business development and branch opening, managing personnel and other operational aspects of the company left him utterly daunted. Simultaneously, the promotional efforts for CNU had entered a new phase. Agreements for joint promotions with numerous storefronts had been established. By featuring CNU's products, discounts or complimentary benefits could be obtained. The promotional venues were strategically located near major universities, where students, often strapped for cash yet abundant in free time, eagerly participated, thrilled to save 10 or 20 yuan. Moreover, these university students represented an exceptionally desirable demographic, as their newfound interest in CNU would likely extend to influence their wider social circles. Once the phenomenon of human transmission occurs, the widespread popularity of the app will not be far behind. Despite the passage of time, Xiao Yu has yet to secure employment. The university's work-study program is saturated with candidates, and with so many options available, any hiring establishment will undoubtedly seek capable individuals, or, at the very least, those who appear to be competent. Given Xiao Yu's frail and delicate demeanor, even her willingness to endure hardship will not place her at the forefront of consideration. Instead, there may be concerns about overburdening her with excessive tasks, fearing the complications that may arise should she become overwhelmed. When Jiang Che returned, he called Xiao Yu, who was engrossed in her elective assignment in the classroom. Upon noticing the time, she realized how late it had become and promised to return home to prepare dinner for him. Jiang Che, however, stopped her, stating that he would buy bento at the entrance, and that it would suffice for the day. Upon arriving at the school gate, he parked by the roadside. In the past, only staff frequented this area, but today, there was an elderly lady, approximately in her 60s, adorned in gold and silver, exuding a fashionable air. She surveyed her surroundings with the demeanor of an owner. Jiang Che stepped back a few paces, looked up, and recognized the portrait logo emblazoned on the sign. Wasn't that her? It was evident she was indeed the proprietor. Jiang Che ordered 2 bento boxes. While they were being prepared, the elderly lady stood at the entrance, rummaging through her bag for something. At that moment, a cigarette was offered to her. The lady paused, turning to Jiang Che, who had extended the cigarette, and accepted it. With a flick of a flip lighter, she lit the cigarette, glancing at Jiang Che with mild surprise. "Young man, how did you know I smoke?" Her fingers were yellowed, and a faint scent of tobacco lingered about her. Her frantic search through her bag clearly indicated she was indeed looking for cigarettes. Jiang Che lit one for himself and casually explained his reasoning. He exuded an air of calmness that piqued the elderly lady's interest, prompting her to engage in conversation with him. During their chat, Jiang Che inquired whether she could hire another employee. The elderly lady was taken aback, given Jiang Che's demeanor. She found it hard to believe he was in need of a position at a bento shop. She chuckled softly, almost about to suggest that he forego employment. Noting that her granddaughter was of similar age to him, and with 3 generations of only children, perhaps Jiang Che could get to know her. If fate allowed, he could eventually manage all 7 or 8 chain stores across Hangzhou. However, before she could voice this thought, Jiang Che clarified that he was referring to a young girl. Xiao Yu, and that he would cover her wages, ensuring that the work was not overly strenuous, but rather something that would allow her to feel at ease. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady abandoned her idea of introducing her granddaughter. Why introduce anyone? Helping a girl in need required no further deliberation. At the same time, she felt intrigued by this budding campus romance, which she adored. She readily agreed to Jiang Che's proposal and began discussing various details with him. Very well, let's proceed with this plan. As they conversed, a sudden round of applause erupted nearby, startling both Jiang Che and the elderly lady. Turning around, they discovered Nyo Chunhai standing there with 2 boxes of bento. Mr. Nyo, you personally ventured out to buy bento? Jiang Che remarked with a bemused smile. Eavesdropping on conversations is not a commendable behavior. I was bringing some home for my grandson, Nyo Chunhai replied cheerfully. You two were conversing so loudly that I couldn't help but overhear. He approached Jiang Che and patted him on the shoulder, approvingly stating, going through such lengths to assist a girl, yet remaining humble about it. Young man, you truly possess the spirit of an ancient literary genius. The next afternoon, Xiao Xiaoyu prepared to return to the bamboo grove cottage to cook. However, Jiang Che stopped her, expressing a desire for bento once more and insisting that she accompany him for a meal, not wanting to dine alone. Without allowing her a chance to protest, he pulled her out of the classroom. Nearby the school gate, Gu Wei happened to witness this scene, her previously cheerful expression abruptly freezing. She still could not comprehend why Jiang Che would have any affection for Xiao Xiaoyu. With her vivacious personality, admirable physique, and decent looks, she was well aware of the number of admirers she had. What could she possibly lack in comparison to Xiao Xiaoyu? After much contemplation, she still failed to arrive at an answer. Just as she turned to leave, a figure approaching her caused her brows to furrow tightly. The girl had a graceful neck, a delicate face with distinctly defined features, her hair styled in a ponytail, and her figure exuded a captivating elegance, radiating an aura of pride. In that instant, Gu Wei, who inherently carried her own pride, felt a surge of intense hostility. Yet, the other girl merely cast a fleeting glance her way, seemingly indifferent. As they passed, Gu Wei overheard a robust girl beside her, glancing at the banner at the school gate, asking in a sarcastic tone, Rongyin, it's been so long since school started. Why is this banner still up? Did Jiang Che donate money to the school? At the bento shop, the elderly lady had already conferred with several employees. Upon seeing Xiao Xiaoyu, she was momentarily taken aback, having expected a celestial beauty, but instead finding a girl who, while undeniably pretty, was rather pale and thin, which detracted from her allure. This realization only deepened the elderly lady's admiration for Jiang Che. Having lived so many years, she could discern character, and it was rare for someone as young as Jiang Che to possess such insight. She declared to herself, this couple, I ship them. Midway through their meal, Jiang Che's phone rang. After glancing at it, he answered and exchanged a few words before informing Xiao Xiaoyu that he had to leave due to a prior engagement, urging her to take her time eating as he had already settled the bill. Oh, Xiao Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Once Jiang Che departed, she lowered her head, feeling lost without his presence in this unfamiliar environment. Yet, she found it wasteful to linger, hastening her pace to finish her meal. After finishing, she hesitated at the sight of Jiang Che's leftovers, ultimately deciding to finish them as well. Upon completing her meal and preparing to leave, she noticed the elderly lady posting a job advertisement. She was on the verge of leaving, but felt a stronger urge to find work. Halting her steps, she summoned her courage and inquired, Excuse me, I would like to apply for the position. The elderly lady turned to face Xiao Xiaoyu, startled to find her words echoed exactly what Jiang Che had mentioned. This girl, who seemed so restless even while eating, had actually voiced her desire to apply. Seeing the elderly lady scrutinizing her, Xiao Xiaoyu quickly added, I'm very hardworking and can do any kind of work. The sight of her anxious demeanor tugged at the elderly lady's heartstrings. What a pitiful child, she thought. Fortunately, fate had not been so cruel as to deprive her of encountering the right person. Hearing the elderly lady sigh, Xiao Xiaoyu's heart sank, but in the next moment, the lady smiled, Perfect. This saves me from having to post it. If you're free tomorrow, come in for work. You'll work 4 hours a day at 10 yuan per hour, and you can arrange your own schedule. Thank you so much, Xiao Xiaoyu exclaimed, barely able to contain her excitement as she bowed in gratitude. She was thrilled to finally secure a job. With such a generous salary and the flexibility to manage her own hours, momentarily, she forgot to consider anything else. On her way back to school, her footsteps became noticeably lighter. Jiang Che was at the security booth chatting with Li Tao when he caught sight of her approaching, her face aglow with evident delight. Realizing that his plan had succeeded, he exchanged a brief greeting with Li Tao and made his way toward her. Upon seeing Jiang Che stride toward her, Xiao Xiaoyu's exuberance somewhat diminished. Jiang Che, with a smile, inquired, "What brings you such joy?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiaoyu, still maintaining a hint of her earlier cheerfulness, replied, I found a job. Chapter 67. Jiang Che, do I have something on my face? Since securing her job, Xiao Xiaoyu had become significantly busier, and yet her vitality was visibly restored. On the third day of her employment, the elderly lady assigned her to the role of order taker and cashier. Upon hearing this arrangement, Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly, insisting she was unqualified. However, the elderly lady was adamant, stating that the position was vacant and pressing her. Did you not say you could handle any job? With no other option, Xiao Xiaoyu steeled herself and stood before the cashier's counter. All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Jiang Che. She noticed Jiang Che arriving in a luxury car worth over $1 million. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly elevated the elderly lady's trust in Jiang Che to new heights was the revelation that he was this year's top scholar in the college entrance examination, the very one heralded by the banner at the entrance of Zhejiang University. While she praised him profusely, she also felt a profound sense of regret, thinking how perfectly suited he would be for her granddaughter. As night descended, the white Kian parked at the school's entrance. Xiao Xiaoyu opened the car door and returned to the Bamboo Grove cottage. Upon entering, she immediately headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Jiang Che. It was already quite late. During this period, both she and Jiang Che had been dining late due to her intense study schedule and the 4-hour work shift that left her arriving home at this hour. Jiang Che washed his hands in the bathroom. The shampoo and body wash had already been partially used, but they were not the ones he had purchased last time. Wang Hai was still in Hangzhou, and these items were procured for him. Finding these soon-to-expire products had been quite a challenge. When people heard he was looking for expired items to buy, they either suspected foul play or simply denied having any. After acquiring them, Jiang Che discarded the contents and replaced them with quality products, advising Xiao Xiaoyu to use them promptly before they expired. Upon checking the dates and realizing they were indeed nearing expiration, she began to use them. After using the relatively superior shampoo, Xiao Xiaoyu's hair gradually transformed from a straw-like texture to a much smoother state, while her previously unruly bangs began to settle down, though the yellow tint remained. This was due to a lack of proper nutrition. However, after more than a week of Jiang Che ensuring she consumed nourishing food, her hair had lost much of its yellowish hue, and her frail figure appeared to have gained some fullness. The waxy pallor of her face had also regained a hint of its former fairness. Jiang Che scrutinized Xiao Xiaoyu, who sat across from him. The changes were subtle. One would hardly notice unless they looked closely. Yet, these minute alterations began to reveal the beauty that had been obscured by her malnutrition. Just a whisper of transformation was enough to render her breathtakingly lovely. Jiang Che's intense gaze made Xiao Xiaoyu feel rather uncomfortable, causing her already slow eating pace to dwindle even further. Finally, she timidly asked, Jiang Che, is there something dirty on my face? No, you look quite lovely. Jiang Che replied with a gentle laugh. Xiao Xiaoyu nearly buried her face in her bowl. All right, let's eat, Jiang Che said, returning to his meal. After a considerable time, Xiao Xiaoyu resumed eating as well. Chapter 68. Chun Ferong. Have you broken the law? At the end of September, the weather in Hangzhou showed no signs of cooling down, though the evening breeze had become less stifling and more refreshing. The National Day holiday was just around the corner. Xiao Xiaoyu had no intention of returning home, despite her deep longing to see her grandmother and mother. A round-trip ticket cost over 50 yuan, totaling more than 100. By staying, she could not only save that money, but also work and earn income, making it a considerable saving. In her diary, she meticulously recorded her debt to Jiang Che and her daily earnings. By the end of the month, she would be able to repay him a portion of what she owed. The afternoon before the holiday, there were no classes. Among the 3 roommates, 2 had already departed. Han Tung returned to Shanghai, while Li Feng went to his grandmother's home. Shi Qi, on the other hand, buried himself in an internet cafe, making his absence hardly noticeable. After coordinating with Chun Yun Song regarding the timing, Jiang Che booked a 7 p.m. flight, which would land in 2.5 hours, reaching home by 10 at the latest. He asked Wu Tsuaping to arrange for someone to take them to the airport. Seeing Chun Yun Song after a month apart brought a smile to Jiang Che's face. The lad had darkened by 3 shades since they last met. Jiang Che's amusement elicited from Chun Yun Song a look of deep resentment. Had it not been for Jiang Che's prior warnings about his tanning, he would not have ended up this way after military training. Jiang Che's late-night arrival disrupted the peaceful slumber of Mr. Chun and Mr. Jiang. Mrs. Chun feigned displeasure, but her eyes sparkled upon seeing Jiang Che. She had assumed he would not return until October 1st, thinking he was off gallivanting. What on earth are all these bags? She asked. Jiang Che, you didn't bring back a month's worth of dirty clothes and smelly socks for your mother to wash, did you? With a heavy dose of skepticism, she began to unpack the bags. Upon seeing the contents, her words faltered. After opening each bag, Chun Feirong suddenly jumped up, staring intently at Jiang Che. Have you broken the law? Mr. Jiang, puzzled, approached to inspect the bags, only to turn back to Jiang Che with eyes mirroring his wife's. Jiang Che, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, What law have I broken? This is what I earned. Are you trying to fool us? Only two types of people emerge from one blanket, they both said in unison. It's genuinely earned. Why would I deceive you? Jiang Che stated. It was bound to come out sooner or later, so I thought it better to be upfront, otherwise I would be unable to pursue many things I wish to do. His return with the goods had been aimed at this very goal. As the couple sat on the sofa, Jiang Che stood before the coffee table, adopting an air reminiscent of a tribunal. Stop joking around and spill the details. Chun Feirong commanded, slapping the table. All right. Jiang Che suppressed his smile and said, I opened a few light food shops, and the turnover is excellent. Light food shops? Chun Feirong paused. When did you open those? The first one opened during the summer vacation, Jiang Che replied. It's not far from our high school, called Little Bear's Daily Delights. Little Bear's Daily Delights? Mr. Jiang raised an eyebrow. I know that one. It's where I bought that nutrition meal and sandwich recently. I was wondering why it had such an unappealing name. I remembered it instantly. Huh. Jiang Che chuckled. Whether the name is appealing or not is irrelevant. What matters is that it sticks in people's minds. At that moment, when I made the purchase, your classmate Wang Hai was present, Jiang Liyun remarked. Indeed, Wang Hai is currently working under my guidance. Jiang Che nodded in affirmation. What a clever lad. You've kept this well hidden. Chun Feirong raised her eyebrows, crossing her arms in displeasure. You opened during the summer vacation and only now inform us? Hee. The timing wasn't right back then. Jiang Che attempted to massage Ms. Chen's shoulders, only to be met with a sharp glare from old Chun. Where did you acquire the principal? Chun Feirong inquired once more. Wasn't it the 50,000 your father gave me, along with the 200,000 from Zhejiang University? I utilized them briefly and will return them to you after recouping my costs. Jiang Che explained. This was indeed a partial truth. Those funds had been the principal, albeit not allocated for the light meal shop. Chun Feirong felt a twinge of anger, not due to the risks associated with Jiang Che's diversion of funds. Even if he failed to return the money and lost it all, her ire would not have been kindled. What truly vexed her was that Jiang Che undertook such significant ventures without consulting her in the slightest. Yet, as the words of reproach hovered on the tip of her tongue, she gazed at Jiang Che, who now stood a head taller and appeared considerably more mature than before. And ultimately, her frustration dissipated into a sigh. Her son had grown. Although he often seemed carefree, he possessed discernment and capability. Whatever he chose to pursue, she decided to let him be. Wait a moment. As these thoughts swirled, Chun Feirong suddenly sensed something amiss. You just mentioned that you've opened several light meal shops. The first one opposite the second high school? She emphasized the words several and first. Yes, Jiang Che nodded. There are indeed several more in Hangzhou. And Wang Hai is currently preparing for the new store in Shicheng, which will soon open in several shopping malls. Both Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun sat frozen on the sofa, exchanging incredulous glances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so many. How could it be that Jiang Che had quietly achieved such growth in such a short duration? While they were still in shock, Jiang Che continued. In addition to the light meal shops, I have also established a network technology company, which is now in its nascent phase. Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun were utterly taken aback. You've also founded a network technology company? Jiang Che's nonchalant addition was even more astonishing than the light meal shops. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun posed a soul-searching question to Jiang Che. How much money do you currently possess? The scale of the company, coupled with the light meal shops and various other ventures, eluded their understanding, but when it came to quantifying it in monetary terms, the situation changed. Jiang Che pondered for a moment, curling his index finger into a hook. 900,000 is rather off, he continued, so 9 million? Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun leapt from the sofa in astonishment. Jiang Liyun contemplated calling home to inquire if the ancestral grave was smoking again, while Chun Feirong, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, and now, after such a brief stint in business, has earned so much money. My son has truly succeeded. Jiang Che embraced his mother, and Chun Feirong reciprocated, tears streaming down her face. Why are you crying? Are you foolish? Jiang Liyun scoffed from the sidelines, yet he too felt the sting of tears in his eyes. Little did they realize that Jiang Che's curled finger represented not 9 million, but over 900 million, and when accounting for fixed assets, the total reached a staggering 10 billion, a figure that would soon begin to multiply exponentially. Upon learning that Jiang Che had not strayed into illegality, their perception of the items he had brought back transformed, and Chun Feirong and Jiang Liyun's spirit sword. Old Chun's cosmetics, a gold necklace, a belt and leather shoes for Jiang Liyun, several bottles of Mao Tai, and a selection of fine cigarettes all elicited joy. Finally, Jiang Che produced a bank card and placed it on the coffee table. The account held 1 million. Mom and Dad have toiled their entire lives. They deserve to enjoy some comfort, Jiang Che thought, which was why he had long contemplated revealing everything. Had they not clung to their stable jobs for so long, he would have even suggested they resign. Upon hearing that the bank card contained 1 million, Chun Feirong was momentarily stunned. She pushed the card back, refusing to accept it. Just moments ago, she had considered withdrawing their long-saved fund from fixed deposits for Jiang Che as potential needs, and now Jiang Che was offering her money. How could she possibly accept? Mom, I currently have more than enough principal. Earning money is for spending. If you don't spend, where will my motivation to earn come from? Jiang Che endeavored to persuade old Chun, which finally led Chun Feirong to chuckle and scold him playfully, accepting the card with a promise not to hoard it, but rather to spend it as she wished. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Liyun leaned against the headboard with his phone, a look of sheer delight on his face. Chun Feirong initially believed he was unable to sleep due to excitement over their son's success, but upon discreetly glancing at his phone screen, she discovered he was engrossed in browsing cars. Slap! Chun Feirong snatched Jiang Liyun's phone away. What are you doing? Jiang Liyun asked, bewildered. What nonsense are you looking at cars for? Chun Feirong glared at him in exasperation. Our son said not to save money, but to spend as he wishes. Didn't you agree? Jiang Liyun looked astonished. I told you to buy groceries at the supermarket, not to think about getting a new car. Hurry and go to sleep. Dream of a new vehicle. Chun Feirong shoved the phone back into his hands. Jiang Liyun scratched his head, resigned to her decision. As Jiang Che emerged from the bathroom, he overheard the conversation between his parents at the entrance of the master bedroom. He was well aware that Chun Feirong would never casually spend the money. Dad, Mom, our car has been in use for a decade now, hasn't it? He broached the topic at the breakfast table the following morning, as he savored soy milk and fried dough sticks. A decade? Don't be ridiculous. It's only been 6.5 years. As soon as Jiang Che spoke, Chun Feirong knew what he was about to suggest and retorted, you two are cut from the same cloth. Don't even mention changing cars. No change. No change. I never said I wanted to change. Jiang Che swiftly polished off a fried dough stick and added, I intend to buy another one. I've seen a Mercedes SUV that suits Dad's demeanor quite well. It costs around 1.5 million. How much? 1.5 million? Chun Feirong nearly slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, Jiang Che, are you out of your mind? Aligning with your father's demeanor? He isn't worth that much. Do you want him driving a car worth 1.5 million? Are you trying to send him to the heavens? Absolutely not. I've already paid the deposit. Jiang Che took a sip of soy milk. Then you must cancel it. Chun Feirong insisted, slapping the table. But we truly need a new car. The mileage on ours is excessively high, prone to faults, and lacks safety assurances. It's a necessity. Jiang Duque contended. A 1.5 million car is a necessity for you? Wouldn't a car costing around 100,000 suffice? Chun Feirong shot back angrily. 1.5 million is indeed too extravagant. I will be driving it to work, far more expensive than my superior's vehicles. It's inappropriate. Jiang Liyun concurred with Chun Feirong. Xiao Che, return the deposit. All right, then let us finish our meal and go look at cars you deem acceptable. I will contact Mercedes to cancel the deposit, Jiang Che replied. Can the deposit even be refunded? It can't be refunded. So why did Jiang Che tell Chun Feirong to cancel it? Because he hadn't contacted the Mercedes dealership at all. As Jiang Liyun tidied up the dishes before washing them, she discreetly gave Jiang Che a thumbs up. Chapter 70. Chun Qing. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Oh really? Jiang Che, Jiang Liyun, are you two conspiring to deceive me? They directly exchanged the original Longyi for a new model at the dealership, and the three of them returned home in a brand new Tiguan. On the way, Chun Feirong, increasingly suspicious, suddenly had an epiphany. Jiang Liyun, who was driving, chuckled. This matter had nothing to do with him. Just then, a disembodied voice from the back seat chimed in. My dad taught me to say that. Jiang Liyun's smile instantly froze. Naturally, Chun Feirong was not unreasonable. This was a unanimous decision of her husband and son. Moreover, since the purchase had already been made, she ultimately resorted to some intimidation to ensure they wouldn't deceive her again next time and chose not to press the matter further. Two individuals sharing the same surname were being pressed by an outsider. Dad, Don't you think you should reflect on yourself? Old Jiang went out to the balcony for a smoke, and Jiang Che followed suit, snagging a cigarette. Old Jiang was not surprised. Last time, Jiang Che had carried a distinct scent, which Chun Feirong had already detected. Even if Jiang Che's grandfather hadn't made that call, they would have known. At that moment, they decided against imposing any familial discipline, considering the upcoming college entrance examination. Now, merely a summer had passed, and their son had grown into this state, truly reminiscent of a bygone era. Upon hearing Jiang Che's question, Jiang Liyun let out a sardonic laugh. You little rascal. How dare you say that? What have I taught you? Your mother too, believing such nonsense. Without your 800 schemes, you would never have devised such a ploy. Am I really that naive? With a sigh, he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and entered the living room. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he locked the balcony door and shouted, Honey, Jiang Che is secretly smoking on the balcony. Jiang Che could only respond with silence. That day, the feathers on the newly purchased feather duster had shed nearly half. However, after enduring a thorough beating, Jiang Che felt it was worth it. After being reprimanded by Mrs. Chun, he grew increasingly audacious. When did you learn to smoke? At his grandmother's house. Uncle Chun Feihai stood in the yard, ready to light a cigarette when Jiang Che eagerly handed him one. Chun Feihai took it, surprised, and glanced at Jiang Che. Yesterday afternoon, just as my mom was giving me a thorough thrashing, I suddenly had an epiphany. Jiang Che took a deep drag, his face shrouded in swirling smoke, appearing somewhat weathered. No wonder, Chun Feihai remarked, realizing Jiang Che had the audacity to smoke so openly. It was clear that Chun Feirong had already relaxed her grip on him. Uncle, how's the company been lately? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and asked Chun Feihai. Same old, barely hanging on, but we managed to eat, Chun Feihai replied. Then sell it, Jiang Che stated bluntly. Uncle Chun Feihai and Anhan AI ran a daily necessities company with several factories. A few years ago, business was decent, but in recent years, competition had surged, reaching an unbearable level. In his previous life, they persevered for another 2 to 3 years before ultimately selling the company. The couple then ventured into a new and emerging industry, which flourished initially, but due to their low starting point, they never achieved substantial success. Eventually, Jiang Che and Chun Qing became capable, allowing them to retire. Chun Feihai and Han AI regarded Jiang Che almost as their own son. During a particularly challenging period in Jiang Che's previous life, despite their own hardships, Chun Feihai's family managed to scrape together 100,000, ostensibly as a loan. But it was essentially a gift to Jiang Che. Chun Qing, who had just started working, also contributed 10,000. Additionally, Aunt Jiang Lily, despite her modest income in the county with 2 sons to support, still managed to give Jiang Che 50,000. Therefore, when Jiang Che achieved success from scratch, the first thing he did was to generously repay these cherished family members. As for whether such a substantial capital could be considered starting from nothing, sell it already? Chun Feihai's eyelids twitched, and he kicked Jiang Che playfully. You little rascal, can't you wish for something good for your uncle? Jiang Che chuckled. Of course I wish, but the current trends are what they are. No amount of incense and prayers will restore your company to its former glory. Chun Feihai's expression darkened, and after finishing his last puff, he smiled resignedly. We'll endure as long as we can. After all, you both have bright futures and don't need us to earn big bucks anymore. Uncle, stop enduring and sell it quickly, Jiang Che insisted. Wasting time and energy is one thing. The longer you wait, the less money you'll get when you eventually sell. But Xiao Che, what will your aunt and I do after selling? Chun Feihai shook his head. Come help me, Jiang Che replied. I manage a chain restaurant and need someone to oversee operations. You and aunt would be perfect. After years of running a business, they had management experience. Coupled with Wang Hai for business expansion, they could establish a complete management system. Noticing Jiang Che's earnest demeanor, Chun Feihai was momentarily taken aback. Just then, his alarm went off. He quickly glanced at it and exclaimed, Oh no, I almost forgot. Your sister's train is about to arrive. Hurry and pick her up. Watching Jiang Che's retreating figure, Chun Feihai felt that his nephew had changed remarkably in just a few months. However, he didn't pay much heed to Jiang Che's earlier remarks, as it was hard to believe that a child who had just graduated high school and entered college could own a company. Driving the brand new Tuan directly to the train station, Jiang Che spotted a tall figure with short hair standing there, pulling a suitcase. He approached, honked twice, lowered the window, and flashed a smile. Chun Qing's face, bearing some resemblance to Jiang Che's, was devoid of expression as she grabbed her suitcase and headed for the trunk. Before Jiang Che even exited the car, she had already stowed her belongings and settled into the back seat. Truly, she was beginning to exhibit the traits of the elite, independent woman she would become in her future life. Yet, Her independence was both a blessing and a curse. Throughout her previous life, until Jiang Che's rebirth, Chen Qing remained solitary. As she often said, she could handle everything herself. What need had she for a man? In reality, as a lawyer accustomed to the harsh realities of life, she had long since grown numb to the world's vicissitudes. Of course, it was also possible that she had missed out on someone who had once stirred her heart. In his past life, Jiang Che had never married, and the siblings had used each other as shields, successfully fending off numerous advances from their elders. Each time their grandfather bellowed, demanding to know if they wished to see the Chun family line extinguished, they would seriously ponder the question. However, as they contemplated, it often devolved into, Xiao Che, you should have a child. I'm an older mother, and you should find someone younger to marry quickly. But I don't have the surname Chan, sis. After much back and forth, the matter was left unresolved. Jiang Che shifted gears and started the engine, glancing at the rearview mirror to find Chen Qing regarding him with a peculiar expression. Sis, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Duque asked, meeting her gaze in the mirror with a smile. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. After 6 months, you've changed quite a bit, Chen Qing remarked casually. When did you learn to drive? A few months ago. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver. Jiang Che instantly discerned Chen Qing's thoughts. In their childhood, Jiang Che insisted on riding his bicycle with Chen Qing, who reluctantly acquiesced. The little boy struggled to carry Chen Qing, who towered over him, but eventually, through an unfortunate mishap, he sent her tumbling into a stinky ditch, all while managing to stay upright himself. Ever since that incident, Chen Qing has been exceedingly cautious whenever she rides with Jiang Che, regardless of the mode of transportation. Oh, Chen Qing nodded, her gaze fixed intently on the windshield, betraying no hint of relaxation. If I talk to you, will it affect your driving? Yes, Jiang Che affirmed, his expression serious. It will affect my ability to sing heartily. With that, he turned on the stereo, filling the air with the tune of Dare to Ask Where the Road Lies, and opened his mouth to sing. Before he could begin, Chen Qing interjected, then I suppose I'll just influence you even more. Jiang Che, can you clarify the matter regarding those contracts you asked me to prepare? I expect a reasonable explanation, or else it won't just be a blacklist. It will be a family tribunal. I've already explained. Jiang Che replied with a smile. The contracts are merely for their intended purpose. There is no deceit involved. How about this, dear sister? Keep this under wraps for now, and in a few days, I shall provide you with a tangible and satisfactory answer. How does that sound? Chen Qing scrutinized Jiang Che, falling silent. She had already consented. Jiang Che turned up the music, cracked open the window, and with one hand gripping the steering wheel, he let the wind tousle his hair and commenced to sing aloud. You carry the burden, I lead the horse, greeting the dawn and bidding farewell to the evening glow. Chapter 71. What Jiang Che claimed was indeed true. Little Qing, come here and let your aunt embrace you. My, how have you grown so thin in just 6 months? Upon their reunion, Chen Feirong enveloped Chen Qing in a warm hug. Aunt, I've actually gained quite a bit of weight since then, Chen Qing replied with a helpless smile, opting not to divulge her intentions of dieting. Hurry inside, dinner is ready. Your grandparents have been asking about you. Chen Feirong pulled Chen Qing into the house, where the atmosphere quickly became lively. Little Qing, come let your grandmother have a look. As an independent woman, she had managed her suitcase upon boarding. But how could she forget it upon disembarking? Jiang Che nonchalantly picked up Chen Qing's suitcase from the car, just as Chun Feihai emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand, inquiring, Uncle, what do you think about what I mentioned earlier? What are you referring to? At that moment, Andy, who had just walked out from the living room, overheard their conversation and asked in surprise. Everyone seated at the grand round table turned their attention to them. Chen Feirong, who was busy serving the elderly lady, frowned in skepticism at Jiang Che, doubting his intentions. Judging by Jiang Liyun's expression from the side, he seemed to share the same sentiment. Huh, it's nothing, just a little jest from Xiao Che, suggesting that I sell the company with Han AI and come manage his chain of restaurants. Chen Feihai laughed, believing everyone would dismiss it lightly. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Liyu nodded seriously in response. I think that's a splendid idea. Not just splendid, it's absolutely brilliant. I'm just worried this little rascal might take too big a leap and stumble. If you and your wife go, you can keep an eye on him. Chen Feirong chimed in, voicing her agreement. The couple's reaction left Chen Feihai bewildered. This isn't right. Aunt, uncle, when did Jiang Che open a chain restaurant? Chen Qing, raising her eyebrows in surprise, echoed Chen Feihai's unasked question. In a family where no one harbored envy or jealousy, Chen Feirong had no reason to withhold information. She slammed her hand on the table. It's all this little rascal's fault. He only told me about this major development yesterday. And this morning he even conspired with his father to get me to change to a new car while brazenly smoking. leaving me to focus solely on reprimanding him. After scolding Jiang Che, she then recounted what he had told her the previous night. All right, this little rascal is indeed ambitious. So very ambitious. Grandfather exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his voice resonating through the room. Must he be so loud? Grandmother pinched him, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Chen Feihai and Han Ai chuckled as well. That's right. Much better than your uncle and aunt. Laughter erupted around the table. But only Chen Qing regarded Jiang Che with a scrutinizing gaze. After the meal, Chen Feihai had a clear understanding from Jiang Che and proceeded to prepare to sell the company, ready to assist Jiang Che. Compared to selling years later, the company, along with its factory, would fetch twice the price now. Originally, Jiang Che had been contemplating what kind of compensation to offer his uncle and aunt, but instead, he invited them to take a portion of the money as equity, granting each a 10 share along with a salary for managerial positions. Once arrangements were in place, Jiang Che recalled Wang Hai, facilitating their collaboration and providing him with a contract for a 10 share of the dividends along with a managerial salary. Thus, Little Bear's Daily Light Meal Shop officially embarked on its path to success. Why chain restaurant? Chen Qing confronted Jiang Che. In the first Little Bear Daily Light Meal Shop across from Shirching No. 2 Secondary School, sipping on freshly squeezed healthy juice. She looked at Jiang Che seated across from her with curiosity. Come on, sister, let me show you the tangible results first, and then I'll explain everything else. Jiang Che replied with a smile. With that, Chen Qing found herself aboard a first-class flight to Hangzhou. Before takeoff, Jiang Che slipped away to the restroom, calling Chen Fero. Hello, Mom. I'm leaving now. Heading back to Hangzhou. Please don't scold me. It was my sister who wanted to visit Hangzhou, so I'm taking her to have some fun for a few days. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, who was simply checking the first-class seat amenities, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon Jiang Che's return, she didn't question why they were in first class. Instead, she pressed a button to recline her seat and closed her eyes. Outside the airport, a Mercedes-Benz C-Class from the company was already waiting. Boss, Lan Yu, one of Cheng Yuan's longtime employees, had just finished his task for the day and was assigned to pick up Jiang Che. Spotting Jiang Che, he hurriedly exited the vehicle, waving a greeting. Jiang Che and Chen Qing got into the car, but as they settled into the back seat, Chen Qing furrowed her brow, perplexed. Though Lin Hui was in his 30s, he displayed utmost respect towards the much younger Jiang Che. Soon, they arrived at the office building of Lin Yuan Xianyu. Stepping out, Chen Qing looked up, her eyes catching the 4 prominent characters, Lin Yuan Xianyu. This name was not unfamiliar to her. It was associated with the contract Jiang Che had presented her earlier, which means Chen Qing turned to Jiang Che. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow and said, Behold, this is the office building purchased for 50 million. Let's go inside and take a look. Since relocating to this office building in Xinjiang New City, Lin Yuan Xianyu had rapidly expanded, with various departments already taking shape under the capable leadership of Chen Yun and Wu Cuiping. In the lobby of the office building, bathed in transparency and luminosity, the pristine and orderly environment welcomed Jiang Che as the uniformly attired receptionists greeted him in unison. Chairman Jiang. Employees passing by also offered their salutations. Those referring to him as chairman were primarily the newer recruits, while the older employees, loyal subordinates of Cheng Yuan, called him boss. Chen Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Che had spoken the truth. He continued to show her around the various departmental offices. The staff recruitment was still incomplete, but within a month, they would reach the full operational capacity of the first phase. As he spoke, Jiang Che paused in front of the office of the legal department on the 3rd floor, gesturing with his chin towards Chen Qing. Here is the legal department, and your office is over there. Mine? Chen Qing frowned slightly. Indeed, yours, Jiang Che replied, opening the door to the manager's office. The spacious and well-lit office was equipped with a desk, a sofa, a coffee machine, and various other amenities. Take a look and see if there is anything you find unsatisfactory. I can have someone make adjustments. No, Jiang Che, when did I agree to work here? Chen Qing insisted, her brow furrowed. Sister, you will agree. Jiang Che flashed a grin, lifting his phone to reveal the contact screen displaying the name Uncle. Hello, Xiao Ge. What is up? Came the voice of Chen Feihai through the line. Jiang Che's expression shifted instantly, adopting a woeful demeanor. Uncle, surely you wouldn't want your nephew's company to be bullied on legal matters, would you? Chapter 72. Is this her hometown county? Xiaoyu? Why have you changed your phone number? I lost my phone. Haha, it's no big deal. It's just a phone. Mom has a day off tomorrow. Paid leave. My job here is great. They just gave each of us a bonus of 100 yuan for the festival, and last month's salary was also distributed. I bought medicine for grandma with part of it, and I'll send the rest to you. In her solitary dormitory, Xiao Xiaoyu, freshly showered after a long day's work, dialed her mother's number. Upon hearing her mother's words, she quickly shook her head. Mom, there's no need. I'm working part-time at the school gate. I can earn 40 yuan a day. Even without a holiday during the national day, I'll still get a bonus of 200 yuan. I have enough money. Xiao Xiaoyu enjoyed good relations with her colleagues at the store, as everyone except her knew that this bonus was from Jiang Che. On the other end of the line, her mother, Rongyin, fell silent for a moment before her voice trembled with emotion. I'm sorry, my dear. You're in college now, yet you still have to work so hard. Xiao Xiaoyu's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Mom, I'm fine. Please don't say that. You're the one who is working harder. Rongyin chuckled softly. I didn't mean to make you cry. It's all right. No tears. Now that I have this job, I can earn money. Everything will get better. Trust me. I'll send you some money. Make sure to eat well, and don't skimp on things that matter for your nutrition. Mom, I'm also working part-time cleaning and cooking. I manage all 3 meals. Really, there's no need, Xiao Xiaoyu quickly protested. No, you need to take care of yourself. You're working so hard, Rongyin insisted. As the conversation continued, Rongyin struggled to contain her emotions, stifling her sobs, striving to maintain a calm tone. I understand. Long-distance calls are expensive. I want to keep you. Just take care of yourself, my dear. Yes. Don't worry, Mom. Xiao Xiaoyu's grip on her phone slackened as she hugged her knees, burying her face in them, her shoulders trembling. In the face of life's hardships, she remained strong. Yet, at her core, she was merely a girl who had just stepped into adulthood. This was her first time away from home. And each day, she felt a fluttering anxiety in her heart that she had managed to suppress. But in this moment, those emotions surged forth, magnified beyond measure. Yet, she had work tomorrow. She dare not cry for too long. After splashing her eyes with cold water in the restroom to avoid swelling, she returned to her bed, closing her eyes. But sleep, it seemed, was elusive. As dawn broke, she managed to doze off for a brief moment, only to awaken with the realization that time was slipping away. Fearing she would oversleep, Xiao Xiaoyu jumped out of bed, tidied up quickly, and headed to work. Outside the school, she spotted a familiar white Porsche Cayenne. She stared at it in surprise, but quickly averted her gaze. Just then, the window rolled down. Xiao Xiaoyu. She turned to see none other than Jiang Che inside the car. Why are you just standing there? Come over. Jiang Che called out. Xiao Xiaoyu approached. Bazold, Jiang Che. I thought you went back home? I did, but I returned. Get in. But I need to work. She pointed towards the shop behind her. I've already spoken to Grandma Lee. She said that considering how I've been buying lunch for you recently, she'll grant you a paid leave. Now hurry up. We're short on time. Okay. Xiao Xiaoyu was reluctant to take a break. She wanted to earn money. But she nodded nonetheless and circled around to get in the car. Jiang Che first drove to the girls' dormitory, allowing Xiao Xiaoyu to change into her work uniform, before heading straight out of town onto the highway. Xiao Xiaoyu felt a bit car sick, especially after a restless night. Within 10 minutes, her head drooped, and she fell asleep against the seat. Jiang Che adjusted the angle of the seat, ensuring she was more comfortable. When she opened her eyes again, she found the driver's seat empty, and Jiang Che was nowhere to be seen. The car was parked in an unfamiliar location. Xiao Xiaoyu's complexion paled as she straightened up, glancing outside only to see Jiang Che standing outside the car, smoking, in front of a shop undergoing renovations with a sign that read Little Bear's Daily Delights. Seeing Jiang Che calmed her racing heart, and she opened the car door to step out. Noticing the movement, Jiang Che turned to her, flicking the cigarette but into a nearby drain. Awake? Did you sleep long? Are you hungry? Sorry, I couldn't sleep well last night. What do you need my help with? I can do it right now. Xiao Xiaoyu quickly replied. If it's help, then recommend a good place to eat. Jiang Che grinned. Recommend? How would I know where there are good places to eat? Xiao Xiaoyu thought, but upon closer inspection, this unfamiliar environment felt incredibly familiar. This was near her home. In disbelief, she widened her eyes, looking around several times to confirm she wasn't mistaken. How could this be? She turned to Jiang Che in astonishment. I have a chain restaurant that is set to expand its operations nationwide, and I needed to explore some older urban districts in the Jiangnan area. I saw in the data that you're from here, so I chose this place. Initially, I wanted you to be my guide, but you slept in, so this lunch is on you. Is that all right? Jiang Che stated. Absolutely no objections. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head without a second thought. Let us go, get in. Jiang Che greeted her, and once they were both seated in the car, he inquired about her evident fatigue, wondering if work had been too exhausting. Xiao Xiaoyu replied softly. No, it's just that I've been suffering from insomnia. Jiang Che turned to glance at her. Her head was bowed, obscuring her expression. Where shall we eat? He asked, redirecting his gaze to the road ahead. Just up ahead, take a left. Xiao Xiaoyu indicated a direction. Please don't choose an expensive place. I want to savor the local specialties, Jiang Che stated. Then let's go to the one behind. Xiao Xiaoyu pointed to the opposite direction. Chapter 73. Don't worry. Everything will be all right, Mom. They ordered 3 portions of pot stickers and 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup. Jinling and Hangzhou are equally renowned for their culinary deserts. Yet this establishment managed to produce dishes of commendable quality. I'll make a trip to the neighboring district later. You should head home first, Jiang Che said after they had eaten to their fill. Having consumed about 80% of their meal, he stepped outside the restaurant and addressed Xiao Xiaoyu. He intended for her to pay, and he would not intervene. Xiao Xiaoyu settled the bill, which totaled a little over 50 yuan. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, she contemplated offering her assistance, but as she opened her mouth, a gentle burp escaped, prompting her to cover her mouth and lower her head in embarrassment. Huh! Jiang Che chuckled, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Her little head bowed even lower. Get in the car and guide me. Jiang Che opened the car door and climbed in, followed by Xiao Xiaoyu. In truth, there was no need for her to direct him. He was well acquainted with the route to her home, which was not far away. Soon, they stopped on a dilapidated street, and, as he surveyed the surroundings, memories from his past life surged back. In his previous existence, Xiao Xiaoyu's family was beset by a succession of hardships. Ironically, after the passing of the mother and daughter duo, this area was included in a demolition plan. Throughout the years, Xiao Xiaoyu's relatives had never once offered any support to them, each one seeming to avoid them as if they were plague-ridden. However, when the demolition policy was announced and they learned that her crumbling house could yield a compensation of 3 million yuan, they all flocked to the bedside of Yu Ging, acting as dutiful relatives, filial sons, and grandsons. No matter how much she scolded or pushed them away, they would not leave. Ultimately, they did not get their wish. Before her passing, Yu Guiying bequeathed the compensation from the demolition to Jiang Che. After the lawyer completed the notarization, Jiang Che received this inheritance, which incited a furious outcry from those relatives, who united to drag Jiang Che to court. Naturally, they were no match for Chen Qing, who represented Jiang Che in the lawsuit. When some tried to resort to underhanded tactics, Chen Qing showed no mercy. The case was publicly adjudicated, and she readily posted the details online. Once it hit the internet, the matter quickly gained traction, and several families faced a storm of online vitriol, akin to hunted dogs or rats scurrying in the street, universally reviled. Throughout this ordeal, Jiang Che never touched the compensation. He retained the property and had it renovated. Each time he visited to pay respects at the grave, he would stay for a few days. Go on, keep your phone on. I'll contact you when I leave. Jiang Che snapped back to reality and smiled at the figure still lingering outside. He waved goodbye through the window, pressed the accelerator, and drove toward the neighboring county as per the navigation. Jiang Che indeed had research to conduct, not only on the light meal shop, but also on the promotion status of the Xinyu app. The remote old district differed significantly from the city center. A precise survey report was necessary to formulate a more accurate and comprehensive plan. It was a rare day off, and Rongyin was at home drying radishes. Once dried, the radishes could be used for pickling vegetables. These radishes were grown in their own yard. Sitting under the eaves, Yu Guiying observed the busy figure squatting on the ground, her eyes unknowingly welling up. After a lifetime of teaching, she understood all too well how precious it was to have such a daughter-in-law. Lian, she called out. Zhou, sensing something amiss in her tone, turned around to find Yu Guiying's eyes glistening with tears. She hurriedly put down the radish and approached. Mom, why are you crying again? The doctor said your eyes shouldn't shed tears. I feel for you, Yu Guiying replied. The older generation often struggled to articulate their feelings. In the past, she would have wiped her eyes and insisted it was nothing. But this time, she could no longer contain her emotions and voiced her innermost thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin's eyes also turned red. She sat beside Yu Guiying, wrapped her arm around her shoulders, and gently said, Mom, it's all right. Everything will get better. Lian, when Xiaoyi left, you were still so young. Over the years, I have advised you countless times, but each time you would get angry and not allow me to speak. Yu Guiying, overcome with emotion, exclaimed, This time you may be upset, but I must say it. Lian, it's not too late now. Find a good man to marry. I don't have many years left. If Xiaoyi could see us, he would surely wish for this. You must think of Xiaoyu too. She is a good girl who has suffered enough. Zhou Yin's tears streamed down her face, yet she stubbornly shook her head. Mom, please don't cry. Let me speak. All right? I want to remarry. I followed Xiao Yi for life. Even if he is gone, I have long considered you my own mother. You are my true mother. So please don't say such things about not having many years left. Our family only consists of Xiao Yu and the two of us. We cannot afford to lose anyone. Seeing Zhou Yin in such distress, Yu Guiying felt her heart being torn apart. They were each other's sole support. And how could she not have regarded this daughter-in-law as her own flesh and blood, but continuing to stay in this household. When would they ever see a brighter future? Mom, don't worry. I earn 150 yuan a day at my job, and I occasionally receive paid leave during holidays, along with bonuses. I can earn at least 4,000 a month, and soon everything will be all right. Zhou Yin managed to regain her composure, comforting Yu Guiying. Once Yu Guiying's emotions stabilized, she guided her back inside to rest. After a while, the emotionally stirred Yu Guiying fell asleep. Zhou Yin returned to the yard to continue drying the radishes, her own emotions now stabilized, as she felt a sense of hope. In her view, having this job meant there was hope. She would work diligently to earn more, ensuring her daughter wouldn't have to take on part-time jobs at school. She could buy new clothes whenever she wished or enjoy the food she desired. She wondered whether her daughter had lost weight at school, and if she was doing well there. Zhou Yin had never left her daughter's side in spirit, and now, they hadn't seen each other for a month. The saying a mother worries for her child thousands of miles away resonated deeply with her. Her worries for Xiao Xiaoyu were far more intense day and night. She couldn't shake the concern that her daughter might be facing hardships or exclusion in her new environment. Initially, she would lie awake for nights, restless. Mom. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance. Zhou Yin thought she was imagining things, as she had often experienced such auditory hallucinations during the past month. Yet, she still looked up and was astounded to see her daughter standing at the door. Chapter 74. So, she truly believed all of Jiang Che's explanations. In the brightly lit, spacious, and elegantly simple yet luxurious office of the CEO, Chun-Yun stretched languidly in front of her computer. The tailored white suit she wore concealed her figure, albeit leaving hints of her graceful silhouette. Over the past few days, her demeanor had increasingly exuded the poise of a female executive. After her stretch, she leaned back in her chair, infused with a touch of languor. She had intended to conduct some research, but to her astonishment, Jiang Che, that ungrateful fellow, had taken it upon himself to assume this task, allowing her a rare moment of leisure amidst her busy schedule. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, there was a sound at the door. Gumin, Chen Qing's onboarding procedures had been completed, and Jiang Che had instructed her to find Chen Yun. The suddenness of coaxing her cousin into employment had left various arrangements unmade, so they would temporarily reside together. Having been briefed by Jiang Che, Chen Yun was not surprised to see Chen Qing. Cousin, right? Hello, you've completed your onboarding. Haven to you? I don't have much on my plate at the moment. Shall we head back now, cousin? Chen Qing gazed at Chen Yun with a hint of suspicion. The piercing glare typical of law enforcement instilled an undeniable pressure, even though Chen Qing was merely a lawyer. Ha! Chen Yun chuckled awkwardly. I must have spoken out of turn. You must be Chen Qing, right? Our names are somewhat similar. I'm Chen Yun, and I should be a bit older, so I'll just call you by your name. On the drive home, Chen Yun kept her eyes on the road, acutely aware that Chen Qing was studying her with an odd gaze. She felt discomfort, as if a secret affair had been exposed. Upon finally reaching home and retreating to her bedroom, she let out a long sigh of relief. It felt as though a relentless specter was watching over her. Thankfully, she would be moving out in a few days, otherwise. Wait a moment. Why should she feel apprehensive or guilty under Chen Qing's scrutiny? Chen Yun abruptly sat up in bed. She had no connection to Jiang Che. Before she could ponder further, her phone chimed with notifications. It was Jiang Che's research results and project proposal. Sitting at her desk, she opened her notebook and began to review the emails. The contents of the proposal and research results, as expected, astonished her once again. Each of Jiang Che's creations left her feeling profoundly challenged, offering her ample opportunities to learn. She picked up her notebook, diligently committing the project details to memory, while simultaneously engaging in her studies. However, upon seeing the locations of Jiang Che's research, she was taken aback. There were indeed old districts around Hangzhou, but why had Jiang Che gone all the way to Jinling? Xiao Xiaoyu leaped into her mother's embrace. Only in her mother's presence could she slightly unburden her emotions. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Zhou Yin said, nearly on the verge of tears, suppressing the tingling sensation in her eyes as she ruffled her daughter's hair and smiled. My boss came from market research and knew I was from here, so he wanted me to act as a guide. But I overslept and couldn't help at all. Now he has gone to the neighboring county and asked me to return first. He'll call me later, Xiao Xiaoyu explained. A few days ago, she had struggled to describe Jiang Che to Zhou Yin. Was he merely a classmate? Considering her cooking for him and him taking care of her meals, it could be seen as a form of employment, hence she referred to him as her boss. You. Zhou Yin playfully tapped Xiao Xiaoyu on the forehead, surprised to notice her daughter appeared less gaunt, having gained a bit of weight, and her complexion was no longer so sallow. After a period of absence, the changes were most apparent. You put on quite a bit of weight. That's wonderful. Xiao Xiaoyu recounted her experiences at school in detail. Securing a good job was one aspect. More so, it was about cooking for Jiang Che, maintaining cleanliness, and enjoying sumptuous meals that cost a fortune. One simply could not skip a meal. She had gained some weight, all thanks to Jiang Che. Zhou Yin's smile faltered. As her daughter casually mentioned other matters, she pieced together that the person was treating her daughter exceptionally well. Yet, she was acutely aware that love does not arise without reason. What could this so-called boss want from Xiao Xiaoyu? In her mind, a rather unsavory image of a middle-aged man began to take shape. Tentatively, she inquired, Xiaoyu, how did you meet this boss of yours? He is my classmate. Xiao Xiaoyu replied. Zhou Yin's mental image shattered instantly, exclaiming, classmate? Then how are you cooking and cleaning for him? Can you cook in your dormitory? Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head. He is quite remarkable. He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, and the school arranged for him to have a separate dormitory. Zhou Yin initially pondered whether this man had feelings for her daughter, but upon learning of his exceptional qualities, handsome, young, affluent, and an academic achiever, she dismissed that notion entirely. In her eyes, her daughter was the best. Yet, Zhou Yin still found it hard to believe that her daughter would receive such attention without cause. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Standing opposite her, Xiao Xiaoyu harbored thoughts remarkably similar to her mother's. She could scarcely believe that Jiang Che's attentiveness towards her was genuine. Thus, she truly accepted all of Jiang Che's explanations, believing that everything was simply a series of fortunate coincidences that aligned with his needs. Jiang Che returned to the district where Xiao Xiaoyu resided. Having completed the project, he did not rush home. Instead, he booked a room in a government hotel in the county, planning to spend the night before departing. There was little excitement in returning home. Here, he could at least clear his mind. Initially, after leaving his grandmother's house, they had intended to return to their grandfather's home in the county for a few more days. However, his aunt Jiang Lily and uncle Gu Feng had taken the elders on a trip, which thwarted those plans. Chen Feirong had sent Jiang Liyun 20,000 yuan, insisting that they should not hold back on enjoying themselves. Chen Feirong's stinginess was only ever directed at Jiang Che and Jiang Liyun. Now that Jiang Che had acquired some wealth, the only remnant of his father's financial struggles was the salary card still clutched tightly in the hands of Mrs. Jiang. The plight of old Jiang was indeed pitiful. Had it not been for Jiang Che purchasing him a few packs of cigarettes, he would have likely needed to ask his son for sponsorship just to buy one, querying the convenience store about card payments. In this era, the convenience of scanning payments had yet to emerge. Standing before the window, gazing at the vast nightscape adorned with countless stars, he noted the time. It was October 5th. October 5th, 2014. This day marked the commencement of the Orion meteor shower, one of the 7 great meteor showers in the world. And it was the day with the most meteors. This meteor shower lasted for over half a month. Jiang Che distinctly remembered that during this period in his past life, he had returned home with Su Rongyin. Upon receiving some news, he had invited her to watch the meteor shower together. She had agreed, but brought along Gao Yun. And upon arriving at the rooftop of a tall building he had scouted beforehand, the first autumn rain had begun to fall unexpectedly. Reflecting back now, it seems that the heavens were not in favor at that time, perhaps unable to bear witness to one's own actions. Yet at this moment, the skies above Jinling are resplendent with clarity. Chapter 75. Will you come out and accompany me? Ding dong. Xiao Xiaoyu had only recently begun using WeChat, a skill imparted to her by Jiang Che. Her contact list comprised merely a single individual. The notification tone that rang out was distinct, a sound that only resonated when Jiang Che sent her a message. She hurriedly trotted to her bedside, cradling her phone in both hands, her expression earnest as she began to read. Jiang Che, are you asleep? Her fingers deftly opened a reply box, summoning the keyboard, and she clumsily typed her response. Are we leaving now? Upon seeing her reply, Jiang Che tapped his head, having forgotten that Xiao Xiaoyu's nature was such that if he did not inform her, he wouldn't be leaving that night. She would wait for him no matter how late it became. I'm not going back tonight, Jiang Che replied. It's quite late, and I haven't contacted you. You would ask me whether I'm returning, would you? What if I didn't send you a message all night long? Would you wait for me the entire night? I'm afraid of disturbing you. I can wait. It's no trouble. Xiao Xiaoyu took a moment before responding. You want to disturb me? Feel free to call me anytime if something comes up. Jiang Che responded, yet he knew that Xiao Xiaoyu would never casually call him. He added, you can also send me WeChat messages. If I'm busy, I will reply once I'm free, rather than leaving you in suspense. Xiao Xiaoyu, I understand. Jiang Che noted that every line of Xiao Xiaoyu's replies was punctuated with impeccable precision, which he found rather endearing, prompting a chuckle from him. He reassured her not to worry about salary and bonuses, assuring her that since he had brought her out, he would certainly take care of everything. He then inquired, are you tired? Xiao Xiaoyu. Not yet. Jiang Che. I wish to take a stroll, get some fresh air, and perhaps grab a bite. Will you accompany me? Xiao Xiaoyu glanced at the time. It was quite late. After a brief hesitation, she replied, All right, where shall I find you? She feared that her mother and grandmother would worry about her venturing out at such an hour. Stay at home. I'll message you when I'm close. No need to wait outside. Otherwise, I want to take you back, Jiang Che replied. Oh, Xiao Xiaoyu instinctively responded with an obedient "oh" upon reading the message. Then realized something was amiss and typed back, I understand. She tucked her phone securely into her pocket and stepped outside for a quick glance. Her grandmother's room was already dark, while a faint light still flickered in Zhou Lian's room, emanating from her energy-efficient lamp. In the entire house, only the light in Xiao Xiaoyu's room was of higher wattage. As she approached the slightly ajar door, she saw her mother standing under the dim light, hastily stitching a pair of insoles, her movements quick and tinged with urgency. Mom, Xiao Xiaoyu called out as she pushed the door open. Zhou Lian, startled, quickly asked, Has someone come pick you up? How long will it take? I'll finish up shortly. Upon realizing that the insoles were meant for her, Xiao Xiaoyu felt a pang in her heart. Mom, I'm not leaving today. Not leaving today? Zhou Lian sighed in relief. Good. Then I can make a few more pairs for you to take back, and we're interchangeably. Mom, don't make any more. Xiao Xiaoyu stepped forward and took the insoles and thread from her mother's hands. I haven't even finished wearing the ones I brought when school started. And you still have work tomorrow, so hurry and get some rest. Mom isn't tired yet. Zhou Lian attempted to protest. But upon seeing Xiao Xiaoyu stubbornly clutching the insoles, she realized that her daughter would never agree to let her continue making them. Nodding with a smile, she relented. All right, I won't make any more. I'll rest now. Since you're not leaving tonight, you should hurry back and sleep. I need to go out for a bit, Xiao Xiaoyu stated. Zhou Lian frowned in confusion. What could you possibly need to do at this hour? The boss just returned. He wants to grab a bite and asked me to join him, Xiao Xiaoyu answered truthfully. Just as she finished speaking, her phone chimed in her pocket. She pulled it out to see a message from Jiang Che. I'm already at the intersection. Xiao Xiaoyu quickly replied and then stepped outside, turning to her mother. Mom, the boss is here. I'm heading out. All right, be careful on your way. Do you want me to see you to the main road? Zhou Lian inquired. No need, Mom. You should rest. I'm leaving now. Xiao Xiaoyu waved at Zhou Lian as she turned and exited the house. Though she insisted she didn't need accompaniment. As soon as she stepped out into the enveloping darkness, her heart raced, nearly leaping to her throat. Suppressing her fear of the dark, she turned to close the door behind her. At that moment, much like the previous experience in the bamboo grove, a light flickered on. It was Jiang Che, not far away, holding his phone aloft as a flashlight. The glow was faint but instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Let us go. Xiao Xiaoyu couldn't see Jiang Che's face in the light, but upon hearing his voice, she envisioned his exceptionally handsome features adorned with a gentle smile. She softly replied, following Jiang Che as they walked toward the brightly lit main road, her fear of the darkness completely dissipating. Chapter 76. The stars in the sky pale in comparison. The door quietly swung open. Zhou Lian, aware of Xiao Xiaoyu's fear of the dark, had come out to see her off, and she observed the two silhouettes walking towards the brilliantly lit road. After watching for a while, she quietly returned inside. Standing behind the door, Zhou Lian lingered, her thoughts and emotions swirling in complexity. She had seen the phone that Xiao Xiaoyu was currently using. Xiao Xiaoyu had called her 2 days prior, explaining that her previous phone had fallen into the toilet and that the other party had compensated her with a new one. However, prior to that, Xiao Xiaoyu had been using an old Nokia, hardly worth 20 yuan, which had been discarded by her sister-in-law, Xiao Xiaoyu's aunt, long ago, intended for the trash. It was astonishing that such an ancient phone had been replaced with something so decent. Although Xiao Xiaoyu insisted she would repay the cost. Did the other party ever intend for her pay? If one were to argue about extravagance and wealth, it was indeed possible, considering the expense of a meal. Yet what about now? Zhou Lian had just noticed a car parked on the main road outside, its lights still on. Since cars couldn't drive into the alley, he could have easily waited outside, but chose to come in to fetch Xiao Xiaoyu. What did that have to do with money? Let us go grab some late-night snacks. Once inside the car, Jiang Che turned to Xiao Xiaoyu, who sat in the passenger seat. Xiao Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words. When I arrived earlier, I noticed a barbecue place that looked good. It was quite crowded, so it should be delicious. Jiang Che, realizing the reason for her unease, refrained from looking at her and shifted gears, driving forward. Indeed, she had hardly ventured out at night, so how could she know where the best late-night snacks were? She lacked any form of entertainment. The sole reason for her late nights was her studies. Perhaps Xiao Xiaoyu's profound fear of the dark stemmed largely from this aspect. She had written in her mother's journal shortly before her passing. She harbored a deep-seated fear of the dark, a sentiment that her mother also shared. She recalled her childhood vividly, when her mother was frightened of the shadows, yet found solace in her father's protective presence. However, after her father's departure, her mother no longer exhibited that fear. She had confided in her that the reason for her newfound courage was rooted in the belief that her father would always watch over her from the darkness. In the event that her mother were no longer around, she hoped that her daughter would summon the strength to confront the obscurity, for she too would be there in spirit, alongside her father, safeguarding her. The pages of that diary bore the marks of tears, a testament to the emotions contained within. Among the myriad of entries, there existed many that Jiang Che had long avoided revisiting, and this particular page was one such entry. Her mother, once terrified of the dark, had to summon her fortitude to face the shadows of life. In stark contrast, the timid little fish had yet to muster the strength to feign bravery. Forever engulfed by the darkness, as she accompanied Xiao Yu to a bustling night barbecue stall, she appeared palpably out of her element. When Jiang Che inquired about her culinary preferences, she replied that she wasn't hungry, prompting a scrutinizing gaze from him. "If you don't wish to dine alone, I wouldn't mind sharing a bite," Xiao Yu meekly suggested. "I can eat anything." It seemed she had learned to fill the silence with her thoughts. Jiang Che then began jotting down notes on a blank sheet of paper. After listing a few items, he paused, looking up to ask her, "Do you enjoy lamb kidneys?" Xiao Yu's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Clearly, this was something she had never tasted. One can only ascertain whether they like it after trying, he concluded, adding grilled lamb kidneys X2 to his list. Before long, an array of skewers was placed before them. Having subsisted on a bland diet for years, even the slightest hint of gaminess was a shock to Xiao Yu's palate. She hesitantly took a small bite, struggling to accept it, and glanced at Jiang Che for guidance. He advised her it's best to consume a whole piece in one go. Demonstrating, he swallowed a skewer whole. Observing him, Xiao Yu attempted the same, but could only manage half of one. After a couple of chews, her face visibly reddened, and she gulped down several mouthfuls of water before finally swallowing. "Can't you finish it without spitting it out?" Jiang Che asked, patting her back gently. Xiao Yu mumbled, lowering her head, offering no response. "Are you reluctant to waste it?" he queried. She nodded in affirmation. "Then what shall you do with the rest?" he continued, gesturing towards the skewer in her hand, which still had a piece remaining. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu declared, "I can finish it. Just give it to me, so I don't have to order more." Jiang Che took the skewer from her grasp. The piece on top, she attempted to say, hoping to eat it herself, but before she could utter a word, he had already taken a bite. She was taken aback, her mouth agape in surprise. She had anticipated Jiang Che would disdain her choice, which was why she had refrained from asking him to eat it for her, trying instead to force herself to finish. However, the unexpected act left her blushing deeply, her cheeks still flushed from before. Jiang Che had ordered an abundance of food, and despite his insistence that wasting it would be a shame, she found herself unable to finish. Recognizing her genuine inability to consume more, he finally called out to the waiter for takeaway. Xiao Yu, plagued by hiccups, tilted her head, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Che. Once the food was packed away in a box and placed in the trunk, Jiang Che drove Xiao Yu away from the stall. As they departed, many curious eyes turned toward the luxurious vehicle, a rarity in their small town, sparking whispers about the identity of its driver. The county was small enough that one could traverse from east to west swiftly by car. After leaving the town, they soon found themselves on a desolate mountain road, stopping midway up the incline. Xiao Yu assumed Jiang Che had a destination in mind and remained silent until he halted the car, at which point she realized something was amiss. "Jiang Che, are we lost?" she asked, her tone laced with urgency. Despite having lived in the area for over a decade, she felt disoriented, especially in the dark of night. "We are not lost. Step out of the car," Jiang Che replied. "Huh?" Xiao Yu asked, bewildered. Before she could inquire further, he had already opened the door and stepped outside. She followed suit, albeit with confusion. Not far ahead lay a flat stone, upon which Jiang Che stood, gazing up at the sky. Mimicking him, Xiao Yu approached and looked up as well. What she beheld made her eyes widen in awe, a tapestry of stars shimmering brilliantly above. "It's beautiful," she exclaimed, unable to contain her wonder. Jiang Che turned to her, his expression joyful, and shouted towards the expansive mountainside below. "Xiao Yu, if wishes upon falling stars truly come to fruition, what would yours be?" Without a moment's hesitation, she earnestly replied, "I wish to live a healthy and happy life." "Such a simple wish. Your voice is too soft. Say it louder," he encouraged. After a brief pause, she raised her voice and repeated her desire. "I wish to live a healthy and happy life." This volume was the best she could muster. "Now make a wish," Jiang Che said with a smile. "But there are no shooting stars," Xiao Yu protested, tilting her head. Close your eyes, he instructed, gently covering her eyes with his hands and adjusting her head to face a particular direction in the sky. For reasons unknown, Xiaoyu felt her heart racing as he shielded her vision. Suddenly, his warm hands withdrew, and as she opened her eyes, she witnessed a shooting star streak across the sky. Then came another, and a third, and a fourth. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly made a wish in her heart. With so many shooting stars, could she wish for multiple things? She thought to herself, not want to be greedy, just 2 or 3 would suffice. The inky darkness reflected the starlight, and the trails of shooting stars glimmered in her eyes. Tarning du Jiang Che. She smiled, and in that moment, it seemed as though the entire cosmos dimmed in comparison to her radiance. Chapter 77, Zhou Yin's work, Xiaoyu's tears. Xiaoyu possessed a most agreeable disposition. Yet, it was only now that Jiang Che witnessed her smile so genuinely for the first time in ages. She turned back to the heavens, while Jiang Che gazed at the direction of the falling stars, his smile radiant. Together they stood side by side, and time seemed to stand still in that perfect moment. According to the conventional trajectory of a romantic narrative, this was the moment where everything changed. Jiang Che should have reached out to grasp Xiao Xiaoyu's hand. However, Xiao Xiaoyu was not the quintessential Mary Sue heroine. Upon being offered a hand, she would only panic and pull away, shattering the moment of beauty and warmth. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. Such scenes would undoubtedly recur many times in the future. The next time, he was certain that their hands would be intertwined. Mom, you should rest. Just leave the door ajar for me. It was already quite late, and Xiao Xiaoyu knew her mother must be waiting for her, so she made a phone call. The night breeze gently blew, dispersing the last remnants of heat in her heart. The scent of early autumn wafted through the air. On her way home, it wasn't long before Xiao Xiaoyu leaned against the passenger seat and fell asleep. Jiang Che rolled up the window slightly and eased the car's speed. He halted before the entrance of the alley. Xiaoyu, Jiang Che softly called out to her. However, the slumbering Xiao Xiaoyu did not awaken, merely uttering a few incoherent murmurs in her dreams. Jiang Che chuckled silently, glanced at the alley outside, and refrained from calling her again. He reclined her seat and opened the sunroof a little, then removed his jacket to cover her. With the added warmth, Xiao Xiaoyu snuggled deeper into her sleep. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaoyu awoke with a start. Upon realizing she was still in the car, she observed the daylight streaming in, and that the vehicle was parked at her home's entrance. Awake? Have some soy milk, Jiang Che said as he opened the car door and took a seat beside her, handing her a cup of soy milk. What happened? Xiao Xiaoyu asked in confusion as she accepted the drink. You fell asleep, and I couldn't wake you, so I let you rest in the car. Jiang Che replied with a smile. I couldn't wake up. Xiao Xiaoyu felt embarrassed at first, then thought of Jiang Che, lifting her big eyes. So Jiang Che? You Jiang Che must have also slept in the car all night, as his jacket was draped over her. Xiao Xiaoyu's face flushed with guilt, and she quickly said, Jiang Che, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. Why apologize? I also dozed off for a bit. Jiang Che chuckled. All right, let us head home. You've been away all night. Your family must be worried. Remember to drink the soy milk while it's warm. Okay, but Jiang Che, where will you rest? Perhaps Xiao Xiaoyu hesitated to invite Jiang Che to her home, but the words caught in her throat. I've already booked a room nearby. Just go home. There is no need to worry about me. Jiang Che shook his head, smiling lightly. All right, then please drive carefully, and when you arrive, send me a WeChat message. Xiao Xiaoyu said earnestly. Of course. Jiang Che nodded seriously in response. With a reassuring answer, Xiao Xiaoyu held the warm soy milk, ready to exit the vehicle. However, just as she reached for the door handle, a figure she recognized all too well emerged from her family's alley. It was her mother. Her eyes widened in confusion. It was only 6 in the morning. Zhou Yin appeared well prepared, evidently ready to head off to work. Jiang Che noticed Xiao Xiaoyu's perplexity and followed her gaze. Spotting Zhou Yin's silhouette ahead. Is that your mother? Yes. Why is she out so early? Jiang Che se breu farod. What does your mother do? I'm not sure. Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head, worry etched in her eyes. She says she can earn 150 yuan a day. She was genuinely afraid that Zhou Yin would risk her health to work. Yet, if that were the case, asking Zhou Yin would yield no answers. Buckle up, Jiang Che instructed as he started the car. Xiao Xiaoyu realized he intended to follow her mother, as she turned to him with immense gratitude. Jiang Che, thank you. The Porsche trailed behind Zhou Yin as she boarded a bus, continuing to follow the vehicle. The bus traveled a long distance, only halting at what seemed to be the final stop, having reached the outskirts of the mountains. After disembarking, Zhou Yin began to walk, and the journey seemed to stretch on endlessly. In the passenger seat, Xiao Xiaoyu was already in tears. Eventually, Zhou Yin arrived at a quarry. After clocking in with the foreman, She picked up a hammer and began to break stones, tirelessly and without pause. "Mom!" Xiao Xiaoyu cried out hoarsely. Zhou Yin's actions halted abruptly as she turned sharply toward the source of the voice, concerned for her daughter, who had not returned all night. She feared it was another figment of her imagination. Yet, once again, Xiao Xiaoyu stood there undeniably real. Zhou Yin panicked. She didn't want Xiao Xiaoyu to know of the grueling work she was doing. Yet her daughter had already dashed to her, throwing herself into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhou Yin's eyes filled with tears in an instant. "Brother, can I have a smoke?" Jiang Che had approached the foreman, lighting a cigarette and striking up a conversation. Noticing Jiang Che driving such a fine car, the foreman's tone grew more courteous. Watching the mother and daughter embrace and weep, he sighed deeply. "This woman is truly hardworking. When she first came, I made it clear we don't hire female workers, but she insisted on trying. She nearly begged me. I had no choice but to agree. As a result, she arrives an hour early every morning and leaves 2 hours late. Though she lacks the strength of the male workers, she compensates with her time. We saw she genuinely wanted to stay, so we let her. See, while everyone else isn't due for another hour, she's already here. Kid, I don't know what difficulties this lady faces, but if she keeps this up, her health will surely deteriorate. Given that you drive such a luxury car, your connection to her must be more than ordinary. If you can help, please do." The foreman's weathered face was shrouded in smoke as he shook his head while speaking. "I will, thank you, brother," Jiang Che replied, settling Zhou Yin's wages for the past period and offering the foreman a pack of cigarettes from the trunk. "No need for that. This is public money, and it's only a little over 1,000 yuan, while this smoke costs over 1,000. Take it, brother. Thank you for taking care of her during this time." Jiang Che insisted, and the foreman, unable to refuse, accepted it. Watching Jiang Che walk toward the two women, he glanced at the cigarettes in his hand, sighed, and then smiled. Chapter 78. How could Jiang Che's kindness toward Xiao Xiaoyu be mere coincidence? "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yin patted Xiao Xiaoyu's back, wiping her tears as she asked. "I saw you. I fell asleep in the car last night at the alley and woke up this morning to see you leaving, Mom." Xiao Xiaoyu lifted her head, her voice choked with sobs. "Mom, didn't you say your work isn't hard? Clearly, it's so grueling, and you have to travel such a long way." Zhou Yin opened her mouth, but was at a loss for words. She had hoped to conceal the truth. But Xiao Xiaoyu had seen her leaving home and followed her all the way here. "I know you want me to have a better life for my tuition for grandma, for our family, but I've grown up. I can work hard and take care of myself." Xiao Xiaoyu wept, her big, watery eyes gazing at Zhou Yin. "Mom, can we go home? We need not pursue such an abundance of wealth. Shall we not seek a more leisurely occupation?" "Certainly. Let us return. Let us return." Zhou Yin hastily drew her weeping daughter into her embrace, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. After much soothing, the cries of her daughter began to diminish. Yet concern soon enveloped Zhou Yin once more. She harbored no intention of feigning agreement, only to return stealthily after her daughter departed. While earning money is undoubtedly significant, she was far more averse to causing Xiaoyu distress. However, if they left in such a manner, what are the remaining wages? "Hello, Auntie, I am Jiang Che." At that moment, Jiang Che approached and greeted Zhou Yin. They had met previously. At that time, Zhou Yin was already gravely ill, confined to a hospital bed. Although she appeared gaunt now, she showed no overt signs of illness. It seemed likely that her affliction stemmed largely from the arduousness of her work here, compounded by a prolonged deficiency in nutrition. Yet, one could not be entirely certain. It was imperative to ensure she underwent a comprehensive medical examination at the earliest opportunity. "Greetings." Zhou Yin deduced that Jiang Che was the employer Xiaoyu had spoken of, and she managed a faint smile in response, employing polite language. "Xiaoyu and I are classmates. There is no need for such formality, Annie. Here is your salary for this period. The foreman has already settled the account. Please verify if it is correct." Jiang Che handed Zhou Yin the cash, saying, "Annie, Xiaoyu, let us return. We can converse further on our way back." As they walked toward the quarry's exit, Zhou Yin discreetly observed Jiang Che. Tall and handsome, a top achiever in the college entrance examination, and affluent, he possessed qualities that were utterly commendable, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, Zhou Yin pondered why such an exemplary individual would extend such kindness toward Xiaoyu. She had suspected the night before that Jiang Che's affection for her daughter was likely not mere coincidence. Now, she was thoroughly convinced. Zhou Yin had just heard Xiaoyu mention that she had slept in a car outside the alley. If Xiaoyu slept in the car, it was certain that Jiang Che had also done so. Was it comfortable to sleep in a car? Why did he not awaken her daughter? He had accompanied Xiaoyu here, traversing such a distance without complaint, and even helped to retrieve her wages. Such occurrences could hardly be attributed to mere chance. Jiang Che led Zhou Yin and Xiaoyu to the car, opening the rear door to invite Zhou Yin inside. Coming to her senses, she promptly shook her head, saying, "My clothes are too dirty. I would soil your vehicle. I shall take the bus home." "Not all, Annie." Jiang Che glanced at Xiaoyu. "If it gets dirty, Xiaoyu can help clean it." However, Zhou Yin still wished to decline, for her attire was indeed quite filthy. Yet, Jiang Che interrupted her. "If you take the bus back, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly accompany you to the bus stop." Well, very well." Zhou Yin cautiously entered the car. Reminiscent of her first ride with Xiaoyu, the vehicle started, heading towards the city. The bus journey would take her a full hour. They returned in a mere 10 minutes. "Thank you, Jiang Che." Zhou Yin continuously expressed her gratitude during the ride, thanking him for his assistance and for taking care of Xiaoyu. Jiang Che stopped at a breakfast shop. Zhou Yin had left home in haste, giving no indication that she had eaten breakfast. The cup of sweetened soy milk Xiaoyu had prepared was now cold, untouched, and Jiang Che consumed it entirely on the drive back. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yin reached for her wallet. Jiang Che did not contest her. The cost of breakfast was modest, yet provided significant relief to Zhou Yin. However, after their meal, Jiang Che did not take them directly home. Instead, he stopped in front of a nearby light meal shop that was currently undergoing renovations. The renovation was progressing swiftly, already taking shape. Jiang Che parked the car and, glancing at Zhou Yin through the rearview mirror, said, "Annie, this is the establishment I recently opened. Since you are currently unemployed, I happen to need a purchaser. The salary is 5,000 a month, with provisions for meals and accommodation." "Purchaser? I have no experience. I cannot manage," Zhou Yin replied, shaking her head repeatedly. Jiang Che began to explain the role of a purchaser to her. It was quite simple, yet of great importance. Simple because it merely required ensuring that the materials met the required standards. Important because entrusting this task to others could lead to substandard materials being passed off as suitable, allowing for personal gain. Thus, Zhou Yin, persuaded by Jiang Che's reasoning, ultimately agreed. After her acceptance, she intended to suggest a lower salary. Yet Jiang Che preemptively countered, stating, "The highest salary is 5,000, determined by the quality of your work," effectively silencing her objections. As they drove along the road leading to Xiaoyu's home, Zhou Yin pondered for a considerable time before inviting Jiang Che to lunch at their home. She intended to prepare saltwater duck. Jiang Che readily accepted the invitation. Upon entering the small courtyard, a path of blue bricks led the way, while the remainder was earthy soil. A small vegetable garden was brimming with produce, and the house was constructed of blue bricks, its red wooden window frames worn by time. Inside, the living room walls were yellowed, and the furniture was exceedingly old, with a large television that seemed to belong to another era. Yet despite the age, the entire house was impeccably organized and scrupulously clean. Both Zhou Yin and Xiaoyu felt anxious, fearful that Jiang Che might disdain their humble abode. However, to their astonishment, after inviting Jiang Che inside, he promptly seated himself on the wooden sofa, picked up the thermos and an overturned cup from a table, and poured himself a cup of hot water, drinking heartily without a hint of disdain. Chapter 79. Photos in the Mirror's Crevice. After consuming a jug of hot water, he perused Xiaoyu's diary. This was something Jiang Che felt compelled to do upon visiting the house before its demolition in a past life. The hot water bore a familiar taste. Yet, he wondered where Xiaoyu had placed her most recent entries, and whether their contents had undergone a radical transformation. Noticing Jiang Che's complete lack of concern, both mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yin busied herself in the kitchen with the duck she had just purchased, while Xiaoyu remained in the room with Jiang Che. On the wall of the living room hung a large mirror, with several photographs tucked into its crevices. These photographs were ones Jiang Che had never seen in his previous life. He recalled that the mirror had been accidentally shattered, obscuring the images within. Jiang Che, holding the cup, approached the mirror and scrutinized each photograph. There was a family portrait of 5. In the picture, Zhou Yin appeared youthful, dressed simply yet elegantly, while Yu Guing looked less aged, adorned with a hairpin, exuding an air of scholarly grace. 2 unfamiliar men were present, one older and one younger. Unmistakably Xiaoyu's father and grandfather. The grandfather's face was etched with laughter lines, yet his features remained handsome, while the father was bright and charming. Xiaoyu, cradled in Zhou Yin's arms, appeared to be merely 1 or 2 years old, exquisitely delicate like a porcelain doll, and the entire family radiated joy and happiness. The remaining photographs predominantly feature solitary portraits of Xiaoyu. In the first image, compared to the family portrait, she appears slightly older, around 3 years of age, standing there with 2 pigtails soaring towards the sky, flashing a few tiny teeth in a delightful smile. utterly charming. Following that at 4 and 5 years old. Each picture captures her joy, seemingly taken annually to chronicle Xiao Xiaoyu's growth. However, after the age of 4 or 5, this annual tradition abruptly ceases, with no new photographs emerging. The next image is a passport-sized photo against a blue background with a white border, seemingly intended for an examination admission ticket. In this photograph, Xiao Xiaoyu has transformed into a young lady, a significant gap of over a decade since the previous picture. Yet, she appears considerably more slender and weary, lacking even a trace of the innocent, carefree demeanor captured in her childhood images. My father and grandfather have passed away, Xiao Xiaoyu softly explained to Jiang Che, who was gazing at their family portrait. Jiang Che looked at her with compassion and gently said, I'll step outside for a moment. You needn't mind me. Go help Annie with the cooking. Oh, and remember to learn how to make the salted duck so that when I crave it later, you'll know how to prepare it. Oh, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, her attention successfully diverted by Jiang Che's words, alleviating her sorrowful mood. Outside, there was a photography studio. Jiang Che entered and soon emerged. As Xiao Xiaoyu assisted Zhou Lian with the cooking, she stepped out to fetch water and discovered Jiang Che had returned inside. Approaching the doorway, she saw him slipping several photographs into the gap of the mirror. Those were the images he had insisted on taking of her last night, where she stood beneath a dazzling starry sky, marked by a meteor shower. Although she did not smile, her happiness was palpable. Xiao Xiaoyu stood there, watching Jiang Che in front of the mirror, her beautiful eyes lost in a moment of contemplation, as if a myriad of thoughts flickered through her mind. Is dinner ready? Jiang Che inquired, noticing her through the mirror. Not yet. Are you hungry? We can hasten the cooking, Xiao Xiaoyu replied, turning quickly towards the kitchen. I'm not hungry yet. There's no rush. Jiang Che called after her, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. He set aside the bag containing the photo development materials, exited the house, and stood in the garden, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it while glancing at his phone. A message from Wu Zuiping had arrived moments earlier. President Jiang, the copyright for the piece has been secured for 100,000. All right, I'll make specific arrangements when I return. But isn't today a holiday? Why are you still working? Jiang Che messaged back. Yes. The company is in a rapid growth phase, and everyone is reluctant to take a break. President Chung estimates that by tomorrow noon at the latest, the user count for the Xinyu app will exceed 1 million. Wu Zuiping replied. Over 1 million users. From 150,000 to this in just over half a month. How could this not be exhilarating, especially for the company veterans? They have watched Xinyu grow from nothing, akin to nurturing their own child, flourishing magnificently, and they are so excited that they can hardly stand to rest. Forget about taking a holiday. They would rather move their beds into the office and sleep there. You all, Jiang Che sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, typing, notify everyone. Those working on October 1st will receive triple their wages. 1 million is merely the beginning. It won't be long before the user count begins to multiply exponentially. The company's promotional strategies are one aspect, and the self-propagation among users is another. When most people around them are using Xinyu, it becomes a trend, and gradually everyone gets swept away in it. Even if they don't follow trends, there are myriad reasons to download the Xinyu app, whether it's their favorite stars sharing daily updates, a goddess posting videos, or friends sharing their lives. There is always a compelling reason to download it. Once downloaded, the likelihood of becoming a loyal user is exceedingly high. Once everyone is using Xinyu, the app will seamlessly integrate into every aspect of their lives, much like WeChat. Chapter 80, Because of Affection. At noon, only the three of them remained. After the meal, Zhou Yin began tidying up the table and asked Xiao Xiaoyu to help clean the spots she had dirtied. Once it was just her and Jiang Che in a room, she remained silent for a while before finally looking up at Jiang Che and asking, Jiang Che, I know this might be a bit forward, but why are you so kind to Xiaoyu? Zhou Yin understood that this question might jeopardize Jiang Che's kindness toward Xiao Xiaoyu or even risk her daughter's newfound job and part-time work. However, she was uncertain about Jiang Che's motivations. She feared that Xiao Xiaoyu might be pulled from the mire, only to be thrust back into an abyss. Thus, she preferred a quick end to the pain before her daughter became too deeply entrenched. Because I like her, Jiang Che answered candidly. Like her? Zhou Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, but Xiaoyu doesn't he have any remarkable traits? Why would you like her? Jiang Che voiced the question that had been on Zhou Lian's mind, smiling brightly. Auntie, you should have confidence in your daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin's heart surged with emotion, and after a prolonged silence, she finally managed a soft smile. Indeed, she ought to have faith in her daughter. Initially, she had been swayed by Jiang Che's brilliance and assumed it was impossible for it to stem from affection. She had dismissed the correct answer, leaving her baffled as to why Jiang Che treated Xiao Xiaoyu so well. However, if it were simply due to affection, then all of Jiang Che's efforts took on profound meaning. In an instant, Zhou Yin understood everything. The phone that fell into the toilet, getting Xiao Xiaoyu a new one. Recruiting Xiao Xiaoyu for a job, having her cook, providing for her. The pretense of needing a guide when he had her show him around. All these actions were Jiang Che's way of preserving her daughter's dignity while being kind to her. Even the establishment of a chain store near their home, in a location far from bustling areas, was a deliberate choice by Jiang Che. Tears streamed down Zhou Yin's face. A torrent of joy and panic, elated that someone genuinely cared for Xiao Yu and worried that her impulsive question might drive Jiang Che away. Auntie, just call me Xiao Che, Jiang Che said with a bright smile, his teeth perfectly white and straight. All right, Xiao Ke. Zhou Yin choked back her tears, nodding vigorously. These were tears of happiness, joy that someone truly cared for Xiao Yu, who was alone in a foreign land, now receiving attention and care. The 1st of October had ushered in early autumn. Yet the sun in the south remained exceedingly fierce, particularly within the confines of a car parked under its relentless rays. The temperature soared to an intolerable degree. Xiao Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat, fervently wiping herself down with a towel she had previously left in Jiang Che's vehicle, nearly cleaning every ventilation hole in the seat. Jiang Che, almost forcibly, lifted her and pulled her out of the car, fearing she might succumb to heat stroke if they lingered any longer. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiaoyu noticed something peculiar in Zhou Yin's gaze towards Jiang Che, as if it had shifted in an indescribable yet significant manner. Aware that Jiang Che likely had not rested well the previous night, Zhou Yin suggested that he take a brief respite in Xiao Xiaoyu's room. Xiao Xiaoyu, with a hint of shyness, helped Jiang Che make the bed before quietly exiting the room. Lying on the bed, Jiang Che was enveloped by a subtle, refreshing fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, causing a smile to curve at the corners of his mouth and uplifting his spirits. With the confession of his feelings for Xiao Xiaoyu laid bare to Zhou Yin, the air had cleared, and many matters had become considerably simpler. As he inhaled the unique, delicate scent that belonged solely to Xiao Xiaoyu, drowsiness overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, it was past 2 in the afternoon. Xiao Xiaoyu was busy helping Zhou Yin tidy up the house. Upon noticing Jiang Che had risen, Zhou Yin inquired with genuine concern whether he was hungry or thirsty, showering him with a flurry of inquiries about his comfort. At that moment, her affection for Jiang Che had entered a stage of ever-deepening fondness. Jiang Che, feeling neither hunger nor thirst, had a matter he wished to discuss with Zhou Yin. Chapter 81. Self-Competition, Industry Dominance. At her advanced age, Yu Guiying had long reached retirement age. Yet she continued to teach at the local elementary school. Despite dedicating her life to education, she had never secured a formal position in the system, thus lacking any pension. Teacher Yu, your daughter-in-law, is here. A voice called from outside the window. Upon hearing that Zhou Yin had arrived, Yu Guiying's heart skipped a beat. She feared something might have gone awry and hurried outside. In the distance, she spotted Xiao Xiaoyu standing at the school gate, accompanied by a young stranger. Zhou Yin approached and engaged in conversation with Yu Guiying. The moment Yu Guiying laid eyes on Jiang Che, she instantly surmised the situation. Zhou Yin's words confirmed her suspicions. After hearing the entire story, Yu Guiying broke into a smile. However, upon learning that they intended to take her for a medical checkup, she promptly declined. Although she had suffered a setback and was still recovering from serious illness, she was well aware of her own health. Her primary concern was not wanting to burden Jiang Che with expenses. Seeing Yu Guiying's resolute refusal, Jiang Che stepped forward to greet her and meticulously analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. A medical examination could lead to early detection of issues. Many ailments could be treated for a mere $100 now, whereas they might cost $1 million later, along with much suffering. Surely, you wouldn't want Xiao Xiaoyu to worry about you or spend excessively on your behalf. Having taught for a lifetime, Yu Guiying was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Che's argument. Zhou Yin quickly interjected, offering to cover the cost to ease Yu Guiying's concerns, assuring her that Jiang Che's money would not be touched. This was the crux of their negotiation. Jiang Che agreed to proceed on this basis. Thus, Yu Guiying took a leave of absence, somewhat bewildered, and was escorted to the hospital. Upon arrival, Zhou Yin promptly went to settle the payment, only to be stunned to discover that a full body checkup would cost over 2,000 yuan. She had brought all the cash she had on hand, including her recent salary, yet it was still insufficient. Flustered, she stood at the payment counter, unsure of what to do as those behind her occasionally glanced forward, perplexed by the delay. The staff member handling payments urged, "Madam, are you going to proceed? If you're not ready, please step aside. There are many others waiting." "Proceed. 2 copies." Jiang Che interjected, sliding a bank card forward. "Xiao Ke, no. I can't accept this. Zhou Yin protested urgently. Jiang Che replied, Annie, there's so many people waiting. It took great effort to bring her here. If we leave without completing the checkup, it will be difficult to return another time. But Zhou Yin's face was etched with worry. Jiang Che smiled and interrupted. Auntie, since you've come this far, let us also have one for you, to prevent future complications. By this time, the payment was processed and 2 examination forms were issued. Now that the money was settled, Zhou Yin found herself unable to refuse. She was determined to repay this amount to Jiang Che. However, he declined to accept immediate payment, suggesting that it could be deducted gradually from her salary. Watching Jiang Che's retreating figure, Zhou Yin's anxiety resurfaced. Both she and Yu Ging were concerned that the kindness they received from Jiang Che might impose an unwarranted burden on Xiao Xiaoyu in their relationship. Upon returning to see Xiao Xiaoyu and Yu Ging, Jiang Che made no mention of who had covered the expenses, merely stating that the checkup had been affordable and that he had bought 2 packages. Zhou Yin's condition was diagnosed as mild anemia, with no other significant issues. With a balanced diet and improved lifestyle, she would naturally recover. Jiang Che felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Yu Guiying's health was also deemed satisfactory. She had recently undergone cataract surgery and was experiencing some mild infection due to tears. A continuation of her medication would suffice. In the future, she would pass away not long after. A fate intertwined with both Xiao Xiaoyu and Zhou Yin. The first profound sorrow had drained her vitality, and now a second blow. Who could withstand such trials? Jiang Che returned to the hotel for a lengthy rest, and the following day he set off on his journey back, bringing Xiao Xiaoyu to Hangzhou. After dropping her off at school, he drove to attend a celebration for the milestone of over 1 million users on the Xinyu app. Moreover, it was not merely 1 million users. Within less than a day of reaching that milestone, the total had surged to over 1.2 million, an astonishing rate of growth. After the celebration, having secured the music rights, Jiang Che recorded the official audio for The Wind Rises and uploaded it to Xinyu, while simultaneously instructing the marketing department to amplify the promotion of its segments. Those who heard snippets would be compelled to seek out the entire song, leading them to download Xinyu. In addition, various marketing strategies were employed to subtly embed Xinyu into everyone's consciousness. Jiang Che even devised a short video to further enhance its visibility. With the comprehensive launch of promotions, Xinyu was poised to sweep through the market like a tempest, becoming an indispensable application on every phone. Simultaneously, Jiang Che's other projects were officially announced. The Daily Headlines was the first to commence development and would soon be launched. Furthermore, he outlined 5 additional short video apps similar to Xinyu. This new market was akin to a freshly baked cake, and the explosive success of the Xinyu app, unique in its offerings, would undoubtedly attract the attention of other capitalists eager to partake in its success. Thus, Jiang Che resolved to thoroughly disrupt the initial market landscape. In this competition, he was confident that no one could rival him. His only true competitor was himself. He was in fierce competition with himself, inevitably compressing the market to its utmost limits, leaving no room for survival in the crevices. After thoroughly squeezing the entire market, he would then engage in a multifaceted integration of competing products, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the industry as the undisputed leader. Chapter 82. A single punch to the ground. Not even a whiff of foul air could be caught. After the lengthy National Day holiday, the school buzzed with excitement. Jiang Che walked along the path with the returning trio, frequently interrupted by various recruitment calls. Classmate, are you interested in joining our club? Hey, have you heard about the Philately Club? The Calligraphy Club? Cultivate your character, establish virtue and integrity. The 3 of them waved their hands in refusal. Li Feng quipped, Isn't the essence of joining a club just to find a partner? This bunch of burly fellows doesn't look like they have any girls around. Who want to join? Shi Chi, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, added. Moreover, even a singles club. Han Tung remarked, absurd. Jiang Che shook his head. Why not consider from another perspective? The girls in that singles club are also single. Li Feng, where are you going? Li Feng turned and walked away. I'm going to check out the singles club. Jiang Che, I'm thing, dumb. You're a step too late. Old Jiang, in the future, if such things arise, do let me know quietly. Don't be so blatant about it, all right? I'll sneak some seeds from Shi Chi for you. Shi Chi, not a chance. Old Jiang, tell me. I'll give you all the GS of data on my hard drive. Jiang Che was left speechless. Thank you all, but that is not necessary. Wait a moment. You guys watch your computers every day. Is it only a dozen GS? Shi Chi, it's a few GS of seeds. Jiang Che gave a thumbs up. Impressive. At that moment, Han Tang's attention was captured by a graceful figure, a female general in a theatrical costume, adorned with 2 feathers atop her head, exuding a heroic demeanor. Han Teng hastened toward her, but when she turned to face him, he was met with a male voice. Classmate, interested in joining our opera club? Han Teng scrambled back, nearly causing Jiang Che and Shi Qi to burst into laughter. Basketball club. Basketball club. Members of the Cuba team will personally teach you basketball techniques. Look at your height and impressive appearance. You're indeed a natural for basketball. Want to join us? Getting into the school team is not out of the question. Someone was recruiting Jiang Che for the basketball club, but he declined, stating that playing occasionally was sufficient and there was no need to join. As they approached busier areas, the number of clubs recruiting increased. Two-dimensional cosplay club, check it out. Classmates, it's all about girls who cosplay. You can even attend comic conventions with us. Several oddly dressed girls held up signs, drawing a crowd. Such things were rather avant-garde and certainly eye-catching. Shi Qi and Han Teng, unsurprisingly, were lured over to join the throng. Thus, as they walked along, the once four-member group of 202 was reduced to just Jiang Che. Eventually, Jiang Che joined a Sanda, Chinese kickboxing club, realizing that he hadn't exercised much since his rebirth. Despite an extraordinary physique, simply resting on one's laurels was not a sustainable approach. Jiang Che, a senior from the club, brought Jiang Che to fill out the registration form. Initially preoccupied with his excitement at gaining a new member, the senior only noticed Jiang Che's name on the form and was taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Che closely. Wow, it's really Jiang Che. Once confirming Jiang Che's identity, the muscular senior bellowed into the training area, "Brothers, quick, get the banner. Jiang Che has joined our Sanda club." Jiang Che never imagined he would one day become a marketing tool for recruitment, leaving him speechless in amusement. "Forgive me for forgetting to introduce myself." The senior extended his hand. "I am Dong Ming, the current vice president of the Sanda club, managing nearly all matters within the club. Welcome, Jiang Che." Afterward, he sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "If you don't mind, we'd like to leverage your popularity for some marketing. Our club is quite small, and at this rate, we might even lose our status this year. Don't worry, it won TB without compensation. The club fee is waived, and then we'll treat you to 2 barbecues." Jiang Che smiled as he took over the conversation, unsure of how to respond to the conditions being proposed. "Sound good." Doming pounded his chest. "Jiang Che, don't mention 2. 10 barbecues are no problem. Just call me Jiang Che. All right, and you can call me Doming. I'm just a year or 2 older, but we're all peers here." Doming laughed heartily, having initially thought Jiang Che would be difficult to approach, but was pleasantly surprised by his amiable demeanor. He led Jiang Che to the training area, where he communicated with a few individuals to hasten the banner's creation. Jiang Che surveyed the training space, lined with numerous sandbags on either side, with a ring in the center. Doming soon returned, asking Jiang Che why he chose to join the Sanda club. Was it a hobby, or had he trained before? "I've learned a little before, just to strengthen my body," Jiang Che responded. Upon hearing this, Doming's eyes widened with excitement. "How about a trial? This way I can gauge your skill level and help you keep up with the average standard during training." Jiang Che nodded. "No problem." Upon his agreement, the members of the Sanda club gathered around the ring, eager to witness the sparring match. Such events were rare, especially featuring a campus celebrity like Jiang Che against the vice president. However, despite the excitement, the club members held little expectation for the outcome, considering the disparity in their respective fields. If Jiang Che could last more than 5 rounds against Do Ming, it would be deemed quite impressive. "Jiang Che, do you want to wear protective gear?" Do Ming asked, donning his gloves with a grin. "No need." Jiang Che shook his head. "All right, then you'd best be careful. I want to hold back," Do Ming said, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Both parties assumed their stances, and the match commenced. Do Ming launched the first strike, a hook aimed at Jiang Che's left side. Jiang Che remained calm, blocking with his forearm while delivering an uppercut. Bam! Do Ming fell flat on his back. In an instant, the arena fell into silence, leaving everyone with only one expression. Wow. Do Ming shook his dazed head and rubbed his chin, mumbling, "You call this just a bit of practice?" "Jiang Che, you lack martial ethics." Jiang Che scratched his head, assuming it would be a good opportunity to stretch his limbs, especially since he hadn't fought in ages. He hadn't expected Do Ming, the vice president, to be so unskilled. "My apologies. The damage inflicted upon you stems from my underestimation of your capabilities." The incident of Jiang Che knocking out Do Ming was captured on video and shared on forums and social media, quickly making the rounds throughout the school. Everyone learned of Jiang Che's remarkable combat prowess, while Do Ming became an unintentional backdrop. Do Ming, on the verge of tears, yet unable to suppress his laughter, found that even before the banner was completed, girls continued to flock to the Sanda Club for registration. Over the course of just one day, the number of new members surpassed the total from the entire previous year. Upon witnessing the situation, Other clubs hastened to devise strategies to recruit Jiang Che. Dear Siyuan Club. Upon learning that Shi and Han Tong were Jiang Che's roommates, sought their assistance in persuading Jiang Che to join, claiming that he would undoubtedly agree if the two asked. However, a gaggle of girls nearly leaned in to whisper in their ears, only to be met with a firm refusal from both. We can certainly inquire with Jiang Che on your behalf. Whether he joins or not is entirely his own choice. But to suggest that we leverage Jiang Che's inability to refuse, akin to coercion, is simply out of question. Thus, the duo, having just joined the club, promptly withdrew. According to Han Tong, the mindset of the Siyuan was beyond comprehension. Shi, on the other hand, proclaimed loudly, "Those who do not share the same principles cannot work together." Though these words were steeped in righteous conviction, the duo wore expressions of profound sorrow. A multitude of girls was thus left disappointed. Jiang Che, delighted by their steadfastness in resisting temptation, felt a surge of gratitude for their unwavering support, leading him to treat them to a lavish feast. They indulged in an exquisite seafood buffet priced at $288 per person, savoring every moment. Satiated and content, the trio returned to their dormitory, only to find Li Feng sitting glumly on his bed. Jiang Che inquired, "What is the matter? Having difficulties in pursuing single ladies?" Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Li Feng's gaze transformed into one of deep melancholy, and he lamented, "Damn it, the singles club is filled with single men, and there's a horde of girls pouncing like dogs on dung, while I can't even catch a whiff of the aroma." Hilarious indeed. In chapter 83, it is noted that the first three to depart all failed to join a club, while Jiang Che, the last remaining, successfully gained membership, an amusing twist of fate. The most unfortunate of all was Li Feng, who, without even a meal to show for it, felt utterly despondent. However, their sorrow was soon forgotten when a sound emanated from Shi's bunk. As afternoon classes approached, Jiang Che returned to the classroom, where Xiao Xiaoyu was already seated in her usual spot. He occupied the wall-adjacent position next to her and asked the studious Xiao Xiaoyu, "What did you have for lunch?" The bento shop was particularly busy during lunch hours, and Xiao Xiaoyu often worked there before returning home to prepare her own meals. Since it was already afternoon, and she often worked late, Jiang Che had discussed with the owner, Grandma Li, about directly providing meals for the staff, offering to reimburse her. But Grandma Li insisted it was unnecessary, as a simple stir-fry would suffice with minimal cost. "Spicy shredded pork with pancakes," Xiao Xiaoyu replied. Jiang Che, recognizing the culinary prowess of Hangzhou, the renowned cradle of Yu cuisine. "Jiang Che, would you like to join our basketball club? I'll pass you the ball." As soon as Jiang Che entered the classroom and spoke to Xiao Xiaoyu, he was besieged by eager club recruiters. Liu Doi, grinning thoroughly, extended an invitation to the basketball club. Jiang Che politely declined. "Jiang Che, come join our divination club. I'll teach you to foresee the future. It's remarkably accurate." Meng Zhu, a tall, slender boy with glasses, approached Jiang Che with an air of mystique. Jiang Che acknowledged the merit of such a skill with a nod, but similarly turned down the offer, for he felt no need to predict his future. Chen Fong also invited Jiang Che, saying, "With your long, slender fingers, you must be quite dexterous. You'd be perfect for our crafts club." Jiang Che responding, "Then why not join the piano or music club directly to play the piano?" Chen Fong fell silent for a moment before quietly departing. Gu Wei sat nearby, observing the scene. She had intended to invite Jiang Che to join their dance club, but, seeing him reject everyone, chose to abandon her approach while seated beside Xiao Xiaoyu. Engrossed in her studies, she was self-aware enough to realize that her own invitation would likely meet the same fate, and being rejected was not the crux of the matter. Rather, with so many already turned away, her own approach might prove burdensome. Whether Jiang Che joined the dance club was inconsequential to her. She merely sought a reason to draw closer to him. It appeared, however, that this was not a compelling reason at all. After a prolonged return to school, Xiao Xiaoyu had been diligently focused on her work. Jiang Che had taken her out for a few days, treating her to wages and bonuses, which made her feel somewhat guilty, leading her to resolve to gradually reclaim her lost hours. Jiang Che also became busy, thus allowing her to eat at the bento shop during lunchtime. His busyness stemmed from the viral success of the video showcasing his knockout of Doming. Subsequently, someone compiled all his videos into a highlight reel. "Classmate, how did you emerge so quickly? Long legs. Classmate, do you think this year's college entrance exam is easier or harder than previous years? For my first college entrance exam, that question is best directed to a repeat examinee. Then, classmate, how do you believe you performed? Back then, I had my hands in my pockets, unaware of what an opponent was." Many who were unfamiliar with Jiang Che found themselves laughing at this snippet. One oddly confident individual, But then the scene shifted in the video, revealing. Let us congratulate Jiang Che of Shurqingno, 2 High School for achieving a remarkable score of 735 in the liberal arts, earning the title of top scorer in the 2014 college entrance examination. Local leaders presented Jiang Che with a scholarship as he stood adorned with a bright red flower, beaming under the sun. Those who had just mocked him were left agape. No way. He directly scored first place. This is truly hands in pockets, with no opponents in sight. Incredible. Next came Jiang Che singing in a restaurant. Only a brief segment was shown, with the audio somewhat muddled, yet the melody remained pleasant. Following that was a scene from a celebration, featuring speeches and performances, with 2 songs that captivated the audience, bringing the video to its climax. Finally, there was Jiang Che delivering a knockout punch to Doming. After watching the compilation, everyone was astounded. What a remarkable individual excelling in all facets of intellect, physical prowess, and artistry. Jiang Che's name quickly surged to the top of trending searches across various platforms, including Weibo. The 3 roommates in the dormitory also caught sight of the video. After watching Jiang Che's interview following the college entrance exam, they nearly doubled over with laughter. Jiang Che, you've really gone too far with this. This is hilarious. However, it was indeed impressive. Had it been anyone else, it would have been mere fodder for jokes, but with Jiang Che, it was simply outstanding. In Chapter 84, the question arises, is it a bit too early to submit our wages? Seizing this wave of popularity, Jiang Che promptly capitalized on the momentum. He reached out to the video creator and shared the video on his own social media account, while simultaneously releasing a pre-recorded promotional video. Do you possess a unique skill, yet struggle to make ends meet? Feeling misunderstood? Is it arduous to guard a millennium of heritage, yet remain unknown and unheard? Is there a reservoir of emotions accumulating in the heart, yearning for an outlet? Are there exhilarating moments that one wishes to share with the world? Are there treasures of scenery in one's hometown that remain unappreciated? Let us envy the fish, share our lives, preserve our emotions, and spread beauty, happiness, and love. The evocative background music, the meticulously edited videos that resonate with the theme, and Jiang Che's profoundly touching voice render this video nearly perfect. Once released, it incited tremendous excitement, further fueled by trending strategies, swiftly propelling it to the pinnacle of trending topics, maintaining its fervor for an extended period. With the meteoric rise of this video, Envy Fish formally entered the public eye. Observing the surging user count, 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, Jiang Che realized that from this moment forth, the Envy Fish app, which he had pioneered and led, would hold an unassailable position in this era. For the explosion of popularity was merely the beginning. With the development template of Envy Fish, Chung Yuan crafted 5 additional short video apps in just a few days and connected them to the server for launch. As capital from various quarters observed this rapid development, they began to hesitate. What? How come so many have jumped in already? They became increasingly uncertain. Riding the wave of trends requires speed. Otherwise, one misses the opportunity entirely. 5 apps had already begun their journey, prompting them to ponder how much would remain by the time they finished their own development. Even if there were still plenty left, could they compete with their ravenous rivals? It was prudent to contemplate such matters. Yet it was evident. Hesitation leads to defeat. They were destined to lose, for in that moment of indecision, they had already forfeited their eligibility to compete. The rapid rise of Envy Fish naturally attracted the attention of the relevant authorities. Jiang Che was summoned for discussions with various departments. In this conversation, there were no flowery words or clever tricks. Jiang Che understood he did not need to resort to such tactics. He simply needed to convey his product philosophy, the impact he wished it to have, and the potential ramifications it could yield truthfully and comprehensively. What is Jiang Che's product philosophy? It is the beneficial outcomes influenced by the short video era for future generations. It is igniting the innate sentiments within people, a single expression of love met with 100 responses. It is sharing countless discoverable treasures, places, and cultures, helping worthy concepts resonate far and wide. It is the legacy of ancient cultures, a means to vent the pressures of life, allowing individuals to witness the vast landscapes of a nation without leaving their homes. As Jiang Che spoke eloquently, a grand vision unfolded before everyone, and they realized that this young man was likely to bring about unprecedented change. In just 5 days, Jiang Che obtained all necessary permits, and the Envy Fish app was categorized as a key subject of Internet information regulation. However, this also meant they could grow without restraint. The only aspect requiring utmost vigilance was the stringent review of content. Upon returning to the company, Jiang Che's first action was to establish a subsidiary dedicated to the meticulous screening and auditing of works. Additionally, daily headlines had launched, initiating a spiral push model with Envy Fish. The user base surged dramatically, surpassing 100,000 users within less than a month. During this period, several other short video apps attempted to follow suit, but under the immense pressure of Envy Fish. The user counts of the other 5 apps from Lianyu Envy Fish Company barely exceeded 200,000. These newly launched apps quickly felt the daunting pressure and challenges of survival in a crowded market. In early November, the temperature in Hangzhou had plummeted sharply, heralding the deep autumn. The weeping willows by Huajiasi appeared somewhat desolate, and the once lush green bamboo leaves were gradually turning yellow. A gentle breeze rustled through, creating a sound that enhanced the serene ambience of the small courtyard nestled within the bamboo grove. Xiao Xiaoyu sat across from Jiang Che, delicately savoring her sea cucumber fried rice. After a month of dining at the establishment, she had gained a slight bit of weight, her figure no longer as slender. Yet the frail feeling lingered, and her small face still bore the waxen pallor of malnutrition. Despite this, her beauty was beginning to reveal itself. Though she persistently lowered her head, her long hair partly obscuring her cheeks and the beautiful, watery eyes framed by long lashes, rendering her enchanting beauty akin to a flower bud concealed within its petals, visible only to Jiang Che, who upon drawing near could catch a glimpse of this unparalleled vista. After completing his work at the company, Jiang Che brought Xiao Xiaoyu back, and as mealtime approached, he resumed cooking, returning to their initial routine. However, compared to the beginning, their relationship had subtly deepened. After finishing the milk, Jiang Che, cradling a large bowl, gulped down half of the warmed fresh milk and pushed the remaining half toward Xiao Xiaoyu. Xiao Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Unlike Jiang Che, who drank heartily, she took small sips over a considerable time before finishing the milk. She had now acquired a new skill, self-suggestion, which saved Jiang Che a great deal of trouble. When he said, "Finish the milk, I can't drink it all," she would instinctively fill in the unspoken conclusion. Otherwise, it will have to be discarded. After their meal, Jiang Che, as usual, settled onto the sofa, observing Xiao Xiaoyu busily tidying up. This scene could aptly be described as a state of contentment. It was not that he was unwilling to help. Rather, any assistance he offered seemed to burden Xiao Xiaoyu with guilt. Better to remain still and let things be. Jiang Che, Xiao Xiaoyu said after finishing her chores. Approaching him, Jiang Che looked up, and she produced a stack of money from her pocket, extending it towards him. "I just got paid. This is to repay you." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow in confusion, chuckling softly. "What is this? Paying your salary? Isn't that a bit premature?" "No." Xiao Xiaoyu shook her head in explanation. "This is for the phone. I checked. It cost over 1,000. This totals 1,400, and besides the phone, it also covers the meals I've had at your place and the things you bought for me when school started." Jiang Che's starry eyes fixed intently on her. Xiao Xiaoyu, feeling the weight of his gaze, lowered her head and said, "I know this might not be enough, but it's all I have for now. When my next paycheck comes, I'll repay you further." Chapter 85. Because what you owe me is not merely money. So, how much do you think is sufficient to repay me? Jiang Che stood from the sofa, positioning himself directly in front of Xiao Xiaoyu, gently inquiring. "I." Xiao Xiaoyu lifted her gaze briefly, but as soon as her eyes met Jiang Che's, she immediately averted them, retreating to the side. "I don't know either, but this is certainly insufficient," she stammered. "Indeed, even if you combine next month's salary, it will still fall short," Jiang Che remarked with utmost seriousness. A pallor washed over Xiao Xiaoyu's delicate face as she anxiously looked up at Jiang Che, only to find him beaming with a radiant smile. "What you owe me is not money at all." As she strolled through the campus, tinged with the crispness of autumn, Xiao Xiaoyu's mind was ensnared by Jiang Che's earlier words, echoing in her thoughts. What was it that she needed to repay him? The question lingered, perplexing her for an extended period, yet she could not arrive at a resolution. Unbeknownst to her, the reason for her confusion lay in the fact that the correct answer had been dismissed from her consideration right from the outset. With no classes in the afternoon, Jiang Che dashed toward the training hall of the martial arts club. Throughout this period, he had not neglected his workouts, consistently engaging in running and strength training, punctuated by half an hour of hitting the punching bag. In just a month, his muscular definition had become remarkably pronounced. His fair, smooth skin complemented his strikingly handsome visage. And with such a physique, one could only imagine the admiration he would garner if he shed his autumn attire. "Wow," Doming exclaimed, watching Jiang Che, clad in a tank top, boxing with beads of sweat cascading down. Jiang Gukitarand, bewildered. "Hey, I just drooled a bit, but don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely envious of you," Doming quickly clarified, realizing his awkwardness. Jiang Che chose not to believe him and issued a challenge to spar. Doming swiftly retreated, leaving behind a remark. I can't beat you, but once the president returns, I'll have her help me out. Saturated in sweat from his workout, with damp hair, Jiang Che relished the invigorating sensation of youthful vigor. After returning to the bamboo grove courtyard for a shower and changing in a fresh attire, he blow-dried his hair, then seized his keys and drove toward Jingrui Yuqing. There, he had forcibly brought Chun Qing, claiming it was to provide her with housing and a vehicle, only to leave her with Chun Yun, neglecting her ever since. Today, with an early end to the workday, Jiang Che intended to take Chun Qing house hunting and purchase a car. Simultaneously, he planned to buy a larger villa nearby, to be renovated in advance for convenience in the future. Going out? No, your contracts are riddled with flaws. I've just finished revising them after a month. I need a break. Chun Qing replied from the sofa, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Che, outright refusing his invitation. You've worked hard, sister. You are an unparalleled talent in the legal field. Having you join my company is an immense fortune for me. Without you, it would surely falter, Jiang Che proclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in exaggerated flattery. Chun Qing rolled her eyes in disbelief. Do you have anything better to do? If not, please leave. I do. I'm taking you to buy a house and a car, fulfilling the promised work benefits. It's well overdue, Jiang Che insisted earnestly. I want to go. Chun Qing reiterated. I'm quite comfortable here. No need to buy a house. Just send a car over, and it's fine even if you don't. While you may feel comfortable, this is still Sister Yun's home. Her approval is paramount. I think it's quite good. Chun Yun chimed in, emerging from the kitchen, where she had prepared dinner for two, excluding Jiang Che. A smirk crept across Jiang Che's face. No wonder she was reluctant to leave. The meals here were a draw. Clearly, their relationship was quite amicable. Let us leave it at that then, Jiang Che decided, not wishing to impose further, and he departed. The two women, of similar age and colleagues, could easily forge a friendship. Yet, Chun Qing harbored a lingering suspicion towards Chun Yun that showed no signs of abating. Jiang Che then visited the Porsche dealership, purchasing a Panamera and parking it in the garage of Jingrui Yuqing, allowing them both the freedom to drive whichever vehicle they preferred. Following this, he acquired a sprawling lakeside villa in Yunqi Rose Garden, covering several thousand square meters and costing around 70 million, then summoned Wang Zhuang for renovations. With the renovations included, the total investment would exceed 100 million. Yet, Jiang Che felt little remorse. After all, money was meant to be spent. What was the purpose of earning otherwise? It was far less gratifying than spending a day gaming at an internet cafe. Upon receiving Jiang Che's call, Wang Zhuang hurried over, unafraid this time, declaring that even if he had to drink himself to oblivion, he would drag Jiang Che along for a drink. Not long into their revelry, Wang Zhuang, cheeks flushed, began to express his heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Che had proven to be his benefactor. Without him, their company would have faced dire straits. For many years, their robust renovation company had prided itself on reliability. In its early days, they focused on home renovations, adhering to the principle of modest profits through genuine work to build a reputable clientele. Yet, Wang Zhuang had never anticipated how challenging it would be to cultivate repeat customers. Given the nature of their work, it could take decades for a client to return. Without regular referrals from past clients, they would have gone under long ago. Eventually, Wang Zhuang made a decisive shift, opting to hire professional designers and broaden their scope to commercial renovations. However, the complexities of the commercial sector were manifold, particularly for a mid-sized firm, rife with layers of kickbacks and entangled interests. Where did the money come from? From materials, from labor costs. The profit margins on both were slim, leaving little room for kickbacks. Consequently, they found themselves at a severe disadvantage in competitive bidding. Had it not been for Jiang Che fortuitously discovering them and offering business on multiple occasions, he would have faced considerable losses this year. Jiang Che was thoroughly impressed with the quality and results of the work produced by Wang Zhuang's company, and it was evident why such a reliable firm would struggle financially. Their commitment to quality and craftsmanship came at the cost of reduced profits, a reality only they truly understood. After deliberation, Jiang Che decided to invest 200 million to acquire 80 of Wang Zhuang's shares, allowing Wang Zhuang to retain 20 and continue as the company's general manager. Following the acquisition, Jiang Che integrated the company into a subsidiary of the Linyuan Xinyu Group and devised a comprehensive business reform proposal. The company's name was changed from Reliable Renovation Company to Dependable Renovation Company. While the alteration seemed minimal, the implications were profound. The first step of the proposal was to catalog achievements and subsequently promote them. The promotional strategy was straightforward. A sensational reversal could leave a lasting impression on all who encountered the company. Not long after Jiang Che departed, Chun Qing and Chun Yun nestled on the sofa, engrossed in their drama. As the ending theme played, Chun-Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "This drama is utterly cliched." Which part do you find cliched? The romance with the female teacher, or perhaps the affair with the female CEO? Chun-Ching inquired with a hint of melancholy. Chun-Yun,